Thus concludes the objective of today's field exercise. Is everyone clear on this? In the village of Konoha, within the confines of the training grounds, the Chunin instructor of the advanced class, Hiroma Mikami, was earnestly delivering his training lecture. Burp. I am so full. This loud belch incited immediate ire in Hiroma Mikami, who was momentarily taken aback with indignation. Yasaka, you must exercise some restraint. With a firm grip, he snapped his wooden pointer in half. Although, as a Chunin, I lack the authority to reprimand your prowess. Your repeated violations of the rules of the ninja classroom leave me no choice but to take action. His thunderous shout elicited expressions of astonishment from the entire class, who began to murmur among themselves. Is the teacher all right? He dares to confront Yasaka? Has he forgotten about the dozen or so former instructors lying in the ninja hospital? This is bad. Something significant is about to unfold. Gazing at the slouched figure in the back row, fear crept into the faces of the students. They understood that provoking Yasaka could result in only one outcome: death. Burp. Were you speaking to me just now? Yasaka, with a contented belch, casually began to pick at his teeth, exuding an air of nonchalance. Yet this seemingly trivial act sent chills down the spines of all present. Yasaka, I merely intended to advise you against consuming food during training. It could lead to indigestion. As those words escaped his lips, Hiroma Mikami instantly regretted them. Oh, Mikami, why can't you control your tongue? In the village of Konoha, the name Yasaka was known to all. Since the age of 1, he had developed a penchant for snacks. Aside from sleeping and using the restroom, he could be seen clutching food throughout the day. Curiously, this gluttonous and lethargic individual possessed a ninja talent that astonished the entirety of Konoha. Even Orochimaru, the legendary Sannin, had once been struck down by Yasaka's casual blow, resulting in a month-long recuperation at home. He ultimately had to resort to forbidden techniques to regain his ability to move freely. Even now, Hiroma Mikami recalled the words imparted to him by the third Hokage upon assuming the role of homeroom teacher. Never provoke Yasaka otherwise. The outcome is certain death. Despite his extensive experience in the Shinobi World War, he had never witnessed such a solemn expression from the third Hokage. Before his arrival, over a dozen elite instructors had already found themselves confined within the ninja hospital. Rather than mere physical injuries, it was the psychological toll that weighed heavily upon them. The previous homeroom teacher had been hospitalized after inadvertently knocking a chip from Yasaka's hand, suffering a single but horrific laceration inflicted by a blade. Although the wound healed swiftly, the teacher was subsequently transferred to the mental health department due to a complete psychological breakdown. Until now, he has been incessantly muttering a phrase each day. How could I possibly be hospitalized by an 80-year-old child? How is that even conceivable? Fortuitously, the strike from Yasaka lacked true strength. Had he truly exerted himself, even 10 lives would not suffice. Upon hearing the words of Miya Shuji, Yasaka offered a faint smile. Not eating, what a jest! Delectable. Notification. Host has experienced exquisite flavor mastery of swordsmanship increased by 1. Notification. Host has experienced rich aroma constitution increased by 1. Notification. Host has experienced refreshing taste speed increased by 1. Like many who have traversed dimensions, Yasaka harbors within him an extraordinarily potent system. With every morsel consumed, rewards continuously flow. Moreover, the more delightful and rare the cuisine, the greater the rewards bestowed. In simple terms, savoring unfamiliar delicacies grants double, or even more, skill points. Yasaka, however, found no inclination to ponder the intricate attributes apart from the inherent upgrades. He directly allocated all his points to the cultivation of his slashing technique. There is no need for distractions, simply wield the blade. It aligned perfectly with his life's motto: enjoy the most exquisite meals, sleep deeply, and defeat the strongest foes. In just a few fleeting minutes, yet another packet of snacks had vanished at Yasaka's hands. Already gone? I haven't had my fill at all. How infuriating. His classmates, witnessing this spectacle, instinctively recoiled in fear. Hey, don't you have more snacks? Let me borrow some. At that moment, Yasaka approached a girl amidst the crowd. She was petite and charming, her large, clear eyes sparkling like water, captivating all who beheld her. Yet, This was not what piqued Yasaka's interest. His instincts hinted that her bag contained rare delicacies he had never tasted before. With a startled cry from Noera Rin, Yasaka swiftly extracted the snacks from her bag and stuffed them into his mouth. In an instant, a wave of rich flavor cascaded over his palate. Under the influence of the system, Yasaka immediately acquired double the skill points. By Yasaka-kin, that jelly was something I had tasted before. It has been touched with my lips. As she gazed upon Yasaka's handsome features, Noera Rin blushed, her eyes reflecting admiration and infatuation. It was no wonder, as the strongest boy in the class, Yasaka had long been the object of desire for every girl. Yasaka, did you not hear what Rin just said? Quickly remove your filthy mouth. From the crowd emerged a boy with graying hair, adorned with a deep blue mask, unable to contain himself any longer. This individual was none other than Kakashi Hitaki, the son of the legendary Konoha White Fang, hailed as a super genius. He had harbored feelings for Rin since childhood. Had it not been for Obito's recent leg injury that required a month's leave, he would have surely confronted Yasaka alongside Obito. Why should I remove it? Did you not notice that this young lady offered no resistance whatsoever? Yasaka chuckled lightly as he savored a bite of jelly, his expression dripping with disdain. Due to the ravages of the Ninja World War, the culinary offerings in Konohagakure had diminished greatly. The recently consumed bag of chips was merely the most inexpensive fare available. In this scarcity of provisions, he could only make do with mundane sustenance, reluctantly accumulating dwindling skill points. Now that he had fortuitously encountered a rare delicacy, how could he possibly squander such a splendid opportunity to enhance his strength? I advise you to retreat given your abilities. Confronting me recklessly would only ruin your prospects. How infuriating! Kakashi, unable to contain his frustration, drew the short blade from his back and charged fiercely at Yasaka. Kakashi, stop! Though he became a Chunin before graduating, Yasaka possesses the strength of a Chunin even before enrollment. If this continues, Kakashi will surely lose his life. In truth, while Kakashi was formidable among his peers, facing Yasaka was akin to an egg striking a boulder. There was no chance of victory. Yasaka, Kakashi, cease this at once. The speed of both combatants was so blindingly swift that even their homeroom teacher, Haichiro Mikami, could not intervene in time. In that fleeting moment, Yasaka set down his jelly and unsheathed the sword from his waist. It was a mere ordinary ninja blade, so lowly that even a novice blacksmith would disdain to forge it. With the unsheathing of the blade, a palpable drop in temperature enveloped the surroundings, as an overwhelming aura of murderous intent threatened to suffocate all present. Even Kakashi, who had faced Chunin from enemy nations, found his composure shattered at the sight before him. What stood before him was no longer a mere human. He was a harbinger of death, an assassin cloaked in shadows. Swish, Yasaka! Halt! In a flash, a glint of the blade sliced through the air. To the astonished gazes of all present, Kakashi's form shattered into a multitude of fragments, unable to even launch a counterattack as he collapsed onto the blood-soaked grass. Someone has lost their life. What shall we do? Yasaka has killed Kakashi. This is terrifying. The students in attendance erupted into chaos, retreating in panic. Clang! This brand of jelly is truly delightful. Yasaka relished another sip of jelly, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Chapter 2. The Fighter Among Waste, Betrayer Ninja Sasuke? Yet, Gutienla appeared utterly indifferent to the external reactions, maintaining an air of serenity. The awakening crystal before him gradually transformed from a pale yellow to a vibrant blue. Oh, this sudden change elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Although it might be the most rudimentary level, it could also signify the potential for a Chunin, remarked an official from the Dragon Kingdom. However, before their words could settle, the blue awakening crystal astonishingly shifted to a deep purple. Instantly, the academic leaders of the school rose to their feet, exhilarated. Incredible. Who would have imagined that Gutienla, like Huang Shi, would secure a baseline? Well done, you little rascal. Truly impressive. The students below erupted into cheers. Haha. I told you I could do it. You old rascal. This method truly works. Gutienla was overwhelmed with excitement. Just then, the awakening crystal began its transition from purple to gold. What? Wow. At this moment, the officials from the Dragon Kingdom were taken aback as well. and the atmosphere fell into an almost palpable silence. What does this signify? Gu Tianle was left dumbfounded, his expression resembling that of a fool as he looked around. A guaranteed jonin, with a high probability of achieving Bankai, the power of the devil fruit. The homeroom teacher exclaimed in disbelief. A genius. At last. Our school has produced one. Once the awakening crystal stabilized, the Dragon Kingdom official spoke up. Gu Tianle has successfully awakened as the copy ninja, Kakashi Hitaki. Hiss. In an instant, everyone inhaled sharply. It was indeed the copy ninja. Surely, I'm not mistaken, this little rascal, could this be an illusion? Athe. The students of Class 5 were beside themselves with excitement. The once ordinary little rascal had awakened into a jonin, poised to leap into advanced studies. What does it mean to soar to great heights? A miracle unfolded before their eyes. Activating ninja, Kakashi, Gu Tianle unhesitatingly harnessed his newfound power. Whoosh. In the next moment, his appearance morphed into that of Kakashi, with striking white hair that captured everyone's attention, especially those enchanting Sharingan. Many girls felt their hearts flutter. Yet, the moment they recalled that this visage still belonged to the little rascal, their burgeoning feelings were swiftly extinguished. Little rascal could never have imagined that his first love had barely begun before it had already ended. Lin Hao felt a surge of joy for his best friend. After all, they had grown up together, and his awakening as a jonin brought him immense happiness. Hurry up and go down. The homeroom teacher urged Gu Tianle, forcibly pulling him down. Next up, Lin Hao. Finally, it was his turn. Lin Hao's level of attention was undoubtedly the highest in the room. Owing to his status as an academic prodigy, Lin Hao of the Dinghai Primary School is renowned far and wide, his knowledge eclipsing that of ordinary mortals, rendering comparisons futile. He is indeed Lin Hao. Even the official envoy from the Dragon Kingdom couldn't help but cast a glance in his direction. Pondering the nature of the power he might awaken, would it be of the shadow level, or perhaps a final release? The liberation of the devil fruit? Who can say for certain, but it surely would not be trivial. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Lin Hao steadily approached the awakening platform. As he placed his hands upon the awakening crystal, he felt a mysterious force resonate within him. What exactly is the origin of this awakening crystal? Lin Hao mused, as the crystal shimmered with a pale yellow hue. Nevertheless, no one present was taken aback. After all, with the precedent of Gu Tianle, it was certain that the crystal would undergo further transformations. Yet, a second passed, then another, and still, no change occurred. Awakening successful, Rebel Ninja. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. What in the world? A Rebel Ninja? Lin Hao has awakened as a Rebel Ninja. What does that even mean? The discussions among the throngs intensified. Even the envoy from the Dragon Kingdom furrowed his brow in confusion. What is going on here? A Rebel Ninja? Gu Tianle was equally taken aback. A Rebel Ninja refers to a fallen ninja, classified into various tiers, with the most dangerous and threatening among them deemed to be of the highest grade. The officer overseeing the awakening ceremony's eyes gleamed. Grade 1 Rebel Ninjas typically possess mastery over both ninjutsu and taijutsu, their strength often reaching the level of elite ninjas. Shadow level or beyond. A hushed silence enveloped the school, followed by a thunderous uproar. Lin Hao is extraordinary. Truly, he is that man. Awakening is a Rebel Ninja. An existence more formidable than even Kakashi, the elite ninja. However, soon enough, some began to notice an unsettling detail. The color of the awakening crystal had not altered. Did that imply that Lin Hao had not awakened as a Grade 1 Rebel Ninja, but rather a Grade 2? The tumultuous noise abruptly fell into an eerie quiet. Lin Hao, having awakened as a Grade 2 Rebel Ninja, akin to Uchiha Sasuke. Everyone was left dumbfounded. The man upon whom all had pinned their hopes. The unrivaled academic champion for 3 consecutive years had awakened as such a lackluster ninja. They all understood one thing. Sasuke is a fighter among the worthless. Why? Because no one has ever managed to activate the Sharingan to the level of 3 Tomo. Even though the Sharingan is formidable, it is only powerful in the early stages. It diminishes over time, easily defeated by the Bankai of a Soul Reaper or obliterated by the powers of a Devil Fruit. Such a pity for a promising talent. Although he awakened a rare breed of Rebel Ninja, it was regrettably of the 2nd tier, and moreover, it was Sasuke. The envoy from the Dragon Kingdom wore a look of regret. This individual is doomed. Yet, Lin Hao remained remarkably composed. He understood that the inhabitants of this world were still in a phase of exploration. They were oblivious to the existence of the 6 paths, unaware of the 10 tails. And most importantly, ignorant that it is the lower ninjas who possess the potential to obliterate the very fabric of existence. He awakened as Uchiha Sasuke, having just departed from Konoha, enticed by Orochimaru. At this juncture, Sasuke had already harnessed formidable power, undeniably far from the trash they claimed him to be. Consider this. Could his Sharingan fail to manifest even 3 Tomo? Little did they know that beyond 3 Tomo, there exists the Mangeki and the Eternal Mangeki. Lin Hao, do not be disheartened. Even if you are a rogue ninja, with perseverance, greatness can be achieved, the principal encouraged, patting him on the shoulder. Even an iron rod can be ground into a needle, correct? Lin Hao smiled lightly, calmly stepping off the stage. Yet, his serene smile was misconstrued by others as a manifestation of helplessness, resentment, and regret. Indeed, it must be profoundly painful, right? As a top student, he had awakened a seemingly useless ninja ability. He must be incredibly, heartbreakingly distressed. That smile was truly heart-wrenching. Surrounding him were expressions of shock, pity, sympathy, and even schadenfreude. Old Zhao, I'll have your back from now on. Gu Tianla offered no comforting words, for he understood their futility. Given old Zhao's temperament, he would inevitably mirror those upperclassmen who awakened lesser abilities. A rogue ninja? If he were of that caliber, he would possess strength on par with or surpassing that of a Kage, ensuring direct admission to prestigious universities. As the 3rd chapter of the superdimensional villain system unfolds, infinite self-awakening begins. Li Feiying awakens as a ninja of the highest order, while Wu Yuanming reveals his Zanpakuto, Shirkai. Su Xiao acquires the soap fruit from the devil fruit realm. As the students of Class 5 gradually awaken, the curtain on this significant phase of their lives begins to descend. The homeroom teacher leads the class back to the classroom, and along the way, the awakened classmates engage in discussions about their ninja abilities, Zanpakuto, and devil fruits. Lin Hao, too, silently recited the attribute panel, seeking information on the rogue ninja Sasuke. Just then, a mechanical voice pierced the air. Host has completed awakening. The superdimensional villain system is now officially bound. Huh? Lin Hao initially doubted his hearing. A system? Was the long-awaited boon for traversers finally here? Although he knew how to facilitate Sasuke's evolution, he was nearly as uninformed as anyone else. Now, with a system in place, his long-held aspiration had come to fruition. System, please expound upon your capabilities. Do you know how long I have awaited you? He fervently thought. Host, this system is the superdimensional villain system, accessible to all great villains, such as the esteemed Nagato and Konan, Itachi Uchiha, Kisame Hashigaki, Orochimaru, Madara Uchiha, Aizen, Ulquiorra, and many others, including the formidable Kaido of the Beast Pirates. Indeed, the system did not disappoint him. The ability to utilize all these great villains? Was this not an extraordinary advantage? He was a man who understood everything. Wielding the powers of these villains could surely bring about a cataclysmic shift in this world. Regardless of whether it is the awakening of a ninja, the awakening of a Zanpakuto, or the awakening of a devil fruit. One only requires 15 growth points for rapid advancement. Damn! Lin Hao exclaimed in astonishment. This implies that he could possess more than one ninja, a second, a third, even a fourth? Countless Zanpakuto? Could it also apply to devil fruits? Aren't demons supposed to clash within their hosts? Moreover, individuals awakened with dual abilities are exceedingly rare. Each a paragon of extraordinary talent. Now, it appears he can effortlessly surpass them. With merely 15 growth points needed for leveling up, it is an utterly stress-free endeavor. At this moment, noticing Lin Hao's inexplicable smile while seated, Han Che approached with a mocking grin. It seems our scholarly hero has lost his mind. Unable to accept that he is a rogue ninja, he taunted. Han Che, you yourself are a lower ninja, not to mention an Akimichi. On what grounds do you criticize him? The surrounding students could no longer tolerate the disparagement. Although Lin Hao faced setbacks this time, his character was impeccable within the class. Deserving of respect. Many classmates had benefited from his academic assistance, and thus felt compelled to defend him. Are you all foolish? A rogue ninja? Please. Lin Hao has become nothing but trash. Han Che scoffed arrogantly. Why was he so confident? Because he had Huangshi backing him. The initial release of the Zanpakuto, Twisted Flower, was no empty boast. However, Lin Hao was engrossed in studying the system, lacking the time to respond to him. Yet, this very indifference infuriated Han Che and Huangshi. Lin Hao, you dare not even glance at me? Very well, I shall teach you a lesson. Huangshi erupted first, shoving Han Che aside and advancing with his Zanpakuto drawn. Water Sky revolves, Twisted Flower, initial release. Instantly, waves of spiritual energy surged around him, and the Zanpakuto transformed into a trident-like spear, its tip spiraling into a conical shape. Its formidable presence momentarily stunned all the students nearby. The initial release was unleashed. Huangshi, are you looking for trouble? In an instant, Gu Tianla sprang to his feet, his form shifting into that of Kakashi Hitaki. As a high ninja, he could suppress the initial release, and Huanshe dared not act recklessly. His expression shifted to one of shock and anger as he stepped back. If a confrontation ensued, Gu Tianla, with his copied Sharingan, would undoubtedly hold the advantage. Although Twisted Flower was powerful, Huanshe had yet to fully master its application. Should you ever dare to trouble Lin Hao again, I will not hesitate to deal with you. Gu Tianla glared fiercely at Huanshe and Han Che. Normally, he would not have the audacity to act this way, but the circumstances had changed. He could now protect Lin Hao. The underdog had risen. Regardless. He and I are no longer in the same realm. My initial release allows for direct advancement, while he cannot. Huanshe, with a furrowed brow, remarked, Gu Tianla. You are also set to advance a grade. I wonder how long you think you can protect him? He added ominously, just wait and see. Han Che let out a cold laugh before returning to his seat. Do not worry, my dear friend, as long as you invoke my name in the future. I assure you no one will dare to bully you. I shall be your guardian. Gu Tianla replied with unwavering confidence. In truth, aside from Huanshe and Han Che, the other classmates were their steadfast allies. The question of who would protect whom remained uncertain. Lin Hao chimed in with a smile. Alas, my friend, I understand you are feeling disheartened, thus I shall refrain from saying too much. However, the path of the traitorous ninja holds little promise. Gu Tianla sighed, acknowledging the harsh reality of their world. In this realm, one could leap grades upon awakening to a higher level. Those of ordinary capability were destined to toil alongside mortals, battling foes to gain experience and prepare for advancement examinations. In 2 years, we shall meet at the illustrious university on Xiangbidi Island, Lin Hao stated with remarkable composure. Armed with the transcendent antagonist system, he intended to shatter dimensional barriers and deliver a devastating blow to this world. He would then reveal to all that he had emerged in resplendent glory. I believe you, not. Gu Tianla retorted, though deep down, he held a profound trust in Lin Hao. He was aware that Lin Hao never spoke of impossibilities. Perhaps the traitorous ninja indeed harbored secrets unknown to the masses. As the awakening of such individuals was exceedingly rare, Lin Hao continued to delve into the system, examining its facets. Class transfer, ninja traitorous ninja. Uchiha Sasuke, potential, level clan. Uchiha clan, special attributes, reincarnation of Indra bloodline limit. 3 Tomo Sharingan, ninja form. Curse seal 1, ability 1, curse seal transformation. The power of the cursed seal provides a substantial amount of chakra. Akin to the mana we utilize in gaming, it ensures an unceasing supply, but does not enhance damage. Rendering the curse seal a rudimentary version of Sage Arts, Ninjutsu, Great Fireball Technique, Dragon Fire Technique, Taijutsu, Lion's Barrage. Basic Leaf Taijutsu, Ninjutsu Technique, Sharingan Manipulation of the Windmill Blade, Bonds. Unknown. Upon witnessing the level of potential in the enigmatic bonds, Lin Hao's lips curled into a smile. The inhabitants of this world remained in a phase of exploration, unaware of the profound impact that Sasuke, this level traitorous ninja, would have on the ninja realm. The creation of a moon through the Earth explosion star, how curious it would be to behold their expressions upon revelation. As the 4th chapter commenced, the assessment began, marking the path towards strength. Following the awakening, the next step was a crucial advancement examination. Are you all prepared? The homeroom teacher entered the classroom, his expression grave. The advancement examination was imminent. Each student, upon completing their class transfer, would immediately face an assessment, leaving no time for respite. This examination held immense significance, determining their eligibility for admission into a higher-level institution. As the newly awakened students gathered, they swallowed hard, their faces etched with anxiety. Having just surmounted the threshold of awakening, they now faced yet another daunting challenge. However, if they could conquer this trial, a pathway to success would lie ahead. Proceed in an orderly fashion, do not lag behind, and maintain silence. The homeroom teacher began to organize their movement towards the training ground. In Class 5, aside from Gu Tianla and Huanshe, the majority were lower ninjas, with shallow combat skills and unassimilated devil fruits. Many students felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. Above them, a cadre of instructors from the intermediate school observed, serving as the evaluators for this assessment. The pressure intensified. Their performance would determine whether they could advance to the intermediate school. Subsequently, the system would automatically allocate academic points based on their performance, with a maximum of 1,000 points and a minimum of 0. Long ago, someone achieved a score of 880 points, gaining admission to prestigious institutions like Peking University and Tsinghua University. It is said that this record remains unbroken to this day. Therefore, the higher the score in the assessment, the greater the chance of selection. Of course, any exceptional performance would also be noted by the evaluators, who could directly announce promotions to higher education. Conversely, failure meant a prolonged wait for another opportunity. In the last round, over 500 students in the 6th grade were retained. Thus, the older students cast predatory glances around, fully aware that everyone present was a rival. Class 5 comprised 50 students, including one upper ninja, Kakashi, an awakened soul with a sure kai, which was commendable. The instructor leading them in this assessment was named Mumu, who nodded in satisfaction. However, the upper ninja and the shurikai wielder were soon to be promoted, their transfer process is likely still underway. Thus, this assessment served as an additional opportunity for them. Their performance would dictate their chance of entering a superior school. After all, in this alternate realm, defeating monsters yields growth value. Upper ninjas can utilize this value to ascend to shadow level, while the shurikai can also be further unleashed using growth value. And the same applies to devil fruits, which can be upgraded for assimilation capabilities. As the queue formed to enter the teleportation portal, it was Lin Hao's turn. When Mumu called his name, her tone bore a hint of regret. Within this school, she had high hopes for Lin Hao. Yet, to her dismay, he had awakened as a rogue ninja, specifically a level 0, an unprogressive Sasuke-type ninja. The activation of the Sharingan remains an enigma. Hence, her expression reflected her disappointment. Here he comes. Like the others, Lin Hao approached the portal. The school's entrance did not directly transport them to the alternate realm. Rather, it led to an intermediate resting space. This plaza was bustling with individuals from all corners of the world. Besides the citizens of Dragon Country, there were Americans, Sakura people, and various other ethnicities. The Burning Legion seeks those awakened with the Slashing Blade's initial release. Compensation is negotiable. Listening Rain Pavilion is recruiting, welcoming newly awakened students. The 9-star squad is in search of formidable individuals. Confidence is essential. Esteemed leaders, I have only recently awakened and am a novice seeking guidance in the realm of control. Affordable ninja tools, items, scrolls, materials, potions, and blueprints are available for sale. Is anyone willing to tackle high-difficulty spaces, such as the Extinguished Corridor, where a level 30 boss awaits, with no familial compensation upon death? The multitude here is overwhelming, seemingly endless. Oh, the students are all left in awe. This is the path to other realms. Traversing this place allows access to various alternate dimensions. Lin Hao's eyes sparkled with a brilliant light, suggesting he had crossed into a mysterious online gaming world. Truly wondrous. The other students echoed his sentiments, gazing in astonishment at the scene before them. After all, this was their first venture here. Prior to awakening, they were unqualified to enter this space. Although the internet is remarkably developed, allowing one to easily find videos online, experiencing it firsthand is another matter entirely, delivering an unparalleled impact. This is the realm of the strong, the gateway to power. Remember, do not wander aimlessly, nor engage in conversation with others, even if greeted. It is imperative to remain indifferent and stay close to your instructor, or else your qualification for assessment will be revoked. Mumu leads the class that includes Lin Hao and his companions. At this moment, other instructors are also guiding numerous classes into this space. We understand. The students quickly nodded, aware they are in unfamiliar territory. The intense gazes of the powerful left them feeling a chill run down their spines. These strong individuals have endured bloodshed. The mere aura of oppression is almost unbearable. They felt like lambs to the slaughter, their souls bared in the face of those unflinching eyes. These individuals are truly frightening. Will I become like this in the future? Gu Tianle pursed his lips, feeling a twinge of retreat at the thought of standing alongside these formidable beings one day. At this moment, Mumu began submitting the application fee to the teleportation officer at the transfer plaza. Students are not required to cover the assessment costs, as the school bears all expenses. The portal is now opening. Please stand back. Before all classes, a colossal circular teleportation gate materialized, as if stepping inside would transport them to an unknown world. Indeed, the other side of the gate leads to alternate dimensions. Each time an alternate space is opened, the official government of Longwood charges a fee for activating the teleportation area nodes, which is quite costly. However, citizens of Longwood enjoy a 20% discount. The assessment scenario is, of course, a beginner's setting, featuring locations like the Grim Forest, Whirlpool Island, and Zombie Carnival, where no monsters exceed level 10. Even those who have just awakened possess the capability to conquer. Preparing for the teleportation, Mumu began to address those in front. The ninja was activated. Lin Hao directly summoned the elite rogue ninja, Sasuke. In an instant, the ninja attire adorned his form, and his aura transformed dramatically. A pair of Sharingan appeared upon his visage, exuding an air of intimidation. Old rascal, your transition into a ninja is quite impressive. Gu Tianla remarked in admiration upon witnessing Lin Hao's transformation. Particularly, the Sharingan was awe-inspiring. In truth, his Kakashi was equally striking, and his metamorphosis garnered considerable attention. After all, he was a unique talent within the entire school. Chapter 5, Zombie Carnival Day, whom shall the three villains choose? Commence the teleportation. Whoosh. The portal emitted a blinding light, enveloping all mentors and students within. There might be a slight dizziness akin to bungee jumping. Please refrain from opening your mouths to avoid biting your tongues, Li Mumu cautioned just before the moment of transition. Then, amidst screams and shouts, everyone transformed into beams of light and entered the colossal spiraling portal. Alternate dimension, Zombie Carnival Day mutation, entry requirement, none, description. This is the day of revelry for the zombies. They are insatiably hungry, yearning for flesh. And may you not become their next meal. Level, 05, geography and location, Western region, entry limit, 1000, exit limit. Clear the challenge or actively utilize the return skill. This space possesses a balance system. The strong will have their powers automatically equalized, eliminating any overwhelming dominance. Challenge time limit, 36. Rewards, unknown squeak. Suddenly, Lin Hao's vision blurred, and upon clarity, a monstrous creature stood before him, claws poised to strike. Name, zombie, mutation, race, mutant, level, 1, health points, 100, magic points, 100, skills, venomous bite 2, terrifying roar 1. Dullness 3, whoosh. Lin Hao's reflexes were extraordinarily swift. Having transformed into Sasuke the ninja, he effortlessly evaded such an attack. Bang! Immediately following, a blade cleaved the creature in two. How could this be a mutated space? Are we truly this fortunate? The likelihood of encountering a mutated space is merely 0. 01. Li Mumu wiped the blood from her blade, her expression shifting. Classmates, an unexpected turn of events has occurred. The assessment space we entered has mutated, increasing the difficulty threefold. She declared, "Is this a joke? Can we not return for a redo?" Threefold difficulty. The entire class of students was instantly bewildered. We have been transported to a realm beyond our own. Failure to navigate through it equates to defeat. Will you choose to relinquish your efforts? I am merely here to oversee, and should your lives be endangered, I shall intervene, Li Mumu stated. Indeed. To abandon the mutated space at this juncture would be a grievous waste. She herself yearned for exploration, as the probability of such an occurrence is exceedingly rare. Should we succeed, not only will we be rewarded with official accolades, but we may also obtain a mutated treasure chest. It is said that such chests may contain exceedingly rare items, coveted by many, regardless of their quality. Let us consider ourselves unfortunate, Gu Tianla remarked with resignation. Indeed, we cannot simply concede so easily. If it is thrice the difficulty, then let it be so. Let us persevere, we shall prevail. Witnessing the renewed vigor of her class, Li Mumu nodded in approval. It was a relief that they had not given up. Ahem, as your mentor, I shall guide you through this challenge. I'm equipped with a live streaming device, and every action you take will be monitored by the examiners. Strive to vanquish foes and complete tasks. Find a way to succeed. You can do it. Li Mumu encouraged them heartily. Let us proceed. The students nodded in agreement, although the mutated zombies posed a formidable challenge. A concerted effort could yield success. At that moment, Lin Hao suddenly said to Gu Tianla, I shall return shortly. Where are you going, you rascal? Is it for your defense? Gu Tianla whispered urgently. However, Lin Hao vanished in an instant. Approximately 5 minutes later, he appeared in an open space, where the system sent a notification. Detected host's entry into another realm, automatically awarded the Outer Path Golem reward. View. Summoned entity, Outer Path Golem, true form, 10 tails, incomplete form, growth value, 1. Ability 1, Outer Path Dragon, capable of extracting the power of souls through its mouth. The souls it touches will be converted into growth value and can be extracted. Ability 2, Illusory Dragon's 9 seals. Utilizes chakra dragons expelled from the golem's mouth to seal tailed beasts within the golem. Requires sealing of tailed beasts. Ability 3, Outer Path Chains. Releases chakra chains from its mouth that possess sealing capabilities, capable of sealing tailed beasts. Ability 4, Outer Path Lightning. The protrusions on the golem's back can unleash tremendous lightning, requires sufficient chakra accumulation, Ability 5. A golem infused with the power of a tailed beast can release tailed beast orbs. Ability 6. Chakra receiver. The golem transforms into a black rod, allowing infusion of its own chakra to control corpses, a second boon for the traveler. Lin Hao licked his lips, forming hand seals to summon the Outer Path golem. Boom. The colossal demon statue was summoned in an instant, towering like a small mountain, exuding an aura of intimidation and awe. The power of the demon statue lies in its ability to extract the souls of slain monsters, converting them flawlessly into growth points. Lin Hao murmured to himself, while others slay monsters, the growth points they obtain are merely fragments. Yet for me, utilizing the demon statue allows for a perfect acquisition of growth points. With the demon statue at his disposal, the malevolent system was finally complete. Outer chains. Lin Hao swiftly formed seals, harnessing the might of the statue. A resonant hum erupted as the demon statue trembled violently, unleashing a terrifying roar. Subsequently, thousands of chains erupted from its maw, twisting and writhing like serpents, shooting out in every direction. He had captured them. A faint smile played on Lin Hao's lips. 1, 2, 3, 10, 20, 30, over 100 mutated corpses were ensnared by the outer chains. They howled and struggled, their claws clashing against the iron links, sparking with futile defiance. Were the outer chains susceptible to physical destruction? Reel them in. Lin Hao employed a ninja technique, forcibly dragging the mutated corpses towards him. In quick succession, each corpse's soul was extracted, drawn into the body of the demon statue. Acquired complete soul of level 1 mutated corpse. Perfectly converted for an increase of 10 growth points. Acquired complete soul of level 2 mutated corpse. Perfectly converted for an increase of 15 growth points. Acquired complete soul of level 2 mutated corpse. Perfectly converted for an increase of. In the blink of an eye, over 100 souls were extracted, leaving the decayed remnants of life utterly bereft. Each soul perfectly transformed, granted 5 additional points of growth. In mere moments, growth points, 1268. Ecstatic, Lin Hao soared with joy as his growth points surpassed the 1,000 mark. Ding! You have amassed sufficient growth points. Spending 1,000 will awaken a villain from either Naruto, One Piece, or another realm. Please choose from the following: Kakuzu, Ulquiorra Cipher, or Gecko Moria. Huh? The 3 great villains? Lin Hao did not anticipate the second awakening to arrive so swiftly. Chapter 6. Ulquiorra Cipher. I choose the little one. Kakuzu, a member of the Akatsuki and partner to the immortal evil god Haiden, possesses the secret technique of Earthgrudge Fear. Indeed formidable. Lin Hao hesitated. This ninja could manipulate chakra to unleash black tendrils from within, capable of seizing others' hearts, storing up to 5 within his own body. In essence, it was akin to possessing 5 lives. Furthermore, by replacing hearts, he could extend his lifespan, earning the title of one who shares longevity with the heavens. Possessing a secret ninja technique, each heart could transform into a black entity formed from Earthgrudge Fear, capable of wielding the techniques of its original heart's owner. The 5 elemental natures of chakra, lightning, wind, fire, earth, and water, signify the ability to wield all forms of ninjutsu at will. Among the formidable combination techniques are the composite ninjutsu, blazing windstorm, and spectral eruption, both capable of inflicting extensive area damage. Once, a man engaged in battle with the first Hokage, Hashirama. Choosing him as the second awakening would indeed be a splendid decision. Lin Hao's gaze then shifted to Moonlight Moria. He is a villain within the realm of pirates, a user of the Shadow Fruit, possessing the ability to seize others' shadows. By infusing shadows into corpses, he can control them, transforming them into zombies imbued with the personality and combat prowess of their shadow masters. This power is exceptionally formidable, particularly when he draws in all the shadows he controls into his own body, allowing for continuous amplification of his strength. With sufficient willpower, he can grow infinitely stronger, making it challenging to decide between him and Kakuzu. Should he opt for the latter, the entire zombie carnival day would become his personal celebration. Finally, Lin Hao's eyes turned to Ulquiorra Cipher. This man, ranked 4 among the Espada, employs the ability of first release, summoning black spiritual pressure raindrops from the heavens, accompanied by a pair of enormous black wings that can obscure the sky. In this state, his speed, defense, and attack power are significantly enhanced. He can also conjure weapons akin to lightsabers using spiritual energy, which can be wielded without limit. The second release, also known as Sword Release Phase 2, unleashes an even more formidable spiritual pressure, exhibiting superior speed, defense, and attack compared to the first phase, being faster and more resilient. When utilizing the H-Kyoku, The second release can undergo a transformation, altering the wings from a bat-like form to two pairs of black feathered wings, resembling a fallen angel. Lin Hao furrowed his brow. Among the three choices, the first two leaned towards development, proving to be complex, troublesome, and inconvenient. The third option, Ulquiorra Cipher, however, presented a direct and violent approach, harmonizing well with Sasuke's powers. The simultaneous fusion of their strengths, explosion upon explosion, would yield an entirely new force. This prospect greatly intrigued Lin Hao. He made his decision. Selecting the third option, completion of choice, self-awakening Ulquiorra Cipher successful, view, self-awakening, Ulquiorra Cipher, potential, level, Espada. 4. This Espada possesses uniqueness, can utilize H-Gyoku. Carries a Zampicut, form, pure white humanoid hollow, ability 1, rapid regeneration, a skill possessed by certain hollows. While ordinary hollows typically forego this ability for greater offensive power upon transforming into Arankar, Ulquiorra retains it, allowing for the regeneration of all body parts except for internal organs and the brain in a remarkably short time. Ability 2, shared vision, removing his eyeball from its socket. He can remotely transmit reflections or share perspectives with others. Ability 3, Sonido, the high-speed movement technique of the Arankar. The swift mobility of the broken-faced entity was akin to instantaneous movement, reminiscent of the pirate's sky step, with the remaining abilities yet to be unlocked. Lin Hao felt a surge of joy at the awakening of yet another level of potential. He knew he must return to his class immediately, lest his mentor revoke his qualification for the assessment, which must occur under the watchful eyes of the evaluators. Why hasn't the old rascal returned? Could something have happened? Gu Tianla pondered, hesitating whether to inform Li Mumu. Suddenly, he sensed an intuition and turned abruptly, only to find no one there. Instead, his gaze fell upon an eyeball floating on the ground. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he thought, is this merely an illusion? By heavens! Gu Tianla exclaimed, reacting swiftly to deliver a punch, which immediately caught the attention of those nearby. Did you hear me? I saw an eyeball flying, he declared in a state of panic. An eyeball? ISNT, yours still in your face? Perhaps your Sharingan has developed cataracts? Came the teasing remarks from the class as they sought to lighten the tense atmosphere, which had been fraught with the recent slaying of several zombie mutants. However, the students gradually adjusted to the rhythm, anticipating that they would soon achieve solo kills. Could I have truly seen it wrong? Gu Tianla mused, rubbing his temples. The thought that he was in another world offered him some solace. Perhaps his mental strain had conjured an illusion. Meanwhile, Lin Hao, whose eyeball had nearly been obliterated by Gu Tianla's punch, hurriedly reinstalled it into its socket for protection as it floated by. He had just activated the shared vision, one of Xiao Wu's abilities, which was keenly detected by the sharpness of the Sharingan. Fortunately, the class had not noticed his disappearance, allowing him to return unscathed and seamlessly blend back into the group. Old rascal, you must listen to me. I just witnessed the most terrifying sight, an eyeball floating in midair. Yes, just like yours, Gu Tianla exclaimed, suddenly filled with dread as he leapt backward. Eyeball, 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 he stammered, pointing at Lin Hao and repeating the word incessantly. Gu Tianla, what madness has overtaken you? Do you not wish to partake in the assessment? Li Mumu shook his head in disbelief. This Jainin, instead of performing well, is engaging in such antics. Does he not aspire to join a better school? I am fine, mentor. Gu Tianla forced himself to regain composure and whispered, old rascal. Have you turned into a zombie mutant? Indeed, only a zombie mutant could casually detach and play with their own eyeball. At that moment, Huang Shi and Han Che could no longer contain themselves. What on earth are you two scheming over there? You're merely a trashy renegade ninja. And yet you've learned to stir up trouble and attract attention? Huang Shi sneered derisively. Gu Tianla, do not presume that awakening as a superior ninja grants you the license to remain arrogant indefinitely. If you possess any courage, challenge us in a duel. I shall face you and your companion, that useless traitor. Can you not remain silent? I once thought you were an academic prodigy, garnering attention wherever you go. Han Che mocked him with scorn. Huang Shi, Han Che, if it is a duel you seek, then let it be so. I will confront both of you. Mentor, I petition for a duel. Gu Tianla could scarcely contain his frustration. These two scoundrels dared to provoke him, even calling Lin Hao a useless fool. Chapter 7, Gu Tianla's 1,000-year kill, a resounding victory. You wish to duel? Mentor Li Mumu regarded them with an air of indifference. Such occurrences were commonplace. She first glanced at Huang Shi and Han Che, then at Lin Hao and Gu Letian. The nearby zombies had been exterminated. Should you desire a duel, the opportunity is at hand. Duels among awakened individuals are hardly unusual. However, as they are still students, such contests must occur under her supervision. If either side were to lose control, she, as the referee, would intervene. Should there be any threat to life, she would swiftly put a stop to it. Guletian. You are advocating for Lin Hao, are you? Very well, you have declared it. If you wish to battle both of us, Minor, I request that we commence the duel immediately. Huangshi glared menacingly at Guletian. Do not think that merely changing your class to Kakashi makes you formidable. Ninjutsu is not something one can wield indiscriminately. Even if you successfully transition, you require growth points to cultivate your skills. Engaging us now would be akin to courting death. Guletian, do you accept the duel? Li Mumu's expression remained impassive. Regardless of any numerical disparity between the sides, she would not concern herself with such matters. Once a duel is accepted, it signifies a choice made by one party. Should you lose, no grievances may be expressed. You may either acknowledge your own limitations and decline the duel or possess boundless confidence in your ability to take on two opponents. Very well, I accept. Guletian stepped forward, exhaling 2 puffs of heated air. Impudent fool, why the haste? I wish to participate as well. At that moment, Lin Hao unexpectedly grasped his shoulder from behind. What? Lin Hao intends to join the duel? Surely not. He is a traitor of the highest order. Indeed. A traitor of such caliber possesses little combat prowess. Is he not merely offering himself up? Has Lin Hao lost his senses? Observing Lin Hao's actions, not only were the students taken aback, but even Li Mumu was momentarily stunned. Lin Hao, are you serious? Guletian was taken aback, intending to intervene. Yet he caught sight of Lin Hao's narrow, calculating gaze. He recognized that look all too well. Very well. Let us combine our efforts and leave Huangshi in utter disarray. Thus, the duel commenced. Lin Hao and Guletian stood on one side, while Huangshi and Han Che faced them. Li Mumu verified that no wild creatures lurked nearby before stepping into the center and announcing, the duel shall last 15 minutes. Regardless of the outcome, it shall conclude promptly, and the defeated party must accept their loss without complaint. Now, let the battle begin. With a command, Huangshi unleashed his Zanpakuto. Churn, twist flower. In an instant, the blade transformed into a trident-shaped spear, surrounded by a tumultuous spray of spiritual water, captivating all who beheld it. The other students stood in awe, mesmerized by the manifestation of Shirkai. Behind him, Han Che also completed his transformation, charging forward with a cacophony of bizarre sounds. Arm amplification technique. Lin Hao, brace for my mighty strike. Today, he intended to subdue the arrogant academic prodigy beneath his feet, particularly Huangshi, aiming to erase all previous humiliations. Lin Hao retreat. Gu Lishan's expression changed dramatically, astonished by the overwhelming aura emanating from his opponent. He felt a creeping despair, contemplating a desperate last stand as a means to escape inevitable defeat. Get out of the way, pest. However, a voice from behind him abruptly jolted him from his thoughts. Before he could turn, a scorching wave surged towards him from the rear. What? Guletian instinctively dove aside, a primal reaction of the body. As he glanced back, he was struck dumb by the sight before him. A fireball, a colossal sphere of flames, enveloped in raging fire, rampaged uncontrollably, its crimson tendrils voraciously consuming everything in its path, targeting Huangshi and his companions. Fire release, great fireball technique. By heavens, both Huangshi and Han Che were momentarily stunned. What on earth? How can a fireball be so immense? Even instructor Li Mumu was taken aback. Great fireball? Isn't it just a fireball? Huangshi dodge. Han Che exclaimed, hastily moving aside. Dodge. Huangshi growled. Having just awakened his twist flower, a rare water element Zanpakuto capable of countering fire techniques, how could he possibly retreat? Churn. He thrust forward vigorously. With a flourish of his spear technique, water swirled around him, attempting to counter the great fireball. However, in the next moment, regret washed over him. He had utterly underestimated the fireball's might. Although he managed to mitigate a significant portion of its force with his Zanpakuto, the residual shockwave overwhelmed him. With a gust of fierce wind, he was engulfed in darkness, his hair singed into a frizzy mess, smoke billowing from his mouth. In the external assessment group, an observer remarked, impressive, this fire ninjutsu, what was it called again? Grade A rogue ninja, Sasuke. Oh, is Sasuke's great fireball this powerful? Another replied, you wouldn't understand. Sasuke was formidable in his early days, though he faltered later. The one wielding the twist flower Zanpakuto lacked experience, choosing to confront the great fireball head-on instead of simply maneuvering around to strike. A handful of instructors in the assessment group commented on the unfolding battle. with only a few observing their class. Nevertheless, an intriguing scene unfolded. The student wielding the twist flower blade was enrolled in our Linhai Intermediate School. Linhai Intermediate School? Humph. Poaching talent, are we? Then I shall claim Kakashi. No, Kakashi belongs to us as well. You are far too greedy. In this otherworldly realm, after all. This is my first encounter in battle, and I am rather anxious, he hastily remarked. Damn it. Hanche was practically seething, his anger palpable. Why is it termed anxiety? Should it not be fear instead? This lad dares to look down upon me. Buzzing, just as he finished forming seals. Preparing to unleash the multiplication technique to ensnare Lin Hao, Gu Tianle had already dashed behind him. What? He turned around in disbelief. 1,000-year kill. Too swift. He didn't even notice. This youth has completely concealed his presence? How is that possible? Is this the strength of a jonin? Poof. Hanche's face instantly shifted from pale to purple. Following that, he emitted a wail akin to a slaughtered pig, propelled away with force. His body crashed heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his rear. Hanche, unable to rise again. Instructor Li Mumu declared the outcome decisively. Now, only Huangshe remained. Ha ha ha. Watching the peculiar laughter of the two, Huangshe's lips twitched uncontrollably. How did things escalate to this point? Logically, the physical and ninjutsu prowess of a jonin requires arduous training and accumulation of cultivation points to wield. Moreover, how could a traitorous ninja of Sasuke's caliber unleash such a formidable great fireball? I acknowledge, before he could finish, Lin Hao and Gu Tianle's fists were already flying towards him. Bang bang bang. After a brief interval of struggle, Li Mumu announced the victors. Lin Hao and Gu Tianle are truly exceptional. Hanche and Huangshe were no match for them at all. Indeed, I initially expected a one-sided affair. Who would have thought that Hanche and his companions would be so thoroughly defeated? They must have been thoroughly trounced, as Huangshe looks utterly foolish now. This is what one might call a personality correction punch. Hanche fared the worst, as blood continued to ooze from his rear. The classmates watched with great amusement, especially during the final moments when Lin Hao and Gu Tianle pummeled Huangshe, leaving him with panda-like eyes. TCH, I still haven't had my fill of this. Gu Tianle wore a dissatisfied expression, eager to rush forward and land another couple of punches on Huangshe, to teach him why flowers bloom so vibrantly. Lu Mumu then proclaimed, the victors are Lin Hao and Gu Tianle. The vanquished, Huangshe and Hanche, must accept their defeat without complaint and refrain from any retaliatory actions henceforth, or the instructor will hold them accountable. Do you understand? Huangshe could barely manage to respond, his words slipping through with difficulty. How dare he still resist Lin Hao? Only Hanche remained eerily silent, bleeding from his rear, devoid of any response. Do you comprehend the situation? Guo Xiang asked sternly. I understand. Huangshe nodded in fear. Old rascal, judging by his current state. He will likely refrain from troubling you any further, Gu Tianle remarked. He won't dare to challenge you again. Lin Hao concurred with a nod. Then, Li Mumu announced. This is the examination site for novice players, and the assessment shall now commence. Go forth and hunt monsters. The enrollment system will record your scores. Perform freely from here on. She decided to withdraw her interference, allowing the students to showcase their abilities. With a swift motion, everyone surged forward. The perfect score is 1,000. As long as one surpasses 500, they will successfully enroll. Any further delay would be a waste of precious life. Old rascal, your strength exceeds my imagination. How did you become so powerful, akin to the legendary traitor ninja Sasuke? Confide in me, I promise to keep it a secret. I swear on my little brother. Gu Tianle whispered. No, I fear you might not handle the shock. Lin Hao instantly declined without hesitation. You still wish to maintain an air of mystery with me? Farewell, I am off to slay monsters and exchange for points. With your prowess, you should manage just fine, right? Gu Tianle stated confidently. As before. I aim for a perfect score. Lin Hao's self-assured demeanor left Gu Tianle speechless. His initial concerns now seemed unwarranted, especially after witnessing Lin Hao effortlessly overpower Huangshe in a Sasuke form. It was clear that Lin Hao had surpassed even this Jainin in strength. At least in terms of ninjutsu proficiency, he was beyond Gu Tianle's reach. However, the title of copy ninja, Kakashi Hitaki, is not to be taken lightly. Once Lin Hao fully masters all the techniques of this ninja, he will undoubtedly become a formidable opponent. To the leader's zone, Lin Hao exclaimed, vanishing in a flash. Since the goal was a perfect score, it was time to unleash his full potential. Ulquiorra, awaken. A surge of formidable power enveloped him. Yet, his form remained that of a pure white humanoid hollow, comparable to a newly manifested Minos Grande, not yet reaching the level of an Arankar. In this examination, he aimed to elevate his little Ulquiorra, striving at the very least to attain the first form of his resurrection. Chapter 8. One Awakening to Sasuke, 2 to Little Ulquiorra. Due to the pure white humanoid hollow lacking any offensive capabilities, only its high-speed regeneration proved practical in battle. Slaying mutated zombies posed a challenge, particularly when one considers the traitor ninja Sasuke in his 3-tomo Sharingan state, capable of utilizing the Cursed Seal's first form. Had he employed the Cursed Seal in the earlier duel, Huang Shi and Han Che would not have had a moment to retaliate. Though the outcome would have been similarly swift, the implications would be vastly different. A series of notifications suddenly filled Lin Hao with delight, indicating that he had awakened as a character from Naruto. The effects of bonds, fusion powers, jutsu, taijutsu, and ninja body techniques were automatically unlocked. Indeed, whether it be Naruto or the realms of One Piece, multiple awakenings were possible. With a first awakening of Sasuke and a second of Little Crow, he activated them. In an instant, Lin Hao transformed into a pure white humanoid phantom, his form shifting once more. The cursed mark of Sasuke adorned him, and part of the mask on his face detached. The Sharingan emerged. With Little Crow manifesting alongside the Sharingan, his combat prowess was significantly enhanced. Lin Hao resolved to embark on a vigorous hunt to amass growth points, enabling Little Crow and Sasuke to mature swiftly. Summon Outer Path Golem. With a resounding crash, a monstrous figure materialized behind Lin Hao, twisting its bizarre form as it advanced. The hunt commenced, and Lin Hao was exceedingly pleased. Time remaining for the assessment, 30 minutes. Nightfall had once again descended. On this zombie carnival day, ghouls and monsters roamed freely, howling and roaring. Passing through this novice area would prove to be a formidable challenge, as it was a mutated space with difficulty multiplied several times. Secret technique, Thousand Birds Cry. Lin Hao's body dove from the heavens, bizarre wings flapping behind him. With a thunderous boom, he struck his target, obliterating a mutated zombie with a Black Thousand Birds attack. The piercing power of lightning release should not be underestimated, creating a gaping hole in the ground as cracks spread outward in all directions. You have killed a mutated zombie, earning 1 assessment point. You have killed a zombie. The Outer Path Golem then began to harvest souls, converting them into training points. Little Crow's evolution is still in progress. Sasuke's Cursed Mark evolution is also still in progress. The sheer power, speed, and strength he wielded, who could rival such ninja techniques at this level? Lin Hao was thoroughly satisfied. The might of Cursed Mark Sasuke exceeded his expectations. Truly, a variant of Sage Mode. However, Sasuke's power came at a cost. He would suffer from the side effects of the Cursed Mark, experiencing fatigue and mental instability. After all, in the Naruto universe, it was challenging for someone of Sasuke's age to wield such power for the first time. Yet, Little Crow's formidable willpower mitigated the adverse effects. Once he evolved into the second form of the Cursed Mark, Sasuke's capabilities would become even more potent. After a lengthy hunt for decayed corpses, Lin Hao had gathered sufficient materials for a third awakening. As he momentarily lost focus, a formidable zombie with cold eyes fixated on his figure. In the next instant, it swung its venomous claws toward his back. Meanwhile, not far from the depths of the zombie carnival day, a small camp bustled with many individuals taking a respite. They are all teams coming to this realm to level up. Most of them are newly awakened individuals, yet they are neither organized by schools nor guided by mentors. Thus, they voluntarily enter the otherworldly space at their own expense, brimming with confidence that they can conquer the zombie carnival day with just a few members. After all, the monsters in zombie carnival day do not exceed level 5. Those who manage to clear the stage first will receive the clearing rewards. Quite a number of assessment students have already entered, seeking to claim our rewards. How could we possibly allow that? True, they have mentors accompanying them, which makes the challenge significantly easier. However, mentors do not intervene directly. Whether they can succeed still depends on their own abilities. Many are engaging in spirited discussions about this. It is important to note that within the same region of the otherworldly space, there exists a limit on the number of inhabitants. Once this limit is reached, any excess individuals will automatically be selected to enter the next regional space, creating an infinite overlay, much like parallel worlds. It must be mentioned that regardless of where one enters the transit point from Blue Star, upon being teleported to the otherworldly space, one will automatically enter a matching process. For instance, in the novice area, the maximum support capacity is 1,000. Exceeding this number will result in allocation to other parallel spaces, with the number of splits corresponding to the aforementioned figure. Moreover, Only the novice area has a population limit. Once one leaves the novice space, there are no restrictions. The monsters become increasingly fierce and perilous. Newly awakened individuals are mandated by the Dragon Kingdom to clear all novice scenarios before entering the hazardous areas. This rule is one that every citizen of the Dragon Kingdom must adhere to, aimed at safeguarding newcomers. Otherwise, those headstrong newcomers would recklessly plunge into dangerous territories, becoming mere fodder. Thus, after extensive trials and assessments, the Dragon Kingdom has designated 3 of the simplest otherworldly spaces as novice areas: the Sinister Forest, the Whirlpool Island, and the Zombie Carnival Day. In the former Blue Star, the highest known monster level is 120, classified by the Otherworldly Countermeasures Bureau as a space of extreme difficulty. A global bounty has been issued. Any hunter who submits all bodily materials from such a creature will be rewarded with 10 billion. Consequently, there exists a multitude of bounty hunters in this world. Lin Hao once aspired to be a bounty hunter with a straightforward aim to amass wealth. His journey into wealth begins in the 3 novice spaces of the otherworld. The newcomers gathered in Zombie Carnival Day are largely driven by this very objective. Little did we expect to encounter a mutated space. No wonder the zombies we have encountered along the way have proven significantly more formidable than those previously experienced. Indeed, the items and rewards dropped have escalated beyond a single tier. The difficulty has increased dramatically. Just a moment ago, I nearly succumbed. Are we truly unfortunate or fortunate, given that the probability of encountering a mutated space is exceedingly low? Indeed, the odds of this occurrence are slimmer than winning the lottery. If we fail to navigate through this challenge, we would be at a considerable loss. Yes, I have already spent my fortune merely to gain entry into this zombie carnival. Regardless, I have no intention of retreating easily. Within the camp, numerous individuals are engaged in fervent discussions regarding a grave issue: the mutated difficulty of the zombie carnival. Whether this is a stroke of luck or a misfortune remains uncertain. However, if we succeed in overcoming the trials, we shall be rewarded handsomely. We stand to gain immensely. Among us, one particular team is filled with delight. Even though zombies are deemed the lowest tier of creatures from another realm, one should not underestimate the mutated variants. The captain of this team is a novice mentor, tasked with guiding them through the challenges. His role is to ensure the safety of the newcomers, and upon completion, he shall receive his remuneration. Professions like his are abundant in the transit square, and as long as one has the means, they can enlist their services for protection. Completing a zombie carnival typically takes no more than half a day, making them quite willing to accept commissions, viewing it as a leisurely excursion while also taking in the scenery. After overcoming the challenges, they may even have the chance to explore treasure chests in search of additional rewards. Moreover, this line of work is remarkably relaxed. Intervention occurs only when a newcomer is in imminent danger. It is a perfect blend of profit and leisure. What could be more appealing? What is there to fear in the most inferior of realms? The others share a confident demeanor. The novice mentor observes silently, nodding in acknowledgement. At that moment, a cataclysmic roar reverberated through the depths, echoing throughout the corrupted home. The sound was terrifying, sending shivers down the spine and causing souls to tremble. What? The novice mentor was taken aback, instantly utilizing a teleportation technique to ascend to the highest vantage point. He gazed into the distance, his expression turning to one of astonishment. The previously scattered zombies were now charging frantically inward as if possessed. What manner of beast could be summoning them? How could these mindless creatures exhibit such peculiar behavior? Suddenly, realization struck him. Someone had already engaged the boss. How could they have reached the interior so swiftly? How much time has elapsed since then? What is happening down there? Inquired the individuals below. To be candid, they also sensed something amiss upon hearing that roar. This is troublesome. Someone has already taken the initiative. The novice mentor teleported down, his brow furrowed in concern. However, he had never encountered a zombie leader capable of summoning hordes. The zombie king seemingly lacked such an ability. Summoning minions was a skill reserved for level 10 leaders. Who could this be? This is unacceptable. We must hasten before he claims the prize. The newcomers in the team merged, swiftly taking off in a rush. Having finally entered the mutation space, the loss of the mutation leader to another would indeed be a great misfortune. The material from the mutation leader's body is valuable enough to cover their expenses for the next entry. However, the competition for the leader involves multiple teams vying simultaneously. Just like them, many teams seeking to hone their skills have also arrived here. They have all noticed that someone has taken the initiative, and those with active minds and bold spirits are already prepared to seize the opportunity. After all, the leaders in the mutation space are guaranteed to drop valuable items. If they managed to escape from the ancient realm, it would be an enormous gain. In an instant, even teams that did not initially target the leader rushed swiftly into the depths of the space. Meanwhile, outside at the Dinghai Primary School, a group of evaluators from other secondary schools stood in utter astonishment. What is the background of this student, who is charged directly at the leader? How did they end up in front of it so quickly? Could it be that they are using some sort of cheat? What kind of strength is that? I have never witnessed anything like it before. Is that Sasuke? No, the black wings. Does Sasuke have wings? And those red eyes, how many Tomo are there? I didn't get a close look. Can someone enlighten me? Black Lightning? Chapter 9. The Invitation of the Demons from the Mutation Ancient Realm. After all, Sasuke has undergone certain changes since merging with the form of the Little Crow. Is that the White Hollow form of Sasuke? A Zanpakuto? Has this student awakened two abilities? The evaluators were filled with perplexity. Regardless, they had never seen Sasuke in that form. If I am not mistaken, it should be the Cursed Seal. At that moment, someone remarked with astonishment. The Cursed Seal? Many were unable to comprehend. Sasuke's Cursed Seal form had been unintentionally activated by someone in the past, subsequently appearing at random and beyond control. Others acknowledged this and nodded, stating that the power of the Cursed Seal form could impose significant mental distress on the original body, which is why no one who had transitioned Sasuke had ever wished to wield such power. So that's how it is. Someone exclaimed. Then, how is it that this student appears to be unaffected by any mental disturbances? The evaluators exchanged glances. It is highly likely related to his mysterious form. After all, this is a Sasuke form we have never seen before, somewhat resembling a newly born hollow. They furrowed their brows. Turning to the school's instructors, could there truly be a second awakening? No, that is absolutely impossible. Moreover, a genius with a second awakening is exceedingly rare in the entire nation. How could such an individual possibly appear in our school? Everyone promptly waved their hands in denial. Indeed, this student, Lin Hao, has clearly awakened as a level 1 rogue ninja, being the sole awakened ninja. The homeroom teacher quickly added. Then it becomes puzzling. The evaluators fell into further contemplation. Setting aside his awakened ninja status, what exactly is the nature of his summoned entity? I have no idea. I have never seen anything like it. It is truly perplexing. I yearn to unveil his secrets. In a realm beyond our own, on the day of the zombie frenzy, Lin Fan narrowly evaded an ambush from the Zombie King. With a thunderous roar, the Zombie King bellowed to the heavens. Otherworldly space, zombie frenzy, leader, Zombie King, level 10, mutated, abilities, bite 10, claw strike 11, lethal virus 15. Copper skin 9. Defeating it may yield a mutated treasure chest. Lin Hao squinted his eyes, for the mutated treasure chest was a coveted trove, capable of yielding exceedingly rare items, a dream for all adventurers. The quality of the mutated treasure chest was irrelevant. Even those procured from high-difficulty realms were equivalent. The external demon golem, under command, raised a hand and delivered a heavy blow upon the Zombie King's body. With a thunderous crash, the Zombie King was sent flying. Its bones undoubtedly shattered. In its struggle to rise, the external demon golem struck again. A resounding thud echoed as flesh and blood splattered, reducing the creature to a mere pulp. The external demon golem executed a dimensional strike, extracting the Zombie King's soul. Ding! You have slain the leader, Zombie King, and acquired a level 10 mutated zombie soul. Growth value increased by 1567. You have earned assessment points, 100. Your total assessment points, 1000. You have completed the zombie frenzy, receiving an additional growth value of 999. The Zombie King has dropped a mutated treasure chest. Congratulations. Exhilaration surged through Lin Hao as he soared with joy. A single Zombie King had yielded sufficient growth value to bolster his prowess. Ding! You have accumulated enough growth value to enhance either Sasuke or Ulquiorra. Whom shall I choose to grow? Lin Hao pondered. Currently, Sasuke possessed the first curse mark, a 3-tomo Sharingan, adorned with wings, a formidable force. Little Ulquiorra was a pure white humanoid hollow, still masked. Should he opt to enhance Sasuke, he could elevate him to his mature form of the 3-tomo Sharingan, manifesting in his white-clad appearance, second curse mark, and the power of the Kirin. At this juncture, Sasuke had made rapid advancements under Orochimaru's tutelage. The white-clad Sasuke wielded both the second curse mark and the Kirin form, boasting immense strength. Adept in a myriad of Orochimaru's serpent-based jutsu, the Kirin form of Sasuke could be regarded as the pinnacle of the 3-tomo Sharingan. Next would be the kaleidoscope Sharingan Sasuke, whose enhancement would undoubtedly require a vast amount of growth value, certainly exceeding 10,000. Little Ulquiorra was still in its nascent form, a white humanoid hollow with only visual senses. Upon evolving, it could resemble the appearance of an Arrancar. It is noteworthy that to enter the first release form, one must unleash their Zanpakuto. The benefits of awakening the Espada lie in the possession of a Zanpakuto, with both the entity and the blade exhibiting extraordinary capabilities. Take Ulquiorra, for instance. Despite his growth value exceeding 2,000, it was insufficient for Sasuke to attain his white-clad form. Consequently, Lin Fan invested all his growth points into Ulquiorra. Ding! Ulquiorra's transformation has successfully upgraded, achieving the Arrancar form. Ulquiorra Cipher, Potential, Level, Espada, 4. This Espada possesses uniqueness, can utilize the H-Gyoku. Comes with a Zanpakuto form. Arrancar, Ability 1. Rapid Regeneration, a skill possessed by certain hollows. Typically, ordinary hollows forego this ability upon becoming Arrancars to gain greater offensive power. Yet Ulquiorra retains it, except for his internal organs and brain. All other body parts can regenerate in a remarkably brief period after being damaged. Ability 2. Shared Vision, the ability to extract one's eyeball and remotely transmit reflected images or share visual perspectives with others. Ability 3. Sonido, a high-speed movement technique of the Arrancar, akin to Shuinpa or the Pirate's Sky Step. Ability 4. Siro, a destructive technique utilized by higher-level hollows, concentrating spiritual pressure before instantaneously releasing it to create a flash of immense destructive power. Ability 5. Black Siro, a black Siro that can only be used in the released state by the Espada, notable for its vast power and range. Ability 6. Moonlight Blade, the initial phase of the release. Ability 7. Neural Probe, the spiritual pressure perception of the Arrancar, allowing sensing of all surrounding individuals, including foes, thus discerning their strength and location. Ability 8. Bala, fixing one's spiritual pressure and launching it at the enemy. While its power is inferior to Siro, its speed is 20 times that of Siro. Ability 9. Steel Skin, skin enveloped in an armor-like layer that is impervious to blades. Reputed for its high spiritual pressure hardness, rendering conventional attacks ineffective. Ability 10. Release 1. Release Phrase, Seal, O Black-Winged Demon, a unique skill of the Arrancar, distinct from the Zanpakuto, allowing self-liberation and restoration of the hollow's true form. Remaining abilities are yet to be unlocked. At long last, the release has occurred. Lin Hao is elated. Both the Neural Probe and Steel Skin are remarkable enhancements. Moreover, he acquired several offensive skills all at once: Moonlight Blade, Black Siro, and Bala. Most impressively, he can finally utilize the first stage of release. Indeed, allowing Ulquiorra to grow first was the optimal choice, as each subsequent form demands a substantial amount of growth points. Only the initial evolution requires the least, before he could open the mutation treasure chest. A new development transpired on site. Ding! The body of the zombie king unexpectedly transformed into a portal to the ancient realm. Lin Hao was astonished by his good fortune. The mutation space also unveiled an ancient realm? This is remarkable. Let's take a look. Mysterious mutated ancient realm. The Devil's Invitation. Difficulty: unknown. Entry restriction: below level 10. Challenge duration: 10. Successful completion rewards a mutated ancient realm treasure chest, with over 10 hours remaining in the assessment. Lin Hao decisively confirmed his challenge. In an instant, his form vanished from the scene. Outside, at the assessment venue, was the zombie king truly defeated? Goodness! What kind of summon beast does this student Lin Hao possess? A battle pet, perhaps? It must be a battle pet, not a spirit beast. Could this fellow be a top-tier wealthy heir? The cheapest battle pets cost over 10 million. Even I do not possess one. The assessment mentors were consumed by envy and jealousy, practically drooling. To dominate in the novice space, if it were not for a super battle pet, they would face severe repercussions. Super battle pets are not exorbitantly priced, merely in the tens of billions. He likely single-handedly defeated the leader, which would elevate his assessment score to over 900. In that mutated space, a perfect score is entirely plausible. 1,000 points? It has been years since a perfect score has been achieved. With such a score, any school would eagerly welcome him. Wait, did you see that? The ancient realm has emerged. An ancient realm, truly? Instantly, assessment mentors from various schools across different cities stood in astonishment. The emergence of an ancient realm in the mutated space signifies the mutated ancient realm, which offers not only mutated treasure chests, but also the coveted mutated Ancient Realm treasure chest. The mutated Ancient Realm treasure chest can yield battle pets and war mounts, which can be sold for billions in the outside world. Initially, the mutated space felt like winning the lottery, and now with the emergence of the Ancient Realm, I cannot believe they are not the chosen ones. Our school is willing to offer 15 billion to acquire the mutated Ancient Realm treasure chest. 15 billion? 10 billion is merely the starting price. Without 30 billion, it is mere folly. The astonished assessment mentors were irresistibly drawn to the mutated Ancient Realm. It appeared they had forgotten this was an academic assessment. Moreover, even they were unaware of the terrifying nature of the mutated Ancient Realm. After all, both the mutated treasure chests and the mutated Ancient Realm treasure chests are priceless, the objects of everyone's desire. At this moment, not only Lin Hao but over 1,000 individuals from parallel spaces celebrating the zombie carnival could enter this ancient realm for a challenge. Once the ancient realm is activated, it becomes a shared experience across all spaces, allowing thousands to enter simultaneously, underscoring the formidable difficulty. Entering the mutated ancient realm, Lin Hao found himself amidst a vast blood prison. You have entered the mutated ancient realm. The Devil's Invitation, maximum participants, 10,000. Recommended awakening, Bankai. Devil Fruit Assimilation or higher, challenge for shadow level beings and above, completion condition, eliminate all monsters within the ancient realm. Introduction. The ancient demon has been sealed within the blood abyss for an eternity, and it yearns for the taste of blood, desiring to devour your souls. Resist, and perhaps you may attain redemption. Chapter 10. Extreme Challenge in the Ancient Realm, Shadow Flashes. The Demoness Invitation Task 1. Prevent the revival of the ancient demon by completing various assault missions within the blood abyss, guarding the sealing orb for 10 hours, and resealing the ancient demon. Task 2. Eliminate the ancient demon. Exit not possible. Death equals erasure. Upon conquering the mutated ancient realm, each participant is guaranteed a treasure chest of golden grade. Those who contribute significantly may receive a chest from the mutated ancient realm. Such a daunting challenge? Lin Hao had initially anticipated a solo endeavor, only to discover that it was a day of zombie revelry shared across all parallel dimensions. Is this a joke? No exit? Death equals erasure? At that moment, all participants entering the Ancient Realm Challenge, previously intrigued, found their interest waning as they beheld the suggestion to wield the Bankai Zanpakuto and challenge those of shadow rank or above. Unable to contain their shock, they erupted in exclamations. They had been so thrilled, envisioning the treasure chests and items within the ancient realm, reveling in their fortune as if they had found a bounty. But what awaited them? A harsh reality check. They had only just transitioned to their roles, mere novices, and were thrust into this terrifying spatial challenge. Death? The glaring red font instilled a deep-seated fear within their souls. In that moment, the smiles on their faces morphed into expressions of disbelief and despair. Some were even driven to thoughts of self-destruction. Had they known, they would not have entered. They lamented their impulsiveness. A voice cried out in anguish. The difficulty of the mutated space was already daunting. Ordinary individuals could hardly prevail. Now, they faced an ultra-difficult ancient realm, as if sensing their collective despair. Another notification reverberated through the air. Detected overall strength is incompatible with this otherworldly space, significantly below the requirements to challenge the ancient realm. Item drops within the ancient realm increased by 1,000. Before anyone could react, chains began to rise from the blood abyss. Something lurked beneath. Someone shouted. Now, over 10,000 of them stood upon a colossal platform of the blood abyss, surrounded by an abyss teeming with dark chains. Buzzing echoed as the black chains pulled upwards. And a shadow broke through the mist of the abyss, revealing itself to the crowd. A massive statue, towering at a height equivalent to 50 men. Ancient Demon, level, 25 abilities, Petrification 30, Tough Skin 30, Boxing 30, Martial Arts 30. An array of ability information left everyone dumbfounded. It was overwhelmingly extensive. Ding. The Ancient Demon awakens. Prepare for death. Darkness shall consume you. Beware. At that moment, Li Mumu's voice echoed in Lin Hao's ears. It appears she succumbed to temptation and entered as well. Where are you, old friend? Not only her, but also Gu Tianla, who is searching for Lin Hao's whereabouts. He knows that Lin Hao must have also ventured into the ancient realm. Just then, Lin Hao suddenly appeared behind him and patted his shoulder. Goodness, you startled me. Old friend, you truly have come in. Gu Tianla turned around and saw Lin Hao standing behind him. Lin Hao, my friend. Oh dear, you must save us. The students surrounding Gu Tianla hurriedly clung to him. Had they foreseen the formidable challenges of this ancient realm, they would never have chosen to enter for thrills. Regrettably, it is too late to reconsider. There is no way to withdraw. This is my oversight. I should have intervened sooner. Instructor Limumu wore a gloomy expression. Even she had never entered the mutated ancient realm of the novice space, so driven by curiosity, she did not stop the students from taking the assessment. After all, one might think that the mutated ancient realm of the novice space would be akin to a freebie, right? Entry restriction, below level 10, to her. This was an ancient realm that could be easily conquered. Yet upon entry, she was left utterly astounded. It was not just her. Other instructors were equally taken aback, as this was not merely a class assessment. Now, leading their students into the ancient realm, they deeply regretted their decision. At that moment, the ancient demon finally revealed its fangs, and the chains that bound it began to shatter. Boom! Its massive form crashed heavily forward, kicking up clouds of dust. Everyone present broke out in cold sweat, their scalp tingling, and their legs trembling. Roar! Following that, the ancient demon let out a deafening roar, spewing saliva in their direction. My goodness! At last, someone could no longer contain their fear and sat down abruptly, so frightened that they lost control. How on earth do we fight this? Many newcomers from various guilds, freshly transitioned, stood in shock, retreating repeatedly. Thud, thud, thud. However, the ancient demon advanced with a sinister grin, stepping forward relentlessly. Ding! Sudden mission activated. Collect the nearby power of judgment to activate the colossal guardian against the ancient demon. Hurry, the mission has appeared. Let us get to it. Someone shouted immediately. Hope surged among everyone as they rushed to gather the nearby orbs of light. These orbs represented the power of judgment, and the colossal statue erected behind them was the colossal guardian to combat the ancient demon. Boom, boom, boom. However, without halting the ancient demoness advance, collecting the power of judgment was utterly impossible. Bankai, devil fruit assimilation, above Jonin, only 100? Limumu gritted her teeth. It was time to act. Move. Let them gather the power of judgment while we hold back the ancient demon. The other mentors, along with the few formidable individuals present, found themselves in a precarious situation. The initial release of Limumu's Zanpakuto, the Sparrow Bee, manifests as a diminutive blade affixed to her fingertip, resembling the stinger of an ordinary wasp. When struck by the Sparrow Bee, the affected area reveals a black butterfly pattern, known as the bee pattern. If the center of this pattern is subsequently hit, it transforms into an intricate overlapping design resembling an octagonal bee pattern, ensuring the demise of the target, a technique aptly named certain death in 2 strikes. The attributes of the Zanpakuto are categorized under supplementary abilities, classified as a direct attack type for its initial release. Seizing the opportune moment, Limumu contemplated the full release of her powers. The full manifestation of the Sparrow Bee takes the form of an enormous whip capable of unleashing destructive projectiles akin to nuclear explosions, wielding immense power. However, this release is so colossal and unwieldy that it hampers rapid movement. Let the feeble beings succumb to my might. The ancient demon sneered at the gathering of strong adversaries. Its tree-like fingers clenched as it unleashed a devastating punch. In an instant, blood rained down, and fragments of pristine bone scattered in all directions as several mid-ranking ninjas fell lifelessly, their deaths exuding a brutality that left the surroundings in stunned silence. The atmosphere thickened with disbelief. Had death arrived so swiftly? The ancient demon effortlessly obliterated its victim with a single blow, reducing the human form to mere remnants. Standing imposingly like an indomitable mountain. Witnessing this terrifying spectacle, some were paralyzed in fear. A figure in the crowd struggled to swallow, nearly choking as the overwhelming aura of the ancient demon threatened to tear them apart. No, we cannot falter. If we do not stand firm, who will? Limumu gritted her teeth, her voice trembling as she felt compelled to speak. Their situation was dire, and someone had to rise to the occasion, otherwise, they would all perish. The frail lives before the ancient demon were rendered insignificant under its piercing gaze, which none dared to meet. With a disdainful glance upon the assembly, it raised its right hand, targeting Limumu with a lethal strike. Mentor, Yu Tianla gasped at the horrifying sight, as those behind him felt their hearts falter. Attempting to evade? It was utterly futile. In this manner, Limumu seemed doomed to certain death. Suddenly, a terrifying black shockwave surged toward the ancient demon. A crisis had erupted in the altered realm, where thousands of students faced an insurmountable challenge, the ancient demon's invitation. At that moment, the Dragon Kingdom's officials received a distress signal. Certain individuals resorted to extraordinary measures to alert the Otherworld Strategy Bureau about this predicament. Among the appeals for help were the names of various evaluators from different schools, who, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, were filled with regret. The students had already entered the ancient realm, beyond the reach of intervention or rescue. The situation had escalated beyond their capacity to manage. All they could do was suspend the assessment and issue a call for help. However, to initiate a rescue, the celestial spike was necessary. The Dragon Kingdom possessed only 2 of these vital artifacts, which were essential for countering the threats posed by the Western 8, the Koreans, and the Americans. The official from the Strategy Bureau wore a troubled expression. At present, the Dragon Kingdom was mobilizing its entire strength to explore otherworldly realms, having already engaged a level 120 skeleton dragon. Yet, just as calamity struck, the Western 8, without a shred of honor, sought to seize the skeleton dragon for themselves. How could the frontline warriors of the Dragon Kingdom simply stand by? They awaited the command to deploy the celestial spike, to breach the dimensional barrier and unleash their forces upon the realm of the skeleton dragon, delivering a significant blow to the Western 8. Yet, the current predicament was undeniably challenging. Director Wong remarked that with only 2 celestial spikes remaining, they needed to adhere to their pre-established plan to maximize their numbers and enhance their chances of success. Losing one might jeopardize everything. An official from the Strategy Bureau interjected, stating that the celestial spike could only be retrieved from the mutated treasure chests, with an exceedingly low probability of success. Thus, the dilemma arose, to save or not to save. Everyone's gaze turned to the figure in the shadows. To save. Director Wang Yang of the Strategy Bureau seemed to have made a firm decision, nodding vigorously. We must save them. Just then, the main screen in the Strategy Bureau lit up with the faces of numerous high-ranking officials. The celestial spike cannot be utilized. One of them spoke plainly, issuing a resolute order. The celestial spike holds immense significance for us. In the face of greater righteousness, necessary sacrifices are permissible, stated another prominent figure. Director Wang Yang. We command you, do not employ the celestial spike. Upon hearing this, the entire Strategy Bureau was left in stunned silence. Would they abandon those 10,000 souls? Would they watch helplessly as they perished? Wang Yang took a deep breath of smoke, exhaling a ring, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You cannot dictate my actions. The only authority that can command me is the central government. I will save them. Chapter 11. The ancient demon transforms, entering its second phase. The stakes surrounding the celestial spike are monumental. Wang Yang, you must not act recklessly. I command you. A high-ranking official roared through the video call, his face contorted with rage, glaring at everyone in the Strategy Bureau. Each individual was struck silent by the weight of his intimidation. Whatever happens, I will bear the consequences. It is merely the celestial spike. Before that, I will acquire another one. Wang Yang had made up his mind. With a decisive click, he abruptly ended the video call and turned to face the members of the Strategy Bureau. Prepare the celestial spike. Li Mumu, eyes closed, awaited her fate, when suddenly a dark flash shot from afar, directly saving her life. Who possesses such formidable power? She was utterly astonished, hurriedly searching for her savior. Lin Hao suddenly appeared not far from her, his form strikingly peculiar. Was this the traitorous ninja Sasuke? Before she could react, Lin Hao had already raised his Zanpakuto and swung it forward. With a thunderous roar, the mournful cries of 1,000 birds merged with the blade, unleashing a torrent of black lightning that surged towards the ancient demon. Boom! The sheer force reverberated through the entire space, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. They could hardly fathom why Lin Hao was exhibiting such ferocity. Just one strike had reduced the ancient demon's health by 1%. How formidable was this attack? Old rascal, your Sasuke's power is utterly extraordinary. Gu Tianla's jaw dropped in disbelief. Even he could not comprehend how Lin Hao had mastered Sasuke so adeptly. It seemed he must have unlocked the cursed seal. However, the cursed seal was not a secret. Others had unsealed it before, though none had ever been this ferocious. Gulp. The rest of the onlookers swallowed hard, their eyes glued to Lin Hao's figure. At this moment, perhaps he was the only one capable of resisting the ancient demon's onslaught. Quick, gather the power of judgment. Someone shouted, and suddenly, everyone snapped back to reality, hurrying to collect the scattered orbs of light on the ground. Ding. You are activating the Colossal Divine Soldier. 1234, rumble. The Colossal Divine Soldier finally stirred to life, shaking the very ground beneath them. There were 4 in total. exuding an imposing presence, and as their charging intensified, they began to stride forward, marching towards the ancient demon. "Help me land a hit," Li Mumu called out urgently. She aimed to strike the ancient demon once. No matter how powerful it was, its size made it an easier target. Whoosh! Transforming into his hollow form, Lin Hao. With the wailing cries of 1,000 birds entwined around his Zanpakuto, sprouted wings, and soared into the heavens before diving down. Boom! A deafening crack of thunder echoed as he struck the ancient demon. Roar! A long gash appeared on the massive body of the ancient demon, oozing blood from its shoulder to its waist. "Weak mortals, offer your bodies to me." Despite its injuries, the demon continued its relentless advance. Ninjutsu, Water Wave. Zanpakuto, release. Freeze it. Devil Fruit, expand. At that moment, an array of ninjutsu, sword techniques, and devil fruit powers sliced through the air, crashing upon the demon's form, exploding like fireworks. The ancient demon possesses 30 toughness and 30 petrifying toughness. Your attacks will be ineffective. Please quickly lose the power of judgment. Damn it. If we don't stop its movements, how can we collect anything? Li Mumu spat out in frustration. With one decisive strike, under the cover of her fellow instructors, she finally managed to hit the ancient demon once. At that moment, a stunning honeycomb pattern manifested upon the ancient demon's leg. This was the honeycomb blossom. When struck at its center by a wasp, the honeycomb blossom took on an intricate overlapping design, transforming into an octagonal form, signifying a guaranteed death for the struck target, hence dubbed the two-hit kill. The second strike. Li Mumu had resolved to go all out. It was either the demise of the ancient demon or their own. Bang! A deep pit suddenly appeared on the ancient demon's leg. Surprisingly, the honeycomb blossom did not deliver an instant kill. This was anticipated. Li Mumu took a deep breath. Nevertheless, he had finally inflicted injury upon it. "Old rascal, when did you become so formidable?" At that moment, Gu Tianla had instantaneously appeared beside Lin Hao. Was it the right time to ask such a question? Here it comes. Lin Hao kicked Gu Tianla away and charged forward, dodging to the side. Boom! A bolt of demonic power, akin to lightning, surged from their original position, striking the spatial barrier behind them and erupting in a brilliant flash. Ding! The ancient demon has sustained repeated injuries and is now exceedingly enraged. Its seal is gradually dissipating, allowing it to utilize its powers. Upon hearing this information, Li Mumu, along with the other mentors, guild members, students, Lin Hao, and Gu Tianla, were all left in disbelief. This creature could still grow stronger? What the hell? Is it cheating? Is it invincible? Rumbling. Fortunately, at that moment, those who had gone to collect the power of judgment had gathered sufficient energy, activating the colossal divine weapons. These 4 colossal divine weapons brushed past them, their focus solely on the ancient demon, advancing purposefully. Roar! The ancient demon transformed, its form now in the second stage, unleashing black tentacles that flailed wildly. Each tentacle that struck them shattered into countless fragments of stone, producing a deafening roar. At this rate, the colossal divine weapons would be obliterated. Panic-stricken cries erupted. Ding! A strike mission has appeared. Collect the power of judgment to augment the sealing crystal's strength. Reaching a certain threshold will enable the sealing of the ancient demon. Here it comes. The mission has arrived. Instantly, hope sparked in the hearts of 10,000 onlookers, who began frantically gathering the mysterious orbs of light scattered on the ground. Beep, beep, beep. The sealing crystal is activating. 112. This pace was half as fast as activating the colossal divine weapons. Their sole reliance now rested on Lin Hao, Gu Tianla, Li Mumu, and the mentors. As long as they could hold it off, victory was within reach. "Old rascal, that kick was brutal," coughed Xiao Liken, nearly dazed from the blow, but fortunately stabilizing himself. He understood that Lin Hao was saving him. Otherwise, he would have certainly been struck by that demonic force just moments ago. Ding! Due to the prolonged battle, the chaotic demon's power is beginning to unseal. Roar! The ancient demon let out a bellow as torrents of demonic power surged forth from within its body. The winds surrounding them were compressed into an exceedingly ferocious demonic tempest, representing a vast and formidable skill. However, its true power lay in the void lock. Before being attacked, none could move even a fraction, left only to gaze in despair. Chapter 12. Seal it, Blackwing Demon. In a moment, Li Mumu spat blood, sent flying by the force. The ground trembled. The other instructors were also hurled away by this blow. Its lethality exponentially increased, sweeping across the battlefield. Thousands were struck simultaneously, their bodies, weapons, and items shattered. Those closest suffered grievous injuries, blood gushing from their orifices, their internal organs and bones obliterated in an instant. In a heartbeat, 3,000 souls perished. After a brief moment, someone staggered to their feet, overcome with terror, exclaiming in disbelief. The ancient demon's powers had just begun to be unleashed. Yet it was already so terrifying. How could one possibly resist? The difficulty of the mutated ancient realm was indeed beyond human capability. Lin Hao, blood streaming from his head, flapped his wings and gazed downward. The battlefield was overwhelmingly tilted. Nearly everyone had lost their fighting spirit under this strike. Pain and wails of despair permeated their minds. Although Xia Liken stood nearby, he too was affected, his complexion pale and his body swaying. The instructor group was nearly annihilated, with even Li Mumu temporarily rendered unconscious, and the students collapsing in place, succumbing to unconsciousness. Even the colossal divine weapon had been reduced to useless rubble. Stingbug. It seems the task of sealing the crystal is beyond our reach. We have failed. Lin Hao took a deep breath and suddenly twisted his wrist downward. If not now, when would he act? Return to the blade. Seal, Blackwing Demon. A resonant hum echoed, accompanied by wails that seemed to shatter the heavens. Roar. Even the ancient demon let out a ferocious roar. What are you doing, old rascal? Gu Tianla exclaimed, witnessing Lin Hao's unusual actions. Are you throwing away your sword? Is Lin Hao in despair too? No, that was not it. In an instant, realization struck him. This was not the act of discarding a sword, but rather the Soul Slayer disappearing into the void, vanishing before Lin Hao. Could it be? Suddenly, a pure black aura erupted from Lin Hao. Gu Tianla stood astonished, his hair blown about, eyes wide with disbelief. This power was on par with the ancient demon, perhaps even stronger? Return to the blade. This is the return to the blade. How could you, old rascal? Gu Tianla was utterly flabbergasted. Wasn't Lin Hao merely a level of the traitorous ninja, Sasuke? There was only one explanation. Lin Hao had concealed something. He possessed two awakening abilities. One was from the world of Naruto, and the other was one of the 10 blades. No wonder Lin Hao had never seen anyone use that form before. The fusion of both abilities resulted in a combined skill. As Lin Hao's blade returned, Li Mumu struggled to open her eyes, only to witness the descending black droplets of spiritual pressure. She was taken aback. What was this? The spiritual pressure released by Lin Hao made her feel as if a vast ocean loomed above her. Suddenly, a pair of enormous black wings, capable of obscuring the sky, emerged, merging with Sasuke's peculiar curse seal wings. Lin Hao slowly lifted his head, his fingers transforming into elongated claws, and in this state, his speed, defense, and attack power surged significantly. Bug stepped back. His right hand suddenly manifested a spear of light crafted from spiritual energy, entwined with the wailing of 1,000 birds, igniting like flames. This was Lin Hao's most formidable power unleashed in full force. Pierced through it. With a low growl, the spear in Lin Hao's hand thickened and expanded. Alas, he had yet to awaken the second stage of his blade's return, but this was his utmost effort. Boom. As the spear descended from above, the entire sky erupted with a thunderous roar. Gu Tianla felt a sharp flash before him, rendering him blind to everything. He could only hear the ancient demon's furious roar gradually diminishing. Congratulations, you have cleared the ultra-high difficulty ancient realm, the invitation of the demon. Each participant receives a guaranteed reward: 1 golden chest, 3 silver chests, and 10 bronze chests. Rating: Level 0 laid back. You have earned the title, Ancient Realm, Slayer of the Ancient Demon. Everyone receives growth points. 10,000. Did we win? Gu Tianla's face was one of disbelief. He merely played a minor role. And it was over? Lin Hao had dispatched it with a single blow. What more could be said? Lin Hao was gasping for breath. Thankfully, it was resolved. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss. The combined power of Xiao Wu and Sasuke was indeed terrifying. Due to your defeat of the ancient demon, you have received a mutated ancient realm chest. Due to your defeat of the ancient demon, a growth point critical hit has been achieved, granting you 30,000 points. Due to your defeat of the ancient demon, you have obtained the rare title, Ancient Demon Slayer. This title comes with abilities. Delight surged through Lin Hao. Thus, he had acquired a mutated chest, a mutated ancient realm chest, 1 golden chest, 3 silver chests, and 10 bronze chests. In addition, he had obtained 30,000 growth points. It is worth noting that the mutated zombie king only granted 500 growth points. The ancient demon was exceedingly generous, directly yielding 40,000. With such a bounty of growth points, he could surely acquire the white-clad Sasuke. Kirin was waiting for him. As if relieved, Lin Hao collapsed, both mentally and physically exhausted, having expended all his strength in that final assault. Old rascal, you must explain everything clearly. Just tell me one person, and I promise I won't tell anyone else. I swear on my own life. Gu Tianla's voice resonated like the whispers of ancient deities. Lin Hao, already at his limit, decided to cease his efforts upon receiving all the rewards. Suddenly, an ear-piercing sound erupted in the celestial expanse. Li Mumu and Gu Tianla, both startled, glanced around, fearful of further complications. If there were indeed monsters lurking in the altered space, their fate would be sealed. With a resounding boom, a colossal conical crystal pierced through the spatial barrier, descending upon them. "Is that the celestial spire?" exclaimed Li Mumu, well-versed in such matters. It appeared that the official forces from the Dragon Kingdom had come to their rescue. Clearly, the outside world was aware of their perilous venture into the ultra-difficult ancient realm, where survival was deemed nearly impossible. They had deployed the precious celestial spire to save them. However, unbeknownst to them, the ancient demon had already been vanquished. As Li Mumu's vision faded to darkness, she succumbed to unconsciousness, suffering a severe head injury that could lead to amnesia. Medical personnel rushed forward to assess her condition, confirming that her life was not in danger. What on earth transpired here? Wang Yang pondered, taken aback by the chaotic battlefield, strewn with bodies. Yet most showed signs of life, indicating they had not perished. "Director, some of the personnel are gravely injured. We must evacuate them immediately." An agent from the Countermeasures Bureau urged. "Act swiftly to treat them. We must carry everyone out. The power of the celestial spire can sustain for an hour. And during this time, we cannot afford to lose a single individual," Wang Yang commanded decisively. Regardless of the circumstances, their immediate priority was to escape this place. Chapter 13, The Maiden of Holy War, the Ancient Realm Treasure Chest Unveiled. Within the Ancient Realm, the strength of the level 25 Ancient Demon was alarmingly close to that of a 100-level monster. This was the assessment provided by the Otherworld Countermeasures Bureau. As they listened to the eyewitness accounts, their astonishment grew, especially regarding its characteristic, Tough Skin 30. A 100-level monster typically possessed Copper Skin 100. Yet Tough Skin 30 was already comparable to the attributes of a 100-level creature. How could they have defeated such a formidable ancient realm leader? "Did any of you see who was responsible?" Wang Yang inquired urgently. "No, it was too chaotic at the time. One skill rendered us all unconscious. There was no opportunity to discern who struck the fatal blow," the witnesses replied, gradually regaining consciousness, their minds clouded and memories fragmented. "Where am I?" Li Mumu notably seemed dazed, unable to recall her entry into the ancient realm. "Hey, you. Did you see what transpired afterward?" Someone called out to Gu Tianla. Startled, Gu Tianla quickly forced a smile. "No, I was unconscious too, completely unaware." "Really?" The Countermeasures personnel furrowed their brows, expressing skepticism. Gu Tianla hastily remarked, "I only caught sight of a shadow, which unleashed a certain skill. Oh yes, it was the heavenly strike. I believe that was the incantation. Then I knew nothing more. When I awoke, I had already been slain." The personnel from the Countermeasures Bureau whispered among themselves before addressing Gu Tianla. "What about your classmate? Hey, wake up." "Oh, this Lin Hao was gravely injured." "Oh yes, he had struck his head." Gu Tianla quickly took cover. "Shouldn't we hasten to find a medical ninja?" The staff, noticing Lin Hao's forehead was indeed bleeding, urged him along. All right. Thus, under Gu Tianla's protection, Lin Hao successfully extricated himself from the scene, all the while making only a simple record. "Thanks, buddy." Lin Hao suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Why are you concealing the truth? This is the official dragon country. If they recognize your prowess, you will surely be favored. You could gain admission to prestigious schools, even directly into universities." Gu Tianla was perplexed as to why Lin Hao wished to hide his abilities. Currently, the dragon country is in its pioneering phase, urgently seeking capable individuals. "If I reveal myself, wouldn't I be conscripted as a laborer?" Lin Hao whispered, "Whose youth isn't precious. We only have one youth. And if we do not cherish and utilize it properly, it will be lost forever." Yet, Gu Tianla felt he had more to say, but Lin Hao interrupted him. "Even if you remain silent, they will surely uncover my identity. It could be a day, 2 days, or a week. It is only a matter of time." Lin Hao implied that he preferred to delay the inevitable, as he detested being constrained. Indeed, with thousands dead among 10,000, the authorities will undoubtedly trace it back to you. Gu Tianla nodded in agreement. After all, Lin Hao's display of power had been nothing short of astonishing. Whether through the cursed seal or the transformation into the espada, The techniques he employed had left Gu Tianle utterly astounded. Dual awakening. Such rarity across the nation. My close friend is indeed a prodigy of dual awakening. If this secret were to be revealed, Lin Hao would find it impossible to lead a tranquil life. We must make haste, Lin Hao urged. With this assessment, I am uncertain if the results will count. Encountering such events, I cannot endure another examination. However, even if there were to be a reassessment, I could easily excel. Let us go? Gu Tianle nodded and swiftly returned to school. He had acquired a golden chest, 3 silver chests, and 10 bronze chests in the ancient realm, and he was brimming with excitement to open them and discover the treasures within. Open. He immediately unlocked all the chests. Congratulations, you have obtained. Upon reaching the final entries, Gu Tianle could hardly contain his elation. A purple-tier ninja tool, along with advanced ninjutsu and other useful items. Overall, it was a tremendous gain, certainly not a loss. One must mention the ranks of ninja tools: white, blue, purple, red, and orange, reflecting the levels of ninjutsu. Thus, Gu Tianle's fortune seems relatively favorable. What has you so elated, you scoundrel? Lin Hao inquired. Elated? Me? How could I possibly be happy? You must have procured a mutated ancient realm treasure chest, haven't you? Gu Tianle suddenly recalled something, his eyes wide open. Hurry, open it. Let us see what treasures lie within. The mutated ancient realm treasure chest is exceedingly rare, and whatever it yields is bound to be of the highest caliber. However, the most lucrative rewards are typically battle pets or mounts. Lin Hao prepared to unveil its contents. Old scoundrel, have you lost your mind? What if it reveals a level 3 ninjutsu? Gu Tianle licked his lips. Then I would suffer a significant loss, Lin Hao shrugged. He could awaken himself infinitely. And he lacked for ninjutsu. He had no desire for ninja tools, considering them mere trifles. Mutated ancient realm treasure chest. Description: manifest your desires, make a wish. Ding. The mutated ancient realm treasure chest is slowly opening. As blinding golden light radiates, it appears you have acquired a battle pet. Wow, it truly opened. Lin Hao exclaimed with delight. What? A battle pet? Gu Tianle's lips twitched. He had hoped Lin Hao would uncover a high-level ninjutsu, such as the formidable techniques of the Thousand Hands or the Wood Release, Advent of the Tree Realm. With a flash of golden light, a golden-haired, twin-tailed little girl clad in vibrant silks appeared before Lin Hao. Master, she began sweetly, her voice exceptionally melodious. Battle pet, daughter of the Holy War. Mary Rose, race, angel, attribute, light, level, 0, rarity, chosen 1. Usage restriction, Lin Hao. Description: a combat angel from myth, dispensing divine punishment with her gun. Mary Rose was once a mortal, but unwilling to witness her people suffer, she rose to the occasion, donning the crown of divine fortune, toppling the decaying empire. Possessing powers that transcend the mundane, she was feared by the world and ultimately vanished into the vast sea of humanity, only to respond when her strength is truly needed for protection. Gu Tianle shook his head nearby. In his view, everything aside from high-level ninjutsu was unworthy of mention. You understand nothing. Lin Hao remained silent, aware that his image in the eyes of the scoundrel had been irrevocably shattered. Yet, what could he do? Was it his fault that he had summoned a golden-haired, twin-tailed little girl in vibrant silks? The pursuit of beauty is an unavoidable trait of humanity. The treasure chest had indeed reflected his thoughts, past regrets, previous disappointments. And the sage state achieved after moments of venting were all encapsulated in the now obsolete study materials residing in his computer's hard drive. Chapter 14. Global Announcement. The heavenly cone can still be salvaged. Could Gu Tianle comprehend this? Comprehend what, exactly? He merely fulfilled a desire, yet committed a mistake that any man might make. I fail to comprehend why you all are so enamored with the allure of silk stockings. Gu Tianle sighed. At that moment, Mary Rose adjusted her stockings, the fabric pressing into her flesh, rendering Lin Hao momentarily speechless. You do not understand. This is one of humanity's greatest inventions, he said with earnest gravity. That blend of obscurity and clarity, even when I strive to conceal it, cannot resist the call from the depths of my heart. Thus, I must go with the flow, adhering to my true self. When I feel lost, I turn to silk stockings. They allow me to reopen my heart until I am filled with joy. This is why I indulge in them daily. They relieve my stress. By the way, you wouldn't be. Lin Hao's expression shifted as he realized something. His lifelong companion, who had shared countless childhood memories with him, was indeed no, absolutely not. I swear by my manhood. In that instant, Gu Tianle understood Lin Hao's thoughts and replied, I am simply uninterested in that. What I appreciate is the kind from the land of the morning calm. Just look at my study materials. Lin Hao exclaimed as he noticed the hundreds of collected treasures stored on his hard drive. I nearly forgot the main matter at hand. Old rascal, I am here to pack my belongings. My transfer paperwork has been completed. Gu Tianle suddenly recalled something and checked the time. It was nearly time. The intermediate and advanced classes are merely a transition. Soon we shall both aim for illustrious universities. Lin Hao stated. Indeed, I shall refrain from any further trivialities. Gu Tianle nodded in agreement. He had always recognized Lin Hao's exceptional abilities and harbored no concerns about his admission to university. With dual awakenings, if word got out, wouldn't those schools be in a frenzy to recruit him? Before long, Gu Tianle departed from the school. In the dormitory, Lin Hao remained alone. With other treasure chests yet to be opened. Lin Hao resolved to unlock them one by one. Mutation treasure chest, opening. Ding. The mutation treasure chest is slowly opening. As a blinding golden light emerges, you have obtained the legendary Zanpakuto, Shallow Hit. Its name, flowing blade like fire. Shallow Hit? Mary Rose exclaimed in astonishment from beside him. Logically, the mutation treasure chest should not yield the Shallow Hit Zanpakuto, should it? Although she had just been reborn. Her powers were godlike, allowing her to instantly grasp prevalent information about this world. Isn't it true that the mutation treasure chest should not be able to produce the final form of the sword? Reviewing its attributes, Lin Hao promptly chose to display them. Zanpakuto, Ryu Rin Ruahua, form, Shallow Strike, the most potent and ancient Zanpakuto of the fire element, reputed to possess unparalleled offensive power among Zanpakuto. The heat released upon its initial activation is sufficient to reduce anything it touches to ashes, and the temperature during its final release rivals that of the sun's core. Initial release ability, city walls ablaze, torches, hellfire, final release ability, residual fire blade, a millennium ago. The residual fire blade's power was to encapsulate all flames of Ryu Rin Ruahua within the sword, transforming it into a magnificent sword that incinerates anything it strikes with explosive fire. Final release techniques, residual fire blade east, rising sun blade. Residual fire blade west, dying sun S garment, residual fire blade south, cataclysm of 10 trillion flames. Residual fire blade north, ashes of heaven and earth. Being the oldest Zanpakuto, it has no awakening prerequisites, allowing its wielder to utilize it effortlessly. This is indeed a fascinating concept. Lin Hao's lips curled into a subtle smile. No awakening prerequisites? Mary Rose exclaimed in astonishment. Although Xiao possessed a Zanpakuto, being a member of the Espada, there remains a distinction between a return to the blade and a Zanpakuto. Lin Hao nodded and continued. Thus, the existence of this ancient Zanpakuto is entirely coherent. I see, Mary Rose said, realization dawning upon her. In that case, this mutated treasure chest is rather fortunate. After all, the value of a mutated treasure chest is immeasurable. She had been anticipating the emergence of artifacts, orange-grade ninja tools, advanced ninjutsu, or similar items. A Zanpakuto was beyond her realm of imagination. Here, Lin Hao suddenly offered her the sword. With a swift motion, Mary Rose assumed a combat stance and lashed out forward. Suddenly, a blade of fire erupted, soaring into the sky outside the window. Beep, beep, beep. Detection indicates that you have opened a mutated treasure chest and acquired the oldest Zanpakuto. Would you like to announce this globally? Yes. Lin Hao grinned mischievously, eager to create a ripple of excitement among foreign lands. Thus, beneath the skies of the real world, the voice of the system resonated. Attention. Global announcement. Attention. What is happening? Chiba? In that moment, everyone halted their actions. The system controlling both worlds? It had been nearly a decade since the last such announcement. What could it possibly proclaim? Could it be that an empire from another realm is preparing for war? Tension filled the air. The Dragon Kingdom has opened a mutated treasure chest and unexpectedly obtained the oldest Zanpakuto. The people of the Dragon Kingdom have opened a mutated treasure chest and unexpectedly acquired the oldest Zanpakuto. Citizens of the Dragon Kingdom have opened a mutated treasure chest and fortuitously obtained the oldest Zanpakuto. The system's voice resonated 3 times, echoing across the globe. In that moment, everyone was utterly astounded, frozen in place. Moments later, chaos erupted. Hey, people from the Dragon Kingdom? What is the situation? What is the most ancient Zanpakuto? Does anyone understand? I have just awakened a rather unimpressive Zanpakuto, while others have obtained the most ancient one. It's maddening. The world has gone into a frenzy. Who is the fortunate individual that possesses this sword? Could it be the mightiest in the Dragon Kingdom, Hao Tian? What about the mutated treasure chest? Why has there been no announcement regarding the mutated ancient realm treasure chest? Wang Yang is perplexed. Is it possible that the one who defeated the mutated realm S leader is not the same as the one who vanquished the ancient realm? Regardless, we must find out. For opening the mutated treasure chest is often accompanied by the celestial spike. This person is among the thousands. Investigate. Utilize all available resources. As long as we can reclaim a celestial spike, we can rectify our previous losses. If the higher-ups lay blame upon us, we shall have a remedy. Director Wang Yang's words instilled hope within the entire strategy bureau. Given their capabilities, this task is not insurmountable. They will swiftly ascertain the identities among the thousands. Even if the one who defeated the ancient demon is not the same as the one who acquired the most ancient Zanpakuto, they will still be able to uncover the truth. It merely requires some time. The celestial spike is an immensely significant strategic artifact. Its absence will greatly impact the front line of the exploration. There is still time to remedy this, but if the small nations or the Koreans catch wind of it, it would be disastrous, especially the Eagle Nation, which would undoubtedly create chaos at the first opportunity. Chapter 15. The White-Robed Kirin Sasuke. Set up a stall to sell ninja tools. 1 golden treasure chest, 3 silver treasure chests, and 10 bronze treasure chests. This time, Lin Hao was puzzled. No wonder he felt his luck had run out. Ninja tools, Zanpakuto, devil fruits, all of which are the lowest tier of trash. And the best reward was merely a pair of blue ninja shoes? Isn't this something that can only be obtained from a mutated treasure chest? Holding 5 celestial spikes. He wore a gloomy expression. Was his fortune extraordinarily fortunate, or was it abysmally poor? Celestial spike, description, appears to be capable of opening dimensional walls previously. The strategy bureau seemingly utilized this item to save them. Let us keep it for now. Next, it was time to handle the over 40,000 growth points. The white-robed Sasuke, having undergone considerable growth, donned a white robe, mastering both lightning release, Kirin, and fire release, allowing him to shift into the form of Chidori to strike down distant foes, along with Curse Mark II. Thus, Lin Hao dedicated all his growth points to Sasuke. Ding! Uchiha Sasuke has successfully leveled up, attaining the form of white-robed Sasuke. View. Uchiha Sasuke. Potential. Level. This Espada possesses uniqueness. Reincarnation of Indra's chakra. Form. Wind of the Ninja War. 2 white-robed Kirin. Strength. Elite Jonin. Capable of overwhelming contemporaneous ninjas. Heavenly Seal State 2. Further enhancement of the Seal State. Chakra significantly amplified. Lightning Release Technique 1. Chidori Flow. A technique based on Chidori. Enveloping the body in Chidori, first and second forms, derived from Gaara, an alternative form of absolute defense that paralyzes enemies. Lightning Release Technique 2. Chidori Blade. Chidori 1000. Chidori Spear. Lightning Release Secret Art. Kirin. A unique technique that utilizes the Great Fire Dragon technique to create thunderclouds and unleash the immense power of nature's lightning against foes. The pinnacle of lightning release. Fire release techniques. Great Fireball Technique. Phoenix Fire Technique. Dragon Fire Technique. Great Fire Dragon Technique. Paired with Lightning Release Kirin. Bloodline Limit. 3 Tomo Sharingan. Genjutsu. Illusionary Chains Technique. Genjutsu Sharingan. Supportive Ninjutsu. Transformation Technique. Shadow Clone Technique. Substitution Technique. Manipulation of Shuriken Technique. Sharingan Manipulation of Windmill Triple Sword. Taijutsu. Body Flicker Technique. Shadow Dance Leaf. Space-Time Ninjutsu. Summoning Snake Gaze Binding. Summoning Hidden Shadow Snake Hand. Summoning Thunder Light Blade Transformation. Summoning 10,000 Snakes. Combination Ninjutsu. Wind Demon Shuriken Shadow Windmill. Ninja Tools. Kusanagi Sword. Not possessed. Can be replaced with Zanpakuto. Finally transformed into a level of potential. Sasuke has transcended his youthful phase. Truly formidable. Lin Hao beamed with delight. Although he expended all growth points, he can finally summon Kirin. At this stage, Sasuke has matured, wielding terrifying power. The flowing blade of the Zanpakuto replaces the Kusanagi sword. And with the awakening of the black-winged great demon white-robed Kirin, Master, this world is truly fascinating. Once I transcended all, yet in this era, everyone has the opportunity to evolve to the utmost heights, not at all lonely. Marie Rose wore a blissful expression. Once, her overwhelming power instilled fear in humanity, leading to her self-imposed exile, ultimately fading into the annals of history, forgotten by all. During that time, she felt profound solitude. She pondered why the heavens bestowed upon her such formidable strength. Now, reborn in this era, Perhaps it is the heavens fulfilling her heart's desire. Rose, when you were present, the other realm likely resembled Blue Star, yet now, it has evolved to a terrifying extent. Lin Hao briefly elucidated the nature of the other realm. The other realm has fragmented into so many shards? Marie Rose was astonished and exclaimed, the other realm was once a cohesive space. It is astonishing that after millennia, each region has become an independent space, and these independent spaces have further split into parallel realms. As you said, it is indeed more terrifying than during my time. However, what caused the realms to fracture? What force led to the disintegration of the once cohesive world? She found herself perplexed, despite her recent inception. She was already able to connect with fragments of knowledge from the Blue Star. You ask me, but who should I inquire? Lin Hao shrugged. Perhaps it was a formidable being who shattered the realm with a single punch? Regardless, the current landscape of the realm is rife with various factions, notably the Undying Empire, which stands in opposition to the Dragon Kingdom. The denizens of the Undying Empire wield skills such as ninjutsu, soul-cutting blades, and devil fruits, frequently ambushing the people of the Dragon Kingdom, leading both sides to a point of bitter enmity. Furthermore, there exists Dimension City, the Soul City allied with the Dragon Kingdom in this otherworldly domain. Its inhabitants traverse the portals, commuting between the realms. They too have access to Dimension City. However, the city has recently come under attack from a faction of the Undying Empire and is currently in a state of recovery. Thus, inter-realm travel is temporarily suspended, with an estimated restoration period of 1 month. The Undying Empire was once overshadowed during my time by a starry empire that I single-handedly toppled. Mary Rose pondered for a moment, but that was ages ago, and it seems no one remembers the existence of the Starry Empire now. As for Dimension City, she knew even less. Perhaps upon returning to the other realm, fragments of memory might resurface. Having completed his advancement examination, Lin Hao was left with a holiday, which he had meticulously planned. Rose, let us depart. He quickly gathered his belongings and led Rose away from the school he had attended for 6 years. Without delay, he made his way to the portal, only to discover that all his savings were insufficient to enter the ominous forest. Thus, he resorted to trading the recently acquired ninja tools, ninjutsu scrolls, worthless soul-cutting blades, and low-tier devil fruits. Transaction successful. Stall remaining time 1 hour. Lin Hao's stall was a roadside setup, bustling with foot traffic from the transit station, quickly drawing the attention of passers-by. With all items clearly priced, customers browsed and purchased freely. Lin Hao was eager to part with these useless items. So cheap? I'll take this one for 100,000. Let us make the transfer. Oh, I need this. What is the price? Can you lower it a bit? Various men and women lingered at his stall, selecting their desired goods. In that moment, it felt somewhat akin to playing an online game. Yet, the stark reminder of reality, where death was a possibility, prompted him to dispel any notions of frivolity. Though the monsters in the novice area were of low level, there was always the risk of powerful creatures intruding, a phenomenon known as random encounters. In the face of such monsters, the average person would hastily opt for flight. As a battle pet, Mary Rose had the ability to enter and exit the battle pet space at will. That space was akin to her home, easily modifiable at her command, much like a Pokemon's Pokeball. However, it was evident that Mary Rose had no desire to remain within. She appeared beside Lin Hao, peering around with curiosity, admiring the statues and architectural styles reminiscent of the Sacred Domain Center. Chapter 16. The Precious Cone of Heaven in the eerie forest at the center of the Sacred Domain. Lin Hao was busy packing away the remaining ninja tools and various belongings when he instinctively inquired upon hearing Rose's words. The Sacred Domain is an organization I established single-handedly, and having resided here for an extensive period, I am still attuned to its essence. It is indeed remarkable that, after several millennia of resisting the Starry Empire, you have reduced it to a mere transit station or launching pad. The center of the Sacred Domain possesses such teleportation capabilities, Mary Rose stated, revealing a chilling truth. Keep your voice down, Lin Hao exclaimed, taken aback. Had he unwittingly stumbled upon a profound revelation? The jump space of Blue Star was, in fact, a creation of his battle pet from the Sacred Domain? This was indeed impressive. The treasure chest had truly yielded an extraordinary being. At this moment, several curious glances were cast in their direction, as if searching for something. Noticing this, Mary Rose fell silent. The entrance fee had been sufficiently gathered. Lin Hao had sold his goods entirely. Just as he stood up, he spotted a group of individuals in formal attire hastening towards them. Could they be from the Countermeasure Bureau? Mary Rose wondered aloud. Are they here to find Lin Hao? Surely. It is to ascertain whether he was the one who vanquished the ancient demon in the assessment space. If they capture me, my days of leisure will be over. Lin Hao acted swiftly. Success. Activation fee paid. Entering the eerie forest parallel space number 128. Teleportation in progress. Please wait. 3, 2, 1. Wait, hold on. Just as Lin Hao was about to teleport, the group rushed over in a frenzy. Yet, they were too late. A beam of white light enveloped Lin Hao and Mary Rose, and they vanished instantaneously. Goodness, this kid is fast. Wang Yang gasped, breathless. They had just mobilized personnel to verify Lin Hao's identity when they encountered an unexpected problem. Consequently, he led a team to summon him. What was the outcome? Upon arriving at the location, they found nothing. Every piece of clothing and belongings had been meticulously packed away. I'm going after him. After reviewing the city's surveillance footage, Wang Yang was driven into a frenzy, racing towards the transit space. Thus, the preceding scene unfolded. They were a step too late. Lin Hao's figure had already vanished into the portal. My cone of heaven! He roared skyward. The unauthorized use of the cone of heaven had placed immense pressure upon him. Due to his continuous explanations, he had failed to clarify the identities of those within the assessment space. By the time he was able to investigate Lin Hao, such an event had transpired. What are we waiting for? Pursue him. However, Wang Yang soon found himself dumbfounded once more. Captain Zhaoji of the Otherworld Countermeasure Bureau had directly followed Lin Hao into the Frost Ruins. Yet, upon entering the eerie forest, he was immediately struck by the absence of any presence around him. He had been separated. Exit. I wish to depart and return to the city. Ding. Return to the city successful. You may challenge the sinister forest once more today. Upon returning to the transit station, Wang Yang immediately attempted to engage again, yearning to squeeze into parallel space number 128. However, he found himself unable to gain entry, once more diverted to the subsequent parallel space. Damn it. Do not toy with me. The pinnacle of heaven is of utmost importance. In the next moment, Wang Yang vanished again, akin to those individuals from the Strategy Bureau, all unable to penetrate the barrier. At this juncture, the queue for parallel space number 128 had extended beyond sight, now exceeding 200. Push forward. Let us press on. Thus, the members of the Strategy Bureau commenced a fervent struggle to advance in line, returning the perspective to Lin Hao. Otherworldly space, sinister forest, entry requirements, none, description. This is the paradise of slimes. Do not underestimate these creatures, for they possess a cruel nature, eager to dissolve you. Thirsting for fresh flesh and blood. May you not become their next meal. Level 05. Geography and location, West. Entry limit 1,000 individuals. Exit conditions. Complete the challenge or actively utilize the return skill. This space features a balance system, wherein the strong have their power automatically equalized, eliminating the possibility of overpowering. Challenge time limit 34. Rewards. Now that Sasuke has leveled up, Lin Hao aspires to advance Little Crow as well. The form of Requiem 2 is truly formidable. First, he will enhance Little Crow and then gather monster materials to awaken the third individual. This constitutes Lin Hao's objective. However, he must also conquer the 3 major novice areas, Sinister Forest, Whirling Sea Island, and Zombie Carnival Day. At last, he has arrived at the second space. The otherworldly realm from millennia past exudes a familiar essence. Mary Rose's nose twitched slightly, as if savoring the fragrance of the earth. In battles of millennia hence. I wonder if your body has succumbed to rust? In Lin Hao's hand appeared the most ancient of soul-cutting blades, which he swung forward with vigor. Crash! Flames surged forth like black thunder, unleashing a terrifying flash of blade energy. This strike, infused with the essence of Little Crow, flowing blade like fire, and Sasuke's attributes, was undeniably powerful. Boom! In the distance, the black slimes were suddenly shattered into fragments, reducing to mere ashes. Buzz! The blade struck the ground, sending trees in the vicinity tumbling, leaving a void of flames in its wake. The intensity was evidently more than thrice that of before. After all, Sasuke now wielded the second seal, significantly amplifying his strength. Angel's Sword. Mary Rose also ventured into combat, testing her skills. The result, however, paled in comparison to Lin Hao's might. It seems my strength has been diminished, allowing me to manifest merely 1/10,000th of my original power, Mary Rose remarked, shaking her head. Even the angelic attire she donned could only unleash a fraction of its capabilities, a mere 1/1,000,000th of its power from millennia ago. Flowing blade of fire. You may use it first, Lin Hao remarked. He had just seen the notification that the monsters slain by Mary Rose were also counted towards him. With a hum, Mary Rose wielded the flowing blade of fire, effortlessly sweeping through the wild creatures. Her angel sword paled in comparison to the purple ninja tools. What ancient slaying blade existed at the shallow tier? A mere flick was enough to obliterate the slimes. Summon Outer Path Golem. Lin Hao unleashed the Outer Path Golem, which crushed the monsters like a steamroller. Before them, the slimes were left with no option but to be mercilessly slaughtered. It felt akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Ding. Your battle pet, Mary Rose, has leveled up to 1. Ding. Your battle pet, Mary Rose, has leveled up to 2. Ding. Your battle pet, Mary Rose, has leveled up. Upon reaching level 3, her speed significantly increased. As for Lin Hao, he had yet to clear all the novice zones, thus his level remained at 0, firmly placing him in the realm of beginners. The long-forgotten slimes, of which he had once slain 1,000,000, were for the sake of obtaining a rare title and reward. With her golden hair and twin tails and clad in vibrant attire, Mary Rose suddenly spoke. 1,000,000 slimes? Lightning release, Kirin. 1,000,000 slimes? Lin Hao was taken aback. Indeed, Mary Rose was a true grind master. Had she truly slain a whole 1,000,000? The rare titles and rewards were easily obtainable, and slimes were weak and simple to kill. In the otherworldly realm, they would respawn infinitely, as long as one found the spawn point. Completion could be achieved in a matter of days. Mary Rose continued, moreover, the experience gained from 1,000,000 slimes is quite astonishing. Coincidentally, I know the location where slimes spawn the most. Once, she had scoured every inch of the vast, eerie forest in pursuit of slimes. Ultimately, she discovered the most efficient and reasonable spot for monster slaying, the very place that enabled her to achieve the milestone of 1,000,000 slimes. However, with the otherworldly realm fractured, it remained uncertain whether the eerie forest landscape had changed or if that cave still existed. Mary Rose casually remarked, I believe this serious task must be entrusted to you. Lin Hao placed his hands on her shoulders, his gaze intense. Even if such a place truly existed, he had long since slain 1,000,000 slimes. Was this something an ordinary person could manage? Not a problem. Yet, Mary Rose readily agreed, without the slightest hesitation, as if slaying monsters was as natural as eating or drinking, never tiresome in her eyes. Truly, she was the oldest angel, the woman who single-handedly created the holy realm. Lin Hao could not help but admire this grinding master and architectural genius. Very well, with a grind master at hand, the achievement of 1,000,000 slimes is surely within my grasp. Oh, by the way, what is the reward? He almost forgot the most crucial detail. The rewards are inherently random, as I am not the only one undertaking this task. However, they are truly rare and worth pursuing, Mary Rose remarked. Then let us act swiftly, Lin Hao asserted. Based on my recollections, we should proceed in this direction. Thus, under Mary Rose's guidance, they meandered left and right, spending nearly an hour until they arrived at the most secluded and desolate location. Here, the landscape was dominated by indestructible rocks, and Howren had reached the very edge of this realm. Allow me to search first, Mary Rose said, displaying remarkable agility as she leaped from one spot to another, keenly observing her surroundings. In no time, her face lit up with delight. I found it. Is it really there? Lin Hao exclaimed in astonishment, hastening to see for himself. Indeed, under Mary Rose's lead, they uncovered an exceptionally concealed lair, one that would be nearly impossible for anyone to locate. The sounds of writhing within were unmistakably filled with an abundance of slimes. 10,000? 20,000? Or perhaps 50,000? Regardless, the entire lair was teeming with slimes, saturating the entire space, yet they could not escape. Is this another realm? Lin Hao pondered in amazement. He had previously learned that interdimensional spaces held many inexplicable phenomena. And here it was. Mary Rose had indeed guided him to one of those elusive places. Here, we can unleash wide-ranging skills without concern, for the rocks are indestructible, and the slimes spawn at an astonishing rate, incapable of attacking us. Mary Rose added with a hint of regret, however. I am unable to exert even a fraction of my power, even with my flowing blade-like fire technique. I am still at a novice level and have yet to mature. But I am here, am I not? Lin Hao replied with a cheerful smile. With the Uchiha Sasuke form in my white attire, I possessed vast area ninjutsu such as the Curse Mark II, Kirin, Fire Release, and Lightning Release. Step aside. He instructed Mary Rose to move out of the technique's range and then assumed the Sasuke form. Transformed, he appeared as a dashing figure clad in white. Fire Release, Great Fire Dragon Technique. Lin Hao formed hand seals and unleashed 3 or 4 fire dragons into the sky. Mary Rose stood frozen, bewildered by his intentions. Why direct ninjutsu towards the sky? Wait, what is that? She gasped. Thunderous roars followed, leaving her astounded. Could it be the power of elemental nature? She wondered. The potency of this technique must be unparalleled. It would be sufficient to obliterate all the slimes in the lair below with a single strike. Lightning release. Kirin. Lin Hao summoned the lightning from the heavens with fervor. Suddenly, a thunder dragon surged forth from the ominous clouds, roaring fiercely as it dove downward. The immense force encompassed the entire area below, ensuring that not a single slime could evade its wrath. The notifications rang out incessantly, overwhelming Lin Hao's interface with a barrage of messages. You have slain a slime, level 1. You have slain a slime, level 2, and so forth. It was utterly astonishing. He had annihilated 50,000 slimes in a single strike. After summoning the Qilin, Lin Hao stood in stunned silence. You have obtained the title, 50,000 man. What manner of title is this? Setting aside the query, the sheer quantity of slimes vanquished granted him 5,000 growth points. Thus, if he were to eradicate 1,000,000, would that yield 100,000? Lin Hao was elated beyond measure. Previously, he had to exert considerable effort to defeat an ancient demon, which awarded him a mere 40,000. Now, slaying 1,000,000 slimes could bestow 100,000? Such a bounty could unlock Sasuke's Manjiki Sharingan, and perhaps even elevate it to new heights. Ha! The mere thought sent him into fits of laughter. Master, the slimes respawn at a rapid pace. This area will be filled within 20 minutes, Mary Rose remarked, giving a thumbs up in admiration. This single strike possessed the power akin to her own from years past. Then I shall activate Seal 2 to replenish my chakra, Lin Hao replied. His spirits lifted as he began to channel the seal to enhance chakra recovery. 20 minutes would suffice. Preparations for the next Qilin were underway. Meanwhile, Wang Yang of the Strategy Bureau utilized a special item, only to discover that Lin Hao's location remained unchanged, leading him to express frustration at being unable to breach the line. Director, let us wait here for him. He will eventually emerge, suggested a colleague. How long? A summer holiday? That's 60 days. He has 60 days of leave. Director Wang Yang had received the precise information. Lin Hao would be on break for an extended period. It was far too long. How could he possibly remain patient? The heavenly spike was of utmost importance. He needed to devise a plan to acquire it. Finding Lin Hao is paramount. Everything else can be negotiated. However, given the mounting pressure from above, we should seek out other heavenly spikes and perhaps rely on fortune, proposed a staff member from the Strategy Bureau. Thus, they split into 2 teams and notified various departments for support, now hoping that the Inspection Bureau from the otherworldly space could assist them. Wang Yang sighed, lamenting his earlier oversight of that student. By the time he conducted further investigation after leaving, it was already too late. The events transpiring in the ancient realm were impossible to conceal. Lin Hao's formidable combat prowess had been discovered. Chapter 18. The Slime Inn, the most popular barmaid. At this moment, Lin Fan was engrossed in slaughtering slimes, reveling in the excitement as he summoned Qilins one after another. 50,000, 50,000, 50,000. His eyes sparkled with delight, finding no monotony in the endeavor. The summoned Outer Path Golem voraciously absorbed souls. So this is the thrill of leveling up? Is this the sensation of being a dedicated gamer? 500,000 slimes, 50,000 growth points, yet another 500,000 to go. Lin Fan licked his lips. He had initially pondered how to unlock Sasuke's Sharingan, but now all his concerns had been resolved. Lightning release. Kirin. As a lightning dragon descended from the heavens, it obliterated all the slimes within the cavern, reducing them to mere ashes. Countless ninja tools lay scattered about the cave, yet Lin Fan showed no interest in collecting them. The spoils of the novice area were nothing but trash, never surpassing the blue tier. Before long, the Kirin struck down once more. Ding. You have slain 1,000,000 slimes and earned the title of Slime Nemesis with attributes, ding. Congratulations. You have received a special reward. Slime Inn, huh? Lin Fan was momentarily stunned. Master, what reward did you receive? Mary Rose inquired, tilting her head. The attribute-laden title was of little consequence, and the Slime Inn was merely a quaint establishment. A miniature building materialized in Lin Fan's palm. It was a red slime adorned with a crown, utterly adorable, with a mouth that served as a door and eyes and a nose that resembled windows. It boasted 2 stories and a balcony, quite remarkable. Oh, so it is this. What a pity, Mary Rose lamented, shaking her head. It's not a combat item, just a mere inn. Lin Fan contemplated the slime Inn thoughtfully, his imagination igniting with inspiration. Suddenly, a smile crept across his face. He had an intriguing idea. Mary Rose watched in astonishment as the slime in was placed atop the back of the outer path golem. How did I not think of that? She exclaimed, her surprise palpable. This would become a mobile abode. With a creak, Lin Fan opened the door, and a maid materialized before him. Greetings, master. I am Tifa, the maid of this inn. Lin Fan nearly lost his composure. Staying at the slime inn also comes with a top-tier maid? He gazed at Tifa's gentle demeanor, momentarily speechless. First Mary Rose, now Tifa. At this rate, he would inevitably lose his focus. Gulp. Ahem. Half an hour later, Lin Fan, alongside Mary Rose and Tifa, had mastered all aspects of the inn. It was a tavern inn, with guest rooms on the second floor, including a special room for the owner, complete with a small terrace for his use. The first floor housed the kitchen and dining area, managed by Tifa, who effectively served as the face of the establishment. Therefore, Mary Rose, from now on, you shall be the food procurement officer for this inn, Lin Fan declared. Food procurement officer? Mary Rose nodded. She did not mind the task of hunting for ingredients. Thus, their roles were clearly defined. The mobile tavern in another world was now a reality. Lin Fan delightedly envisioned a steady stream of income flowing in. Main is never too much. In fact, the more, the merrier, for in the future, the entrance fees, usage fees, and challenge fees will all require main. Simultaneously leveling up and earning money in this otherworldly space is simply delightful. However, I am utterly exhausted, parched, and yearning for a sumptuous meal and a refreshing drink. I, too, find the trials of hunting in this alternate realm to be arduous. To support my family, I must undertake labor. You are in the same predicament. I thought I was alone in this struggle, but it appears everyone is toiling. Life is not easy. Look at these slimes. They struggle even when faced with demise. Perhaps it is best not to slay them. O saintly one, retreat. I merely mentioned their struggles. Living is a challenge. Who suggested sparing them? Take my blade. Those who toil in the hunt of this other world, armed with the most rudimentary of blades, lacking even the initial release, are but mere passerby, hardly worth mentioning. As for the devil fruits, they are not the legendary ones. Rather, they resemble soap fruits or liquid soap fruits, suitable for hand-washing at best. The majority of the populace exists in such a state. In this alternate space, they comprise a staggering 90. Ah, what is that? At that moment, a woman with cascading waves pointed towards the distance, her eyes brimming with astonishment. A sign? What does it say? Instantly, others noticed it, their eyes widening in disbelief. What? A slime tavern? Alcohol? Food? Suddenly, their minds raced with possibilities. A stroke of genius. How did I not think of establishing a mobile inn in this otherworldly space? Some individuals experienced a moment of clarity. Why don't we go take a look? Who knows what delectable offerings may await us? They all agreed, deciding to investigate further. Thus, when they arrived beneath the outer path golem, a ladder was promptly lowered. Is this an invitation for us to ascend? Several exchanged glances. Since we are here, let us see what awaits. Upon climbing the ladder, they beheld a quaint slime abode. Exquisitely crafted, surrounded by lush greenery and small creatures. Knock, knock, knock. They approached and rapped on the door. Please, push the door open. We are open for business. Do come in. With a gentle push, the door swung open, revealing a scene that captivated their senses. Warm and orderly, luxurious yet understated, the ambience exuded comfort and tranquility. Who would have imagined such an establishment existed in this alternate realm? They engaged in hushed exchanges. Please, take a seat. At that moment, Tifa appeared. Instantly, the men of the group were rendered speechless, only to quickly regain their composure. This lovely lady, would you care to join me? My name is irrelevant. Will you marry me? Hey, maintain your composure. They cautioned, their focus shifting back to reality. Indeed, had it not been for that woman with the flowing hair, they would have been utterly enchanted. Restraint. As bounty hunters of the otherworld, steadfast and resolute, how could they be swayed by beauty? Bang. At that very moment, the button on Tifa's blouse unexpectedly popped open, striking the man before her squarely in the face. The sound was remarkably crisp. The man tilted his head back, the button resting on his forehead, and an instant silence enveloped the room. Oh, I'm so sorry, Tifa exclaimed, hastily reaching for the button. It's quite all right. Just marry me, the man replied, his expression shifting dramatically as he caught sight of Tifa's alluring figure, his eyes rolling back in blissful faintness. Hey, a curvaceous woman interjected, rushing forward with an irate expression. This woman certainly knew how to captivate an audience. With Tifa as the focal point, customers would undoubtedly flock to them. Truly, she was the leader of the area. Lin Fan watched from the sidelines, a broad grin illuminating his face, regardless of what transpired. He had Mary Rose by his side for protection. Chapter 19. The Transformation of the Little Owl, the True Thunder Spear. The slime and bustled with activity, and Lin Hao and Maine were skillfully managing their tasks. The amount of money was inconsequential, but it was imperative that they did not fall short. After venturing through the ominous forest, there remained 100,000 points of growth value yet to be utilized. It was time to evolve the Little Owl, the second transformation. Lin Hao resolved to invest all his evolution points into Ulquiorra Cipher. Beep. Ulquiorra Cipher's form evolution in progress. Beep. You have 12,000 growth points remaining. Evolution of form successful. View details. Ulquiorra Cipher. Potential. Level. Espada. 4. This Espada possesses unique traits, capable of wielding the H-Gyoku. Inherently possesses a Zampicate, form. Arankar, ability 1. Rapid regeneration, a skill possessed by certain hollows, typically abandoned by standard hollows upon becoming Arankar for enhanced offensive power. But Ulquiorra retains this ability, allowing all body parts, except for vital organs and the brain, to regenerate in a remarkably brief period. Ability 2. Shared vision, extracting the eyes from their sockets, enabling the remote transmission of images or shared perspectives with others. Ability 3. Sonido, an Arankar's high-speed movement technique, akin to Shuanpa or the pirate's sky step. Ability 4. Zero, a destructive technique employed by high-level hollows, concentrates spiritual pressure to release an immensely destructive flash. Ability 5. Negra Zero, a black zero usable only in the released state of the Espada, possessing vast power and range. Ability 6. Moonlight Blade, first stage of transformation. Ability 7. Neurosensation, an Arankar's ability to sense spiritual pressure in the vicinity, including all individuals, allowing awareness of their strength and position. Ability 8. Bala, a technique that launches fixed spiritual pressure toward an enemy. The power may not surpass that of a phantom flash, yet its speed is 20-fold that of the latter. Ability 9. Steel Skin, an armor-like skin impervious to blades, reputed to possess remarkable spiritual pressure hardness, rendering typical attacks ineffective. Second stage release, also known as the second phase of sword release. This transformation remains unseen by all, including Aizen and the other Espada. Among the Espada, only he possesses the capability of a second stage release. Upon activation, he is cloaked in black feathers, with wings fully unfurled, revealing bat-like claws and a long, freely manipulable tail, the tip of which bears a knife-like bony protrusion. His feet are armed with sharp talons, and the hollow in his torso expands, adorned with black markings. Description: this form significantly enhances power and agility, building upon the first stage release capability. Second stage release ability, Thunder Spear, a skill that generates a spear-like spiritual entity in hand, aimed at a target before launching an attack of astounding force. Even a missed shot can unleash shockwaves that affect a vast area, surpassing the speed and power of the first stage release. Tail Whip, the tail, manifested during the second stage release, serves as a weapon to strike adversaries. The next evolution, the third stage release of the H-Gyoku, necessitates exceedingly high growth values and the item, H-Gyoku. Description: Fallen Angel Form, an evolution from the second stage release, featuring hair and tail transformed to white and lengthened, with black flames forming horn-like structures on both sides of the head. The black feathers on the arms shed, while the lower body's black feathers morph into a skirt-like appearance, replaced by the H-Gyoku in the original hollow. Its posture resembles that of a fallen angel. The Thunder Spear of the second stage release, combined with Sasuke's Indra's arrow, poses an insurmountable challenge. Lin Hao resolves that before advancing to higher education, his next objective is to awaken Sasuke's Mangeki Sharingan. Rose, is there anything else? He grasped Mary Rose's shoulders, shaking her gently. No, I can't recall. Mary Rose replied, her memory equally muddled. The novice area is too challenging for me to remember anything. After all, it's been far too long. It seems they must venture to a higher level area. The only remaining task is to conquer the Vortex Island. Lin Hao swiftly dispatched the Slime King in the dark woods, racing toward the final otherworldly space. Notification: Otherworldly space, Vortex Island entry requirements, none introduction. This is the Lair of the Sea Spirits level, 04 geographical location, Western region entry limit. 999 individuals exit requirement. Clear the level or actively use the return skill. This space possesses a balance system, where the strong are automatically matched in combat power, eliminating any overpowering advantage. Challenge time limit. 34 rewards. Notification: a mutation has occurred in this otherworldly space. Please take heed. A mutation has transpired. Another one? Lin Hao felt elated. As long as it wasn't a monstrous mutated ancient realm. The mutated boss in the novice area would pose no challenge to him. Let Mary Rose take care of the killing. It should be an effortless victory. Name: Sea Spirit, mutation. Race: mutant. Level: 2. Health: 100. Mana: 100. Skills: Roar 2, Water Bullet 5, Dullness 5. Water type? Lin Hao's lips curled into a slight smile as he raised his hand, crackling with lightning release. Chidori flow. Boom, 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 boom. A dozen sea spirits ahead were utterly obliterated. Summon: Outer Path Golem. Bang. In a cloud of smoke, the Outer Path Golem manifested upon this vast sea island, commencing its soul devouring. Employing lightning ninjutsu, particularly the Chidori transformation, made dealing with these monsters exceedingly simple, completely counteracting them. Just as he reveled in his slaughter, the Whirlpool Island was already at full capacity. Number of people: 999. Damn it, the mutation space. Is this a joke? I came here to farm ordinary monsters. Wasting my money. Zheng Ming gritted his teeth, his heart racing with anxiety. He glanced around at the others. Each one mirrored his feelings, bewildered, at a loss. Filled with panic and dread. The mutation space was exceedingly rare, akin to winning the lottery. Yet, the difficulty was evident. Some monsters surpassed those found in higher-level spaces. They all trembled in fear. Perhaps we should just return to town. I won't need the money. A beautiful woman faltered. Her eyes quivered. Previously, there were those who dared to challenge the mutation space. Those individuals vividly remained in her memory, swiftly becoming bloody skeletons, gruesomely perishing before her eyes. And he, upon the corpses of those fallen, had exchanged their lives for his own. Everyone, remain calm. Zheng Ming bellowed. If he did not speak now, it would truly be the end. There were 20 of them in total. He was the initiator of this mission. Zheng Ming had obtained a treasure map from another world, with the location right here, along this parallel line. He had spent a considerable sum on designated group teleportation. As commoners, they could hardly afford a second entry fee. Exiting now would render their efforts futile. Chapter 20. Well, that's it for the victory. And now what? Survival of the fittest. This is our destiny. And we are the strong. The fortune of the strong is one of our powers. We have earned this opportunity through our own strength. Do not fall into misconceptions. The mutation space appeared to cater to our treasure-seeking endeavors. This sufficiently proves that the treasure map contains vast wealth, perhaps even items of superior grade. Zheng Ming's words resonated with everyone. Items of superior grade? Gulp. Some could not help but swallow hard. Indeed, if they truly were of superior grade, any item, ninja tools, scrolls, or the like, would lead to fortune for all 20 of them. Remember, our affairs must not be disclosed to anyone. This is our secret. Zheng Ming glared fiercely and shouted. However, the instructions on the treasure map indicated a challenge for a large team. Upon further investigation, it seemed to require over 500 people. A person nearby muttered with a complex expression. What did you say? Zheng Ming abruptly lifted him up. Do you even realize what you were saying? How can 500 be enough? Are you out of your mind? I'm not foolish, the man replied softly, but I understand that the hints surely hold significance. Although the treasure is important, our lives hold greater value. Since we are all from Long Kingdom, it would be wiser to share, reducing the difficulty considerably. Upon hearing this, several others nodded in agreement. Have you all failed to mature? Zheng Ming forcefully tossed him aside. Those formidable beings of the world. Did they not obtain their opportunities through relentless effort? How else could they have ascended to such heights? Just look at your lackluster appearances. He sneered. This treasure map was devised by me, and I hold the final say. Do not think we are unaware. This map was acquired through theft. One person in the group scoffed. So what if it was stolen? That group is undoubtedly doomed. There is no way they could survive in a level 10 boss's lair. No one knows. Zheng Ming continued to scoff. Moreover, when we departed, the sole strong individual was gravely injured. How could they possibly endure? Do not forget, you did not lend a hand. Instead, you stood by with indifference. I take on the burdens, I play the villain, and now you feign righteousness? Upon hearing this, the crowd found themselves unable to refute his claims. Indeed, it was a fact. Lured by the treasure map, they had come here to dig for riches. Since we are all in this together, let us cast aside our facades, Zheng Ming continued coldly. This group of 20 will excavate the treasure from the map and then depart, dividing the spoils equally. It's that simple. If anyone opposes, you may leave now. The treasure map will have no part for you, and you can live your life as a pauper. Silence ensued. Their quiet acquiescence indicated agreement. Should any issues arise later, if anyone dared to blame me, I would not hesitate to take action. Zhang Ming retrieved the treasure map to examine it. Just then, a notification echoed from the otherworldly realm. The space has been successfully cleared, triggering a mutation in the novice area, Vortex Island. Defeat the level 10 Sea Spirit leader and destroy the sacrificial lair to achieve remarkable success. Congratulations, Lin Hao has successfully cleared the challenge solo. As the leader's slayer, you have received an additional mutated treasure chest. The mutated area of Vortex Island has returned to normal. What? Zhang Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as he heard the notification. His expression transformed into one of incredulity. Had it truly only been 20 minutes? How could this be? It was impossible. How could they have cleared it so swiftly? The leader of the sea spirits has been slain? Has the challenge been completed? Thunderous echoes reverberated, leaving everyone in stunned silence, as if they had heard the roar of a tempest above. How could one named Lin Hao have accomplished this? At that moment, Zhang Ming's mind raced, grappling with overwhelming shock and disbelief. The crowd stood frozen, as though struck by lightning. It is important to note that this realm possesses a balancing system. Powerful beings are automatically matched in strength, rendering any form of overwhelming dominance impossible. Thus, to complete the challenge, the time required would invariably exceed 8 hours, with the fastest recorded time being 7.5 hours. What in the world is happening? Suddenly, Zhang Ming grasped something profound, and his astonishment dissipated, replaced by immense delight. This is splendid. With this, they could proceed to excavate treasures without hindrance. The monsters had reverted to their normal form. Let us hasten to dig. We owe our gratitude to this Lin Hao. Although the means by which he accomplished such a swift victory remain unknown, it inadvertently benefited us. The crowd, now united in purpose, began to urge one another onward. Let us depart. With a sweeping gesture, Zhang Ming led 20 companions towards the treasure site, which was not far away. Congratulations! You have slain the sea spirit leader, earning a level 10 mutated soul and a growth value increase of 2002. You have completed the Vortex Sea Island challenge, receiving an additional growth value of 999. The sea spirit has dropped a mutated treasure chest. Congratulations! You have successfully completed 3 novice areas, completely breaking free from novice restrictions. You may now challenge higher-level otherworldly realms. Otherworldly realm difficulty, variable. With a single move, Lin Hao unleashed a devastating strike, effortlessly vanquishing the sea spirit leader. Upon noticing that no ancient realm portal had emerged beneath the sea spirit, he exhaled in relief. To speak frankly, the difficulty of the ancient realm is exceedingly daunting. One can only wonder what kind of primordial monstrosities might manifest. The last encounter with an ancient demon had been quite tormenting. Should a foe more formidable than the ancient demon arise, he would need to resort to his second-tier blade technique, the Thunder Lance. In truth, there was a slight tinge of regret. It seemed that obtaining a portal to the ancient realm was no simple feat. Attention! Someone is utilizing a dimensional shovel to excavate treasures within this realm. Excavation successful. Ancient realm. The summons of the Judicator. Coordinates. Lin Hao nearly choked in disbelief. He had not unearthed the ancient realm portal, yet someone else had managed to excavate it. Master, do you wish to accept the challenge? Mary Rose and Tifa inquired beside him. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Hao considered his circumstances. Having recently evolved his small crow into his second-tier blade technique and witnessing Sasuke transform into his white-clad Shilin form, his combat prowess had significantly increased, surpassing tenfold. After all, these are ultimate skills. When facing the ancient realm monsters, I am no longer at such a disadvantage. To be honest, I would like to encounter another ancient realm treasure chest. Lin Hao made up his mind and drove the external demon statue toward the designated coordinates. Although the ancient realm monsters are challenging to defeat, they are not insurmountable. Moreover, it is an excellent place to earn experience points. He vividly remembered how he effortlessly gained 40,000 experience during his last encounter. Chapter 21, The Heartless Pig Slaughtering Machine, The Arbiter. News of the ancient realm's emergence was broadcast throughout the entire Vortex Island, complete with coordinate prompts. Zhang Ming had not anticipated this development. Shortly after they entered, hundreds of players flocked from all directions toward this location, and the numbers only continued to swell, as each individual was enticed by the allure of the mysterious treasure. The ancient realm, indeed, it is the ancient realm. I never imagined I would have the chance to step into the ancient realm and strike it rich. I shall take my leave first. After a moment of stunned silence, they hurriedly rushed into the teleportation portal. There were no restrictions on entry into the ancient realm. All awakeners from the entire 999 Vortex Island could enter. Upon Lin Hao's arrival, he entered the portal without hesitation. With a wave of dizziness, he found himself in an immense space. You have entered the invitation of the Arbiter of the Ancient Realm, maximum participants, unlimited, suggestions, none, completion condition, defeat the unique monster, description, the Arbiter from another world awaits your arrival. He will judge your sins, and all guilty shall face judgment and be cast into hell. Arbiter, unable to exit, death erasure, unable to exit, death erasure? Lin Hao was taken aback. What the hell? Now, everyone was left dumbfounded, particularly Zheng Ming and his companions, who were utterly speechless. Moreover, as he observed more and more people materializing around him, he realized the gravity of the situation. The news of their treasure hunt had spread throughout the island, seemingly shared across the entire space. Had he known this, he would not have wasted breath with these individuals. However, what on earth is this unable to exit? Death erasure nonsense? How could there be such a setting in the ancient realm? At that moment, his smile was no longer the usual. It was one of sheer disbelief. In any case, he had reached a point where he felt like he might as well be dead. This was originally a mutated space, but with the mutation lifted, the ancient realm's setting might have been affected as well. Some souls trembled at the thought. Had the mutation not been declared lifted, they would not have entered the ancient realm. Unexpectedly, they had fallen into a trap. This special setting still existed and had not been removed. They had learned that only the mutated ancient realm within the mutated space had rules of being unable to exit and death erasure. Now, they had effectively brought ruin upon themselves. Truly, what one fears often comes to pass. Amidst the gathering of numerous individuals, a voice rang out, bolstering their spirits against the looming threat of a judge. As if sensing their collective despair, another notification reverberated, delivering a disheartening message. Detection indicates you are far below the challenge conditions of the ancient realm. Item drops in the ancient realm increased by 2,000. Before Lin Hao could react, a stone sculpture began to ascend in the center of the space. Was it an angel adorned with demonic wings? The very air was thick with an aura of terror. As the statue fully materialized, its color shifted from gray to vibrant hues, and its mesmerizing green eyes slowly opened. In an instant, the animated statue gripped its long blade, assuming an aggressive stance. Whoosh! In that fleeting moment, every onlooker seemed to glimpse a bloody hellscape within that single strike. Zheng Ming's face contorted in fear. How terrifying! What manner of monster is this? Challenge initiated. You shall confront the judge. Failure to challenge results in immediate obliteration. The chilling implications of the last two messages nearly caused them to spew blood and fright. A collective scream erupted as the reality of a visceral hell gripped their senses, as if they could be cleaved in two at any moment. Such swiftness in the strike. Lin Hao turned to witness the judge vanishing, only to reappear, mercilessly slaying a group of men and women in the distance. Yet, he had no time to spare for them. The judge reappeared, targeting him directly, clearly aware of the threat he posed. Thousand Bird Flow. Lin Hao emanated the essence of Thousand Bird Flow, employing a technique to create clones. His true self and a duplicate swiftly maneuvered, launching simultaneous attacks from the left, above, and right towards the judge's vital points. Bang, bang, bang. Each of his strikes collided with the judge's blade. The judge's expression flickered with surprise before rapidly repositioning to strike at the nearby crowd. A woman, paralyzed by fear, lost her composure, scrambling to evade. In that moment, she forgot her identity as an awakened. Yet, the judge's aim was not her. Instead, he effortlessly dispatched a nearby young man. The unfortunate soul emitted no sound as a crimson line appeared, severing him from crown to groin. In that instant, he was torn apart. Others followed suit. Not in physical dismemberment, but in a shattering of spirit. What level of power is this? Unknown. No means to assess or gather any information. Zheng Ming and his companions were so stricken with terror that they nearly lost control, desperately attempting to evade. Help me. Save me. Please, do not kill me. A heart-wrenching cry reverberated throughout the air as people desperately scattered in all directions. Yet, wherever the formidable judge passed, rivers of blood flowed, revealing it to be an unfeeling machine of slaughter. Swish, swish, swish. A few swift strikes in midair, and a group of men and women felt a chilling sensation slice through their bodies, robbing them of the most precious essence of life, their souls. Splatter. A rain of crimson cascaded from the heavens, a most dazzling sight. There were too many people, too densely packed. Lin Hao, utilizing his small crow, found that any exertion of power would inevitably affect others, compelling him to wait until they dispersed. Furthermore, the judge of the ancient realm no longer directed its attention towards him, seemingly intent on cleansing the area. Lin Hao was left with no option to act swiftly. In mere seconds, the judge had ruthlessly claimed 2 lives, extinguishing both life and soul without remorse. In an instant, over 100 had perished. The remaining individuals trembled in fear. Damn it, had they known, they would never have entered. That treasure map was nothing but a trap. Zheng Ming was consumed by regret, paralyzed by terror. Swish. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, a girl beside him was cleaved in half. Don't kill me. Please, don't kill me. The air was filled with screams and wails. Yet, the confines of the challenge arena were limited. Where could they flee? Under the overwhelming weight of power, they were utterly helpless. After all, no one anticipated encountering such a terrifying beast in the novice area of the ancient realm. They had believed they had stumbled upon a great fortune, only to find themselves ensnared and butchered like swine. Swish. The judge raised its blade. Ninjutsu, Earth Flow Wall. Zhang Ming shouted, completing his hand seals. This technique could manipulate the structure of the earth. Chapter 22. The Judgment Angel, the Collapse of Parallel Space. The ground began to tremble violently, yet the judge remained unfazed, its expression as cold as ice. Did it truly think that a mere alteration of Earth structure could impede its movements? Swish. In an instant, it vanished from sight. Where did it go? Zheng Ming screamed in terror. It was gone. The judge had disappeared. Although it was no longer visible, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped his heart, as if he would be dismembered in the next moment. Earth escape. Rock armor. Zhang Ming bellowed. Drawing earth into himself, a formidable armor enveloped his entire being. This ninjutsu was known for its robust coverage and high defense. It had kept him alive thus far. Yet, an ominous sound echoed through the space. In a heartbeat. His massive head encased in earth flew into the sky. Zheng Ming's expression was one of utter horror as his head began to spin in midair. He vaguely perceived the judicator appearing behind him like a specter, the elongated blade dripping with crimson drops of blood. Thud. The earthbound body, composed of ninjutsu, rapidly disintegrated. A headless corpse toppled forward, blood gushing from the neck and splattering onto the ground. Most individuals had succumbed to utter despair. What manner of creature is this? 5 minutes? No, it had not even been 5 minutes, and yet 200 or 300 lives had been extinguished. The crowd finally dispersed, and I have you now. However, at that moment, a strange figure emerged behind the judicator, exhaling a dark, ethereal flash. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Lin Hao struck with precision, engulfing the judicator in a torrent of black, ethereal flashes. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The armor upon the judicator began to tremble violently, shedding numerous plates, before being propelled back 100 meters, casting a cold glare at him. In that instant, all eyes were fixated in horror, pressing against the outer walls. Wide-eyed at the unfolding scene, a one-on-one confrontation? An absurd thought flickered in their minds. To challenge the ancient leader of the mutated realm? Ding. The judicator has detected your sins. Your insatiable greed has rendered the judicator immensely powerful, and it shall reveal its angelic true form to judge the wickedness of all. What? Upon hearing this notification, the crowd gasped in disbelief. What the hell? They were at a loss for tears. The true form? Lin Hao resolved to unleash his full power, donning his phantom robe and activating Sasuke's abilities. Mary Rose, Outer Path Golem, arise. Mary Rose was summoned from the battle pet realm, her heightened combat instincts sensing something amiss. Master, the Vortex Island's otherworldly space is on the brink of collapse. Stunned by these words, Lin Hao was taken aback. Boom. Suddenly, the space beneath his feet shattered like glass. Crash. Not only below, but the dimensional walls in all directions began to crumble. He was astounded, as everyone was engulfed in the void, plummeting downward. Apart from him, numerous figures appeared around, all in free fall, utterly oblivious to the calamity at hand. The judicator's voice echoed through the fractured space, proclaiming, "The judicator shall judge your sins." The crowd hurriedly glanced downward. The judicator had transformed into an oddly shaped angel, addressing them. What the hell? Thousands of individuals from the parallel realms of Vortex Island cursed in unison. At this moment, astonishment was the only reasonable response. Anyone witnessing this scene would feel their scalp tingle. What is happening? Is this some unforeseen disaster? In the midst of my battle against monsters, I found myself bewildered by the sudden collapse of space. What transpired? The parallel realm of Vortex Island is fracturing uncontrollably. Countless figures have fallen into this chaotic domain. Nearly 100,000 souls in an instant. Such a staggering number. They stand face to face with the Judgment Angel, their very souls trembling in fear. The Judgmenter unveiled its true form, a level 120 entity, heralding untold calamities. The Slayer would be rewarded with an invaluable Angel-S chest and bestowed with a rare title, alongside the ultimate completion rewards. Is this a jest? Level 120? Good heavens! Is this not the highest monster level in the Dragon Kingdom? An Angel-S chest? I have never even heard of such a thing. Yet, instead of pondering treasures, one should focus on survival first. The space has reorganized, and the final challenge has commenced with participants numbering at 100,000. Victory lies in defeating the Judgment Angel. Failure means total annihilation. The sight of the words total annihilation sent shivers through the hearts of countless guilds and powerful players. Damn it! I am but a novice. Why must I endure this? Many were on the verge of tears. They had bright futures and promising paths ahead, yet here they stand, facing oblivion. Who is the wretched soul responsible for unleashing this monstrosity in the novice zone? They cursed incessantly. However, the true culprit had long since met a grim fate. Do we truly possess no chance of victory with our 100,000? At that moment, someone could not contain their thoughts. Nearly 100,000 stood present. If we cannot overcome the Judgment Angel, we shall accept our fate. What are we waiting for? Let us fight. Many swallowed hard as they beheld the flickering aura surrounding the Judgment Angel in the distance, its eyes glowing ominously green, drawing ever closer. With each step it took, the void trembled. I retract my previous statement. Let anyone who dares engage do so. Cold sweat streamed down the brows of many, their teeth chattering, legs trembling uncontrollably. They were facing the apex of the Dragon Kingdom's monsters. As novices, newly awakened in this alien realm, this was nothing short of a disaster. Your sins shall be judged. Descend into hell, roared the Judgment Angel, emerging from the luminous mist, its form swelling to over 20 meters, exuding an overwhelming presence. In an instant, many were blinded, letting out hoarse cries. The very fabric of the void quaked once more, the shock wave emanating from the Judgment Angel crashing into every individual. Despair surged as many hastily employed their skills, tools, and abilities to defend themselves. Yet, they still felt the searing pain of heat against their skin. Merely a diminutive Judgment Angel, the most inconsequential minion of the celestial realm. Once, I could have dispatched this being with a mere slap, yet here it stands, brazenly defiant. At this moment, Mary Rose bit her delicate lip, struggling to accept the reality of being sent sprawling. As the most ancient angel of the sacred domain, the daughter of the holy war, and once the bearer of the divine crown, she would never permit a former lackey to trample upon her dignity. Chapter 23. A breezy victory. I am here to judge your transgressions. With a swift motion, Mary Rose unleashed a strike. In the past, such a trivial insect would have been reduced to licking the soles of her shoes. Your power, it emanates from the celestial realm. Who are you? The Judgment Angel, struck by her blade, felt cracks form in its dark exterior, astonished. Celestial power? It had been ages since it encountered such might. Could it be that the once mighty celestial realm still harbored descendants? I am Mary Rose, the oldest angel of the celestial realm, she proclaimed with immense pride. Mary Rose? I am only familiar with the third, the Winter Moon Angel. I do not recognize you. The Judgment Angel sneered, swinging its sword of judgment toward her position. Boom. With a sound akin to mountains crumbling, Mary Rose was sent hurtling away, her frustration palpable. The Judgment Angel, having once been a mere insect, was understandably oblivious to her identity. Ah, the youthful angel. I am indeed the most ancient of the celestial beings. Boom. The Judgment Angel showed no mercy, striking again. Wait. Allow me to finish my words, Mary Rose exclaimed, making a frantic retreat. At present, she could barely muster a fraction of her former strength, and despite her reluctance, she continued to be overpowered. Rose, let me take over, Lin Hao chimed in cheerfully from the side. Life and death are trivial if one does not acquiesce. They must act. It was evident that Mary Rose was far from compliant. However, her defiance was futile. The Judgment Angel, once a mere minion of the celestial realm, had now become formidable. Alas, in this fractured and decayed otherworld, even such insects could ascend to positions of power. Mary Rose retreated to the sidelines, her angelic equipment surpassing even divine artifacts, yet its power remained unlocked at less than 1%. Even after vanquishing a million slimes, she had only just reached level 10. After all, as an ancient angel, it is only natural for my growth to be slow, she muttered to herself. Let the judgment commence. Your sin is pride. Lin Hao gazed intently at the imposing Judgment Angel, his body gradually shrouded in a dark aura. Buzz. This dark essence swelled dramatically. Seal it, Darkwing Demon. Bang. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar like mountains collapsing, Lin Hao was thrust into the void. Even if others attempted to come to his aid, it was too late. They could only watch helplessly as Lin Hao met his demise, having recently made such a remarkable impression that many had taken note of him. Alas, fate has cruelly conspired against the gifted, leading to their demise at the hands of the chaotic demon. Yet, no sympathy was found among the onlookers. For the shadow of death loomed ominously, casting a pall over every face present. Abandoning the principles of martial honor? Resorting to ambush, are we? Suddenly, a deep voice resonated from the chasms of the void, rolling like distant thunder and reverberating far and wide. Each individual was jolted by its power. Buzzing ensued. The ground vibrated incessantly. Retreat. Someone shouted urgently, prompting a swift withdrawal from all. With a cacophony of sounds, countless black bolts of lightning erupted like a forest of electric tendrils, piercing through the Judgment Angel. Thunderous roars and fiery wrath. By the heavens, my friends, who comprehends this? I have lost count of how many times I have exclaimed in disbelief. This oppressive atmosphere is unbearable. Everyone stood agape, astonished by the sheer force of this forbidden technique. Is that a Soul Reaper's blade? The Espada? Could it be the Resurrection? One gasped in awe. Yet, they had never witnessed such a terrifying manifestation of Resurrection. Ulquiorra's cipher was only supposed to have a shirkai. Each mind was filled with a resounding question mark. Black flash. Boom. Lin Hao suddenly appeared, unleashing a jet of dark energy that struck towards the leader hovering aloft. Health, 80. Although the damage was minimal, the health visibly diminished. The health bar illuminated. As long as there was a health bar, a kill was possible. The Judgment Angel descended, arcs of black electricity coursing over its form. With a resounding crash, the impact wave swept across the vicinity. Kill, kill. Many were instantaneously roused from their stupor, regaining their composure and rushing forward with renewed fervor. Blood had been drawn. The health bar shone bright. Even deities could be felt. In this moment, unbeknownst to the divine or demonic, Lin Hao had already made his move. When he struck, it was with astonishing force. Swish. The Judgment Angel swiftly reversed its wrist, slashing backward. However, Lin Hao had already elegantly withdrawn his blade, leaping to a safe distance. Could one survive a pierced heart? It was evident that the Judgment Angel was a monster, devoid of any blood flowing within. It seemed this challenge would not be easily overcome. Lin Hao continued to wield his Sasuke-like abilities. Swish. The Judgment Angel, its gaze cold and unfeeling, surged at him like a specter. Clang. Yet, just as its sword was about to meet Lin Hao, an invisible barrier of power intervened. The Judgment Angel furrowed its brow, only to hear the incantation, Sealing State, Chidori Blade. With a powerful surge of thunder, the Judgment Angel was sent flying, along with its sword, into the air. However, the body of the Judgment Angel swiftly recoiled. With a sharp turn, whoosh. In the next instant, Lin Hao materialized behind it. Thud. Lin Hao landed gracefully while the Judgment Angel crashed down, its form beginning to disintegrate massively. Remaining health of the Judgment Angel, 30. Notice, the Judgment Angel has entered a state of rage. In the next moment, the Judgment Angel let out a piercing howl, shockwaves emanating from its body. Its damaged form seemed entirely unaffected, as it executed a masterful technique that cleaved through the very fabric of space. As the crowd, unaware of where to flee, was caught in the onslaught of blade-like energy, they suffered grievous wounds. Lin Hao swiftly spread his curse marks, disregarding the space distortion caused by the Judgment Angel, and struck with the massive black-winged, curse-mark wings on his back. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. To the Judgment Angel, Lin Hao charged towards it, only to suddenly disappear into thin air, leaving it utterly bewildered. Not even a trace of his presence remained. Bang! Suddenly, its body jolted violently. In disbelief, it looked down to find its left leg had vanished without a trace, yet it remained foolishly rooted in place. Bang! Moments later, its left arm trembled violently. And before it could comprehend what was happening, it lost its arm as well. Your sins have been judged by me. Lin Hao elegantly sheathed his blade, a smile gracing his face. Boom! The leader was utterly shattered. Ding! Remaining health of the Judgment Angel, 0. Congratulations. You have successfully completed the challenge in the Ancient Realm. The Slayer receives an Ancient Realm treasure chest. You will be teleported out of the Ancient Realm. Countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Teleportation buzz. Lin Hao and Mary Rose found themselves in a bustling transit trading plaza, filled with the hum of voices. Chapter 24. Transform into a small crow, frenzied monster farming. An ancient realm treasure chest? Is it not the ancient realm mutation treasure chest? Lin Hao stroked his chin. No wonder. The Judgment Angel leader was so easily vanquished, effortlessly dealt with without even employing the Thunder Spear Qian. It seems there is quite a disparity between the mutated ancient realm and the ordinary one. Is it over? Mary Rose returned to the safe zone alongside him. Over? There are still challenge attempts remaining in the 3 novice areas. I do not favor waste. Lin Hao promptly activated the entry, allowing Mary Rose to return to the battle pet space. Seal it, Black-Winged Demon. The power of Alquiora cipher surged once more. Boom. In the next moment, formidable energy enveloped him, transforming Lin Hao's form. The void rained down a cascade of black spiritual rain. A pair of enormous black wings, capable of shrouding the sky, manifested as Lin Hao appeared like a demon. Shadow clone technique. Bang. Another self appeared beside him, exuding an aura of chilling severity. The whites of his eyes transformed into a vivid green, while his pupils resembled those of a mask in a state of distortion. His abdomen, legs, arms, and back were cloaked in ebony feathers. With wings fully unfurled, bat-like claws became visible, and the horns on his helmet elongated and sharpened, sprouting a long, manipulable tail. The tail's tip bore a knife-like bony protrusion, and his feet were equipped with razor-sharp talons, while a dark pattern manifested on his abdomen. The spiritual pressure was overwhelmingly heavy. Akin to an immense ocean, it was the most formidable sense of oppression he had ever felt. Even the Conqueror's haki paled in comparison to its might and uniqueness. Upon utilizing Sasuke's powers, his green pupils were soon replaced by the Sharingan. A mysterious bond formed, indicating that if Uchiha Sasuke awakened his full potential, the black flames of Amaterasu, known as the Crumbling Jade's 3 stages of return, would be unleashed as Amaterasu itself. Another bond emerged, suggesting that if Uchiha Sasuke reached his peak, the 2nd stage of the Crumbling Jade's small crow would unleash the Thunder Spear, transforming into the arrows of Indra. Impressive. Lin Hao complimented himself, dispelling his shadow clone and stirring his massive black wings. The Cursed Mark. The wings of the Dark-Winged Demon underwent another transformation, enhanced by Sasuke's curse seal, adopting a more exaggerated and sharp form. The bizarre, Cthulhu-esque style of the black wings was enough to inspire dreams merely by sight. Ha. Lin Hao laughed maniacally, soaring towards the Vortex Island. He was growing increasingly powerful. In no time, he ascended to the highest point above Vortex Island, resembling a fallen angel. A figure that commanded reverence from countless onlookers. What was that? A demon? No, it was an awakened one. What level of awakened being was this? And what kind of ninja was he? I have never seen anything like this before. My heavens, what is this existence? How could such a formidable individual appear in the novice area? Could it be a prominent figure from a superpower, here to guide the newcomers? Lin Hao's transformation into the 2nd stage of the Crumbling Jade astonished everyone. Had they ever witnessed anything like it? Absolutely not. Alquiora Schiffer's 2nd stage of Crumbling Jade did not exist in this world. The inhabitants could only awaken the small crow's Zanpakuto. Yet no one had ever reached the level of Crumbling Jade. Who had ever seen the Dark-Winged Demon? Let alone the 2nd stage of the Dark-Winged Demon. Compounded with the Sharingan and the Cursed Seal's augmented state of the small crow. Once more, a Thunder Spear materialized in Lin Hao's hand, raised single-handedly, unleashing an endless torrent of lightning. The Thunder Spear, tainted by the Cursed Seal, was no longer blue but black, pulsating with dark light as it flickered in midair. Oh no, what is he about to do? I sense a terrifying power, one capable of obliterating the entire Vortex Island. Run, run, run. The people on the ground began to flee in a frenzy. Go. Lin Hao's expression twisted into a grimace, perhaps under the influence of his demonic transformation, as he launched forth without a shred of hesitation. Boom. The sea spirit's lair erupted in a cascade of black light. The thunderous shockwave radiated outward, sweeping across the surroundings with the ferocity of a bulldozer, surpassing even the might of the super-divine heavenly strike. What is the Tunguska event, you ask? Beneath Lin Hao's feet, it resembled a nuclear detonation, giving rise to a colossal black, thunderous mushroom cloud. Once the smoke cleared, a gaping abyssal pit emerged. Ding! You have slain the Sea Spirit Leader. 5. Ding! The Sea Spirit unexpectedly dropped a bronze treasure chest. Ding! The bronze treasure chest is slowly opening. You have acquired 5 white-grade ninja tools. You are exiting the otherworldly space. Activation successful. Entering Whirlwind Island. You have 5 challenge attempts remaining maintaining this form. Lin Hao descended into an entirely new otherworldly realm. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised the thunder spear and began to fire indiscriminately at the ground below. Ding! You have killed the sea spirit. Ding! You have killed the sea spirit. Ding! You have killed. With a swift conclusion, he exemplified the essence of a true man. Lin Hao's emergence instilled terror and astonishment in everyone present. Even Mary Rose stood agape, witnessing Lin Hao's astonishing prowess. He was now magnitude stronger than before. His speed in clearing levels was nothing short of extraordinary. The thunder spear unleashed chaos, leaving others no chance to retaliate. Hey, don't hit me. Big brother, big brother. Wait, I haven't escaped yet. Both newcomers and members of other guilds scrambled in panic, mistakenly believing Lin Hao to be a figure of immense power. They thought he had come to the novice area to release pent-up frustrations. Little did they know, Lin Hao was still merely at level 2. Even if he were to slay 1,000,000 monsters, it would not elevate his level. He remained a newcomer. What on earth is happening here? In the surveillance bureau, the personnel were utterly bewildered. They gazed at the demonic figure on screen, questioning whether this truly was an awakener. Intelligence had been relayed, confirming that this individual's aura matched, most likely identifying him as Lin Hao. Is it him again? Someone turned to say. Wang Yang's mouth gaped in disbelief. How could he have transformed so drastically in such a short time? And what exactly is his awakening? The perspective shifted back to Lin Hao, whose dark wings enveloped the entire eternal night forest. Boom. With a resounding blast, every onlooker felt their hair whipped back. Ding, Whirlwind Island has been completed. The conqueror receives additional rewards. They stood with mouths agape, still frozen in place, for not even 10 seconds had elapsed. Thunder Spear. Lin Hao executed a precise long-range throw, striking the sea spirit leader with remarkable accuracy. The lair was utterly obliterated, and the nuclear explosion erupted in the distance, with the mushroom cloud visible to all. What constitutes a dimensional strike? Today, they finally grasped its true essence. I surmise this individual is undoubtedly a level 10 powerhouse. Nonsense, it must be level 15. I wonder how he compares to Hao Tian? It goes without saying, Hao Tian is superior. He is the best in the world. I initially held the same belief. Yet upon witnessing this person, my doubts began to surface. Please, set aside your skepticism. Hao Tian is invincible. The murmurs of the crowd were overheard by Mary Rose. Chapter 25, Shedding the Novice Identity, the Level System Unveils. Ding. You have exhausted all novice area spaces. Please rest. Challenge attempts will reset in 2 months. Ding. You have completely cleared all novice areas, shedding your novice identity and unlocking the level system. Ding. You have opened a mutation treasure chest, acquiring orange-level ninja equipment and armor, along with a red-level ninjutsu scroll and a blue item. Ding. Lin Hao opened the notifications, and a plethora of information greeted him. The most significant revelation was that he had definitively shed his novice identity, and the level system was now fully accessible. Name, Lin Hao. Level 2, Zanpakuto, Flowing Blade of Fire. Items held, Celestial Spike, 5, and others. Battle Pet, Mary Rose, Daughter of the Holy War. The Oldest Angel. Support, Tifa, Slime's mascot. Buildings owned, Slime in Self-Awareness. Ultra-dimensional villain, Uchiha Sasuke, White Kirin. Ulquiorra Cipher, Resurrection 2, current title, Ancient Demon Slayer, rare, summon, Outer Path Golem. At last, he had shed his novice identity. The true beginning was at hand. Lin Hao exclaimed with delight. Thanks to the protection of the novice area, there were hardly any foreigners present, only a few. Shedding the novice identity truly opened the global space. Encounters with various countries, including Little Japan, Little West 8, and Eagle Sauce, could now occur in perilous regions. Furthermore, the sheer number of dangerous areas was staggering. According to the Dragon Kingdom's current records, there were already 18,000 perilous spaces. These 18,000 spaces were strictly categorized by disaster levels, with several classified as dangerous. Currently, the highest level globally, level 120, is represented by the Skeletal Dragon, a member of the dangerous disaster category. Presently, Little Japan is venturing into the territory of this dragon, while the Dragon Kingdom has opted for another space. However, they remain susceptible to attacks, as other nations would not allow them to successfully exploit these areas and reap substantial rare rewards. Thus, the Celestial Spike, capable of breaking through the dimensional barrier, is a strategically vital national item, with each piece being acquired at exorbitant prices in the marketplace. Nonetheless, even so, the quantity of acquired Celestial Spikes remains limited. Until Wang Yang from the Strategy Bureau used a Celestial Spire to rescue someone, only one remained in the Dragon Kingdom. This remaining spire had a limited capacity for teleportation, rendering its efficacy significantly inferior compared to having two. In the event of an ambush during the exploration, support would be utterly unattainable. Should the Dragon Kingdom lose its most formidable warriors, the combat prowess of the exploration team would be considerably diminished. Strategy Bureau, where are you, Lin Hao? Wang Yang lamented. On the verge of tears. He had been waiting at the transit station for an indeterminate amount of time, appearing disheveled and haggard. If he failed to procure additional celestial spires for the reserve, his position as director would become untenable. Moreover, he bore a tremendous responsibility, regretting his earlier decisions. Yet, despite all, he did not regret his choice to save a life. The only recourse now was to rectify the situation. He understood that Lin Hao had obtained various mutated treasure chests, which likely held a substantial chance of yielding a celestial spire, no matter the cost. He was determined to acquire one. Director, you should return and rest. We can hold the fort here, others urged him hastily upon witnessing his state. It's all right. I can still endure, Wang Yang replied, oblivious to how long it had been since he last slept. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Hao was peacefully slumbering at the slime inn. The following day, he awoke, stretching luxuriously. It was time to leave. Notification: you are leaving the novice area, returning to the transit station. With a flash of white light, Lin Hao found himself standing alone on a pristine surface. After slaying monsters for so long, he had finally returned. This marked the dawn of a new beginning. That person is him. The director, it's him. In an instant, the members of the Strategy Bureau erupted into a frenzy, drawing the attention of those around them. Yet, they no longer cared. Finally, they had located their target. Lin Hao had returned. You're out? Wang Yang's spirit surged as he fixed his bloodshot gaze upon Lin Hao. Greetings, Strategy Bureau. Please accompany me, Lin Hao stated, addressing the headquarters. What does this mean? Lin Hao surveyed the area, noting the group of individuals glaring at him with intensity, their eyes seemingly poised to consume him whole. Ahem, my name is Wang Yang, the director of the Strategy Bureau of the Dragon Kingdom. We have been searching for you for quite some time. Wang Yang, weary from an indefinite period without sleep, felt a mix of exhaustion and exhilaration, his complexion remarkably pale. I suggest you rest promptly. You appear on the verge of a collapse, Lin Hao remarked, noting the alarming sight before him. It resembled someone who had pulled an all-nighter in an internet CAF for a week. 10 days. You've been inside for 10 days. Wang Yang trembled. One more day, and I would not have been able to endure it. Thankfully, you have finally returned. Heh. I completed all the challenges in the novice area, and then emerged, Lin Hao replied with a smile. Indeed, I suspected as much. Wang Yang fixed his gaze intently on Lin Hao and, cutting straight to the chase, declared, enough with the pleasantries. You must have acquired the mutant treasure chest. Or perhaps even the mutant ancient realm chest, which certainly yielded some item. What item, you ask? Lin Hao retorted. The cone of heaven, Wang Yang exclaimed, his eyes widening, as he simultaneously offered a silent prayer. The others mirrored his anxiety, their eyes glued to Lin Hao. Oh, that? Yes, I obtained it. 5 in total. Lin Hao replied with a relaxed smile. However, that item was not acquired from the mutant treasure chest, but rather from a golden treasure chest. Initially, he had felt quite vexed about it. Yet upon reflection, he recalled that this item was a crucial strategic resource of significant importance to the nation, with each piece holding immense value. In an instant, everyone, including Wang Yang, nearly erupted in disbelief. 5, 5, 5, 5? Are you serious? They stared, dumbfounded, their eyes wide. With a swift motion, Lin Hao retrieved the cone of heaven from his system space and arranged them neatly on the table. Oh my goodness! There are indeed 5. How on earth did you manage to obtain 5? The members of the Countermeasures Bureau broke into an uproar. For a single cone of heaven, we are willing to offer 500 million. Surprisingly, Wang Yang remained remarkably composed, thinking it best to secure the items first. 500 million? Lin Hao was taken aback. Although he had mentally prepared himself, the offer exceeded his expectations. If the Dragon Kingdom's officials were purchasing at this price, it was likely that foreign parties would offer several times more. It was no wonder that some individuals, lured by the promise of wealth, clandestinely traded the cone of heaven to foreign entities. Surely you are not dissatisfied with this price? Wang Yang quickly added. This is the official pricing set by our Dragon Kingdom, which is absolutely fair. Furthermore, you would be contributing to the nation and could earn an honorary medal along with various benefits. As a newly awakened youth filled with fervor, Lin Hao had never encountered such a sum of money. Earning a mere $100 had once been his limit. He chuckled, 5 pieces, 25 billion? Goodness. Has he just become a billionaire? What should he do now? Buy a grand villa or a luxury sports car? Ah, so that's how it is. You gave me quite a scare there. Wang Yang sighed with relief. His already frail body almost succumbed to faintness with the sudden relaxation. Director. The personnel from the Countermeasures Bureau rushed to support him back into his chair. However, I do not intend to sell them all. I wish to keep one. Lin Hao suddenly announced. Keep one? Why? Wang Yang was taken aback. Isn't it obvious? This item is a tool for escape. Lin Hao exclaimed. If I encounter an adversary I cannot defeat, I can tear through the dimensional wall and flee directly. In an instant, the entire strategy bureau was rendered speechless. Indeed. The heavenly cone possessed such utility. However, such a rare strategic artifact had never been employed in this manner before. After all, certain perilous realms offered a return option, while only specific spaces, such as the ancient realm, lacked this feature. It was during such times that the heavenly cone would prove invaluable. Very well, we accept this. Wang Yang nodded. The acquisition of 4 heavenly cones had far exceeded expectations. He had initially anticipated that Lin Hao would procure merely one, which he could then acquire to replenish the inventory, a considerable boon in itself. Unexpectedly, he had secured an additional 3. He had managed to atone for his past misdeeds while simultaneously earning merit. Splendid. Lin Hao stowed one of the cones into the system's storage space. The sum of 2 billion will soon be deposited into your bank account. Wang Yang felt a sense of complete relief wash over him, forcing a smile as his eyelids grew heavy. By the way, young comrade, would you be interested in joining our strategy bureau? Not interested. Lin Hao replied without a moment's hesitation. Joining the strategy bureau entailed numerous complications, and he preferred the freedom of his own path. Oh, I see you might be intrigued by the exploration team. I shall recommend you, but do keep in mind your battle companion, personal prowess, and everything that transpired in the novice space. Our officials have taken it upon themselves to conceal your past. Do exercise caution, lest you attract unwanted attention, Wang Yang cautioned, only to doze off in his chair mid-sentence. Director. The others rushed over to ascertain whether he had passed out, only to discover he had merely succumbed to slumber, his expression still bearing a contented smile. I apologize for keeping you all waiting for so long, Lin Hao said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had sensed that the strategy bureau was searching for him, yet he hadn't anticipated the director's remarkable patience in waiting for 10 days. During that time, it seemed he hadn't even blinked. Lin Hao, your abilities have been observed through the angel's eye, and your strength is astonishing. Some members of the strategy bureau could not help but give a thumbs up. To unravel the mysteries surrounding the earlier upheaval in the ancient realm, they employed the angel's eye. This invaluable tool of the observation bureau came with significant costs each use, yet they spared no expense in their pursuit of the truth. The result revealed Lin Hao with a pair of colossal black wings, capable of overshadowing the sky, amidst a downpour of darkness that astonished all. Wang Yang immediately deduced that he must have defeated the leader, thus issuing orders to locate Lin Hao. And what was the outcome? Lin Hao had ventured ahead into the 3 primary novice zones, engaging in a frenzy of activity, remaining within for a continuous 10 days. Mediocre, Lin Hao responded with humility. Now, he has achieved the 2nd stage of his Blade's return, and the Thunder Gun should effortlessly annihilate the mutated ancient realms in the novice area. However, there is no longer a necessity to refresh his available space. Setting aside the improbability of encountering mutations, if it were not for the purpose of unlocking the level system, it would truly be a waste of time. Yet, it remains a phase that everyone must endure. One can only exhaust it. Shall we assist you in departing? No. I can manage on my own. Lin Hao returned to school and began to pack his final belongings. There are still over 40 days of vacation left. A considerable amount of time. Remaining growth value of the external path golem, 65,555, after vanquishing the Judgment Angel and clearing the novice area. Lin Hao had amassed this substantial growth value. How should he utilize it? Should he awaken a new character? The little crow cannot evolve for the time being. Following the 2nd stage of his Blade's return, he must utilize the collapsed jade to evolve into a fallen angel. The white-clad Kirin Sasuke can ascend to the next level, becoming the Kaleidoscope Sharingan Sasuke. With the Kaleidoscope, his abilities of replication, hypnosis, and observation would reach their zenith, harboring unique and formidable ocular techniques. Amaterasu. This ocular technique would be developed according to Sasuke's own domain, yet it carries significant risks and side effects. Excessive usage may result in blindness. Therefore, it would be prudent to complete 2 evolutions in one go, directly transforming into the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. The Eternal Kaleidoscope would eliminate the side effect of blindness and significantly reduce the physical burden, allowing this form of Sasuke to access the full capabilities of a Gundam. Moreover, Sasuke possesses numerous forms. Beyond the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, there are several other forms available for evolution. However, the 65,555 growth value is insufficient to evolve even one form. Lin Hao sighed. 100,000 evolution points are required merely to evolve Ulquiorra's cipher into the second stage of his Blade S return. Thus, he must awaken a new character. But whom? Lin Hao hesitated. Beep. Self-awakening is possible. Options include characters from Naruto, Bleach, One Piece, and various devil fruits. But they must possess villainous attributes. The system conveniently reminded him. In reality, there was only one choice, that man. Lin Hao took a deep breath. He knew who he needed to awaken. Utilizing all his growth value, he initiated the awakening. Beep. Your third awakening was successful, Aizen Suk. Soifun, potential, level, form, youth, Zanpakuto, Kyoka Suigetsu. This character possesses unique traits, unparalleled spiritual pressure. Genius in Kido, ability 1, various Kido and binding techniques, ability 2, technological invention, similar to Orochimaru, an inventor, whether it's Arankar techniques, holification techniques, or Shinigami transformation techniques. He is undoubtedly the Einstein of the Soul Society. On par with the Serpent Lady, this card requires a significantly high growth value for advancement. But if the Crumbling Jade form is cultivated, you shall be immortal. Crumbling Jade form. Your second awakening, Ulquiorra's Schiffer will also be influenced. Achieving the third stage of Bankai, it must be you, Blue Dye? Lin Hao felt reassured. He needed to evolve this powerful man as soon as possible. At that time, a dual Crumbling Jade awakening? Chapter 27. Lin Hao returns home to enroll at Qinxing School. The next day, Lin Hao rose early and immediately set off for the Lin family. He had visited the Super Villa district in the city center before. However, this time, upon hearing of his arrival, the Lin family was noticeably more enthusiastic than before. As he approached the entrance, his stepmother personally came out to greet him. Little Hao, you're here? Shui Yin exclaimed with warmth. She had always felt a sense of pity for Lin Hao. A while ago, she had heard about his unfortunate encounter with a traitorous ninja awakening, and she had been saddened for quite some time. Yet now, Lin Hao had truly astonished them. Why? He had been accepted into a mid-level school with outstanding results and was chosen by multiple institutions. The notorious traitorous ninja had, in his case, directly become an existence that achieved full marks in the assessment. Lin Hao glanced at the butler beside him, who immediately returned a reassuring look. That guy is not here. Yes, it is his biological father, Lin Tianqing. The butler was unsure of the specifics but had only heard about Lin Hao's acceptance into the mid-level school and his perfect score. With Shui Yun's warm welcome, Lin Hao finally stepped into the Lin family villa. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he finally expressed the purpose of his visit today. I have come here for one matter. To sever ties with that person. Saying this, Lin Hao directly produced a document he had commissioned last night to terminate the father-son relationship. He laid it out before Shui Yun. As one of the decision-makers in the Lin family, she recognized it at a glance. Severing the father-son relationship? Upon hearing Lin Hao's request, Shui Yun immediately furrowed her brow. Was that realistic? How could that man possibly agree? However, being perceptive, she took the document and, after a moment of contemplation, nodded in agreement. I shall convey this matter to him, for I am well aware of your affairs. This is a bank card, and the password corresponds to your sister's birthday. After all, you have been accepted into the ranks of the lieutenant colonel. Consider this a gift from me, your elder, as you embark on your academic journey. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao did not decline but expressed his gratitude before accepting it. He understood that Shui Yun would insist he accept, thus he refrained from further discourse. After departing from the Lin residence, Gu Tianla accompanied Lin Hao as they strolled along the path. Your family is quite prominent. Are you truly severing ties? Do you not wish to retain your inheritance? Gu Tianla remarked, casting a significant glance at Lin Hao as he voiced this thought. Inheritance? Lin Hao smiled enigmatically. At present, he was already a billionaire. Come, let us purchase a villa, he declared. What are you saying? Gu Tianla was taken aback by the sudden declaration, halting in his tracks, his expression one of astonishment. How could Lin Hao have changed so dramatically in just 10 days? You think I jest? Here are the blueprints. I intend to construct it myself, Lin Hao asserted. Producing a set of plans from his pocket, Gu Tianla hurriedly took a look, discovering that it was indeed an immense villa, larger than his own family's residence. The main structure alone covered no less than 3,000 square meters, though he was unaware of how Lin Hao had acquired such wealth. The construction alone would require tens of millions just for the land. It seemed utterly fantastical. Lin Hao, however, merely smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. He promptly began procuring various materials and enlisting the help of skilled architects in the city. The expenses soon accumulated, and it consumed several days of Lin Hao's time. Gu Tianle observed everything, realizing that Lin Hao had indeed struck it rich. "Speak, just how much fortune have you amassed?" Gu Tianle inquired, his expression grave. "That remains a secret for now," Lin Hao replied with a grin. The following day, construction commenced on a vacant lot in the city, with various construction companies beginning the work on Lin Hao's villa designs. From acquiring land to selecting materials and labor, the days swiftly passed. Lin Hao spent that particular day at home, contemplating future plans when his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from the Education Bureau, instructing newcomers like him to select their schools immediately and report to the designated locations. Upon enrollment, the school would administer a brief assessment. Gu Tianle had already completed this process and was attending a prestigious institution, distinct from Lin Hao's school. "Very well, if everyone is assembled, come to me to collect your registration forms. After completing them, you may proceed to the respective university's registration window, but you must make your choices in advance. Upon completing the awakened registration, you may take the test after enrollment," the voice at the assembly point announced. The students, who were previously engaged in animated discussions about how to gain experience points, fell into a sudden silence. "Wang Long, which secondary school do you intend to apply for? With your awakened abilities, a month has passed since then, and surely you have completed the novice area by now, right? Reaching level 5 should be a breeze." "Indeed. If I possessed your awakening power, Wang Long, I would soar to great heights. Honestly, there aren't many good options for secondary schools. My cousin mentioned that there will be a significant reshuffling in the future. I am merely a mediocre awakened individual. Therefore, it would be wise for you to simply apply to an accessible secondary school without being too picky." Many individuals did not come today. They had already given up and were waiting to join a guild to become mere laborers. Whispers floated around. Lin Hao turned to see a familiar gaze meet his own. It was his sister, Lin Mingwei. She uttered no words, merely casting a fleeting glance at him before turning away. However, whether intentional or not, it allowed Lin Hao to catch a glimpse of the registration form she held, which bore the same name, Qingxing, as his own. The intermediate and advanced classes were indeed mixed within a single school. Thus, Lin Hao offered a faint smile, unfazed. He had long grown accustomed to the indifference of the Lin family. Without hesitation, he inscribed the name Qingsheng on his registration form, along with his own information, his awakened abilities, and the level he had just trained to. Although Lin Hao met the enrollment criteria for Qingsheng with flying colors, the acknowledgement of being an awakened ninja, a traitorous ninja at that, would make even a dog shake its head. Yet, Lin Mingwei was a promising candidate that Qingsheng School deemed worthy of special attention. This year was indeed a testament to the abundance of talent. The mentors at Qingsheng School, upon seeing the densely packed names on the registration forms, could not help but smile, anticipating the generous rewards that awaited them as mentors. Their smiles grew ever brighter. Meanwhile, Lin Hao, with his registration form in hand, made his way toward the school. At the entrance of Qingsheng School, a bustling crowd had already formed, filled with individuals queuing to apply. As one of the most prestigious institutions in the Dragon Country, this was to be expected. Despite the rigorous entrance examinations, many were eager to take their chances. After a brief period of quiet waiting, it was soon Lin Hao's turn. First in line was Lin Mingwei. "Your Zanpakuto is impressive. While the assessment standards at our first-tier schools are indeed stringent with your qualifications, as long as you approach it earnestly, passing the assessment should be quite manageable. You may proceed to the back to wait." The official, satisfied, nodded as he accepted her registration form. After glancing at Lin Mingyue's appearance, his nods became increasingly vigorous. Lin Mingyue furrowed her brow slightly. She chose not to voice her thoughts and simply walked toward the back. In the eyes of the person in charge, the others were merely a fleeting distraction, barely raising their eyelids in response, seemingly exuding impatience. "Go ahead," was the curt dismissal they received, granting them permission to register without a single word of praise or encouragement. It was only when it was Lin Hao's turn that the official's demeanor changed. Upon glancing at the information on the registration form, the official's brow furrowed in confusion. "Level Betrayer Ninja? Is such a profession even recognized at this level? Have you perhaps made a mistake, young man?" Hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Lin Hao's eyes. But he firmly shook his head. "Mistaken? I did not err. This is indeed my choice. At that moment, someone seated behind the official seemed to have an epiphany and whispered a few words into the official's ear. Instantly, the admissions officer's gaze towards Lin Hao became tinged with disdain. After a brief pause, he shook his head and pushed Lin Hao's registration form back towards him. Although you scored full marks, I will not hesitate. A level betrayer ninja is simply too weak, lacking any potential for growth, he remarked. A clear expression of contempt etched across his face. A character like Sasuke, who cannot even unlock his full potential, is not what we seek. You must understand that our institution, Qing Sheng School, bears the monumental responsibility of nurturing the most elite professionals for the Dragon Kingdom. Not everyone can gain admission here. Therefore, you should leave. You are in the wrong place and will not pass our assessment. With a patronizing gesture, the official signaled for Lin Hao to exit. His expression one of faux concern. This unexpected turn of events drew the attention of onlookers, who had initially gathered to witness the spectacle. Upon learning that Lin Hao was a level betrayer ninja, they shook their heads in disbelief. It was common knowledge that Sasuke could only achieve 3 tomo, and even that under stringent conditions, not only would Qing Sheng School reject him, but any institution would likewise decline. The scrutiny from the crowd caused Lin Hao's expression to harden. If I recall correctly, all that is required for registration is a transcript, and I have met the criteria. Your institution demands a score above 650, and I have achieved full marks. The official's anger flared at Lin Hao's audacity to retort. What insolence! You dare to contradict me? His expression turned icy. Enough. A level betrayer ninja is a profession we have no need for. You may leave now. Do not waste the time of those behind you. He waved his hand dismissively, as one would to shoo away a fly. The scornful words stung deeply, and Lin Hao's countenance darkened entirely. If this place does not welcome me, I shall find another that will. With that, he turned to leave, aware of the mocking gazes that followed him. Igniting a fire of indignation within his heart. His system does not display what the awakened crystal has determined, it simply is what it is. This group of individuals only perceives the surface. If that is the case, there lies another option, the Panwu School. This institution was once among the finest in the Dragon Kingdom, primarily tasked with nurturing talents for the exploration teams of the realm. Lin Hao was not particularly inclined to join the exploration teams. However, he was keenly aware that in recent years, the situation at Panwu School had been deteriorating year by year. Before arriving here, he had conducted some research. It was said that after this year, Panwu School would face the fate of closure. Thus, he found himself at the enrollment location of Panwu School. Hello, I am the rogue ninja Uchiha Sasuke. Do you accept enrollments here? A sudden voice emerged from behind, startling the enrollment officer, who had been sighing and pondering how to attract students. He was taken aback by the sharp gaze of Lin Hao before him. After a moment of surprise, he swiftly accepted the application form from Lin Hao's hand without the slightest hesitation. We adhere to the regulations, and you meet all the criteria. However, your admission to our school requires passing a brief assessment. There was no hint of disdain for Lin Hao's awakening in his words. Panwu School is indeed commendable. Lin Hao nodded slightly. Without any hesitation, he altered the information on the application form to reflect Panwu School. Just as he was completing the paperwork, another person approached him. My mother asked me to enroll in a school with you. To his astonishment, it was Lin Mingyue, who had also come to Panwu. As she handed her application form to the officer, he nearly gasped at the information inscribed upon it. Zanpakuto, Rujizua, a biological-type Zanpakuto. Exceptionally powerful. Her entrance examination results have been outstanding. Yet, why is she not enrolling in the advanced class? She opted for the intermediate class instead? His gaze towards Lin Hao shifted to one of increased scrutiny. Mother? Together? Enrollment? Not to mention that both Lin Hao and Lin Mingyue shared the same surname, could they belong to the same family? Meanwhile, Principal Qixing engaged in conversation. Overheard the news that this promising student, Lin Mingyue, had forsaken their school for a Panwu school that was on the brink of closure next year. His blood pressure surged with disbelief. Why? He hastily drove over, only to find the two of them processing their paperwork. Stop! He shouted in a fit of desperation, instantly drawing the attention of everyone present. However, as the principal, he could not concern himself with appearances. He rushed forward and snatched the application form away. Lin Mingyue, do you understand what you are doing right now? In the midst of a decision that could shape the course of her entire life, a commanding voice urged Lin Mingyue to return immediately, asserting that only within Qing Sheng could she attain strength. This roar nearly overwhelmed Lin Mingyue, who was promptly seized by the arm and pulled toward the vehicle without further ado. Chapter 29, The Entrance Exam, Lin Mingyue Surveillance. Stop. bellowed the admissions officer from Panwu School, unable to let the opportunity to recruit a student slip away. If they failed to enroll new students, their institution would truly face dire straits. Let go of me, Lin Mingwei replied coolly. Think carefully, Lin Mingwei. That is Panwu School, teetering on the brink of closure. If you attend that institution, devoid of resources and allies, how can you possibly thrive in an alternate realm? The principal of Qingsheng School advised earnestly. Upon hearing this, the admissions officer from Panwu School furrowed his brow. Indeed, their school possessed no advantages. However, he asserted confidently, yet, Panwu School has historically been a prestigious institution that supplied elite members to pioneering teams. And what of it? The school is now in decline, retorted the principal of Qingsheng, displaying no courtesy and entirely disregarding Lin Hao. If you reconsider, I can personally provide you with 350 units of resources. A collective gasp echoed among the onlookers. Such an extravagant offer. The principal of Qingsheng School evidently held her in high regard. Sighing inwardly, the admissions officer from Panwu School understood the gravity of the situation. Lin Mingwei was likely to be snatched away. But there was still Lin Hao. As long as he is willing to join Qingsheng, we can make an exception for you, Lin Hao. After all, he is your brother. And we have conducted our due diligence, the principal of Qingsheng declared, revealing his trump card as he noticed Lin Mingwei's lack of expression. At that moment, Lin Mingwei cast her gaze toward Lin Hao, seemingly seeking his opinion. What an unprecedented scenario. Lin Hao was perplexed. He had exchanged no more than 10 words with this half-sister throughout their lives. It felt as if she had been deliberately arranged to follow him. A sudden thought struck him. Was that man intentionally orchestrating Lin Mingwei's surveillance over him? This notion made sense, as he had only recently begun to emerge. And that man had evidently been displeased. After all, above Lin Hao, there existed an older brother, Lin Tianyi, who was the legal heir of the Lin family. With all privileges concentrated in his hands, no room for Lin Hao to surpass him. Upon contemplating this, Lin Hao squinted his eyes, directing his gaze towards Lin Mingwei before shifting it to the principal. You are a nuisance here. I wish to enroll in Panwu School. His declaration instantly left all three parties, Qingsheng, Panwu, and Lin Mingwei, in a state of astonishment. She had not anticipated that Lin Hao would forsake the formidable Qingsheng. Yet, she soon comprehended the underlying motives. It was merely a matter of pride at play. After all, being cast aside, a noble steed would not return to its former pasture. Wasn't he that rather vexatious? Thus, Lin Hao would not opt for Qingsheng. This was both expected and yet paradoxically surprising. You. I have never encountered such an audacious student from Qingsheng School, the principal stammered, taken aback by Lin Hao's audacity in declaring him a nuisance. It is worth noting that they remained oblivious to the events that transpired before and after Lin Hao's entrance examination. They simplistically believed him to be merely a level defector. As the records indicated, no one would have conjectured that within such a brief span, Lin Hao's transformation would be so profound. Whether it was his mastery of the second blade or his Kirin assistance, both were remarkable feats, not to mention the burgeoning prowess of Lan Ran, which remained undiscovered by them. They were unaware that Lin Hao had previously received an invitation to join the pioneering team and that various factions in Longguo were discreetly observing him. Upon arriving here, he was unexpectedly rejected by Qixing, who remained oblivious to his worth. What are you saying? Those two are already students of our school. You should take your leave. The admissions officer from Panwu School beamed with delight. With Lin Mingwei, the school would undoubtedly thrive. You shall regret this. You will, indeed. In the forthcoming assessment, you will witness the terror of Qingsheng. The principal of Qingsheng glared at them, his teeth nearly grinding in anger. He was genuinely incensed. Intent on undermining Panwu during the assessment, the students entering Panwu suddenly turned pale. What is happening? This does not concern us. After all, only Panwu had accepted them. No other school showed interest. This posed a significant dilemma. The admissions officer, watching the principal depart, hesitated. If Panwu were to suffer a catastrophic defeat in the assessment, it would easily shatter the students' confidence, leading to despondency. Consequently, their recently flourishing school would face ruin once more. No, Lin Mingwei, everything rests upon you now, and Lin Hao. You must strive as well. All hope now rested on Lin Mingwei. Zanpakuto, Shishin. Upon its initial release, it transforms into a colossal, flat, flying one-eyed manta ray, possessing the ability to heal those it consumes. Its Bankai, named Kaisen, morphs the blade into an extendable and flexible blood blade, capable of causing the flesh of those it strikes to decay into mere bones. Its formidable power is self-evident. Lin Mingyue nodded slightly, her gaze shifting toward Lin Hao. Oh. Lin Hao appeared completely at ease. A little test? Don't jest, Qing Sheng. I beg your pardon, but they are about to face a dimensional strike. After all, they remain unaware that the Dragon Kingdom's officials have concealed their true capabilities. Haha. Lin Hao smirked mischievously. As they prepared for the small test, they had submitted their enrollment documents, and after 2 major examinations, they could advance in their studies. However, he was not preoccupied with that at the moment. Rather, he contemplated how to torment Qing Sheng, making them understand why the flowers bloom so vividly. Lin Mingyue, you've been following me closely. Be cautious not to adopt any undesirable habits. Lin Hao remarked as he turned his head. Lin Mingyue displayed no expression, as if she had not heard him at all. Thus, Lin Hao is certain this was undoubtedly Lin Tian's arrangement, deliberately sent to monitor him. Let them keep watch. The prerequisite is that they must be able to keep pace with him. All right, all students, welcome to Panwu. I am Wu Qingxuan, but currently, you are not yet official members of our school. You must first pass a simple little test. Noticing the atmosphere had turned somewhat somber, Wu Qingxuan proceeded to explain the rules of the test. Completing the designated enrollment test in the otherworldly space will record your new status based on your performance. This serves as your enrollment login for statistical purposes. However, this enrollment testing space is standardized across all schools. This means conflicts may arise at any moment. Yet malicious killings are strictly prohibited. Otherwise, one would face immediate sentencing and be barred from any further assessments at any institution. Chapter 30. The test begins. The lost city of the otherworld. The test is about to commence. You all stand here, and I will use special props to transport you. The coordinator, Wu Qingxuan, instructed the newly admitted students to line up, and then he began to prepare the teleportation devices. Once everything was set, he stated, "Students, may your martial fortunes flourish." Rustling sounds echoed. Otherworld, Lost City, Monster Level, 0 to 10. Teleportation countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. After a wave of dizziness, Lin Hao opened his eyes. Beside him stood a dozen other students, including Lin Mingyue. "Hello, allow me to introduce myself. I am Wan Zhong." Wan Zhong stepped forward, extending a friendly hand toward Lin Mingyue, entirely disregarding Lin Hao. Lin Hao smiled slightly. He had grown accustomed to such behavior. Lin Mingyue, she merely nodded, not taking his hand. "Greetings, everyone. We shall all be part of Panwu from now on. We should assist one another, shouldn't we?" Wan Zhong retracted his hand, displaying no embarrassment, and addressed the others instead. Indeed, those who joined Panwu were primarily those who had awakened the most inferior devil fruits, Zampicat, or were ninjas. In summary, they were the least desirable individuals. Only the nearly defunct Panwu was willing to accept them. They are indeed filled with gratitude towards the school. However, I just heard that Qing Xing intends to strike against us. Is that true? A frail young girl, with a delicate frame and a face beset by terror, appeared to confirm this notion. Wan Zhong cast a glance at Lin Mingyue. He had witnessed the earlier scene, wherein someone sought out Lin Mingyue, urging her to join Qing Xing, only to be met with refusal. He could scarcely fathom the reason for such a denial. Was it because of that young man? Wan Zhong's gaze shifted to Lin Hao, his eyes narrowing slightly. "May I inquire about your relationship? I merely wish to understand, nothing more." He posed the question. "Siblings?" Lin Mingyue replied with an air of indifference. Lin Hao remained silent. So that was the case, Wan Zhong pondered. Was it conceivable that a sister of immense strength chose not to align with a prestigious school, but instead opted for a lesser institution to safeguard a timid and inept brother? This narrative seemed rather fitting, particularly with Lin Hao, who exuded an attitude of irreverence and disdain. In an instant, Wan Zhong's thoughts crystallized. What a pitiable sister she was. Yet, such indulgence would only serve to render her brother more ineffectual. "Wan Zhong, what should we do now?" he asked. A mere handful of individuals were set to join Panwu School. They were the only ones from their class. Thus, post-evaluation, they would become classmates. Consequently, they had already regarded Wan Zhong as one of their own. After all, he had exhibited a leader's demeanor right from the outset, exuding confidence. Ultimately, the objective in the lost city was to find the exit, and as long as they escaped, the test would be complete. Wan Zhong stated, during this period, "We will encounter numerous monsters. Our combat statistics will be automatically fed back to us, allowing the mentors to verify the data for record keeping." "Monsters? I have only faced those of level 2, the young girl hastily interjected, her fear palpable, not only of the monsters but also of Qing Xing and the other school's participants. She had long heard tales of the competitive nature within the testing space, where conflicts could be fierce, endangering weaker students. Yet, they only sought safe passage through the test, with no desire for victory. No worries, we can assist you. After all, we are all at level 0 for now, Wanzhong encouraged. Having left the novice zone, we can level up by defeating monsters, thereby enhancing our strength. Even the weakest among us can become formidable. Indeed, many nodded in agreement. It must be said that his motivational technique was quite adept, successfully uniting them into a cohesive group in a remarkably brief span. Lin Hao regarded him with considerable admiration. However, Wanzhong remained oblivious to the attention, much like others, though it mattered little. Such is human nature. When you are weak, others will disregard you. It is only when you exhibit strength that people will seek your favor and cling to you. Therefore, let us commence our actions. Wanzhong produced a capsule device, tossing it to the ground, which then revealed an array of ninja tools. This is a form of storage space, designed for one-time use, priced at 100 yuan each. It is limited to carrying a few ninja tools, compact items, and scrolls. Boom, boom, boom. The others likewise began to don their gear, as the test had officially begun. Swish. Lin Mingyue unsheathed her Zanpakuto, her eyes closed. Descend, meat droplet. With a flourish, her sword transformed into a colossal manta ray, a creature capable of flight that could effortlessly carry several individuals. Well, the onlookers gazed enviously at the manifestation of her initial release. After all, they had merely scratched the surface. They had no idea when they might achieve their own initial release. Particularly those who had consumed the devil fruit faced even greater challenges in their growth. Only the ninjas fared somewhat better, as techniques like shadow clone, body flicker, and basic physical abilities were accessible to all, granting them a modicum of combat prowess. The most unfortunate among them were those who had merely scratched the surface, lacking any substantial skills, and could only charge at monsters with wild abandon. Swish. However, Lin Mingyue appeared unwilling to allow anyone to ride on her manta ray. She hovered in midair, keeping pace with the group. Caw, caw, caw. At that moment, a swarm of mechanical beings surged forth, numbering over 20, advancing in a coordinated manner. Lost mechanical monsters. Level 2. Description: a group of unique life forms residing in the lost city. They attempt to seize control of other beings upon encountering them. Race: mechanical. Health: 100. Magic: 100. Skills: charge 2. Intimidate 1. Slow 3. Be careful. Everyone shouted in unison, their expressions turning serious. The moment had arrived for their inaugural combat test, a thrilling milestone. Zzz. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning surged from behind, and before anyone could comprehend what had transpired, the group of lost mechanical monsters was reduced to charred remains, scattering like ashes in the wind. Each student stood in stunned silence. Wanzhong, the frail girl, and the others, including Lin Mingyue, who hovered above, nearly lost their footing in disbelief. What just happened? Excuse me? Who was responsible for this? In mechanical unison, they slowly turned their heads to face the user of the lightning release, who casually twirled the arcs of electricity on his fingers, his demeanor nonchalant. Don't waste any time. I need to go deal with Qing Xing, Lin Hao remarked ominously. Chidori stream. And it was an instant kill. What more is there to discuss? Is it anyone else's fault? It's merely a consequence of the monster's inherent weakness. Chapter 31. A fire release inferno dragon resolves an entire school. Upon encountering everyone, their eyes widened in astonishment, staring at him like deer caught in headlights. Lin Hao remained unfazed. If it were merely a matter of slaying monsters, he could effortlessly transform into a small crow and unleash a barrage of thunderous strikes, ending it all in an instant. Why linger and squander precious time? The lost city was a labyrinthine realm, necessitating collaboration among many to swiftly discover and exit. Thus, the greater the number of participants, the quicker the completion. However, he was not inclined to waste time on monster slaying. He simply decided to eliminate them all in one fell swoop. Wanzhong, caught off guard, stood there speechless, his mouth agape. The others, equally bewildered, struggled to comprehend the scene before them. Lin Hao, how can your lightning technique be so formidable? Lin Mingyue exclaimed, astonished. Aren't you a rogue ninja of the S-class? Breaking the silence, she continued, that was during my initial awakening. How long has it been since then? Lin Hao shrugged nonchalantly. My personal data hasn't been updated. I am no longer an S-class rogue ninja. What, then, is your current rank? Wanzhong inquired eagerly, having closed his mouth. He now perceived Lin Hao as a deeply enigmatic individual, one who had managed to deceive everyone. Yet upon reflection, it dawned on him that there was no deception at play. Lin Hao simply did not concern himself with such matters. That seemingly arrogant demeanor was merely a manifestation of his unwavering confidence in his own abilities. Wan Zhong, for the first time, realized he had misjudged him. Let us expedite our progress and complete the test, Lin Hao suggested with a smile. The monsters here offer negligible growth. Defeating 1,000 would hardly elevate one level. All right, Wan Zhong replied, nodding in astonishment. His perception of Lin Hao had shifted dramatically. The others shared the same sentiment, transitioning from initial trepidation to profound admiration. Who claimed that S-class rogue ninjas were worthless? Step forward and face the challenge. Lin Hao, help me. A classmate wielding a slashing blade cried out, desperately seeking assistance. A fire technique swiftly resolved the situation. Lin Hao, I'm doomed. Ah, boom. Lightning technique, thousand birds blade. Amidst the cries of Lin Hao, he did not lose himself. Aiding a fellow student was a responsibility he embraced. After all, with so few students at Panwu School, the failure of a few would indeed render it a dismal institution. An outcome he wished to avoid. His ambition was to elevate the most derided of schools by triumphing over the formidable Qingsheng. He was eager to deliver a decisive blow to those from Qingsheng School. At that moment, Wan Zhong noticed a group in the distance engaged in a fray with something that emitted a series of anguished cries, resembling a wild boar. Initially assuming it to be a monster, he drew closer only to discover it was a person, bruised and battered. Ha ha ha, foolish creature, I shall vanquish you. Su Shao. Little did you know I awaited your arrival here. Break his legs. A group from Huating School advanced aggressively, throwing punches and kicks without a hint of hesitation, seemingly unafraid of inflicting severe harm. Enough. Wan Zhong could no longer bear to watch and let out a low growl. Bullying should never be this brutal. Someone could get killed. Who dares to command us to stop? They sneered. Ah, it's the students from Panwu School. How amusing that a nearly defunct institution would dare to stand up for others. Over 30 of them grinned menacingly. The students of Panwu School were taken aback by Wan Zhong's audacity. Was he truly so reckless as to invite such danger? You think you're brave, huh? Come on. Hit him. The students from Huating dropped their sandbags and charged forward. Fight? Are we supposed to fear them? Wan Zhong bellowed, activating his strength for a confrontation. Fight, fight. The other students steeled themselves. There was no turning back now. It was their first brawl since enrollment. Boom. In the next moment, a fire dragon roared from behind, sweeping through all the students of Huating, and then it buzzed away, disappearing into the distant ruins. Fire release, fire dragon technique. Fight. By the time you finish, the flowers will have wilted. Lin Hao swiftly dealt with Huating School. Unbelievable. Wan Zhong felt tears of frustration welling up. Just as his fervor ignited, it was swiftly extinguished. Was there any point in continuing? Father. At that moment, the battered Su Shao lunged forward, exclaiming, Please accept me as your son. A hush fell over the crowd. What was happening? Father? A public acknowledgement of parentage? Even Lin Mingwe was taken aback. Father, please accept me. He shouted again. Was this akin to the incident with Dong Zhuo? Lin Hao was at a loss for words. Father, I bow to you. Su Shao, unbothered, continued unabashedly. Get lost. Lin Hao's eyelids twitched. Dear father, I shall dedicate myself to serving you diligently, until my last breath. Su Shao declared with feigned solemnity, wiping away tears of excitement. Can you please leave? Lin Hao was utterly speechless, overwhelmed by this incessant call of father. What was he, just a child? He had only just awakened. Father. Watch as I roll away. Su Shao straightened his legs and began rolling on the ground. What does it mean to be shameless? The students of Panwu stood with their mouths agape, witnessing the spectacle. And thus, Lin Hao found himself with an unexpected son, leading him to suspect he had consumed a fruit of fatherhood. In future encounters, he would casually invite others, Come, be my son. Consider this, upon uttering such audacious words. Be my son, what reaction would ensue? Would the recipient not be rendered utterly speechless, eyes glazed in disbelief? Imagine a scenario where the principal is delivering a stern lecture, and suddenly your gaze turns resolute. With unwavering confidence, you extend your right hand, adorned with a benevolent smile, and proclaim, Be my son. One might wonder if you would even manage to exit the school alive. Should you survive, I shall partake in the defense. In contrast to the notion of a son, Lin Hao yearns for the fruit of face. In this realm, the fruit of face indeed exists, capable of bestowing favor upon any being, even monstrous entities. More often than not, the counterpart will acquiesce, making concessions, while the fruit of face offers certain rewards. should the other party obstinately refuse to grant face. They may suffer varying degrees of repercussions, the most severe resulting in the loss of life. Naturally, the fruit of face is also intrinsically linked to one's charisma, and it is exceedingly rare. In the pirate world, when Sig disregarded Shanks, he bullied him and ultimately was devoured by the Sea King. The Sea King, too, denied Shanks respect, severing his left arm, only to be vanquished by Luffy a decade later. Akainu, having granted Shanks due respect during the war, chose to cease hostilities. And as a result, 2 years later, he reaped the benefits of the fruit of face, ascending to the rank of admiral. Conversely, while Kizaru overlooked Shanks' standing during the war, launching an assault on Law's submarine, Shanks, upon his arrival, extended a gesture of respect, thus neutralizing the situation, allowing Kizaru to maintain his rank as admiral after 2 years. Furthermore, Shanks' first mate, Beckman, possesses the fruit that commands immobility. When a wielder points a weapon at an adversary and utters the command to not move, the enemy is compelled to surrender immediately, else they face devastating repercussions. This is a formidable derivative of the fruit of face. Chapter 32. What Lin Hao exposed, deciding to undertake a grand venture. Foster father. I am a student of the intermediate class at the Divine Sword School. Before entering, I heard rumors that the Qing Sheng School has allied with our institution and others to impose sanctions on the Panwu School. Upon realizing Lin Hao's affiliation with Panwu, Su Xiao seemed to recollect something and promptly remarked, "This is no trivial matter. Such united sanctions have not occurred in many years. Either our school has provoked widespread ire, or it has offended someone it ought not to have, sanctioning us." Upon hearing Su Xiao's words, Wan Zhong and other classmates were momentarily taken aback. They had long been aware, but were astonished by the severity of Qing Sheng's intentions, which were clearly aimed at obstructing their academic advancement and ensuring the total demise of the Panwu School. "Every word is true, devoid of deception," Su Xiao hurriedly asserted. Humph. Lin Mingyue's eyes glinted with determination. It appeared that once she departed this place, she needed to take decisive action. Qing Sheng? Their instructors cannot possibly exceed level 30. Not even comparable to a dog raised by my family. At this moment, Lin Hao's eyelids were half closed. They were clearly coercing him. Afterward, he would not bear any blame for encountering Qing Sheng. He would simply act to eliminate them. Originally, the test would not only allow for conflicts, but could also result in the direct elimination of opponents through defeat. However, some matters should not be pursued to extremes. The Panwu School was already on the brink of collapse. If any issues arose with this batch of students, it would surely spell disaster. It was a malicious scheme, striking both physically and psychologically. Yet, killing was not an option. What about maiming? Severing an arm, perhaps? If anyone dared to provoke him, death would undoubtedly follow. Sentencing? That would be premeditated murder. But what if it was self-defense? As long as the system classified it as a counterattack, he would bear no responsibility whatsoever. Thus, a sinister smile crept across Lin Hao's face. It seemed he needed to impart a lesson to these individuals about the brutality of the otherworld. He had once watched videos depicting the hellish experiences of those in the pioneering teams, scenes that were utterly incomprehensible to those of their age. Understanding the nature of competition beforehand was far more prudent than entering the future's infernal realm with naive and unrealistic notions. Yet, how could they possibly stand against his adoptive father? Su Xiao boasted confidently, declaring that wherever Lin Hao went, he would follow. They had all witnessed Lin Hao's strength, but they were not as formidable. Once a team battle commenced, casualties were inevitable. Wan Zhong remarked, the impending war would certainly affect the innocent. While Lin Hao was powerful, it was inconceivable that he could protect them all. Moreover, they were now classmates and did not wish for Lin Hao to shoulder this burden entirely. Spirit summoning. Lin Hao immediately discerned his thoughts. He first summoned the external demon statue, and as the door to the slime and swung open, Tifa greeted them with a radiant smile. Rest assured, everyone, I have heard everything. This place will shelter you. Ah. A dozen classmates stood beneath the external demon statue, gazing up in stunned silence. Su Xiao, pointing at the colossal figure, stuttered in disbelief. What was this? The pillar of Area 3. He never expected his adoptive father to create a bronze sparrow platform. It was enormous. Was that Tifa? No, it was indeed Tifa herself. I shall take flight as a sign of respect. At that moment, even Lin Mingyue's expression darkened. She had not anticipated her brother to harbor such a stunning beauty here. Hi. Especially as Tifa greeted them, Wan Zhong began to bleed from his nose. What commotion was this? Behind Tifa, a golden-haired girl with twin ponytails, clad in vibrant attire, appeared. Instantly, everyone's gaze towards Lin Hao transformed, filled with awe. One regal figure and one adorable girl. What kind of celestial existence was this? It appears that the adoptive father has a penchant for gaming. Su Xiao discovers that this is none other than the Mary Rose from Zone 3. Ahem. This is the most ancient angel, Lin Hao felt compelled to clarify. Indeed, she shares the name Mary Rose and bears a striking resemblance. However, she is a legitimate angel. Certainly not a mere model from Zone 3. Yet, his explanation seemed rather forced. Lin Mingwei and the others had already come to trust Lin Hao's taste. Su Xiao could not help but give a thumbs up. Lin Hao, weary of further elaboration, declared, Mary Rose will fight alongside you as long as you remain within the slime inn. The outer demon statue can provide cover at any moment. Now, let us create some chaos. At that moment, everyone could sense an unmistakable air of mischief. Indeed, with such a formidable lineup, it was sufficient to make Qing Xing and other rival schools tremble. Who knows who will emerge victorious? Let the mayhem ensue. Wang Zhong nodded vigorously. What of a nearly bankrupt school? Just wait. A bunch of lowly individuals. They will see. Wang Zhong would ensure they would pay dearly. On the Lost City panel, a flurry of information flashed by. You have slain a mechanical sprite. 3. You have slain a mechanical grand sprite. 4. You have slain a mechanical being. A cacophony of sounds erupted as the participants from Panwu School began to level up. Their current strategy was one of teamwork, which not only provided a growth value boost but also prevented it from being evenly distributed. Instead, the growth value surged exponentially. The leveling system was performance-based, with various achievements and deeds leading to random upgrades. Lin Hao's level had already reached 4. Ha ha ha, my great sword is itching for action. Wang Zhong seemed liberated, frantically slaying monsters under the protection of the outer demon statue. The mini-test was merely a straightforward otherworldly space and was free of charge. Why not slay more monsters to accumulate growth value? Hey, has Wang Zhong's image crumbled? The others whispered among themselves, observing Wang Zhong's frenzied demeanor. In truth, he had just been rejected by a prestigious school, the reason being his awakened devil fruit, known as the toy fruit. Indeed, the toy fruit was rather lackluster. There was little potential for development. Thus, in the midst of discussions, Wang Zhong's performance was still commendable. It appeared he had delved deeply into the toy fruit. Go. Lin Hao utilized the ocular abilities of Xiaowu. Within mere minutes, the entire otherworldly space began to be marked with numerous red indicators. Aside from monsters, there were also individuals from other schools. As soon as the red monster targets emerged, he noticed a group of people swiftly heading towards them. The strong school. He squinted, unhesitatingly commanding the outer demon statue to advance. Boom. In the midst of a colossal explosion, fierce flashes of lightning erupted, eliminating several monsters before they even had a chance to react. TCH, this alternate dimension chosen for testing is utterly pathetic. It presents no real challenge. Chapter 33. I expel everyone from the testing space. Indeed, for us prodigious elites, it is akin to slicing through vegetables. Hasn't Qingxing issued a bounty? We are to incapacitate anyone we encounter from the Panwu faction. Incapacitate? Should we also incapacitate the women? Wouldn't that be wasteful? Ha ha ha. It's easy to incapacitate, you fool. You are absolutely right, haha. They effortlessly dispatched a horde of monsters, their spirits soaring with triumph. At that moment, they suddenly caught sight of a massive shadow in the distance, rapidly approaching through their blurred vision. What is that? The group, comprised of students from the Tiandao Academy, widened their eyes in an effort to discern the figure. As the colossal shadow drew closer, they were gripped by terror. What in the world is that? One student gasped, speechless. Are there such monsters in the City of Lost Souls? Unable to identify the information? Only awakened individuals above level 20 are qualified to assess? We heard everything you said, Shindao Academy. Meanwhile, a group emerged from the slime and above, their faces adorned with smug smiles, fixating on the students below. Incapacitate them? Target the women? I shall first shatter your third leg. Lin Mingyue shouted, as the massive stingray floating atop the Six Paths demon statue charged forward. In an instant, screams echoed. You have injured a testing student from Shindao Academy. Please be aware that you are taking the initiative. Upon receiving the notification, Lin Mingyue remained composed. She had not committed murder, so she bore no worries. Wasn't it agreed that we would wait for a moment before launching a counterattack, thus allowing for a more strategic strike? Look, they are already incapacitated. How can we proceed now? Lin Hao's dissatisfied voice emerged. His sister, always acting independently, had come to surveil him without uttering a word. What was she thinking? The plan hadn't even commenced, and she had already made her move? A strategic strike? The students from Shindao Academy stood agape. They had just intended to play a trick on them, yet now they ought to be grateful to Lin Mingwei for incapacitating them? What kind of situation is this? I will not let this go. One of the students screeched. Just you? A mere 2 big slaps could knock you out cold. Shindao Academy, done for. Next. Lin Hao waved his hand, and the 6 Paths demon statue led everyone onward once more. The fate of the Shindao Academy students was sealed. Once the time expired, passing the test was utterly impossible. They could only return to the city in defeat. The adoptive father noted that 150 schools had entered the testing arena, including Huaiding, Shindao, and Sushao, who were plotting. The schools allied with Qingsheng likely numbered over 80. However, at this pace, it seemed feasible to eliminate them all before the testing commenced. Yet, I suspect they have all received some kind of bounty notice. Wang Zhong proposed, let us not hesitate. We should expel all the candidates, ensuring that only those from the Panwu school succeed. Intriguing, Lin Mingwei remarked, her eyes sparkling. This would undoubtedly astonish the masses and elevate the reputation of Panwu school. In due course, all skepticism will dissipate, and the school will not face closure. This is the essence of youth. Lin Hao nodded in agreement. Isn't advancement contingent upon achieving significant feats? This will certainly allow everyone to ascend 10 levels. Suddenly, an alarming situation unfolded. The principal of Qingsheng School, having just taken a brief respite, was jolted awake by a frantic series of knocks at the door. Upon opening it, he was met by the anxious vice principal, who held a display device. Principal, something's amiss. You must see, Lin Hao is acting strangely. What? The principal's heart raced as he snatched the device from the vice principal's hands. To his horror, he witnessed a group of injured students being carried out on stretchers. What is happening? He inquired. This is the testing cohort from Shindao School. Do you know what they said? The vice principal replied, visibly shaken. What did they say? The principal was bewildered. They claimed that Panwu School is purging all students from the otherworldly space and is sending all candidates back to the city. The vice principal's words sent a chill down the principal's spine. Impossible. How could this be? The principal exclaimed, incredulous. The lost city could not be monitored. And if observation were necessary, one would have to utilize the angel's eye, which provided an unclear image due to the inherent instability of that space. Yet, there was no time for further contemplation. He rushed to the resource room. Quick, activate the angel's eye. In an instant, a blurred image appeared on the screen. However, contrary to expectations, Lin Hao was not leading Panwu's students in a fierce onslaught. There were no group battles or intense skirmishes. Instead, the footage revealed Lin Hao soundly asleep on a plush bed, relishing a tranquil moment. This bed appears to be the finest Sealy mattress from Blue Star. The vice principal remarked in a hushed tone. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged incredulous glances at the vice principal. At such a critical moment, he is concerned about this? They wondered. Did he not notice that this is a hotel? Why is there a hotel in the otherworldly space? And why is Lin Hao sleeping so soundly? Switch the perspective. Zoom out. Upon hearing Principal Qingshen's furious roar, they hastily maneuvered the angel's eye. Yet, the image remained obscured until they discerned a colossal entity traversing the landscape. Without any command, it deftly dispatched the surrounding monsters, akin to swatting flies and mosquitoes. What left the onlookers gasping in horror was the revelation that a hotel resided atop this behemoth, where Lin Hao lay sleeping in one of its beds. Furthermore, they witnessed students from Panwu binding a group of men and women, tormenting them in the most brutal manner imaginable. I can't bear this any longer. I concede the test. I wish to return to the city. One after another, they surrendered voluntarily. Stunned into silence, the crowd could hardly comprehend the scene before them. These were their newly recruited students, all prodigies and formidable warriors, elite shinobi, wielders of the shurikai, possessors of devil fruits. Yet now, they were bound like pigs. Helpless despite their desperate struggles. I relinquish my entry into Qingsheng. Please stop the torment. I was wrong. Upon hearing this, Principal Qingsheng nearly ground his teeth to dust. How was this monster summoned? A battle pet? Or perhaps a spirit beast? Call the authorities. This creature must be dealt with by the Dragon Kingdom. He bellowed. If this continued, Qingsheng would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of the Dragon Kingdom for an entire year. Such disgrace could not be tolerated. He would not allow it to transpire. Chapter 34. That day, they all became kings of torment. In the otherworldly realm known as the Lost City, a creature that shattered the dimensional barrier appeared. Upon receiving a report, Wang Yang resolved to investigate the matter. Once connected with the informant screen, the video promptly materialized. It showcased a group of students, exuberantly transporting something. What are they carrying? Bound individuals? He was astonished. At that moment, it was not only Wang Yang, but others also recognized something familiar. The Slime Hotel? The once diminutive lost city now harbored such a terrifying creature. Our school demands immediate eradication. Please resolve this at once. Principal Qingxing's frantic shouts echoed through the video. It's Lin Hao. Wang Yang exchanged glances with his colleagues, words unspoken. It was indeed Lin Hao. And that monstrous entity was his battle pet, only they were privy to this knowledge. Clearly, the suppression of information had been remarkably successful. Few were aware of Lin Hao's true prowess. The mentors who had observed the entrance examinations had received substantial hush money and had signed confidentiality agreements. Thus, the principal of Qixing School, along with other associated institutions, lodging a report came as no surprise. Lin Hao had already qualified to join the pioneering team. I successfully recommended him, and now awaited his formal inclusion. Wang Yang nodded and remarked, this little test will conclude swiftly. We are merely here to observe the commotion. The exploration team will arrive shortly. This action inadvertently led the principal of Qixing School to misconstrue the situation as an attempt to apprehend Lin Hao, prompting him to respond with a nod. I shall await your arrival, he urged, completely oblivious to the true intentions behind the gathering. Meanwhile, in the realm of the otherworldly labyrinth, Lin Hao had just dismantled another academy, leaving over 50 institutions remaining. As anticipated, they had indeed allied with Qixing School, making it easier to eradicate them all. Although the visibility within this space was rather limited, the colossal form of the outer demon statue easily drew the attention of many. What commotion is this? A sudden uproar attracted the attention of another academy, their expressions filled with confusion as they stared into the distance. Soon, they beheld an individual rushing toward them. I am a tester from Panwu Academy. I inadvertently provoked a horde of monsters. Please, assist me. The actor, Wang Zhang, staggered toward them in desperation. Panwu Academy? The group revealed amused smiles, having searched extensively without success, only to have their quarry delivered to them. What do you intend to do? Wang Zhang halted abruptly, a look of terror washing over his face, resembling a lamb awaiting slaughter. You fool, of course. We intend to beat you. The assemblage of over 20 men and women revealed malicious grins. Beat me? Wang Zhang's expression shifted, a cold smile emerging. If that is the case, then it shall be easy. What do you mean by easy? Before they could finish their sentence, a massive arm from afar sent them flying. Boom. The ground, along with dirt and debris, was propelled into the air. Ah, that hurts. What struck me? Their already poor visibility hindered their ability to discern the source of the attack. As they strained to open their eyes wider, they finally spotted a shadow resembling a small mountain lurking within the mist. Capture them all, Lin Hao commanded with a wave of his hand, employing the same method. In any case, the plan was to torment them for a while and loot their possessions. Stop. You can't do this. A girl trembled, appalled by such brazen thievery. Spare me your words. Hurry and disrobe. Su Xiao chuckled wickedly. The girl began to weep uncontrollably, her sorrow akin to a torrential downpour. Yet, Su Xiao showed no mercy. Strip. He forcibly removed the equipment from her, presenting it to Lin Hao. Foster father, it still retains warmth. Please indulge, he offered with both hands extended. Get lost. Lin Hao kicked him away. For heaven's sake, can't you see the poor girl is about to cry from the cold? Does anyone have ice-related items? Let her use them. Don't let her suffer. He too had endured enough torment. Oh, how I long to return home. At last. A group of individuals has succumbed to both mental and physical torment, raising their hands in surrender. Outside, at the testing site, another cohort of students emerges, stripped bare. What transpired within? A journalist hastily thrust a microphone towards a trembling boy. Do not inquire of me. I know nothing. The crowd was momentarily taken aback by this response. What manner of persecution could lead to such a lapse in memory? Behind them, Wu Qingxuang, initially intrigued, began to sense something amiss. They repeatedly mentioned Panwu, and a wild thought sparked in his mind. Pray tell, what has transpired? He seized the gaze of a student whose eyes darted nervously. I know nothing, came the identical reply. It was evident that they were genuinely terrified. The mentors from other schools wore expressions of outrage. Who was responsible for this? It must be Panwu School. At that moment, the principal of Qixing spoke through clenched teeth. A jolt coursed through Wu Qingxuang's heart. His deepest fears had materialized. Yet, he could not fathom why such an upheaval occurred within the otherworldly space. How could the new students he had summoned be so thoroughly defeated that they dared not utter a word? Panwu School? Mentors and leaders from various institutions turned their gazes toward Wu Qingxuang. Please elucidate what has transpired. A throng of journalists nearly pressed their microphones into his mouth. I truly do not know, Wu Qingxuang lamented, on the verge of tears. He had merely hoped that the new students he had recruited would navigate the minor tests smoothly, considering it a stroke of good fortune. Yet, the situation was dire, as they had brutally dispatched the test takers from other schools. His mind was in a daze. Who among those students possessed such formidable power? Was it Lin Mingwei? However, her Zampicat had yet to achieve its Bankai. Stop pretending. The principal of Qingxing seized him by the throat, shouting, "You must know something. Speak." "I truly do not know." Wu Qingxuang gasped, shaking his head fervently. This minor test was meant to be competitive, and it was not against the rules, was it? Panwu School had now become the target of collective ire. Yet, he found a peculiar sense of satisfaction in witnessing the disarray and failure of these prestigious institutions. In his heart, he silently cheered. Regardless of who this individual was, they deserved substantial praise. Wu Qingxuang was well aware that he would not lie. Calm down, calm down. Perhaps he is indeed innocent. The principal of Qingxing, for the time being, was urged to release him, as other leaders from various schools hastily intervened. Chapter 35, The Stirring of the Lin Family, Truth Unveiled. A multitude of journalists awaited to report. Should this make headlines, it would be utterly disgraceful. I have already employed the Angel's Eye for observation and reported to the Observation Bureau. The official response team of the Dragon Country has commenced action and will soon pursue this wretched creature. The principal of Qingxing gritted his teeth and declared, "What? You called the police?" Wu Qingxuang's jaw dropped in disbelief. Was it truly necessary for such a trivial test? Just then, a new batch of test subjects emerged from the portal, each sporting bruised faces and blank expressions. No matter how they probed, no useful information could be extracted. This infuriated all the principals and leaders present. 20, 40, 80. Some were still counting the names of the schools. There are still 10 schools test subjects. No sooner had the words left their lips than another group appeared, equally dazed. They had been subjected to a dimensional downgrade and faced severe threats. It was likely they would take a day or two to recover. 5 more schools. Suddenly, 30 more individuals were brought out, their limbs bound tightly. Weiyang School, Kongyu School, Emoshi School, Hubei School. As each name was called, the crowd grew increasingly agitated. Oh my goodness, this is a major incident. Live broadcast. Look, everyone, they have been thoroughly beaten. Why does the sow scream in the night? Is it a decline of morals or a distortion of humanity? Is this the manifestation of a lost conscience? Why has the 90-year-old matriarch of Panwu School been revived? Why do thefts frequently occur in the girls' dormitory? Why has instant noodles in the supermarket fallen victim to foul play? Follow me, I am Daily Discourse. I am the esteemed host, your great aunt. The reporters had gone into a frenzy. It had been ages since such explosive news had surfaced. This would surely top the headlines and dominate trending searches by tomorrow. This has nothing to do with me. Wu Qingxuang lamented, tears welling in his eyes, as the leaders from various schools grasped him by the throat. They had initially maintained a calm demeanor. However, when it was their school's turn, they transformed into beasts. Die, just die. Return our genius. Their eyes blazed with fury. Their throats choked with rage. What had begun as a simple test had devolved into a one-sided massacre. Regrettably, the Angel's Eye could not discern the true events unfolding within. Otherwise, they would have long since throttled Wu Qingxuang. Without substantial evidence, they were compelled to await the arrival of the officials from the Dragon Country. Stop. Moments later, Wang Yang and his team arrived at a leisurely pace. The response bureau, you have finally arrived. The principal of Qingxing hurried forward to greet, exclaiming, we must capture that monster and cleanse it. Lin Hao is undoubtedly an otherworldly being, a spy indeed. Just look at the plight of these students. It brings me to tears. Oh, Wang Yang narrowed his eyes, yet uttered words laden with meaning. How is it that I received a report indicating that your Qingxing school, in collusion with all the surrounding institutions, has issued a bounty to launch an all-encompassing assault on the Panwu school? A wave of astonishment swept through the gathered reporters. Is this true, Qingxing? Do you not feel a pang of conscience for such actions? This is monumental news. Such a move surely contravenes the regulations of the Education Bureau. Does it not? The passers-by, along with curious onlookers, were left dumbfounded. So this was the truth? No wonder Panwu School retaliated, seeking to expel all test takers. This was nothing short of the wicked accusing the righteous. How dare you act in such a manner? Wu Qingxuang, feeling suddenly empowered, seized the opportunity to shake the other principals vigorously. The principals stared wide-eyed, tongues tied, utterly at a loss for words. Is there anything more to say? According to Article 180 of the Dragon Kingdom Education Bureau regulations, you have severely breached discipline. You are hereby arrested. You have the right to remain silent. Wang Yang waved his hand dismissively. Take him away. In a flurry, a group of officers apprehended the dumbfounded Qingxing principal and led him to the police car. Who leaked this information? Even now, he stared blankly, unable to fathom who would betray him. The principals, all in the same boat, could not have turned against him. Who could it be? The Lin family. Using such despicable means, how dare they target my beloved daughter? Shui Yun had just set down her secret communicator when she noticed the butler behind her, wearing a broad smile. Madam, you have always favored Ming with the most, he remarked. Is that so? Shui Yun tapped her fingers on the table thoughtfully. In truth, I wish to assist him, Lin Hao. Madam? The butler looked on in astonishment, unable to comprehend her desire to aid the young Master Lin. The relationship between Lin Hao and his father was fraught, verging on severed. Shui Yun gazed at the letter of severance in her hand, saying, yet that man, by nature, cares not a whit for Lin Hao. Investing all his affection in Tianyi, the only one capable of doing good for them is me. Madam, the butler felt a swell of emotion. For all these years, Lin Hao had been under the protection of the lady, unbeknownst to him. Otherwise, many would have sought to trouble him. Solely because he was a member of the Lin family. Let it be. Do not disclose this matter. Shui Yun's eyes remained fixed on the severance letter. She was not yet ready to make a decision. After all, one could only speculate what terrifying actions Lin Tianxing might undertake upon receiving those documents. Ignoring it altogether would have been preferable, but if not, never mind. Shui Yun, upon contemplating this, cast aside the documents pertaining to the severance of relations into the nearby waste bin. Dispose of them, she remarked. Indeed, the butler responded thoughtfully, nodding. Could it be that Lin Hao's rise poses a threat to the eldest brother, Lin Tianyi? At such a juncture, what judgment would the elder Lin Tianxing render? Would he continue to support his eldest son Tianyi, or would he divert some resources and focus towards the younger son Lin Hao? Meanwhile, Lin Mingwei, who had always been tenacious, followed in her elder brother Tianyi's footsteps, and now, under their mother's directive, joined Lin Hao in pursuing further education. What transformations would her mindset undergo? Young master, it all rests upon you, the butler said as he took the severance documents and directly discarded them into the underground incinerator. In no time, they were reduced to ashes. At this moment, Lin Hao's cleansing endeavor was drawing to a close. Foster father. Only one last institution remains, the Super Dream High School. Su Xiao swallowed hard. This school represented the most formidable group of test candidates they would encounter thus far, each an elite in their own right. Chapter 36. The final prestigious school, Dream High School. Dream High School. All I know is that it admits elite prodigies. It must be even more formidable than Qingsheng and unlikely to heed any bounty orders, Wan Zhong pondered. We shall see what attitude this group adopts. Lin Hao commanded the external magical construct to advance. They had been wandering here for quite some time, nearly familiar with the location of the exit. At that moment, Lin Mingwei approached, her expression devoid of emotion. What is it? Lin Hao inquired. Dream High School is where my elder brother once studied, she replied coldly. Oh? Lin Hao's eyes narrowed involuntarily. Is it him? The eldest son of the Lin family? Lin Tianyi? That man's illustrious son? If you were to conquer Dream High School, it would undoubtedly serve as a provocation to our father, Lin Mingwei stated impassively. Indeed, Lin Hao nodded. His family has invested all resources in nurturing Lin Tianyi. If he were to defeat Dream High School, it would, in effect, imply that Lin Tianyi, who once attended that institution, is inferior to him. How could Lin Tianxing possibly acquiesce to that? But I have already submitted the documents severing ties with the family to Shui Yun. Lin Hao shook his head. You intend to sever ties with the family? When did this transpire? Lin Mingwei exclaimed in astonishment, perplexed by Lin Hao's motives. Just earlier, Lin Hao shrugged. What could be the reason? Lin Mingyue's eyes suddenly sharpened, and her tone became slightly agitated. Initially, she noticed Lin Hao's rising potential, given his rate of growth. It was conceivable that one day he could surpass Lin Tianyi. At that moment, Lin Hao would be able to vie for a prominent position within the family. As his sister, she envisioned standing alongside her brother to confront Lin Tianyi. However, she was taken aback when Lin Hao boldly declared his intention to sever ties with the family. Did this not extinguish her plans? Is it truly surprising? I have never availed myself of any resources from the Lin family, Lin Hao inquired. Despite this, he should not wish to dissociate entirely. Lin Mingwei urged. You have grown stronger, and I have witnessed it. Once you return and demonstrate formidable strength, the Lin family will undoubtedly reward you. Yet I have no need for such trivial familial resources. They merely entail the possession of a few interdimensional realms, Lin Hao replied. Perhaps in the past, he might have entertained such thoughts, but after acquiring the villain system, interdimensional spaces were no longer a trivial matter. You dismissed the family resources? Lin Mingyue felt a twinge of frustration. She had never anticipated her brother harbored such ambition. Father, we are nearly there, Su Xiao exclaimed excitedly from ahead. At this, Lin Mingyue fell into a silent contemplation. The figures in the distance were from the prestigious Dream High School. At that moment, a multitude of well-equipped shadows moved in unison, accompanied by summoned beasts and battle pets, making the disparity with other schools painfully clear. I feel as though I am scavenging, a student from Panwu School jested, acknowledging the elite status of the gathering before them. After all, the individuals before them were either scions of the wealthy or offspring of officials. A comparison that was utterly futile. Boom. The appearance of the external demon statue also captured the attention of Dream High School. What is that? A leader? They were initially startled, then immediately adopted a posture of vigilance. We are from Panwu School, greetings. Wanzhong chuckled. This was their customary approach, typically. When others heard of Panwu School, they could not resist mocking it. Panwu School? The students from Dream High exclaimed, stepping forward with a leader among them. I am Zhou Zimo, a test student from Dream High School. Panwu School, you are quite formidable to have driven other schools into the interdimensional realms. Zhou Zimo remarked with a hint of wariness, distinguishing them from the rabble they had previously encountered. Now it's your turn, Lin Hao declared, positioning himself at the forefront. Our turn? Zhou Zimo furrowed his brow tightly. What an immense pressure. Who was this person? He had never heard of such an entity within Panwu School. Not only he, but others from the Dream High School felt an overwhelming sense of dread at this moment. They were all acutely aware of an immense spiritual pressure emanating from afar. The Zanpakuto? Such formidable spiritual energy, one I have never sensed even from those level 20 instructors. Who could this possibly be? Their faces were filled with astonishment. They had never experienced such pressure before. What manner of monster had the testing candidates from Panwu School encountered? Caution was paramount. Zhou Zimo offered a warning. He realized that this Lin Hao must be the strongest individual present. No wonder he was able to eliminate all the testing candidates from the other schools. This oppressive force alone was sufficient to illustrate the terror of his power. Will you leave on your own, or shall I compel you? Lin Hao stood atop the outer Dao demon statue, his robes billowing in the sand-laden wind. Behind him, Su Xiao and Lin Mingyue flanked him, exuding an aura of fearsome intensity. We at Dream High School have never feared anyone. Zhou Zimo bellowed in a deep voice. We harbor no grievances against you. If you intend to act against us, rest assured this matter is far from over. In the future, your Panwu School will undoubtedly face comprehensive retaliation and strikes. Haha. Does our nearly defunct school truly care about that? Wanzhong sneered. Forming seals, Lin Hao waved his hand. Swish, swish, swish. All the members of Panwu School moved to the fingertips of the outer Dao demon statue, collectively forming seals. Water release. Water dragon roar. They initiated a combined ninjutsu. Against Dream High School, they shouted in unison, resolved to give their all. Boom. With the energy provided by the outer Dao demon statue, a massive water dragon surged forth. Be cautious, the range of this technique is immense. Zhou Zimo exclaimed in alarm. He had not anticipated the formidable power of the combined ninjutsu unleashed from the opposing side. Combined ninjutsu, tornado, howling winds. As Dream High School formed their united ninjutsu seals, the tornado intertwined with the water dragon, obscuring their vision even further. Sensory ninjas. Quickly locate the enemy's position, Zhou Zimo shouted. Yet at that moment, a lightning ninjutsu hurtled towards him. Boom. He was taken aback and immediately employed a ninjutsu to evade. Where he had once stood, a deep pit now gaped. Simultaneously, a shadow loomed overhead. Zhou Zimo instinctively looked up and beheld an image he would never forget. Lin Hao had transformed into a demonic form, his vast black wings blotting out the sun, enveloping them all, while the technique formed from the lightning gradually morphed into the shape of a weapon. Chapter 37. The Mightiest of Humanity, How Ian Appears. This is disastrous. Zhou Zimo felt his very soul tremble, his entire body quaking with fear. Flee! Upon his thunderous shout, the sky was engulfed in a shroud of darkness. This was the final vision witnessed by all at the prestigious Dream School. When they awoke once more, the familiar azure sky greeted them. Each individual found themselves reclining on a stretcher, while a throng of reporters and broadcasters fervently captured the moment. Even the Dream School, renowned for its prowess, was eclipsed by the resounding triumph of Panwu School. A new champion had emerged, and it was none other than Panwu. Thus, the nearly defunct Panwu School catapulted to fame. Only one institution passed the rigorous assessment, drawing the attention of the masses. Had they truly triumphed? Wu Qingxuang was utterly flabbergasted. With a punch at Nanshan Qinshan Kindergarten and a kick at the Dream Nursing Home, he wondered aloud who could possibly challenge them. Panwu School, you have done remarkably well. I shall remember you, he proclaimed, grateful for the lessons imparted today. Meanwhile, the heads of other schools seethed with frustration. This joint assessment had been overshadowed entirely by Panwu's brilliance. Was it conceivable that this was merely a misunderstanding? A cold sweat trickled down Wu Qingxuang's back. Attracting the ire of these individuals was no small matter. Undoubtedly, Panwu School would accrue countless enemies henceforth. As the assessment concluded, the moment of arrival approached. Just as the reporters frantically clicked their cameras, a hum resonated, and the forefront portal began to ripple, revealing a procession of figures. The cameras zoomed in, nearly invading their personal space. Lin Hao, it is indeed you. Wang Yang from the Strategy Bureau smiled knowingly. Who else could exhibit such audacity? Lin Hao emerged, flanked by a cadre of individuals who appeared unfazed by the spectacle. How did I perform? Was it satisfactory? Did I give anything away? He whispered anxiously, aware that such a grand event demanded composure. Did we not rehearse this? Maintain your image. The oppressive atmosphere was palpable, destined to proliferate across the internet. Frustration simmered within the leaders of various institutions. If not for Qingxin, how could their newcomers have faced such humiliation? They cursed Qingxin's ineptitude, lamenting the myriad of trivial issues. However, they were also perplexed. Was this merely an entrance examination? Was such a crowd truly necessary? The presence of numerous reporters suggested that someone of great stature was imminent. Especially concerning were the attendees from Longhua, who lingered longer than expected. A wave of unease swept over everyone. Just then, a sound emanated from a certain aircraft, signaling its arrival. Finally, they are here, Wang Yang exclaimed with delight. The pioneers had returned. With a resounding click, the craft's door opened and a figure descended. It was he, indeed, Hao Tian. I have long awaited this moment. Charge forth. The streamers and reporters suddenly became frenzied. So it is, Hao Tian? Only then did they realize they were anticipating the most formidable Hao Tian. Yet, how did he arrive here? So many people. Hao Tian was momentarily taken aback. Presumably, news of his arrival had leaked in advance. Thus, he merely glanced at someone from a distance, quickly added a contact, and then boarded a flying craft, vanishing once more. What exactly was his purpose? He disembarked for but a fleeting instant, then departed again, all within a mere 10 seconds. What intentions does Hao Tian harbor? You have new information. Please check your messages. After Hao Tian disappeared, Lin Hao's communicator chimed with a message. Pleased to meet you. I am Hao Tian. Hao Tian. Lin Hao replied succinctly. The director of the Strategy Bureau had once proposed recommending him for the pioneering team, and he had not anticipated it would materialize. However, he had never even visited the headquarters. Surely, Hao Tian's intentions were not merely a casual greeting? Old Wang recommended you for the pioneering team. So I passed by to assess your capabilities, Hao Tian sent in a voice message. Assessment? Lin Hao was indifferent. He could effortlessly pass any test. However, joining the pioneering team required further contemplation. After all, who would willingly engage in such perilous work? Nevertheless, it was no longer necessary. Your strength has surpassed my expectations. Hao Tian continued. You are a dual awakener? I suppose so, Lin Hao replied, narrowing his eyes. Dual awakening? Apologies, but he had only just awakened his third antagonist. And Blue had yet to mature. Truly, a warrior of great potential. Splendid. With your addition to the pioneering team, progress is inevitable. Hao Tian seemed exceedingly pleased. Wait. I never stated my intention to join the pioneering team, Lin Hao countered. This left Hao Tian momentarily bewildered. He could hardly believe that someone would decline an invitation to the pioneering team. Anyone who heard they could join would be elated. When he himself joined, he could hardly contain his excitement. Yet this Lin Hao, upon speaking, expressed such sentiments? Was he perhaps at Sundara? What is the matter? Do you not wish to join the pioneering team? Hao Tian continued to send messages, his tone gentle. Who would desire such exhausting work? Lin Hao responded candidly. Ahem. Hao Tian nearly choked, incredulously stating, joining the pioneering team signifies contributing to the nation, a mark of honor. Being part of the team means freedom from constraints. No one can govern you. You can shape everything according to your will, and you dare to refuse? Upon hearing these words, Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback. How could this differ from the knowledge he had acquired online? Joining an exploration team was supposed to impose restrictions on one's freedom, laden with various rules and regulations. Lin Hao expressed his astonishment. I am uncertain where you obtained this information, but it is undoubtedly false. As a key member of the exploration team, I can unequivocally tell you that joining the team signifies absolute freedom. Hao Yan continued to relay messages. The exploration team only convenes during expeditions. Otherwise, we are free to pursue our activities as we wish, going wherever we desire and engaging in whatever we please. Moreover, with this identity, one can avail themselves of various benefits and conveniences provided by our country. Understanding dawned upon Lin Hao as he nodded and pondered before responding with a message. After the entrance examination concluded, Wu Qingxuang appeared to receive them as if they were ancestors, stating tiredly, "Come to our school for registration tomorrow." He had been thoroughly exhausted by the trials of the day. Yes, mentor. The dozen or so individuals wore bright smiles, having successfully enrolled, an exhilarating new beginning. A fresh starting point indeed. Panwu School had been rejuvenated by their presence, and they eagerly anticipated the enrollment the following day. Chapter 38. Money is but an external matter. Merely a few tens of millions. The day before enrollment, Lin Hao had arrived at his villa. Major construction companies, lured by substantial incentives, worked tirelessly day and night, culminating in the completion of a private villa on this day. Having sold Tianzizui, Lin Hao had amassed a fortune, leaving him with 10 billion in funds. One could say he had indeed entered the realm of the affluent. Old rascal, living alone in such a vast house. Don't you feel lonely? Gu Tianle remarked earnestly. I think I might as well accompany you and move in together. Foster father, in such a large villa, it must take 5 minutes just to walk to the restroom. Right? Su Xiao added with a serious expression. If not, I could serve as your restroom attendant. Get lost. Lin Hao retorted with a kick. Such crude remarks dared to be uttered in broad daylight? Lin Mingwei stood by in a daze, not due to Su Xiao's jest, but rather because of the villa itself. Struggling to fathom Lin Hao's financial capabilities. Where had he acquired such wealth? She knew that Lin Hao had distanced himself from the family since childhood. Lacking any resources or support, he had previously survived by taking on odd jobs, even cobbling together funds for his tuition. How had he suddenly transformed into a wealthy individual overnight? She even harbored doubts about the family head, Lin Tianxing, secretly nurturing this young lord. However, logically, that seemed implausible. The family head's focus was solely on Tianyi, leaving no room for anything else. Even she had relied on her mother's resources, facing her own hardships. Where did you acquire such wealth? She finally inquired. Previously, I completed a transaction with the Strategy Bureau. It was not particularly significant, just a few tens of billions. Lin Hao replied nonchalantly. Pfft. Lin Mingwen nearly spat out in disbelief. Not much? Just a few billion? Surely, this could buy a usage right to a parallel world. What could possibly be so valuable? Money is but a transient entity. Lin Hao waved his hand and transferred tens of millions from his personal account to Lin Mingwei's. Ding. The payment notification chimed. 66 million yuan. What? Lin Mingwei leaped up in surprise like a startled cat. Her mother only provided her with 2 million annually. Yet here was Lin Hao, casually gifting her several tens of millions? Consider it pocket money from your little brother, he said with a grin. It seemed this dear older sister of his was quite taken aback. However, being from a prominent family, she soon regained her composure. I cannot accept this money. Lin Mingwei insisted, attempting to return the transfer. A few tens of millions is merely a trifle to me. Lin Hao proceeded directly to the grand estate of the villa. Summoning the external magical figures, Tifa and Mary Rose soon appeared. They felt no particular emotion, merely noting the size of the house before them. Lin Hao. Flaunting your wealth like this will attract the attention of the family, leading to unnecessary troubles, Lin Mingwei remarked suddenly. Are you suggesting that this will reach that man's ears? Lin Hao waved his hand dismissively. I no longer care for the family. Compared to the empires of the other world, the Lin family of Blue Star is insignificant. Upon hearing this, Lin Mingwei sensed her brother's considerable ambition. Clearly, he aimed to surpass the Lin family. I still advise you to retrieve the severance documents, she reiterated. You are only just beginning. I recognize your strength now. But it is still too early to confront the Lin family. People invariably grow under pressure, Lin Hao mused, gazing up at the sky. Thus, the following morning, they received the admission notice from Panwu Academy. Originally, both the school and Gu Tianle had applied to other institutions, but they were transferred to Panwu. Thanks to Wu Qingxuang's covert machinations, it is worth noting that Panwu Academy had gained considerable notoriety, facing resistance from various schools and being reported by united parents. In short, life had become even more challenging. What was initially thought to be a minor test had escalated into a crisis, with closure looming. With my adoptive father around, how could our school possibly close? Su Xiao declared resolutely. As long as Lin Hao is here, everything will be fine. You're finally here. You're already 10 minutes late, Wu Qingshuang urged as he pulled them along. However, there were only a few new students, so a 10-minute delay was hardly a significant issue. A group of students swiftly arrived at the assembly square, where over 200 students from the intermediate and advanced classes gathered, yawning and exuding an air of utter boredom. Upon noticing the newcomers, the freshmen erupted in excitement, gesturing enthusiastically in salute. Is that Lin Hao? They whispered among themselves, recalling tales of how he had sent all the test takers from rival schools to the hospital. Remarkable indeed. He had become a legend. The atmosphere in the school was suddenly electrified, the earlier calm merely a precursor to the impending storm. How could Lin Hao be so popular? It seemed he was destined to become the heartthrob of the campus, marveled Wu Qingshuang. Dear newcomers, your dormitory arrangements have been finalized. There are no classes today. You will familiarize yourselves with our school, guided by your senior peers, the principal stated succinctly before stepping down, offering no grandiose speech, merely a bland announcement. Thus, the enrollment ceremony concluded rather abruptly, leaving a stagnant ambience. Look at the videos online, Gu Tianla remarked. The featured school was the Divine Sword Academy, where students rallied passionately under the Dragon Kingdom's banner, a stark contrast to their own lackluster event. Would you like me to show you around the academy? A rather audacious senior inquired, attempting to flirt with Lin Mingyue. Leave, Lin Mingyue curtly replied. TCH, the senior muttered in disappointment as he turned away. What is this welcoming? Such occurrences are rather common at our institution, Wu Qingshuang commented. Common? Lin Hao chuckled. A lackluster senior and inexperienced juniors, can these individuals truly invigorate our glory? In any case, allow me to guide you around the academy, Wu Qingshuang insisted. We can manage on our own, Lin Hao countered. Wu Qingshuang nodded, stating, classes have officially commenced, although they primarily consist of free activities. If you wish to hunt in the otherworldly realm, our school wholeheartedly supports it. So, we need to pay out of pocket? Gu Tianla replied, speechless. Unfortunately, our school is underfunded, Wu Qingshuang shrugged. The group silently understood, nodding in acquiescence. Chapter 39. A Storm Brews. Our school faces change. The institution lacked financial resources. In a prestigious school, entering the otherworldly realm daily would be commonplace. Wealthy students could even invite senior mentors to accompany them for a nominal fee. Yet, at Glory Academy, the total number of mentors barely reached 20. Your dormitory has been arranged, and all rooms are single with private baths, Wang Zhong remarked. Wang Zhong, we do not reside on campus. Su Xiao replied with a sense of pride. My adoptive father has constructed a private villa for us to live in. What did you say? Wang Zhong seemed taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. I want to live there too. After a moment, his eyes sparkled with excitement. But what if you make a mess? And it stinks up the place? My farts are absolutely odorless, so rest assured, Su Xiao replied confidently. How can I be certain? Just give it a whiff. As they engaged in light banter, Lin Hao had already traversed the dilapidated school grounds. The cracked and filthy walls were adorned with stains and bird droppings, while heaps of garbage accumulated in every corner, suggesting a long period without cleaning. The classrooms, shrouded in dust, were also laden with grime. Lin Hao approached, only to find the floor sticky beneath his feet. It finally dawned on him what it meant for a place to be on the verge of closure. He believed it wholeheartedly. Gu Tianla was utterly astounded. This was far removed from his expectations. It was truly remarkable that such a school still existed in this era. Perhaps it would be better for it to close down swiftly. To revive this institution, one must spin dreams. With dreams come hope and aspirations. After enrolling, Lin Hao had a multitude of tasks ahead of him. First and foremost, he needed to slay monsters and accumulate experience points to facilitate the third awakening of his blue dye evolution. Presently, both Qilin Zhuo and Guiren Air Xiaowu had reached their limits. The required experience points were overwhelming. However, Hao Yin had mentioned that when the exploration team had tasks, they would take him along. Those high-level otherworlds offered copious experience points. At that time, he could evolve the first two awakenings, so for now, that was on hold. As for the costs associated with entering the otherworldly space, he had sufficient funds to alleviate any concerns. Nevertheless, he hoped to elevate the school alongside his own progress. Considering that graduating from the advanced class would allow him to attend university, If Glory School were to close midway, he would be forced to transfer and undergo assessments again, which would be quite troublesome. Once enrolled in university, he would gain access to more perilous areas of the otherworld. The restrictions of the Dragon Kingdom would be entirely lifted from him. What did you say? Are you inviting me to join Panwu? Li Mumu was taken aback. The communication displayed that it was Lin Hao. She was well aware of Panwu School, that institution on the brink of collapse. So, what is your choice? Lin Hao inquired. Do I even need to say? I will join, Li Mumu replied without hesitation. Her interest lay not in the school itself, but in Lin Hao. Since the day she had accompanied him on an otherworld hunt, she had found it impossible to forget that experience. She eagerly anticipated witnessing Lin Hao transform into a demon once more. Thus, Panwu School welcomed a new female mentor into its ranks. We are delighted to have you join our institution. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, the principal wore a cheerful expression. Amidst these tumultuous times, could it be that there are still mentors willing to join this institution? Nevertheless, it was prudent to accept them for the time being. Once they were in, escape would be impossible. The following day, Principal Pan Wu reclined leisurely in his office chair, perusing news from another realm. To his astonishment, the Immortal Empire was poised to engage in war with Dimensional City. Surely, our Dragon Nation would be drawn into the fray as well? He sipped his tea contentedly. Suddenly, a series of vigorous knocks at the door jolted him, causing him to spit out his scalding beverage. What is the matter? Why the frantic urgency? He inquired, raising an eyebrow. The palpable tension was ill-suited for our school. Principal, you must see this, quickly, the Director of Education exclaimed, brandishing a tablet that displayed an ongoing student assembly. A student assembly? ISNT that initiated by the students themselves? Let them carry on, they are merely children. Principal Pan Wu replied nonchalantly, blowing on his hot tea in a dismissive manner. It's the content, the content, the director insisted, hastily seizing the teacup from his hands and placing it on a nearby desk, urging the principal to pay attention. What is this? Could it be? No way. As Principal Pan Wu listened, disbelief washed over him, leaving him utterly stupefied. Our school is undergoing a transformation. We shall establish the inaugural student council. All funds for this council will not be derived from the school's treasury, but will be generated autonomously by the council. The rewards and penalties of the student council shall coexist alongside our school regulations, without conflict. According to the policy, anyone who conquers the otherworldly space shall be entitled to various resource rewards and benefits. All monster materials will be purchased at 1.5 times the market price, and all ninja tools and items will be redeemed at market value. Items from the exclusive treasury of the student council may be acquired through installment payments. And this new agreement applies to everyone, including mentors, homeroom teachers, and the Director of Education. Furthermore, the student council is actively seeking foundational talents, with compensation to be negotiated. Li Mumu continuously read aloud, presenting a stack of documents. With each segment she delivered, the students below erupted in excitement. Is this for real? The rewards from the student council are too generous. Installment payments? Loans? What kind of innovative scheme is this? The student council is self-initiated and not under the official school purview. Even the principal lacks authority to intervene? Their eyes widened in astonishment. If this were indeed the case, the entire Panwu school would be revitalized. Every individual would be driven to venture into the otherworldly space, fervently slaying monsters for rewards. As for the entry fee, it could be financed through loans with no strings attached. Once items were acquired, ninja tools could be directly exchanged for currency, or contributions could be made through tasks, earning contribution points to repay loans. This model was refreshingly novel, allowing anyone to access the otherworldly space, thereby granting everyone an opportunity. However, such a system would necessitate a substantial circulation of funds. The arriving director appeared utterly bewildered. There was a need to assess the students' credibility. If they were to face the external world, risks would undoubtedly abound. However, if they were well-managed students, the situation would be entirely different. Principal Pan Wu was rendered speechless. As his apprehensions materialized, change was indeed on the horizon. The female mentor he had personally recruited, Li Mumu, had ignited a revolutionary storm. Now, let us welcome the president of the student council, Lin Hao, the vice president, Lin Mingwei, the minister of the organization department, Gu Tianla, the minister of the publicity department, Su Xiao, and the minister of the mobilization department, Wan Zhong. Furthermore, this chapter shall take immediate effect. Mentor Li Mumu exhaled in relief, setting down the documents in her hands. A sensation rippled through the entire school. Chapter 40, The Iron-Eating Beast Star, caused an immediate uproar. The response to the newly implemented regulations of the student council was nothing short of explosive. Within mere days, the entire school was revitalized. From the principal to the mentors, everyone was astonished. Who would have thought that a mere student council could wield such power, rescuing the nearly defunct Pan-Wu school? Moreover, reporters arrived to cover the events, propelling the story to the headlines and trending topics. Hadn't they already conspired to suppress it? The other principals gritted their teeth in frustration. The Pan-Wu school, once facing parental boycotts and a comprehensive blockade, had somehow managed to survive and revive itself in such adverse conditions, truly the last thing they wished to witness. After all, the previous minor assessments had left them all in a state of embarrassment. As long as Pan-Wu persisted, that humiliation would remain etched upon their foreheads. Where did their funding originate? It must be from the Lin family. Lin Hao and Lin Mingwei. No wonder the Pan-Wu school had been revitalized by them. Rumors spread like wildfire, making it nearly impossible for the news to remain contained. Just as I anticipated, Lin Mingwei maintained a stoic expression. The outside world mistakenly believed that the Lin family had invested in the Pan-Wu school. Eventually, this would reach Lin Tianqing's ears, and their father would undoubtedly erupt in fury. How splendid! This is the perfect opportunity for that old man to witness my capabilities, Lin Hao remarked with a chuckle. You truly seem unfazed, Lin Mingwei sighed in resignation. It is understandable, for you left the family at such a young age and are unaware of the true nature of the Lin family's dealings. Aren't they real estate developers investing in otherworldly spaces? Lin Hao inquired. That is merely the facade. The Lin family's true business involves assassins, undertaking covert assassination missions, espionage, and more. Lin Mingwei revealed the truth. I have lived so long, yet only now do I learn that the Lin family is an assassin clan. Lin Hao exclaimed in astonishment. Our father, Lin Tianqing, is the most formidable king of assassins. Do you understand? No one can escape his assassination. And beings from other realms tremble at the mere mention of his name, Lin Mingwei stated. And what sort of assassin are you? Lin Hao scrutinized her from head to toe. Of course not. Lin Mingwei shook her head. The skills of assassins are passed down through males, not females, and are taught to the elder rather than the younger. That is why Lin Tianyi is the one being groomed by our father. Only he has inherited Lin Tianqing's craft. Such revelations astonished Lin Hao. He began to grasp why a real estate mogul could instill such dread in others. Whenever the Lin family was mentioned, an inexplicable fear would arise. It turned out they were a family of assassins. You are expanding aggressively, overshadowing Lin Tianyi. Trouble will inevitably come knocking at your door, and perhaps an assassin will be dispatched to eliminate you, Lin Mingwei cautioned. Our family's assassins possess extraordinary skills. Those who transition to ninja status are part of the Shadow Division, employing bloodline limits like Moonlight Gale, which is exceptionally terrifying. Moonlight Gale? Phasing? Lin Hao nodded. Indeed. It was remarkably suited for assassination. It appeared that the Lin family had been diligently seeking individuals with such awakenings to recruit and cultivate them as assassins. As for him, he was entirely neglected, treated like a pawn. I shall take my leave. I will investigate further within the family, Lin Mingwei announced, heading towards Shuiyun. She was aware that her mother was the only one who stood by her side. Aside from her mother, she placed her trust in no one else. That means my elder sister has her work cut out for her, Lin Hao chuckled. Lin Mingwei was unimpressed by the moniker and departed without hesitation. An assassin family. Was it? Lin Hao gazed thoughtfully at her retreating figure. He had initially perceived them as mere real estate developers, but thanks to Lin Mingwei's revelations, he grasped the true nature of their family's business. This newfound information was captivating. His rise seemed unstoppable. How would Lin Tianyi suppress him? It was certainly a matter worth observing. A week passed, and matters at school had mostly been settled. Everything that needed arranging had been taken care of. As long as he adhered to the rules, he could ensure steady growth. Despite facing collective resistance and suppression from various schools, as long as they remained, no one could undermine their foundation. In several cities, some guilds were even repressing Panwu School. Why? During the small assessment, many students from various schools were humiliated. Among these students were children of guild members, who were particularly furious. They all desired to flatten Panwu. Yet, at the end of the day, they lacked the courage to challenge them, even to initiate a school war. It was, after all, due to their fear of being beaten. Adoptive father, the results are remarkable. Our school is becoming increasingly powerful, having attracted numerous mentors and new students, Su Xiao exclaimed excitedly. Even so, many students continued to transfer in. Under the leadership of Mentor Li Mumu, other mentors gradually joined Panwu as well. They understood that the student council's regulations also applied to mentors. In other words, they could grow stronger alongside the students. Although the pressure was somewhat overwhelming, enduring it would yield substantial rewards. Lin Hao was not idle. He activated a new alternate world space. Beep. Entering level 1 alternate world space, Iron-Eating Beast Planet. Description: this planet is inhabited solely by iron-eating beasts, with no other life forms present. They have been ravenous for quite some time, and only slaughter can resolve all issues. Population limit: 100. This alternate world space possesses a balanced system. Mission: eliminate the leader to complete the challenge. Return to town. Skill available at any time. This alternate world space held no other tasks. In a word, slaughter. Seal it: Black-Winged Demon. Upon entering, Lin Hao transformed amidst a group of novices, nearly startling them into submission. He ascended into the air, but was soon forcefully suppressed back down by a turbulent storm. Even the formidable second stage of the Blade Return could not rival the power of nature. Curse Seal. Second form. Boom. Upon landing, Lin Hao unleashed his Curse Seal, unfurling his black wings and conjuring lightning release, the Thunder Spear. Boom. Where the spear struck, a mushroom cloud erupted, the explosion drawing the attention of all the iron-eating beasts. Hiss. In an instant, the entire planet's iron-eating beasts surged towards Lin Hao. What is happening? This is bad. Escape quickly. All the iron-eating beasts were roused. Run for it. Return to town. Hurry back. Those who had come to farm the monsters fled in haste. Only Lin Hao remained atop the highest point, observing the throngs of iron-eating beasts converging upon him. Puff, puff, puff. Fire Dragon Flame Bomb technique. With several fire dragon bombs swiftly soaring into the sky, the storm merged with flames. Lightning release. Kirin. Boom. A fierce Kirin beast descended from above. Thunder roared, and the cries of beasts echoed. The shockwave shattered the earth, and countless iron-eating beasts were instantaneously slain. In any case, the ground was littered with corpses. A massacre on a planetary scale. Chapter 41. Witness my paw-breaking, heaven shakes, earthquakes. You have slain an iron-eating beast, level 10. You have slain an iron-eating beast, level 15. You have slain an iron-eating beast, after the Kirin's onslaught. The scene was ablaze with fire and crackling lightning, chaos reigning supreme. In a single sweep, thousands of iron-eating beasts were obliterated. Yet, these creatures possessed no understanding of fear. They howled and screeched, brandishing their sharp claws with astonishing destructive power. Lightning release, thousand birds stream. Lin Hao erupted in a torrent of thousand birds. Swish, swish, swish. Amidst the throng of iron-eating beasts, he rampaged with unstoppable force. Blood ignited, unleashing a terrifying might. The lightning pierced through them as though they were mere mortals. One unfortunate soul attempted to linger, curious about the unfolding chaos. What they witnessed was a sky drenched in blood, leaving them utterly bewildered. Blood splattered, and the carcasses of iron-eating beasts plummeted to the ground. The monstrous army was utterly incapable of overcoming that individual from the Dragon Kingdom. Alas, in his moment of bewilderment, he failed to notice a steel-eating beast had approached from behind. With a swift thrust, the beast's tail pierced through him, extinguishing his life. The fierce winds of the storm on the planet compelled Lin Hao to lower his body for a more strategic attack. Utilizing the speed of a small crow, he unleashed a barrage of assaults complemented by Sasuke's lightning techniques and Sharingan ninjutsu against the steel-eating beast. Both were wide-ranging destructive skills, and it was merely a matter of time before the beast would be vanquished. The growth value from the level of the otherworldly space was substantial. As Lin Hao continued his slaughter, he finally caught sight of the leader of the steel-eating beasts. Destruction of the third path, Crimson Fire Cannon. Awakening the power of the third stage, he became a master of destruction. The force of this technique was akin to a meat grinder. Not a single steel-eating beast could withstand its might. O Sovereign! The mask of flesh and blood, myriad forms, soaring high, crowned with the name of humanity, truth and restraint. The wall of unknowing dreams, merely stand upon it. Destruction of the third path, Azure Fire Plummet. Lin Hao recited the complete incantation. Instantly, a thunderous assault descended from the heavens. The leader of the steel-eating beasts let out a wretched scream. In a heartbeat, its formidable shell began to crack, and green blood gushed forth. Beast bones scattered across the area. The sound of clashing spears reverberated throughout the virtual city. Destruction of the 63rd path, Thunder Roar Cannon. With this final technique, Lin Hao effortlessly claimed the life of the steel-eating beast leader. You have slain the steel-eating beast leader. You have cleared the steel-eating beast planet. Do you wish to pay the entrance fee to enter the next challenge? Please note, The steel-eating beast planet can still be challenged 4 more times. Some trivial items lay scattered. Mary Rose stepped forward to collect the dropped equipment and shook her head. Although they were of a certain level, the probability of obtaining red-level ninja tools from an ordinary space was lamentably low. She promptly deposited them into the student council's vault. Lin, how is there to accumulate growth value? Such trivial equipment was usually beneath his notice. Yet now, they could serve as items for exchange, enticing students to purchase them for enhancement. Of course, several powerful ninja tools were also added to the repository. The challenge on the steel-eating beast planet took 57 minutes and 25 seconds. Lin Hao calculated that completing all challenges would take no more than 5 hours, just in time for him to rest at dawn. Thus, he replicated the process and challenged the steel-eating beast planet 4 times in succession. Great One, please take us along. Great One, are you still grinding? Amidst the cries of admiration, Lin Hao did not lose himself. These newcomers, at levels 1 and 2, were nearly at his level. After all, this was his first formal venture into the otherworldly space. Such repeatable spaces are among the most common, where individuals often gamble on ancient realms, leading to a cycle of 5 consecutive attempts. Should fortune not favor the ancient realm, one may resort to selling materials in a bid to recoup the entrance fee. Conversely, there are spaces of heightened difficulty, which, despite being of the same level, permit completion only once within a certain time frame. These spaces typically involve tasks, objectives, and constraints, promising rewards far superior to those of their repeatable counterparts. However, Lin Hao thrives on quantity and manages to achieve extraordinary results effortlessly. Aiming to fill the coffers of the student council, by the conclusion of his 5th round, he finds himself inundated with an abundance of ninja tools, weapons, and devil fruits. His luck is remarkably favorable, with a high drop rate. Ding! You have completed 5 consecutive attempts on the iron-eating beast planet. Event completed. Level upgraded to level 3. At midnight, Lin Hao returned a blue star, feeling no fatigue whatsoever. Completing 5 rounds had been a breeze. External Demon Golem growth value, 32,341. This is considerable, especially when considering the formidable capabilities of the Little Crow in its return blade state, the wide-ranging lightning spear, and the destructive arts. Alongside Sasuke's Kirin, all of which exhibit high damage and expansive area effects. The efficiency of this method surpasses that of grinding through a million trivial monsters for growth value. However, it still falls short of elevating Sasuke to the rank of Eagle Team Sasuke. Lin Hao shook his head. The revolution had yet to succeed, and further effort was required. Once he ascends to Eagle Team Sasuke, the kaleidoscope can unlock its eye. Not only will Susanoo be accessible, but Amaterasu will also be at his disposal. At that juncture, monster grinding will be even more efficient, faster, more precise, and ruthless. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, to the point where he found himself unable to sleep in bed. Deciding to check the campus network on his phone, he discovered a plethora of posts about team formations and strategies for otherworldly realms. He skimmed through a portion and found it quite promising, indicating thorough research had been conducted. By adhering to the strategies, he too could navigate through successfully. At that moment, he waved his phone in the air. The school's built-in drifting bottle feature allowed him to view others' messages. Oh, how I longed to encounter a beautiful elf maiden in black stockings in the otherworld. He chuckled at the drifting bottle's content and promptly sent a photo of Mary Rose in response. Ding! You have a new message. The sender, marry me please. Could this be someone he knows? A thought flickered in Lin Hao's mind. Yet, many had encountered Mary Rose. It was likely not someone familiar. He then opened a second drifting bottle. I have a secret to confess. I am actually a man. Toss. Lin Hao was left speechless and opened a third bottle, treating it as entertainment before sleep. I have discovered a terrifying phenomenon in the other world. Please listen closely to my arrival. The content of this drifting bottle piqued Lin Hao's interest as he continued to scroll through the pages. The reality is that there are more males than females, making it quite challenging to find a partner. Lin Hao sighed in exasperation once more. Ah, the vigor of youth, the essence of campus life, suffused with an intoxicating atmosphere of hormones. After perusing several messages in bottles, all from young women, he was left to ponder the frightening spectacle of individuals whose thoughts seemed confined to base desires. By the time he reached the final bottle, his interest had waned, his eyelids heavy with fatigue. Chapter 42. Lin Tiansheng, Shuiyun, Sin and Punishment. Since the establishment of the Student Council, the operations at Panwu School have finally found their rhythm. The number of student-formed hunting teams has proliferated, Most notably, a steady influx of students transferring in has led to a shortage of mentors over the next couple of days. Despite resistance from various schools and parents, a significant number of mentors are still drawn to Panwu. They are genuinely enticed by the policies of the student council, which benefit the students, the mentors, and the school itself. This was an inevitable development, though Lin Hao had not anticipated its arrival so soon. He nodded slightly. Everything unfolded as he had envisioned. As a time traveler, he merely needed to apply the knowledge he had amassed on Earth to this new realm, regardless of external pressures. As long as the benefits outweighed the drawbacks, they would attract people. Coughing lightly, Student Council President Lin Hao addressed the assembly. Titan School wishes to engage us in a friendly sports competition. Should we accept this offer? Wu Qingshuang, representing the school, posed the question. Currently, all school leaders were bound to heed the Student Council's judgment. After all, those who finance the endeavor wield the power. Why not accept? This is an excellent opportunity to enhance our school's reputation, Lin Mingwei stated, her expression impassive. But I fear that they might harbor similar intentions, seeking to suppress us. And this battle will be crucial. A sports competition? Lin Hao mused. While it is termed a sports event, it essentially serves as a contest within an alternate realm. Is Titan School preparing to challenge us directly? He inquired. Indeed, Titan School has a long-standing history and a reputation that far surpasses our own. Perhaps they have heard whispers of our rise or have been incited by others. In any case, personal victories will not suffice for them, Wu Qingshuang replied. Fully aware of Lin Hao's previous triumphs over various testing candidates from other schools. However, this competition differed. The school must field representatives, at least 20, determining victory through collective performance. Thus, individual accolades would bear little significance. In this competition, personal levels are paramount. Higher levels correlate with superior physical capabilities. Lin Hao drummed his fingers on the table, reflecting. Our student council has only recently been established. Although we have attracted numerous students and mentors, our levels remain quite low, making it challenging to secure victory against Titan Academy. Indeed, Titan School is likely aware of this, deliberately provoking us, Wu Qingshuang concurred. They do not expect us to accept, as long as we decline. They can diminish our morale. Is it intended to convey to us the lesson that beyond mountains, there are mountains, and beyond the heavens, there are heavens? Lin Hao stood up, narrowing his eyes. What are your thoughts? Damn it, let's go. Gu Tianluo was seething with anger. Initially, he aspired to join the advanced class at Titan School, but they rejected him. They even mocked him, claiming that Kakashi's eyes were worthless, with insufficient chakra to perform many ninjutsu before running dry. This infuriated him greatly. Now that he had the chance to teach them a lesson, he was more than willing to comply. Our 20 students against their 20, the numbers are equal. Let's just do it. Wang Zhang nodded in agreement. Foster father. Let us first select 20 students, and then focus on enhancing their abilities, Su Xiao proposed. I volunteer to be the first. I have no suggestions. As I have organized very few sports meets, Li Mumu said helplessly. If it really happens, Mentor Wu Qingshuang, you must assist me greatly. No problem, Wu Qingshuang immediately affirmed. The majority shall prevail, so it was accepted. Lin Hao nodded. Vice President of the Student Council, Lin Mingwei, you and the mentors will carefully select the 20 students. No problem, Lin Mingwei replied expressionlessly. However, the sports meet would not commence immediately. It was scheduled for about a month later. There was ample time for preparation. She glanced at Lin Hao. Such a grand affair would undoubtedly provoke her father's displeasure. In the Lin household, a man stood by the window, blending seamlessly with his surroundings like a statue. His glossy, straight black hair framed his sharp, slanted brows, and his slender, piercing black eyes held a depth of emotion. Below his high nose, his lips were thinly pressed, seemingly narrating his current sentiments. This man was Lin Tianqing, possessing sharply defined features and a tall, lean physique reminiscent of an eagle in the night. Cold and proud, Gu Qing emanated a formidable presence that commanded respect. Master, the butler stepped forward, his demeanor respectful. He noticed a report concerning Panwu School laid upon the desk. How is the eldest son faring? Lin Tianqing's voice was somewhat thin, yet resounded with an air of authority, impervious to disrespect. He is well, merely having slain a level 50 leader and sustained minor injuries, the butler replied. Treat him with the finest medicine. Lin Tianqing's tone was frigid. Understood, the butler acknowledged, preparing to withdraw. Additionally, are you aware that Lin Hao has entered Panwu School? Suddenly, Lin Tianqing's voice pierced the silence like a sharpened blade. This old servant is aware. The butler dared not conceal any information. Previously, Lin Hao had visited the house regarding Yun Shui. and he was fully informed. Why did you not inform me? Lin Tianxin's gaze fell, his voice deep and chilling, revealing his profound dissatisfaction. Master, regarding the young master's affairs, you once stated that there was no need for further reports. The butler trembled slightly but responded with each word carefully. Ah, Lin Tianxing acknowledged, his dark hair glimmering like silk under the sun, exuding an aura of dominance befitting a king. From now on, any such news must be conveyed to me at once. He spoke slowly. I have already assigned certain tasks to those infiltrated at Titan School. I do not wish for Lin Hao to be publicly exposed again. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, the butler was momentarily taken aback. Yes, he bowed his head, his expression complex. Retrieve that girl, Lin Mingwei, and let the one known as Sin take action. Lin Tianxing added, if she dares to resist, break both her legs. Understood. The butler nodded. Observing the stern man before him, he turned and departed. Thud, thud, thud. The butler arrived at a secure location and retrieved a new earpiece from his garments. Did you hear everything? He inquired respectfully. Tianxing has gone too far this time, actually sending Sin to capture Mingwei. You must hurry and inform her to lay low, avoiding Lin Hao for the time being. It's far too dangerous. Shuiyun urged anxiously. Madam, I will handle it. The butler nodded. However, he could not intervene personally. He needed to arrange for someone else to deliver the message. This individual must have no ties to the Lin family, preferably a mere passerby. Otherwise, if discovered, both he and Lin Hao would face severe repercussions from the master. Chapter 43. The Lin family's unique ability. Exhilaration. Lin Tianxing gazed down at the reports on the table, his expression unchanging. The individuals captured in the photographs were none other than Lin Hao and his associates. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed at his door. Tianyi, why aren't you resting properly? Lin Tianxing asked upon seeing the visitor. Father, this minor injury is insignificant to me. Successfully assassinating a level 50 leader marks a significant advancement, Lin Tianyi replied proudly. My battle pet, Yali, has also leveled up to 30. Most importantly, my ability has reached an exhilaration state of 20. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianxing nodded. The exhilaration state is a special capability reserved for family members, distinct from those of the Hokage, Shinigami, or pirates. Its official designation is exhilaration cognitive syndrome. When any emotional excitement arises, it triggers the secretion of endorphins to a certain extent. This neurotransmitter mediates a dramatic increase in the activity of the central nervous system, including the brain, cerebellum, and spinal cord. Consequently, the reaction speed, cognitive abilities, and thought processing speed in an exhilarated state can increase severalfold, allowing actions that are otherwise impossible for ordinary individuals. This is indeed the most suitable ability for an assassin. For instance, the Lin family's unique constitution allows them to instantaneously predict the trajectory of bullets fired from multiple firearms and respond flexibly according to specific battle conditions. The effect lasts for approximately 30 minutes to 1 hour. Furthermore, when activated in a near-death state, the ability known as Death Thrill enhances the basic state of excitement, increasing it by 20-fold. However, this power carries a significant drawback. The longer the state of excitation persists, the greater the burden on the brain, making one susceptible to symptoms such as cerebral hemorrhaging. Lin Tianxing cautioned, you are at 20, which equates to a 20-fold enhancement at the age of 18, a level of extraordinary prowess. Lin Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Father, I am well aware of this. The family's unique abilities are exceptionally adaptable, whether in conjunction with ninjas, Zanpakuto, or devil fruits. Their potency is self-evident. He continued, moreover, the family's 3 primary abilities render me nearly impervious to blades and bullets. And I possess a remarkable resistance to toxins, even those potent enough to incapacitate a whale with just 0.1 milligrams. While my assassination techniques have reached an advanced level of mastery. Father, is it not time to assign me a significant mission? Upon hearing this, Lin Tianxing furrowed his brow. Not yet. Your strength is still lacking. Although your ninja skills, particularly with the Moonlight Gale, represent the pinnacle of assassination techniques, should you encounter formidable beings from other realms, such as the guardians of the Crimson Church who inherit the bloodline of the divine, you would not stand a chance, he replied. In response, Lin Tian could only shrug. The Crimson Church is a powerful organization, deeply rooted in the indomitable empire. Many formidable individuals from the Dragon Alliance's dimensional city have been forcibly brainwashed to join the Crimson Church, becoming their slaves. While the Lin family's abilities are formidable, They cannot withstand the brainwashing capabilities of the Crimson Church. Continue to train diligently. Has the expedition team been troubling you recently? Lin Tianxing inquired. Not at all. Hao Tian initially threatened to kill me, but he is currently on leave. I am uncertain of his intentions, Lin Tian replied nonchalantly. Even if he does come to kill me, I can simply vanish using my intangibility. His intangibility is an absolute concealment technique, imperceptible to anyone, even the strongest human, Hao Tian. I will ensure that the family members protect you discreetly. Lin Tianxing nodded in agreement. At that moment, Lin Tian inadvertently cast his gaze upon the table. Lin Hao? He suddenly uttered. Despite not having seen him for over a decade, he recognized him instantly. Curiosity and confusion filled his expression as he turned to Lin Tianxing. Father, why is there a report about Lin Hao on your desk? You need not concern yourself with this matter. I will handle it, Lin Tianxing replied calmly. Handle it? Lin Tian's expression remained neutral as he nodded. Very well, father. I shall take my leave now. As he gently closed the door, his face had transformed into an entirely different expression. Lin Hao, Lin Hao, Lin Hao. He called out the name with a fierce intensity, his 10 fingers twitching and contorting wildly. Come back with me. At that moment, a tall figure appeared before Lin Mingwei, a female assassin donning a blood-red moon mask. Cloaked in the darkness, she exuded an aura of menace. This was the sinner, sent to retrieve her. Master. Lin Mingwei took a deep breath and unleashed her soul-cutting blade, utilizing the devilfish to shield herself. She had not anticipated the swift actions of her family, nor that they would send the sinner to bring her back. This indicated that Lin Hao had already drawn her father's attention. She had foreseen Lin Tianxing's intentions towards Lin Hao, but had not expected to be captured first. It was crucial to note that Lin Hao was currently traversing the otherworldly realm and would not return until the following morning. Mary Rose had also been summoned there. Now, she had no one to rely on but herself. Charge, she urged, commanding the devilfish to attack the sinner. I am most familiar with your soul-cutting blade. Unleash your power. Or else. The sinner's voice was chilling as a dagger materialized in her hand. In an instant, Lin Mingwei entered her family ability state, and everything around her slowed to a crawl. However, she noticed that the sinner had vanished. Where are you? She anxiously searched, but found nothing. My power level surpasses yours. Surely you are aware of this, apprentice. The sinner had somehow positioned herself above Lin Mingwei, her body resting lightly upon her, without an ounce of weight. More astonishingly, Lin Mingwei had failed to notice at first. You. Lin Mingwei gasped, but having spent time beside Lin Hao, she had also learned a few cunning tricks. She shrank her body and slashed upward with her palm. I have never taught you such a technique. The sinner appeared taken aback, not expecting Lin Mingwei to employ such a desperate maneuver. If struck, would she not be torn asunder? With a swift motion, Lin Mingwei's palm met empty air. The sinner seamlessly re-wrapped herself around Lin Mingwei. This was the unique power of her devil fruit, the binding fruit, capable of ensnaring and maneuvering around her enemies in a bizarre fashion. As the sinner coiled around Lin Mingwei's neck, securing her legs, the outcome was already sealed. Moments later, the sinner relinquished her fruit's power, and Lin Mingwei succumbed to unconsciousness. If you do not resist, you shall not suffer, apprentice. She hoisted Lin Mingwei onto her shoulder and strode towards the school's exit. Merging with the shadows, she went unnoticed by all. Chapter 44, Foster Father. I vow to complete the mission. Upon returning from the otherworldly realm, Lin Hao found himself experiencing an extraordinary bounty once again. The growth value of the external demon statue is 54,321. His personal level has also reached level 5, and he has updated his ninja tools, all of which are of red grade, with a few at the highest orange grade. At his age, possessing such equipment is akin to being a super wealthy heir. However, he does not intend to immediately utilize the growth value within the statue. Instead, he plans to accumulate it to 100,000 and directly upgrade to the role of Sasuke in Team Hawk. Although it is not the eternal Mangeki Sharingan and comes with significant side effects, it does grant access to formidable powers, including Amaterasu. Hence, Lin Hao intends to immerse himself in the otherworldly space for an entire week. Foster father, I need to report something. I haven't seen the vice president of the student council in the past few days. Do you know her whereabouts? At that moment, Su Xiao sent a message. Lin Mingwei? Lin Hao, who had been hunting in the otherworldly space, genuinely had no idea where Lin Mingwei was. Logically, she should be at the student council, right? Upon checking, the friend list in the otherworldly space showed that Lin Mingwei was also offline, her avatar grayed out. Where could she have gone? An unsettling feeling suddenly surged within him. Returning to Blue Star, Lin Hao went straight to the student council to inquire about the situation. She has been missing for 4 days? His expression turned to one of astonishment. It seemed the last time she was seen was after meeting him. And then she vanished without a trace. She could not have disappeared without a word. Something must have gone awry. Lin Hao decided to return to the Lin family home. He had a foreboding sense that Lin Mingwei's abduction was somehow connected to him. Chairman, the sports meet is set to commence tomorrow morning, and we need you to preside over the event for the day. The student council membership has increased significantly. Understood. Lin Hao nodded twice, prioritizing the sports meet for now. The second Titan school dispatched 20 students, while Pangu also arranged for 20 students, initiating the grand sports event. The expansive green athletic field, which should have been a stage of vigor and vitality, was instead imbued with a sense of ominous intent. No abilities are permitted. The 1,000-meter race begins. Li Mumu, acting as the referee, raised the black starting pistol, and the venue fell silent. The athletes held their breath, fully concentrated, like warriors awaiting the call to charge. Meanwhile, at Lin Hao's villa, an uninvited group arrived. Dressed in plain clothes, they brazenly trespassed into the private residence. Search for clues, commanded the leader. Bang! At that moment, a gunshot rang out, and the athletes surged forward like arrows. The cheerleading squad on both sides erupted in shouts of encouragement. Go! Go! Damn it! How can this group of layabouts have such strong physical prowess? Gu Tianla surged ahead, racing at the front, but hot on his heels was another athlete from Titan School, igniting a fierce chase. With levels nearly equal, the 5 participants soared toward the finish line like arrows released from a bow. No clues were discovered, but a pair of oversized floral shorts was found. Does young Master Lin Hao possess such a large dairy? The group, who were indeed the assassins of the Lin family, found themselves bewildered. Could it be that young Master Lin Hao is a 200-pound hefty fellow? They were momentarily at a loss. They continued their search for any evidence of a possible alliance with other factions. The few of them rummaged through the villa, turning it upside down. Unexpectedly, the outer door of the demon statue, above which the slime and sign hung, swung open. Mary Rose emerged with a yawn, coincidentally locking eyes with the group of assassins. For a moment, both parties were taken aback. Is this young Master Lin Hao's girlfriend? Young Master Lin Hao certainly has a unique taste. A golden-haired, twin-tailed loli? Such thoughts surged within them. Forget it. Let us bind her and take her back first. Make a move? You little rogues dare to trespass in a private residence? Mary Rose swiftly drew her angel sword and brandished it at them. Sacred cross slash. Buzz. The immense sword energy of the cross slash enveloped the assassins. Although she was only at level 10, her equipment was no trifling matter. What? The assassins were instantly startled, never expecting this little loli to possess such lethal power. They hastily employed their ninjutsu to resist. Boom. The collision of sword energy resulted in a series of explosions, leaving the assassins disheveled and dazed, losing consciousness on the spot. Master, I have dealt with a group of intruding little rogues. Mary Rose sent a message. Rogues? Lin Hao was taken aback and turned to Su Xiao beside him, saying, You handle things here. I have urgent matters to attend to. Father, I will ensure the task is completed. Su Xiao nodded immediately. After taking the microphone, he passionately shouted, Titan brats, have you witnessed the might of our school? What? Not afraid? The next competition is football. Lin Hao hurried back to the villa, only to find 7 individuals bound and carelessly tossed aside. A few had already regained consciousness and, upon seeing Lin Hao, averted their gazes. Who are you? Lin Hao squinted as he inquired. Silence ensued in response. Not inclined to speak, are we? Very well, Rose, eliminate them. Lin Hao was eager to uncover news about Lin Mingwei. After all, as the vice president of the student council, her absence brought various troubles upon him. Originally, the sports meet was to be hosted by Lin Mingwei, and he had been thrust into the role, barely managing to hold on until the end, tossing the microphone to Su Xiao. Trusting his instincts, he sensed that this group must be connected to Lin Mingwei. All right. Mary Rose seemed resolute, raising her angel sword and preparing to strike at their necks. Stop. I'll talk. The sword halted a mere millimeter away. The man facing the blade was utterly terrified. My name is Xia Gaofei, hailing from the Lin family's branch, the Xia clan. I have recently inherited the position of family head and have been tasked with uncovering any leads regarding your connections with other factions. Xia Gaofei quickly elucidated his intentions. Young Master Lin Hao, we harbor no ill will. We are merely following orders from our family, which claims that you are secretly colluding with other forces, plotting against our clan. colluding with other forces? Lin Hao was taken aback. This is absurd. They are attempting to frame me. It appeared that individuals within his family were tarnishing his reputation. The intelligence indicated as such, and we are simply obeying orders. The companions accompanying Xia Gaofei, all members of the Xia family, hastily affirmed. Oh, Lin Hao's eyes narrowed as he accessed all surveillance footage. Indeed, it aligned with their account. They were searching for something within the villa. However, when he observed someone effortlessly unlocking the electronic lock, he was momentarily stunned. What kind of ability is this? Surely, it is not a technique of ninjutsu, let alone a zanpakuto. Is there a devil fruit that grants the power to unlock? How did you manage to open the electronic lock, I said? He inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Xia Gaofei hesitated, but upon noticing Mary Rose's sword, he swallowed hard. It is my personal ability, a product of the family's electronic hacking skills, he responded obediently. What on earth is that? Lin Hao exclaimed in astonishment. In this world of ninjas, soul reapers, and pirates, how could such an odd ability exist? What is electronic hacking? Is it a supernatural power? Young Master Lin, are you unaware of our family's capabilities? At this moment, Xia Gaofei was even more bewildered, staring in disbelief. I have been away from the family since childhood. Lin Hao replied, furrowing his brow. What is going on? Isn't our family merely an otherworldly real estate corporation? How can we possess specialized abilities? Now I understand. Young Master Lin, please untie me, and I shall explain. We are not enemies, Xia Gaofei urged hastily. Baikut, no name fire. With a simple motion of his hand, Lin Hao severed the metal bindings restraining Xia Gaofei and the others, granting them their freedom. He was not concerned about their potential escape. As the Outer Path demon statue stood nearby, anyone daring to flee would be swiftly dealt with. An incantation less Baikut? Xia Gaofei gasped. Speak, what is truly happening? Lin Hao possessed ample patience to listen. It is as follows, Xia Gaofei inhaled deeply. The Lin family is not merely an otherworldly real estate development firm. It also functions as a military-industrial complex. Both the main family and the branch are adept in the art of killing. This is due to each family member possessing a unique, formidable ability. Lin Hao perked up, listening intently. This ability is derived from the assassination techniques passed down from ancient court spies. Why is there an attempt on my life? Lin Hao squinted, already piecing together the situation in his mind. This was due to the recent brilliance displayed by Lin Tianyi, which posed a significant threat to the family as firstborn. A situation utterly intolerable within their lineage. Xia Gaofei continued. Lin Tianyi is the sole heir to our family as prestigious position. Before ascending to his role, he must remain untainted. Understanding dawned upon Lin Hao. No wonder he had sensed the servant's utmost reverence towards Lin Tianyi since childhood. Everything had been meticulously arranged. The assassination techniques passed down through their family were extraordinarily potent, distinct from ninjas, zanpakuto, or devil fruits. Xia Gaofei elaborated. For instance, I possess the skill of hacking. Any electronic device before me is rendered utterly ineffectual. Even this heavily fortified villa, I can effortlessly breach its security systems, manipulate recorded data, and even control the electronic devices throughout the entire city. Good heavens, you truly are exceptional. Lin Hao couldn't help but exclaim, astonished by such terrifying capabilities. The man before him, who had just entered middle age, was a top-tier hacker. Furthermore, his family belonged to an assassin lineage. Had he not heard it directly from a member of the branch family, he would have remained blissfully unaware. Our family's abilities stem from ourselves, each unique to the individual, Xia Gaofei continued. I can transfer my thoughts to electronic devices, allowing computers to process information with unparalleled proficiency. Our powers vary. Some enhance physical attributes, while others can emit faint electromagnetic waves to detect changes in surrounding reflections, thus sensing enemies. Yet, most family members, like myself, are supportive in nature. Only a select few can manipulate bioelectricity to strengthen their bodies. And among them, Lin Tianyi stands out. He has perfectly inherited the family's assassination techniques and possesses the most formidable ability known as the excitement state. The excitement state? Lin Hao was taken aback. The excitement state, formerly known as the excitement intelligence syndrome, occurs when a particular emotion triggers the secretion of endorphins. This neurotransmitter acts as a medium, dramatically enhancing the activities of the central nervous system, including the brain, cerebellum, and spinal cord. Consequently, the reaction speed, cognitive ability, and thought processes during the excitement state can increase severalfold. I've heard that Lin Tianyi has advanced his capabilities to a 20-fold enhancement. 20-fold? And it can still be upgraded? Lin Hao finally grasped the terrifying nature of this ability. Just imagine, possessing the strength of ninjas, Zanpakuto, and devil fruits, and then enhancing it further? The potential for continued growth? Under such circumstances, one must ponder who could possibly be a match. This situation exceeds the mere description of a tumultuous affair. It is akin to the magnificent Italian spiral cannon. Can it be that he is a member of the assassin family? What a revelation! It is no wonder that Lin Tianyi is held in such high regard by his kin. He possesses an extraordinary ability. After all, he is the only one within the family to have truly inherited the profound legacy. Xia Gaofei continuously unveiled unprecedented truths. If you, a member of the Xia branch, had not disclosed this to me, I would have remained blissfully ignorant. Lin Hao nodded. Xia Gaofei continued, before your awakening, you were merely a lowly karami, living life in oblivion, with no one to care for you. But now, the world is rife with secrets that cannot remain concealed forever. In truth, Xia Gaofei had long been aware of Lin Hao's ascension, having been recommended by various factions in Dragon Country and invited by Hao Tian to join the pioneering team. For the Lin family, this revelation is nothing short of a seismic shift. Imagine this. A seemingly useless individual suddenly rises, attending the very institution previously graced by the heir. How do you suppose the family would react? At this juncture, the light radiating from you is already on the verge of eclipsing that of the heir. Even if not surpassing, it is still a form of sacrilege. Unless you were to behave like a complete fool, the attention would be unavoidable. Yet, you continue to excel, shining ever brighter. Would the family welcome such occurrences? Certainly not. They would seek to obliterate you rather than allow you to linger. Furthermore, Lin Hao has now initiated a student council, causing a stir in the educational realm. The family's patience has reached its limits. So that is the case. I now fully comprehend the situation, having stirred a hornet's nest. A smirk emerged at the corner of Lin Hao's mouth. Had it not been for the awakening of the villain system, I might have been paralyzed by fear upon hearing the truth. A group of assassins seeking to ensnare you. Would you still be able to smile? Xia Gaofei, resigned, remarked, your prowess has already drawn the attention of the family. You are now entangled in this familial strife. What was meant to be a severance of ties has turned out to be rather intriguing. A family of assassins. Lin Hao gazed skyward, suddenly struck by a thought, and discreetly inquired, am I also a member of the main family? Do you think I could awaken a power as well? Chapter 46. The inheritance of great authority, pursuing your ambitions, whether from the main family or the branch. Such abilities are inherently bestowed, yet you, young master, are truly exceptional. After a prolonged pause, Xia Gaofei struggled to find the right words. Lin Hao fell silent. By all that is sacred, why was he treated differently in his youth? At long last, he has uncovered the truth. It was simply because he had not inherited the family's abilities that he was ostracized and cast aside. The truth has finally emerged. At the tender age of 3, even a mere maid dared to openly bully him, looking down upon him. For everyone possessed abilities, except for him. Alas, the truth, young Master Lin Hao, is indeed as such. Xia Gaofei forced an awkward smile. Otherwise, how could the members of the family be sent away, left to wander in the outside world, left to fend for themselves? It was a disgrace. His very existence was an affront to the family. Now that Lin Hao was flourishing, was it not evident that this brought humiliation upon the family? How could one endure such a fate? Is there a possibility that I might acquire my abilities a bit later? Lin Hao inquired earnestly. In either branch of the family. The latest awakening occurs by the age of 5. Xia Gaofei hastily replied, yet, it is a condition of urgency. Perhaps, after immense psychological strain, one could unlock their abilities. For instance, when faced with death. Is that so? Lin Hao mused, stroking his chin. He pondered whether he possessed any abilities at all, or if, as a transmigrator, such powers had been erased. Did every member of the family, even the maids and butlers, have abilities? He sought confirmation once more. Everyone has abilities. Though the branch family's powers are lamentably weak, nearly negligible, yet it is certain that they exist. Xia Gaofei promptly responded with gravity. Then I understand, Lin Hao lamented. Damn it. Everyone has abilities, yet he does not. Facing death? Does that mean he must push his mind to its limits? Originally, he possessed a great villain system that required no conditions to awaken. He could awaken directly and then utilize growth points for evolution, allowing him to use powers like Susanoo and Amaterasu. Forcing him to face death seemed improbable unless he directly challenged a space of extreme danger. Bang! At that moment, the sports meet was still in full swing, reaching a particularly intense segment, with voices clamoring all around. I have more questions. Who captured Lin Mingwei? Lin Hao asked. I am uncertain, yet I know that if Lin Mingwei's Zanpakuto were to grow in size, an ordinary person would stand no chance. The one with such capabilities within the family must be someone trusted by the family head. The guards, Sin and Punishment, are highly suspicious, Xia Gaofei reflected before responding. Sin and Punishment? Lin Hao silently committed this name to memory. Xia Gaofei, if I were to ask you to follow me, how would you respond? He continued. Young Master Lin Hao, Xia Gaofei was taken aback. This time, I was commanded by the family head. If no clues are found, I must fabricate them to frame you, which would lead to your expulsion from the school, thus allowing you to be brought back to the family's confinement. In truth, the main family does not wish to kill you. After all, you are still a person of the family head. He hesitated for a moment before continuing, with all due respect. If you are unable to bring us any benefits, no matter how formidable your personal strength may be, you cannot win us over. Even if you attempt to coerce us, I remain but a mere branch of the family, inconsequential in the grand scheme. In the Dragon Country, our Lin family has numerous branches, numbering in the hundreds, scattered throughout the nation. Our enterprises span military industry, technology, biotechnology, and more, demonstrating considerable power. In essence, he disdains Lin Hao for lacking strength. Therefore, your intentions are not to eliminate me. Lin Hao nodded and remarked. The main family wishes to confine me due to my recent exuberance, which has affected my elder brother, Lin Tianyi, has it? Indeed. It seems that young Master Lin Hao is well aware of the situation. Your recent brilliance has been rather overwhelming, especially since you joined the Panwu Academy. Xia Gaofei hesitated before continuing. Initially, Lin Tianyi was also a student at Panwu Academy. However, due to the school's rigid culture and its unwillingness to provide him with preferential treatment, he faced retaliation and was collectively ostracized and suppressed. The impending closure of Panwu Academy is a direct consequence of not granting Lin Tianyi such favors. Lin Hao finally grasped the truth. No wonder the faculty at the school were reluctant to mention it. This institution was once a prestigious training ground for pioneers. Yet it had inadvertently harmed Lin Tianyi's interests or pride due to a minor incident, inciting the Lin family's retribution. Now, with his enrollment at Panwu Academy, Lin Hao is revitalizing the school, garnering widespread acclaim and numerous headlines. This is nothing short of a slap in the face for the Lin family, particularly for Lin Tianyi, the sole heir of the main family and future leader of all branches. Young Master Lin Hao, your actions are indeed calculated, are they not? Xia Gaofei's eyes suddenly sparkled. No wonder you suggested that we follow your lead. It is because you wish for the eldest son of the Lin family to vie for the highest position? If that is the case, then we understand your ambition and will surely align ourselves with you. We, as branches of the family, do not wish to follow someone devoid of grand aspirations. If you genuinely possess such ambitions, we are willing to take the gamble. Gao Tianla, who had been listening, suddenly spat out his drink. He had hurried back, fearing something was amiss, only to hear such astonishing revelations. The Lin family. Could such coincidences truly exist? He knew that Lin Hao's first choice was not Panwu. His entrance to the academy was entirely compelled. Now, it inadvertently serves as a means to compete for the main family's position? Truly worthy of admiration, my adoptive father. Su Xiao exhaled 2 puffs of warm air. He was aware of the Lin family, a powerhouse in real estate within this alternate world, a leading conglomerate. These branches possess significant enterprises across the Dragon Country, encompassing military, technology, and various industries. Should Lin Hao ascend to prominence, he would undoubtedly leap into the ranks of the top 100 in the Dragon Country. Lin Hao found himself momentarily speechless. He had previously shown no interest in any family, perceiving it merely as a typical real estate enterprise in another realm. However, he was astounded to discover the remarkable strength of his lineage. With over 100 branches spread throughout the Dragon Kingdom, what kind of narrative was this? After years of traversing this world, he realized how little he truly knew. In pursuit of your ambitions, we are willing to follow, said Xia Gaofei, who had changed his mind, acknowledging Lin Hao's remarkable acumen. We have witnessed your ability to rejuvenate a nearly defunct school within mere days, showcasing your exceptional management and leadership skills. Indeed, you are worthy of being the heir of your family. Xia Gaofei nodded vigorously, his eyes gleaming with fervor. So, you intend to demonstrate this power for us? The branches of the family, to witness? Chapter 47. It is you, Wu Qingxuan. Lin Hao was momentarily speechless. My heavens, Gu Qianla exclaimed, covering his eyes. Everything felt too coincidental. Lin Hao had merely sought to prevent the school's closure, as transferring would be troublesome. His intention was to establish a student council, which unexpectedly flourished, leading to a misunderstanding among the branches of the family. Foster father, how impressive! Su Xiao was astonished. He had not anticipated that such profound foresight lay beneath the surface. Truly, he was deserving of the title of foster father. Ahem, that is the case, Lin Hao nodded. As for the family as high position, he thought it a simple endeavor. Since there was profit to be made, why not indulge? At that moment, Ai Li had already liberated everyone from the Xia family. Young master, from now on, we shall be at your service. Xia Gaofei bowed deeply, offering the utmost respect. Please instruct us at your convenience. Lin Hao pondered for a moment before responding. Your task will be to absorb resources from other branches. Do not fret, I shall intervene. Yes. Upon hearing this, the Xia family members glowed with excitement. It appeared their speculation was indeed correct. Young Master Lin was planning something significant. Perhaps he would genuinely unseat Lin Tianyi from his lofty position. They were resolute in their determination to follow him to the death. By the way, young Master Lin, we are merely feigning an attack. I have received intelligence that others intend to strike during the sports meet, but I do not know who they are. Xia Gaofei suddenly recalled and quickly relayed the information. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the sports meet between Panwu School and Titan School had entered its second phase, only to be interrupted by a series of explosive sounds. The participants from Panwu had just been transported into the otherworldly space when they were ambushed by mysterious assailants. This is bad. President, we have a situation. Wang Zhong urgently sent a message, his tone laced with anxiety. It must be someone else. The branches sent only us. It could be individuals from the main family. Xia Gaofei exclaimed in a panic. Ah, I see, Lin Hao realized. Xia Gaofei had come merely to search for fabricated evidence to frame him. Those hidden within Titan School were the true assassins. He transformed into a beam of black light, soaring directly above the sports event, where students were frantically seeking cover. Some instructors had been injured in the explosion, struggling on the ground. Medical team, quickly, Li Mumu urged, rallying the other instructors as the teaching team desperately tended to the wounded. Yet, amidst their efforts, further explosions erupted throughout the school. An attack on the entire institution was underway, aimed at its complete destruction. Lin Hao spoke directly into his earpiece. The intelligence has been relayed to you. Proceed with all actions to neutralize the explosive devices within the school. Understood. Mary Rose, Tifa, and all others sprang into action without delay. These explosive devices had been placed right under their noses, poised to detonate during the sports event. It was utterly despicable. However, I find myself perplexed. Who could orchestrate such a multitude of bombs without our notice, and in such a brief span of time? Su Xiao let out a cry. Though he pondered little further, merely acknowledging the enemy's swift and discreet maneuvers. Yet, Gu Tianle furrowed his brow as he recalled someone from the previous day, Wu Qingshuang, the person responsible for student recruitment, whom he had inadvertently encountered. At that moment, he hadn't perceived anything amiss, but in retrospect, every word Wu Qingshuang spoke now seemed riddled with inconsistencies. The last place he had seen him came to mind. Follow me, he urged Wang Zhong. Entering level 1 otherworldly space, rocky region, description. This desolate area is filled with stones and inhabited by rock monsters. The Blue Star people often hold parties here. Population limit, 10,000. This otherworldly space possesses a balance system. No tasks available. Return to city skill can be used at any time. Upon entering the otherworldly space, Lin Hao observed several students from Titan School, kneeling in agony. An indiscriminate attack? Anger surged within him. This individual seemed utterly indifferent, intent on annihilating Panwu School, while Titan School was merely a pawn, wielded like a weapon. It appeared that this sports event had been instigated by this very person. I cannot believe it is you, he sensed a familiar presence. Lin Hao flew towards it, coming to a halt not far away, for before him stood Wu Qingshuang. How did you catch up to me? What power do you possess that you have never revealed? Wu Qingshuang's face expressed surprise, tilting his head as if examining something bizarre. After all, during the minor assessments, although Lin Hao had defeated everyone, no one truly knew the nature of his abilities. Once he entered Panwu School, he had shown little in terms of prowess, merely maintaining a facade of normalcy. Moreover, within the otherworldly space, no one was privy to the manner in which he dispatched monsters. To outsiders, Lin Hao is an enigma. At present, upon witnessing Lin Hao soaring through the sky with wings unfurling behind him, Wu Qingshuang could not help but be astonished. He instantly conjured images of ninjas, blades, and devil fruits, yet none seemed to fit the scenario. Thus, amidst his shock, he felt an even greater intrigue. You are indeed one of our own? Lin Hao inquired. He had never anticipated that this freshman recruiter, hidden in plain sight, belonged to the Lin family. Indeed, Wu Qingxuang readily admitted, fixing his gaze upon Lin Hao. Although I am currently affiliated with the Lin family, I have long been operating externally, presenting myself as a normal mentor while secretly functioning as an assassin. Were you deliberately waiting for me at the recruitment window? Lin Hao narrowed his eyes and questioned him. How could that be? In truth, I was equally surprised to see you register. Haha, Wu Qingxuang laughed heartily. I must apologize, young master. This sports event was orchestrated by me, aimed at dismantling Panwu Academy, ensuring you no longer shine. Are you devoid of emotions? Lin Hao retorted coldly. Emotions? Wu Qingxuang shook his head. The explosive devices are not intended to claim lives. As long as the school is destroyed, my mission will be accomplished. Consequently, your recently established reputation in the outside world will inevitably crumble following this act of terror. You are truly despicable. Lin Hao manifested a black Chidori in his hand. Young master, it appears your experience is lacking. You fail to realize you have already fallen into my trap, Wu Qingxuang intoned ominously. I anticipated that Xia Gaofei would be discovered by you. He is merely a pawn. And thus I devised this contingency plan. This body is but a shadow clone. Suddenly, 5 assassins emerged on the plain. They represented the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, intent on ensnaring Lin Hao, ensuring that by the time he emerged, the school would be in ruins. The leader of these elemental assassins was the shadow guard of the family head, a formidable opponent indeed. At that moment, Wu Qingxuang, positioned in the outside world, formed a series of hand seals, dissolving the clone technique he had summoned in the alternate dimension. To his surprise, the plan unfolded with remarkable ease. First, he colluded with the enemy to abduct Lin Mingwei, then incited conflict between the two schools. During this highly publicized sports event, he aimed to obliterate Panwu Academy. Thus, the young master's brilliance would need to dim. What does it mean to achieve success and withdraw? He smiled faintly, turning to depart, ready to return to his family. However, unexpectedly, 2 figures appeared before him, Gu Tianle and Wan Zhong. It truly is you, Mentor Wu Qingxuang. Gu Tianle, having gathered all the information, seethed in anger, grinding his teeth. It was this fellow who betrayed the entire school. I do not comprehend what you all are discussing. Wu Qingxuang began to feign ignorance. Suddenly, he recalled the incident from yesterday when Gu Tianle spotted him. Was that when he was exposed? This Gu Tianle, who usually appears rather foolish, surprisingly demonstrated remarkable intellect at a crucial moment. Stop pretending. We are already aware of everything. Wan Zhong glared furiously. Do you truly believe you can obstruct me? Wu Qingxuang's eyes narrowed slightly. Go. Gu Tianle formed a seal and summoned a spirit beast, invoking a pack of ninja dogs. The dogs immediately blocked Wu Qingxuang's path. Wan Zhong felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. He had witnessed the power of Wu Qingxuang's mentor. This was bound to be a fierce battle. However, he did not anticipate Gu Tianle's strength nor his mastery of summoning techniques. Among the 8 ninja dogs, the most familiar was Parker, tasked with tracking. The other 2 were intelligence-gathering summons, while the remaining 5 were combat dogs. Capture him, Gu Tianle commanded. The claws of the ninja dogs were sharp weapons, at least of purple rank. If they managed to strike the enemy, they would cause armor-piercing damage. Woof woof woof. The ninja dogs sprang into action, lunging at Wu Qingxuang. Kid, how did you acquire summoning techniques? Wu Qingxuang was momentarily taken aback. He brandished his Zanpakuto and activated the powers of a devil fruit, easily escaping the encirclement. Clang. At that moment, Wan Zhong delivered a swift strike aimed at Wu Qingxuang's waist. Bubble fruit, Wu Qingxuang exclaimed. His devil fruit allowed him to generate bubbles that could obscure an enemy's vision and conceal his form, creating misdirection during attacks. For instance, if a shuriken struck him, it would be deflected by the bubbles. Even if he were directly hit, a layer of bubble film enveloping him would absorb the impact. Whoosh! He expelled a massive bubble, encasing himself within it, and leaped away, bouncing towards the distance. This is bad. He is attempting to escape. Wan Zhong cried out. Dream on, Gu Tianle shouted, determined not to let Wu Qingxuang slip away today. Their hard-won reputation was at stake. If they failed to capture this individual, it would all be for naught. In an otherworldly space, Lin Hao felt frustrated. The 5 individuals representing the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were evidently Deadpools, capable of employing 5 sealing barriers. This powerful barrier had ensnared him, rendering him immobile. Young master, do not waste time. It would be better to return with us. The speaker was a woman with long purple hair. The 5 sealing barriers could last at least 20 to 30 minutes. Never mind. I shall use the heavenly nail. Lin Hao raised a device in his hand, relieved that he had kept one for such an occasion. What is this? The eyes concealed beneath the mask widened in astonishment. She had not anticipated that Lin Fan possessed such a remarkable tool. Ding. You are utilizing the celestial cone to breach the dimensional barrier. Ding. The celestial cone has been successfully activated. Boom. At that moment, a vast azure vortex appeared above his head. Whoosh. The tremendous gravitational pull engulfed him entirely. Lin Hao offered no resistance. After a passage of time, he was finally transported back to the vicinity of the school's teleportation portal. By this time, the explosions had ceased, and the injured were being lifted onto ambulances, their bodies wrapped in bandages. It was evident that the media had already arrived to cover the incident. Without a doubt, Wu Qingxuang had tipped them off beforehand. If the truth of the matter were not revealed, the hard-earned reputation of the school would be utterly annihilated once more. This time, it would undoubtedly suffer irreparable damage, no matter the means employed to salvage it. The student council president, Lin Hao, was the one to address. Lin Hao, please answer several questions. What transpired at the school? Were you conducting a joint sports event at Titan School? Why are the students of Titan School all injured? What have you done? Was it intentional? Surely it was. The media reporters seized upon these points, relentlessly pressing him for answers, which left Lin Hao's expression devoid of emotion. Damn that Wu Qingxuang! In a bid to overshadow He Tian, he resorted to such despicable tactics. Blowing up the school? How audacious of him. Unfortunately, Wu Qingxuang had undoubtedly fled. To apprehend him, one would have to return to the family estate. Lin Hao is now preoccupied with thoughts of how to salvage the school. Beep, beep, beep. You have new messages. Check it. Old rascal, ha 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 ha. We captured Wu Qingxuang. The voices of Gu Tianle and Wan Zhang emerged from the recording. Huh? Lin Hao was taken aback. How did they know that the Wu Qingxuang in the alternate dimension was an imposter? Hey, hold on. I'll explain later. Hurry over. Gu Tianle sent another message. Whoosh. Lin Hao immediately utilized his instant movement technique, racing toward their location. Indeed, not far from Pan Wu, Wu Qingxuang lay incapacitated on the ground, his tongue lolling out. Gu Tianle and Wan Zhong were also injured, blood streaming from their foreheads and bodies, indicating they had endured a fierce battle. Wu Qingxuang, did you ever expect this? Lin Hao approached and delivered a kick. Cough, cough. Young master, I never anticipated I would be defeated by your companions, Wu Qingxuang managed to utter. Your companions possess such formidable potential, the Lord will not spare you, nor will Lin Tianyi let you or your friends go. Humph. Lin Hao revealed a look of disdain. Let them come if they dare. I have no interest in the position of family head. No interest? Wu Qingxuang was taken aback, surprised by Lin Hao's unexpected ambition. However, he is still too young. He has no inkling of the terrifying power of the family. Wu Qingxuang, once you fall into my hands, your days will be far from pleasant. Heed my words and obey my commands. Lin Hao narrowed his eyes. Ha ha, young master, I am indeed one of the family. What great storms have I not weathered? Wu Qingxuang displayed an attitude of indifference, as if he were a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. Chapter 49. Preparing to forge the Ring of Kings, Flame Demon. Wu Wushuang. Lin Hao shook his head. You cannot escape my ocular technique, once ensnared by my illusion. You will be at my mercy, albeit temporarily. When I acquire the eyes of still water, that will grant me eternal dominion. What is this? The Sharingan. Indeed. This entire incident was orchestrated by me alone, including the manipulation of Titan Academy, with the ultimate aim of destroying Panwu Academy. Under the enchantment of the Sharingan's illusion, Wu Qingxuang confessed to all his misdeeds before the cameras, detailing how the conflict was instigated in the affairs of the Lin family, all laid bare. This revelation sent shockwaves through the world. Why? Because, until now, the Lin family had never been exposed. No one knew the true nature of their real estate company, which was, in fact, an assassin clan. Is this for real? An assassin clan? Am I watching a movie? What abilities do members of this assassin clan possess? The current generation of netizens was utterly dumbfounded. Furthermore, Lin Hao's identity was unveiled. He was, in fact, the young master of the Lin family. The tragic fates of many were reported, trending at the top. As the focal point of this incident, he became the subject of public discourse. Who would have imagined that the assassin clan would be exposed in such a manner? Lin Hao, with delight, remarked, the tide has turned. I am the underdog. And the entire populace stands with me. Your actions, without a doubt, provoke all branches and the main family. Released from the illusion's grasp, Wu Qingxuang was utterly despondent. What he had just declared before the media had unveiled the true face of the Lin family. A million deaths would not suffice. What shocked him more was Lin Hao's audacious revelation of his identity. Now, He Tian was forcibly thrust onto the stage. From this point onward, you may roam freely. But you no longer possess the right to return unless you seek your own demise. Lin Hao departed from the scene. Wu Qingxuang was now entirely offline. Henceforth, he would confront the wrath of the entire family. How could Wu Qingxuang have done this, exposing our millennia-old lineage? It was utterly despicable. The senior members of the Lin family were incensed. They wished they could slap Wu Qingxuang into oblivion. Not only did he betray them, but he also thrust them into the spotlight, revealing the assassin clan that had remained hidden for so long. It was too late to suppress public opinion. This generation of netizens exceeded our wildest expectations. The other executives shook their heads in dismay. It was an undeniable fact, regardless of whether Wu Qingxuang was being manipulated. It no longer mattered. The crux of the matter was how to proceed. Lin Hao, the final heir, had been underestimated. Indeed, prior to his awakening, he had been biding his time in obscurity, hadn't he? Now he had transformed into a traitorous ninja, repeatedly causing significant incidents, and even joining an exploration team. With the protection of the exploration team, we could not act overtly. The Lin family members debated fervently around the round table. I shall provide an explanation for everyone. Just then, Lin Tianqing, seated at the highest position, lifted his eyelids, his gaze revealing a murderous intent. He would not spare anyone who dared to threaten Tianyi's position. Shuiyan observed the report, her expression remaining unchanged. She could already envision the extent of Lin Tianqing's fury. Initially, the plan was to obliterate the Glory Academy to undermine Lin Hao. However, events had taken an unexpected turn. The Panwu Academy not only rose in prominence due to this incident, but the 1,000-year-old assassin family was also brought to light. Now, what should be done? Shuiyan tapped her fingers on the table. With the 1,000-year-old assassin family exposed, their identities were laid bare. Madam, during the family meeting, the master was enraged, and he is bound to take action against the young master. I wonder if the young master can endure this, the ever-respectful butler remarked. Thus, we must assist him discreetly. Given Tianyi's temperament, I cannot fathom how he might react upon learning of this, Shuiyan replied helplessly. Indeed, the butler nodded. By the way, is Lin Mingyue still not eating? Shuiyan inquired. She hasn't even had a sip of water, the butler responded. I shall check on her, Shuiyan said as she rose and walked towards the basement room. Creaking, she pushed open the door. Lin Mingyue was suspended by chains, seemingly in a deep slumber. Wake her, Shuiyan sighed. The butler formed a seal, and Lin Mingyue's eyelids finally fluttered open. All of this was orchestrated by your father, Lin Tianqing. For now, I cannot assist you. Nevertheless, you must remain confined at home for a while. I will find a way. You must eat, Shuiyan expressed her concern. Very well, Lin Mingyue sighed. Lin Tianqing forbade her from contacting Lin Fan, yet she was determined to go against his wishes. Now, she had no choice but to compromise. The family matters remained unresolved, and the exploration team in Longwo was under immense pressure. They were about to confront a level 150 boss, the Fire Demon from the Ring King. This Fire Demon had recently been discovered in the Ring King's otherworldly realm. It was a boss that fought unarmed with flames, instantly becoming their target for exploration. According to intelligence, the Fire Demon possessed 10 abilities. Yet now, it was the easiest otherworldly boss to slay. Due to the presence of other leaders who were less than ideal choices, it is imperative that the nation unites to confront them. The Flame Demon, however, fights alone, and all core members of the expedition team can join forces against it. With 50 members attacking a single Flame Demon, the odds of victory are significantly in their favor. They are in urgent need of the Celestial Spire and sacred artifacts to bolster the entire expedition team. As the war between the Immortal Empire and Blue Star is on the verge of eruption, with the Dimensional City currently under siege, the Celestial Spire is crucial for the survival of both the Dragon Kingdom's allies and the Dimensional City. In order to support the Dimensional City, they require more personnel. The Celestial Spire and formidable warriors. Expedition team, assemble. Commanded Hao Yin. Bring in the newly joined members. This will serve as a test. If they fail, they cannot become core members. Are we seriously sending the newcomers to battle against a level 150 leader? Asked a girl with blue hair, holding a sniper rifle. This was undoubtedly a reckless endeavor. Many had perished against the level 120 skeletal dragon in their previous raids. Now, they were to send newcomers into the perilous disaster zone to confront the Flame Demon? What was the strongest human thinking? Indeed, Hao Ian surveyed his surroundings and continued. Newcomers rarely have such an opportunity, and since the flame demon operates solo, there may not be another chance like this. Then I shall summon everyone, replied one of the expedition team members. The core team comprised only 50 members. The rest were substitutes, including Lin Fan. Hold on, we need to prepare first. The expedition will commence 1 week from now. At this same time, Hao Ian declared. Chapter 50. Entering the Central Land. First slay the wave monsters to relieve tension. Excellent. This is how Lin Hao operates. It's quite entertaining. Upon hearing the news, Lin Tianyi was initially taken aback, then erupted in uncontrollable laughter, his face radiating madness. This was because, deep within Lin Tianyi's heart, there resided an unresolved issue that no one knew about. When he was younger, Lin Hao had always overshadowed him in every endeavor. Yet, inexplicably, he later surpassed Lin Hao and completely dominated his younger brother. As he grew older, memories flooded back, and he finally realized that Lin Hao had deliberately allowed him to win all those times. He was evidently superior in every aspect, yet he chose to lose to him intentionally. No one knew of this, not even their parents, who had been deceived by Lin Hao. Now, I have surpassed you, Lin Tianyi thought, brimming with arrogance. When he next stood before his brother, he would undoubtedly triumph with true strength. Master Lin Hao, we are completely aligned with you now. Xia Gaofei had already joined his ranks. After all, it had been publicly revealed that Lin Hao was one of the heirs, welcomed as a mentor at the school. With the aftermath of this incident unfolding, Lin Hao smiled broadly. At this moment, he stands as the heir to the illustrious family, renowned far and wide. Numerous individuals seek to curry favor or align themselves with their influence, yet most harbor ulterior motives, akin to fickle reeds swaying in the wind, drawn by self-interest. They perceive his youth as an opportunity to exploit. However, they remain oblivious to the fact that Lin Hao is a well-traveled and knowledgeable transmigrator. Following the conclusion of family matters, he received a notification. Ding. You have new messages. Please check. Upon opening it, he read, please report to the designated location for the expedition 1 week from now. Leave of absence is not permitted. Any consequences shall be borne by you. The location was specified. An expedition team? Lin Hao had finally awaited the call for the expedition. A week? The time was not long. Thus, he resolved to bide his time patiently. As days slipped by, a week later, Lin Hao commenced his journey, following the directive to a specific coordinate within the otherworldly realm. He merely needed to locate a portal and enter the transit station, selecting the designated interdimensional transfer. Would they require him to cover expenses? He blinked in surprise. As a member of the elite expedition team of the Dragon Kingdom, was he truly expected to purchase his own entry ticket? Was that reasonable? He had anticipated some form of welcoming ceremony. However, it appeared that they were indifferent, having simply enrolled him, providing regular payments and benefits while granting him complete freedom. Perhaps this was related to his status as a reserve member. Lin Hao pondered, thinking that becoming a formal core member would likely differ. Hello. Are you headed to the Lord of the Rings level otherworldly space? Inquired the young attendant responsible for the transfer in a sweet voice. Yes, Lin Hao nodded. Very well. Please proceed with the activation fee. Oh, you are a reserve member of the expedition team. In that case, there is no charge. You may teleport directly. The young attendant seemed to have recognized Lin Hao's status and quickly added, which brought Lin Hao a sense of respect and comfort. Teleportation commencing, you have entered the Lord of the Rings series space. In Middle-earth, the elven blacksmith forged 9 rings of power for mortal men, 7 for the dwarven lords, and 3 for the elven kings, while the Dark Lord Sauron crafted the 1 ring, seeking to control all the rulers. Time limit. None. Victory. None. Defeat. None. A deep roar reverberated from the depths of Middle-earth. Teams within this series space: Eagle Sauce, Little Days, Stick, Curry Nation, Holy Artifact yet to be acquired. Slay the Flame Demon to possess it instantly. Sakura Nation is currently assaulting the Flame Demon. Damn it. Lin Hao had just arrived in Middle-earth, and chaos ensued. Holy Artifact? He was instantly captivated. An item surpassing orange-level ninja tools, transcending all equipment. Market value: over 10 billion. And still, it was priceless, a rarity even in foreign lands for an entire year. Holy Artifact? Mary Rose disdainfully shook her twin ponytails. What was she wearing? An angelic ensemble. In comparison to sacred artifacts, it was akin to a fighter jet amidst refuse. Lin Hao, with a mere glance, discerned her thoughts, his eyes narrowing slightly. How much land could one fetch by selling this angelic garb? Could one not outright purchase a small nation and assume the role of chieftain? Alas, it was futile. The angelic attire was bound to my very soul, and upon my demise, it would vanish alongside me. Having accompanied Lin Hao for such a duration, Mary Rose could read his expression in an instant. How could I entertain such superficial thoughts? Lin Hao, with a righteous air, proclaimed, "Is it not merely sacred domain equipment? Behold, I shall first acquire a divine artifact, and in due time, I shall don an imperial-grade ensemble that will incite your envy and ire." Imperial-grade ensemble? Ha ha ha. Mary Rose burst into a peculiar fit of laughter. Laugh as you will. Lin Hao strode forward with purpose, only to find himself confronted by an abyss. The Middle-earth continent was vast beyond measure. Every inhabitant of Blue Star arrived here through a portal. Since its inception, this space had never been sealed. It was immense, seemingly boundless. The sun, moon, and stars revolved beneath his feet, as though he had been transported to an ancient epic. Why had it been so long without encountering a single monster? The external demon golem summoned forth, Tifa stood before the slime inn, gazing into the distance. The wilderness of Middle-earth teemed with creatures. It was merely the expanse of the map that was overwhelming. Lin Hao was not wandering aimlessly. The sensory ninjutsu learned from the scrolls proved remarkably effective. Rain Tiger Liberation Technique. This technique enables the practitioner to infuse chakra into the rain, thereby allowing for enhanced sensory manipulation. However, it necessitated rainfall in advance. Seal it, Blackwing Demon. Lin Hao transformed into a demonic visage, unleashing a torrent of black spiritual rain from above. With the assistance of this spiritual rain, the Rain Tiger Liberation Technique was set into motion. After a moment, I discerned over 300,000 entities. Suspended in midair, Lin Hao maintained his hand seals, eyes closed in intense focus. Through the feedback of the spiritual rain, the positions of surrounding monsters were laid bare, alongside some colossal beings that were swiftly advancing. Prior to assembling, let the slaughter commence. Lin Hao opened his rinnegan. As the Blackwing Demon, he unleashed a bolt of thunder from his palm. Lightning release, Thousand Birds Lightning Spear. Thus, a black meteor streaked across the heavens, and wherever it passed, torrents of black spiritual rain cascaded down, akin to a tempestuous sea. Boom. In the nearby villages of Middle-earth, the inhabitants had yet to react when a thunderous roar echoed in their ears. A shockwave followed, enveloping the surroundings in a hellish darkness, with the sounds of shattering stone and splintering wood ringing incessantly. What in the world has transpired? The inhabitants of Blue Star, engaged in their tasks of exploration and monster slaying, were vociferously exclaiming their excitement. Chapter 51. Where have the expedition team members disappeared to? Your growth value has increased. Your growth value has increased again. Your growth value has increased once more. Phew. Remarkably, a significant number were vanquished. Lin Hao chuckled. As an arm of his was shattered into a mist of blood, the backlash from the Thunder Gun's power was extraordinarily fearsome. Yet, endowed with rapid regeneration, he could instantaneously restore his arm. Simultaneously, the Rain Tiger's free technique detected an elite monster, struck by the Thunder Gun, frantically fleeing. In the blink of an eye, it vanished beyond the reach of the spiritual rain. Was it truly so difficult to slay an elite monster? That was my full-powered strike. Lin Hao was taken aback. Whoosh. He reverted from his transformation, descending upon the slime inn to recuperate his energy. What kind of monster could withstand such an assault? Its strength is quite formidable. Mary Rose and Tifa inquired. Even if it survived, it would surely be severely injured. Lin Hao nodded in agreement. Indeed, this was Middle-earth. Even an elite creature was so extraordinarily resilient. We should hasten to the assembly point, Mary Rose suggested. There is no rush. I am merely a reserve team member. The lowest tier. Currently, Little Day is engaged in an offensive against the Fire Demon. Just the name itself is ominous. We must ensure Little Day is not annihilated. Lin Hao remarked. Logically, it should be so. After all, it is a premium piece of equipment, following the traditional pattern. One would expect an exceedingly powerful monster to guard it. Ding. The Sakura Nation representative team has successfully slain the Fire Demon Commander Jin Gong Tai-E and obtained an unsealed holy artifact. The holder with the longest duration within 50 hours will receive the holy artifact upon conclusion. Those carrying the holy artifact are more easily detectable by sensing skills. Killers of the Fire Demon receive a direct 20 in holding time. What a slap in the face. Lin Hao was rendered speechless. What is happening? Did Little Day obtain the holy artifact? In dealing with international friends, one must exhibit the fundamental decency of the Dragon Nation. He would swiftly snatch the holy artifact from Little Day. Rain Tiger's free technique. Activate. From a distance, he noticed a dark figure rapidly approaching. The palpable murderous intent emanating from this shadow clearly indicated that it was not there for idle conversation. Sharingan. The two Tomo and Fan Lu's eyes began to spin as his mind raced in calculations. He predicted the trajectory of the shadow's movements. Fire release. Great fireball technique. He swiftly formed seals and unleashed a fireball, the air distorting from the intense heat. Boom, boom, boom. Consequently, the shadow unleashed a barrage of yellow energy orbs. And he caught two with his bare hands, his ninja tool shattering, his arm trembling uncontrollably. Who possesses such strength? Fan Lu hastily halted and retreated, only to be caught off guard by a flash of red light as a beam of energy approached. Sizzle. The air is permeated with the mouth-watering aroma of grilled meat. He has fallen victim to ninjutsu. Humph. The shadow is none other than Taichi Kinmitsu, who nods in satisfaction. The Dragon Kingdom's warriors are indeed weak, far inferior to those of the Sakura Nation. The Sakura Nation reigns supreme. Tear him apart, Scythe. He has initiated his release. The blade emits a furious whirlwind. As he swings, the trajectory carved through the wind transforms into delicate, azure-green blades that disintegrate any foe who dares come into contact with them. At this moment, Taichi Kinmitsu envisions the Dragon Kingdom warrior being torn asunder before him. Earth release, earth armor. Fan Lu bellows, enveloping himself in a layer of impenetrable substance. Clang, clang, clang. The razor winds strike against him, sparking and forcing him to retreat. Simultaneously, the earth around him begins to crumble. Final release, a blade against the wind. Taichi Kinmitsu unleashes his ultimate form, a tempest erupting around him as his Zanpakuto elongates. He eschews the martial code, directly invoking his final release. Damn. Fan Lu is caught off guard by the relentless onslaught. Enduring the excruciating pain in his arm, he continues to utilize earth release, transforming in an instant into a formidable earthen giant. Such potent earth ninjutsu? What kind of ninja is this? A fierce murderous intent flickers in Taichi Kinmitsu's eyes. Boom. Boom, boom. He delivers one strike after another upon Fan Lu's back. Cough, cough. Fan Lu, exerting every ounce of strength to flee, finds blood spilling from his mouth. This little brat is utterly despicable, relentlessly pursuing him. He bears no desire for the sacred artifact in his possession. His only crime is being from the Dragon Kingdom. You will pay for this, little brat. I will not let you off so easily. He shouts while running. How could the Dragon Kingdom pig possibly defeat me? Die. You little brat. Taichi Kinmitsu exclaims excitedly. Little brat? You must be mistaken. That is the sound of a pig from the sticks. Fan Lu, battered and unable to retaliate, can only pray for salvation. Otherwise, this little brat will not relent easily. Taichi Kinmitsu remains indifferent, his gaze filled with murderous intent. Eliminate the Dragon Kingdom pig. Help. Damn it. I'm being bullied by this little brat. They just killed the flame demon, and all my teammates are dead, leaving only him, Taichi Kinmitsu. Although Fan Lu's strength is lacking, he possesses a sharp mind. He shouts desperately to attract attention. Indeed, many have begun to rush towards him. Gaga, little brat. Dragon Kingdom pig? However, they are a group of burly American soldiers, grinning wickedly. What do American soldiers excel at? They understand that when the clam and the heron contend, it is the fisherman who profits. They, who often exploit the chaos, will certainly not assist the Dragon Kingdom warriors. The little brat is merely their lapdog. The Shiba Inu, the smallest native Japanese breed, is renowned for its exceptional biting prowess. Alas, misfortune strikes. First, the petty Japanese, then the Americans. Where are my compatriots from the Dragon Kingdom? Fan Lu had no choice but to select an alternate route for his escape. Yet, he did not anticipate that ahead lay a group mocking him. How absurd. The Dragon Kingdom's people are being hunted by the Japanese dogs? This bunch of Koreans, the so-called Bangs, wore expressions of derision. The sealed artifact now rests in the hands of the Japanese, but they were not inclined to act immediately. Rather, they mirrored the Americans. The Americans, upon seeing the group of Bangs, could not help but laugh. Like the Japanese dogs, they were merely their own pets. As dogs fight among themselves, they refrained from joining the fray, waiting for their own dogs to present offerings. How unfortunate. Fan Lu's head throbbed in confusion. Logically, there should be numerous Dragon Kingdom citizens in Middle-earth. Why had he yet to encounter even one? Where had the exploration team gone? Were they not supposed to come to Middle-earth to hunt the fire demons? Where were they? If any Dragon Kingdom citizens were present, they would surely not allow such insolence to go unchallenged. The might of the Dragon Kingdom was unparalleled. Times had changed, and the Americans no longer held the upper hand in this foreign realm. The exploration efforts depended entirely on their most formidable class changers. Who were these others to swagger about here? He could not afford to perish. He must flee. Fan Lu hastened his escape. Behind him, the Japanese was relentless. swinging his blade as he pursued, as tenacious as a stubborn adhesive. How infuriating. Chapter 52, The Disappearing Exploration Team, a fierce battle in Middle-earth. Curse it. I will settle the score with you, Japanese. Fan Lu darted and dodged, yet could not shake off Jin Gongtai. The Dragon Kingdom swine. Jin Gongtai charged at him like a madman. This sight filled Fan Lu with a mix of urgency and fury, his anger surging within him. Yet, surrounded by numerous Americans and bangs, he realized he was doomed. We merely await the Japanese to present their offerings. The Americans, arms crossed, leisurely followed behind. Soon, taking advantage of their carelessness, they would seize the sealed artifact and flee. If one were to discern the most disloyal amongst dogs, it would undoubtedly be the bangs. Tinged with a hint of rebellion, they whispered among themselves, biding their time. Each of their ambitions was to have Jin Gongtai eliminate Fan Lu, then act accordingly. Despair enveloped Fan Lu. He seemed to comprehend that his demise was inevitable. Curse you, Japanese, bangs, Americans. I will not let this end here. He roared defiantly. Muda, muda. Muda, muda, muda. Jin Gongtai howled madly. The Japanese, bangs, and Americans all gathered, sneering and awaiting Fan Lu's demise. This was akin to a hunting spectacle, where they were the wolves, and Fan Lu was the hapless rabbit, futilely attempting to resist. As Fan Lu felt the veins on his forehead throb, he wondered if today would be the day he met his demise. Just then, a colossal foot descended from the heavens. What? Jin Gongtai had not even registered the danger when he was struck, blood splattering everywhere. The Americans and Fan Lu were taken aback. What was happening? Slowly, they looked up to discover a bizarre statue that had appeared above them, shrouded in mystery and possessing 9 eyes. What on earth was this? They quickly scanned for information, but the details were exceedingly vague. It resembled a battle pet, a spirit beast, or a summoned entity. Boom. The statue gradually lifted its foot. Jin Gongtai was reduced to a mere pulp, and a glimmering red treasure chest appeared atop his remains. Sealed holy artifact. Description. The nature of this artifact remains unknown. It will only be revealed upon its unsealing. An inadvertent fatality. A voice, tinged with surprise yet gentleness, emanated from the statue. It was Tifa, peering curiously. Upon seeing Jin Gongtai's lifeless body, she realized that Lin Hao had inadvertently crushed him. What? The Americans and Fan Lu were all dumbfounded. What do you mean by inadvertently? Incredible. Had a battle pet accidentally slain the formidable Jin Gongtai? What caliber of battle pet was this? Had it truly vanquished a powerful foe? Then, a vague voice echoed as the statue crouched down. Only then did they notice that it housed a small inn. Slime Inn. Description. A comprehensive mobile inn that also serves as a tavern. What in the world? Never mind that. Let us seize the holy artifact first. Once again, the Americans snapped back to reality and rushed to claim the artifact dropped by Jin Gongtai. Rose. Mary Rose dashed forward with remarkable speed, snatching the item into her grasp. Not good. The Americans saw this unfold and lunged at her, but their attempts were futile. Collapsing in a heap, astonished yet again. What on earth? A Dragon Kingdom pig? They were utterly shocked. Yet, the holy artifact ultimately landed in Lin Hao's hands. That Dragon Kingdom individual. What did you just call me? Lin Hao squinted. If his ears had not deceived him, Dragon Kingdom pig? Such audacity. Finally, salvation had arrived. This was a formidable ally. Fan Lu was overjoyed, especially witnessing Jin Gongtai's gruesome end, practically dancing with glee. What does it mean for fortune to fall from the sky? Miyamura Ikaru would never have imagined that he would meet his end in such a manner, would he? Haha. You misunderstood. We didn't say anything. Yes. We certainly did not utter any such phrase. Upon sensing the shifting circumstances, the individuals from the west quickly donned smiles of apology. Do you take me for a fool? Lin Hao scoffed softly. He commanded the external demon statue to raise 1 foot and deliver a powerful kick. Boom. A tremendous shockwave, accompanied by stones and soil, reverberated through the air. It sent the group sprawling, vanishing in an instant. Leg. Fan Lu hastily climbed a ladder and knelt down in submission. But that was not the end. The Leg Brother, the Westerners, and many more came swarming in. He exclaimed in alarm, surrounded on all sides by figures. These were the Blue Star individuals here to seize the sacred artifact. Lin Hao, however, drew forth the blade of flame. Leg Brother, what is this? Fan Lu was taken aback. This knife appeared to be quite aged. A soul-cutting blade? Or perhaps a ninja tool? If it were indeed a ninja tool, was it of the white grade or the blue grade? Surely not the purple grade. While he was lost in thought, a dazzling flame flickered before his eyes. So beautiful. Ah. Then came the sounds of anguished cries. Moments later, Lin Hao stood atop a pile of bodies, the soul-cutting blade resting on his shoulder. His imposing stature leaving Fan Lu in a daze. Leg brother, they are coming again. Fan Lu cried out. Another group of adversaries approached. But the Central Earth continent was filled with foreign friends. Baka, who are these people? Another Dragon Country pig? Eliminate him. Hit him. The little ones howled in unison. Damn it, little ones, I will fight you to the end. No one stop me. I shall unleash my wrath upon you. Counterattack, counterattack, with Lin Hao leading. The Dragon Country individuals rallied and began to fiercely retaliate against the little ones. These little ones were no match for them, in no time. They were beaten and scattered in disarray. Ha ha, delightful. The Japanese now fear us, right? Thanks to Leg Brother. Thanks to Fan Brother. After the little ones were driven away, the Dragon Country individuals relished the sweet taste of revenge. Fan Brother? No wonder Lin Hao always felt this fellow seemed familiar. It turns out he is a streamer from the Blue Star Network. Fans, come forth to pay your respects to Leg Brother. Unexpectedly, Fan Lu pulled them over to pay their respects to Lin Hao. In a trance, he declared, hurry, bow. Leg Brother can lead you to victory, with his protection. We shall successfully cross through. Lead us to victory? The crowd was suddenly filled with joy. The flame demon on the Central Earth continent had already been vanquished. As long as they possessed the sacred artifact until the end, they would successfully pass through. Upon settlement, they would surely receive the rewards for their triumph. Initially, they had intended to give up and flee back to the city. But who was the holder of the sacred artifact? None other than Lin Hao himself. Leg Brother. We bow to you. Suddenly, everyone performed a grand salute, their voices resonating through the air. Lin Hao, Chapter 53, the true objective of the expedition team. I never expected Fan Lu to be quite impressive. His fans are so obedient. Now, it seems I have a whole new entourage. They gazed at me with bright eyes, as if beholding a super celebrity. Yet, it felt rather pleasant to be admired and revered. All right. Leg Brother is not one to fuss over trifles. A mere gesture from you will suffice, Fan Lu declared, lifting his chin with pride. As devoted fans, we are eager to share a crucial piece of intelligence. At that moment, a leading fan stepped forward, determined to speak. We just overheard the little days plotting. Indeed, they are employing the Celestial Cone. The Celestial Cone? Precisely. They aim to breach the dimensional barrier and enter our realm. They will bring forth a man known as the King of Fighters, the leading fan articulated, word by word. The King of Fighters? Lin Hao pondered. Is this not a person who has recently gained considerable fame? However, where has the expedition team gone? Could they have mistakenly entered the wrong alternate dimension? No, the expedition team's target is the flame demon, is it not? Yet, not a single one is in sight. Instead, there are various foreign friends present. A thought emerged in his mind. Could this be a strategy to draw the tiger away from its mountain lair? Is the expedition team's true goal not the Middle-earth continent? Not the flame demon? Not the sacred artifact? Fan Lu, are you a preparatory member of the expedition team? Lin Hao inquired. Indeed. Fan Lu nodded affirmatively. We are as well. Several others chimed in. So that is how it is, Lin Hao now comprehended entirely. These preparatory team members are oblivious, merely utilized as pawns to obscure foreign attention. The expedition team has other plans. Nevertheless, even so, this sacred artifact cannot be forsaken. Lin Hao observed these foreign friends vying for the item, some even attempting to breach the dimensional barrier to claim it. In any case, the King of Fighters shall not reap this benefit unchallenged. Rest assured, my Leg Brother is invincible. A mere King of Fighters poses no issue for me. Fan Lu waved his hand, signaling everyone to be at ease, for he understood the extent of Leg Brother's strength. Though feeling disgruntled at being used as a tool, I have resolved to secure the sacred artifact. The King of Fighters? Very well, I shall engage you in battle. Yet, I wonder if you can truly be considered a worthy opponent? In Sakura Country, the expedition team from the Dragon Country's true target is not the Flame Demon. The King of Fighters squinted, his eyes glimmering with intensity. What shall we do now, my lord? A group of middle and lower level leaders knelt before him. Bowing in utmost reverence, they presented a celestial pinnacle before the King of Fighters. Regardless of the sacred artifact, it surpasses any ninja tool. It is my destiny to possess it, a splendid opportunity to transcend Musashi. The King of Fighters smiled. Musashi was currently engaged in cultivating the land for his nation, battling a level 170 boss, shattering world records. Presently, he would undoubtedly lack the chance to contest for the sacred artifact. Thus, the King of Fighters must seize this moment. Celestial Pinnacle, activate. He rose, grasping the crystal in his right hand, and with a sudden crush, it shattered. A mysterious radiance enveloped him, and he began to ascend gradually. A hum resonated as a dimensional rift opened in midair, allowing him to enter before the eyes of these lesser leaders. Ha ha ha. The King of Fighters shall surely acquire a new sacred artifact, becoming our hope. Indeed, all our hopes rest upon his shoulders. He can surely surpass Musashi. The expedition team spread false intelligence about exploring the Middle Earth, while in reality, they ventured into the world of Demon Slayer, yielding significant results, deceiving even those overseas. Hao Yin led 50 members of the expedition team through the realm of Demon Slayer. Alas, the sacred artifact would be squandered on those wretches. A blue-haired woman lamented. Her name was Ichin, an auxiliary member of the expedition team. This operation was strictly confidential, as their goal was to confront the Upper Moon, Daki. There was already ample intelligence regarding her. She operated within the world of Demon Slayer as an Oiran, her blood demon art manifesting as bandages. Daki could generate doppelgangers resembling silk ribbons from her body, each possessing its own consciousness and capable of receiving remote commands from her. These ribbons could ensnare humans. As doppelgangers, even if they sustained damage, they would not affect Daki's true form. However, prolonged separation from Daki would diminish their strength, and upon their return, Daki would reclaim her full power. Of course, Daki could also acquire the information possessed by her doppelgangers. Her combat technique was straightforward, the blood demon art. Eightfold ribbon slash. She could release 8 ribbon-like appendages as sharp as blades from her body, simultaneously blocking and attacking her enemies. This was the weakest Upper Moon demon they had painstakingly discovered. Hence, they intended to conduct their hunt in secrecy, targeting this leader to obtain equipment more potent than the sacred artifact. Nonetheless, the world of Demon Slayer was shrouded in mystery. They only knew that the lower moons were relatively weak, while the upper moons, aside from Daki, remained uncertain. Ichin continued, suggesting that the strength of this realm might not be exceedingly high. Hao Tian walked ahead. Hao Tian, he mused, the demons in the world of Demon Slayer, like these lower and upper moons, surely do not have a supreme leader, do they? The others turned to look at this formidable figure. Your conjecture is quite plausible. After all, the world of demons constitutes an organization. Hao Tian nodded thoughtfully. What if other demons come to assist us during our expedition? Someone whispered. We shall vanquish them together. Judging by Daji's strength, the creatures from the demon realm should be rather feeble, so there is no need for concern. Hao Tian remarked nonchalantly. Our entire expedition team will be mobilized. Even if the upper moons arrive, we can still engage them in battle. Indeed, a robust monk in the group affirmed. His physique impervious to any mere bindings. The 12 moons of demons are but trifles. Should they come, we shall slay them. Yet, I still harbor some apprehension. Ichin sighed. After all, our intelligence is insufficient. Gaining comprehensive knowledge about an alternate dimension is not an endeavor that can be accomplished in a single day. Such a complete foreign realm often requires a simultaneous exploration and intelligence gathering. Suddenly, Hao Tian turned to a pale, somewhat frail girl in the team. Rosa. You sustained significant injuries from your battle with Lin Tianyi. This time, you need not exert yourself fully. Rest assured, we are here for you. MHM, Rosa nodded. Surprised by Lin Tianyi's formidable strength, considering he hails from a family of assassins. If this man were to inherit the Lin family's position, he would undoubtedly turn against her clan with lethal intent. However, if she becomes powerful enough, she can safeguard her family. Chapter 54, Contending for the Sacred Artifact. Little Sun has ventured into the Central Land. The space is sealed, rendering entry impossible. The Inferno Demon of the Central Land has actually been slain by Little Sun. What a shocking development. We urgently require a celestial spike for our acquisition. Wang Yang stated, however. The expedition team has altered their strategy. At crucial moments, the celestial spike must be on standby for support. Damn it, it's simply insufficient. Who possesses the celestial spike? The director lamented. As officials, we have issued a substantial bounty, yet we have received no response. The personnel from the Countermeasures Bureau displayed their exasperation. Why is it so exceedingly difficult to locate? The celestial spike. This item is more vital than any other, as a critical strategic tool. They wish to grasp every single one tightly in their hands. The central authority of the Dragon Kingdom has no objections to our decision. The spike is indeed under our management and utilization, and they have not stripped us of our rights, confirming that our previous actions were justified. Currently, within the Central Land, there are individuals from Little Sun, Little Shiba, and Eagle Country, alongside other nations, leaving the number of Dragon Kingdom citizens concerningly low. Indeed, Such a slim chance of acquiring the sacred artifact is disheartening. What are we to do? Wang Yang sighed. The expedition team is genuine. Why change strategies? The sacred artifacts. Are Hao Yan and his team abandoning their pursuit? Someone lamented, this certainly benefits Little Sunday. The central land is not as easily observable as the 3 novice zones. Indeed, it necessitates special tools. Only with the Eye of the Angel can we proceed. Act immediately. Wang Yang believed that now was not the time for parsimony. The Angel's Eye activated, targeting the Middle-earth continent. The perspective was adjustable, allowing for a full 360-degree rotation and vertical movement. It was crucial to note that during the activation of the Angel's Eye, no attacks could be sustained, and its duration was limited to 100 seconds. Suddenly, the observed image materialized. Although somewhat blurred, Wang Yang recognized a familiar silhouette. Stop! He exclaimed. Instantly, the image froze, revealing an even more recognizable face. Oh my goodness! Wang Yang gasped. It was Lin Hao. He had entered the Middle-earth continent. His revelation ignited a fervor among the crowd. What, if it truly is him? The sacred artifact may indeed belong to our dragon nation. We have been at a disadvantage in the quest for the sacred artifact, given the scarcity of the heavenly spire. But now, with Lin Hao here, we shall surely witness the emergence of a new sacred artifact. They exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed. How long has it been since the last sacred artifact appeared? Wasn't it the one from Hao Yan? Everyone understood the significance of the sacred artifact, and the presence of Lin Hao was a cause for immense excitement. However, an urgent message arrived from Xiao Rizi, bringing distressing news. What is going on? The King of Fighters has entered the Middle-earth continent using the Heavenly Spire. The King of Fighters? Wang Yang inhaled sharply. This individual had once decimated numerous formidable talents during the intercollegiate competition at Longri University, earning the title of the youngest and most promising man from Xiao Rizi. If he were to enter the Middle-earth continent, it would result in utter chaos. The Dragon Nation's hopes for the sacred artifact would be dashed. The latest intelligence revealed that all preparatory members of the expedition team were present in the Middle-earth world. They were taken aback. The intention of the expedition team to keep all preparatory members in the Middle-earth continent was not merely to use them as pawns. It seemed to be a test of their abilities. With Lin Hao and the entire preparatory team present, the sacred artifact could be seized. Yes. Wang Yang's surprise turned into elation. We have it. The sacred artifact is within reach. The King of Fighters? Haha. Behold the talents of our dragon nation. At that moment, the vision from the Angel's Eye shifted, revealing a new perspective. What is that? Xiao Rizi, the King of Fighters. Instantly, countless voices erupted in astonishment. Lin Hao faced various obstacles from the Eagle Sauce people, Xiao Shiba, and Xiao Rizi along his path. Yet, he needed not to lift a finger. Fan Lu could handle them effortlessly. The team had grown increasingly formidable, expanding from the original members to over 2,000. He wielded the sealed sacred artifact, intending to conclude matters slowly. However, suddenly, a thunderous bolt of lightning illuminated the sky, heralding the arrival of a brash newcomer. The confident Xiao Rizi made a striking entrance. His arrival, nothing short of spectacular. Thus, he appeared remarkably impressive, capturing the attention of many. Upon seeing his face, I felt an overwhelming urge to strike him. He exuded an aura that suggested he was quite deserving of a beating. I felt the same way. Those around us nodded in unison, for reasons unknown. This sudden emergence of the young man seemed rather pretentious. The sacred artifact must be within his grasp, as I sensed its presence. The King of Fighters narrowed his eyes. To my astonishment, fortune smiled upon him. Having just breached the dimensional barrier, he encountered the bearer of the sacred relic. Moreover, his strength appeared alarmingly feeble. His energy fluctuations akin to that of a mere novice. It was likely that he relied upon his entourage for protection, allowing him to wield the sacred artifact. How pathetic. You think you're tough? Gather around, everyone. With a commanding shout, Fan Lu led a throng towards him. Outside, onlookers gaped in astonishment at the screen. Was that Fan Lu? How did he end up alongside Lin Hao? A confrontation? My heavens, how dare he challenge the King of Fighters? Gasps of disbelief echoed among the crowd, for they understood the formidable power of that young man. A bunch of weaklings, I stand with the King of Fighters, tremble before us. Yet, the King of Fighters seemed utterly indifferent to them. In an instant, he vanished and reappeared before Lin Hao. Capture the leader first. Eliminate Lin Hao and seize the sacred artifact. Oh, Lin Hao, unexpectedly facing a powerful adversary. If he were to dispatch him instantly, it would be dreadfully dull. Instead, he decided to toy with him. Meanwhile, the spectators were left in shock. What? How did Lin Hao suddenly appear so weak? Though the reasons eluded them. His prowess should not have diminished to this extent. Wang Yang nearly fainted at the sight. Family, does anyone understand? Why is Lin Hao concealing his strength? What is truly happening? Why should we pay attention to this individual? Indeed, what is going on? Don't you know? This is the talent Wang Yang recommended to the pioneering team. Is that true? This individual is deemed a talent? I feel I could do just as well. Others from various factions struggled to comprehend. Has Wang Yang lost his mind? Or is he under some illusion? In truth, he was concealing his true power. Wang Yang hurriedly stepped forward to clarify. Even if you say so, we remain skeptical. After all, seeing is believing. Wang Yang, while we understand your desire to redeem yourself, this is hardly convincing. At the very least, you could have found someone more credible. Just look at him. Everyone shook their heads in disapproval. They were all aware that Wang Yang had utilized the singular heavenly spike. Now, many sought to confront him. Chapter 55, Snakes and the like are what Rose despises most. Initially, upon hearing the mention of a prodigy, they found it hard to believe. The outcome is indeed utterly dismal, almost unbearable to witness. Alas, the prospects for our sacred artifacts seem bleak. Had I known, I would have ventured into Middle-earth sooner. If the King of Fighters acquires the sacred artifact, his power will become even more terrifying. Indeed, all we can do now is pray. Countless people lament this fate. Please be patient a little longer, I assure you. His strength is not as it appears, Wang Yang reluctantly remarked, all the while praying within. Lin Hao, you must rise to the occasion. I implore you. I would even honor you as my adoptive father. In Middle-earth, the rogue cried out while fleeing. Boom. The King of Fighters unleashed a punch, causing the very void to tremble violently. His formidable strength was self-evident. With a sinister grin, he shouted Baka Yuru, while relentlessly pursuing Lin Hao. At this moment, the King of Fighters was akin to a cat playing with a mouse. Ending the young man's life would be a mere instant should he desire it. Yet, he relished the thrill of the chase, finding great amusement in this delightful confrontation. Boss, he called as he sprinted ahead, with the young man trailing closely behind, and Fan Lu along with others following in pursuit. Explosions erupted in the east and then in the west of Middle-earth. Gaga gaga. The King of Fighters cackled maniacally, delivering yet another powerful blow. Boom. A violent explosion erupted ahead. Young man, do not become too complacent, Lin Hao exclaimed, employing his teleportation technique. Where did he go? The King of Fighters, suddenly bereft of his target, searched frantically yet found no trace. This is impossible. The sacred artifact is still with that brat. How could he vanish? At that moment, unbeknownst to him, Lin Hao had already positioned himself behind, delivering a forceful kick aimed at his groin. Bang! A lightning-fast strike turned the King of Fighters' face a shade reminiscent of liver. In a moment of desperation, he uttered a phrase familiar to all from the Dragon Kingdom. Yammeed. Lin Hao, never one to show mercy, followed up with a second kick. Ah! The King of Fighters screamed in anguish. Outside, everyone appeared dazed. What on earth is this fighting style? They were clearly at a loss for words. Lin Hao, I beg you, act like a human being. Wang Yang lamented. On the verge of tears. What is he even playing at? This situation is absurd. The King of Fighters has pursued him for so long. Indeed. How is it that Lin Hao remains unscathed? Finally, someone noticed the anomaly. Wait, could it be? The King of Fighters' every strike has a wide-ranging impact. Yet he shows no signs of even a speck of dust on him. Yes, with such violent explosions, I would have been reduced to mere fragments long ago. Is it possible that what seems to be a pursuit is, in fact, a masterful manipulation? Are you suggesting that he is merely playing? What else could it be? Have you all noticed that every time Lin Hao appears, despite his exaggerated demeanor, he remains remarkably composed? Indeed, I have observed this as well. It is quite astonishing. The expressions of the officials grew tense. Dingling. Wang Yang was overwhelmed with joy, completely astonished. There is potential. Undoubtedly, there is potential. Lin Hao, by all that is sacred. I knew you could do it. Charge. In the land of cherry blossoms, what game is the King of Fighters playing? Why has he not yet defeated the Dragon Nation's warriors? Musashi's face darkened as he coldly observed the scene within the Angel's Eye. The King of Fighters is toying with that Dragon Nation warrior. With his strength, he could easily seize the sacred artifact. Many prominent figures were watching and addressed Musashi. It would be best if that were the case. Musashi huffed disdainfully, directing his gaze back at the Angel's Eye. Now, the King of Fighters is howling. He is frantically pursuing Lin Hao, seeking vengeance for the humiliation he suffered. Dragon Nation swine, I shall skin you alive. Veins bulged on his forehead. Still racked with intense pain. Spirit summoning technique, 8-headed serpent. Boom. Immediately, a colossal spirit beast materialized, with a terrifying appearance of 8 heads and 8 tails. Its heads resembled dragons. Its body was as massive as 8 towering mountains and valleys. Be careful. Fan Lu and his fans halted in their tracks, stunned by a piercing roar. So immense, so shockingly immense. They stood agape. Such a gargantuan battle pet could easily crush them. Watch out, Great One. Fan Lu shouted in alarm. The sight was enough to send chills down one's spine, and he was deeply concerned for his adoptive father. Life is looking rather splendid. Lin Hao smiled softly. This spirit beast must be the king of fighters' trump card, the 8-headed serpent? Its ferocity rivals that of the unsealed demonic statue. Snakes and such. Rose despises them. Mary Rose emerged from the battle pet space. She raised the holy sword in her hand, uttering a phrase. Buzz. Suddenly, countless stars began converging upon her sword. Crash. In an instant, the holy sword grew to an astonishing length of over 300 meters. What the hell? The onlookers outside were utterly stunned. Initially, they believed everything had concluded. After all, the king of fighters had summoned the 8-headed serpent. But what did they behold? Lin Hao summoned a battle pet. His battle pet is astonishingly humanoid? No way. Could this be a mistake, a humanoid battle pet? A 300-meter-long blade. What sorcery is this? This is beyond my comprehension. Just as they were enveloped in disbelief, in the realm of Middle-earth, a resounding rumble echoed as the sword of angels cleaved through the air, severing the heads of the 8-headed serpent with a single stroke. A terrifying shockwave immediately radiated outward in all directions. The heavens roared, and blood rained down upon the scene, leaving the multitude in awe. The king of fighters stood frozen, his body trembling in disbelief. What just transpired? Had he nearly glimpsed the celestial figure of Tai Lao? Who was that? The petite girl with golden hair styled in twin ponytails, clad in sheer stockings, what manner of creature was she? A battle pet? Ah, so it was a humanoid battle pet. Why was this not disclosed earlier? With a huff, Mary Rose's angelic radiance faded, returning her to her original form. I detest serpents, she exclaimed, turning back to her battle pet space to rest, for the exertion had been immense. Hey. Lin Hao stood dumbfounded, his eyes wide. What was this? His own battle pet possessed such an ability, and yet he was unaware of it? The power was rather excessive, rivaling his own thunder spear. Goodness! Was the king of fighters not terrified to the point of wetting himself? With gritted teeth, the king of fighters seethed as his 8-headed serpent was annihilated, and he himself lay grievously wounded. All of this was the doing of the man from the Dragon Kingdom. He was beside himself with rage. He had arrived brimming with confidence, only to find himself in such a dire predicament. Chapter 56. The sacred artifact in hand, the lotus staff. Eliminate him. Others shouted from a distance. The audacity of the young man, so boastful in his regular days, had led him to enter the sacred artifact space with the celestial spear. They were determined to ensure he would not return. However, the king of fighters still had a deadly move up his sleeve. He retrieved a mysterious object from his pocket, his eyes glinting with determination. I have wealth. If you spare my life, I can transfer all the money in my account to you. The crowd erupted in laughter. In the land of cherry blossoms, Baka, Musashi's face twisted with fury. How dare the king of fighters resort to such measures? Begging for his life and attempting to buy it with money? It was utterly disgraceful, a monumental humiliation. Regardless of the outcome, upon his return, there would be retribution. In various offices across the Dragon Kingdom, they regarded the young man's strategy with serious expressions. I did not anticipate this move, they admitted. Everyone was in need of money. It depended on how Lin Hao would handle the situation. At the scene of the confrontation, Lin Hao, upon hearing the king of fighters' offer, smiled mysteriously. He had a notion to return to Blue Star and implement it. How much could the young man provide him? His storage ring contained a plethora of ninja tools and items worth at least 30 million. If the amount falls short, he would immediately turn to leave, while Mary Rose's holy sword drew closer. The king of fighters cried out in fright. No, I have plenty of money. How about 3 billion? No, 60 billion. Don't go 80 billion Dragon Country coins. This 100 billion was the liquid capital of the largest guild in Sakura Country, the Heavenly Devouring Guild. As one of the high-ranking members, the king of fighters managed daily transactions, rotating responsibilities. Today, this 80 billion had just been transferred to his account. Being a senior, he could access these funds at any time. Lin Hao halted his steps. Although 80 billion dragon coins did not seem substantial to him now, acquiring that sum would greatly assist future endeavors, saving both time and effort. He turned to Xiao Rizi, his gaze filled with skepticism, no matter how one looked at it. The king of fighters appeared impoverished, hardly resembling someone with 80 billion. It's true. The king of fighters quickly produced his phone, cautiously opening his bank account interface and handing it over. I truly have 80 billion. If you let me go, I will transfer all this money to you. His bank account displayed a balance of 80 billion. Besides, with his life in Lin Hao's hands, he had no reason to deceive. Oh. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Lin Hao's eyes. He feigned hesitation and nodded. If you give me this 80 billion, I might spare your life. The king of fighters' face lit up with joy, yet he felt uncertain, his expression shifting multiple times. It's not that I don't trust you. But you must swear by your class change to ninja. Upon swearing, I will transfer the money to you. In this world, where deities are real, oaths made to one's god typically come to fruition. Lin Hao nodded. I swear by my class change to ninja. Only then did the king of fighters satisfactorily transfer the 80 billion to Lin Hao. Bound by the oath, Lin Hao dared not act against him. Emboldened, the king of fighters transformed his expression, glaring at Lin Hao with rage. Just wait. I will reclaim this 80 billion with interest. This 80 billion belonged to the Heavenly Devouring Guild, and now that it was lost, he had no idea how to explain it to Musashi upon his return. Damn Dragon Country pick, he thought, if I don't kill a few people on my way back, I won't be able to vent the fury brewing inside me. Lin Hao, amused, glanced at the king of fighters. Fool, you're utterly ridiculous. He turned to Mary Rose and commanded, kill him. The king of fighters was startled at the command, hastily forming seals, but Mary Rose swiftly severed one of his arms with a single strike. Ah! He writhed on the ground in agony, wailing incessantly. Mary Rose proceeded with a series of brutal cuts, each slice tearing away flesh. Ah! The king of fighters soon found himself on the brink of death. You violated the oath. He could not fathom that this Dragon Country man would dare to break an oath. Ninjas can indeed vanish. Is he not afraid? How could he be? Lin Hao replied nonchalantly. Fool, this vow only affects legitimate ninjas. Unfazed, the king of fighters, with his last ounce of strength, opened his eyes wide and then, with a final push, fell lifeless. Lin Hao shrugged his shoulders. I forgot to mention, I have awakened as a rogue ninja. He had effortlessly eliminated that king of fighters, dispatching a genius in mere moments. Excellent. This is how it should be. Setting an example by eliminating one will deter many. Let us see if those little rascals dare to be arrogant again. How audacious to infiltrate our Dragon Country. Such boldness must be eradicated. The various departments of Dragon Country expressed their profound satisfaction with Lin Hao, nodding in approval. Witnessing this scene, Zhaoji finally felt a weight lift from his heart. It was settled. Joining the pioneering team was a secure choice. At that moment, a notification chimed. Congratulations on completing the Middle-earth continent quest. The conditions for the sealed holy artifact holder have been fulfilled, and the artifact is now obtained. Survivor rewards: 3 golden chests, 2 silver chests, and 1 bronze chest. The teleportation for the Middle-earth continent is now available. Upon receiving the announcement, everyone wore expressions of joy. 6 chests collected, the haul was quite commendable. The holy artifact was beyond anyone's wildest dreams. Staff of Lotus, a symbol of the 5th element's ether, also known as the Angel's Staff. It connects enemies to the staff. When the staff is damaged, the enemy simultaneously suffers harm. When in use, the angelic wings at the staff's tip will spread. Although the effects remained unclear, the name alone was impressive. In any case, it felt like a windfall. As for the other chests, they were casually opened. Purple Grade Ninja Tool, Spirit Blade, Shallow Strike, Devil Fruit. The rewards from the chests were somewhat disappointing. Lin Hao glanced at his level, surprised to find he had reached level 8. After all, the leveling system was based on overall performance and growth periods, leading to unpredictable upgrades. Amidst the awe and admiration of other practitioners, Lin Hao took the lead and vanished. The configurations of Blue Star and the otherworldly realms seemed intricate, yet they followed a certain logic. Whether it was ninjas, spirit blades, or devil fruits, they all adhered to the essence of the 3 major worldviews upgrades. Countless otherworldly spaces existed, each with its uniqueness. Perhaps it was influenced by the films, dramas, novels, and anime he had consumed. A rather absurd thought suddenly took shape in Lin Hao's mind. Could it be that the otherworld is merely Earth? Does the otherworld represent the Earth before his crossing? A fantasy version of Earth? However, pondering such matters now seemed premature. As a novice who had just emerged from the beginner zone, these were not the concerns he should be dwelling upon at this stage. After this incident, the members of the preliminary team's expedition returned to Blue Star. The true objective of the Dragon Country's expedition team was the world of Demon Slayer. Under the guise of the sacred relics of Middle-earth, a venture into the realm of the Fallen Sisters is currently underway. However, Lin Fan comprehends that they are utterly oblivious to the true might of the Fallen Sisters. The expedition team is destined to suffer a significant loss. Chapter 57. As long as I enter another world, no one shall find me. Yet, what does it matter? It is of no concern to him. After all, the official members of the expedition team regard these reserve members merely as tools for their own use. Fortunately, the sacred relic has not fallen into the hands of the petty, yet it is likely that many are currently searching for him. Lin Fan resolves to temporarily vanish, entering the space of another realm where no one can locate him, thus freeing himself from their disturbances. Ding! You are entering the Iron Eater Series Space 2, the decisive battle against the Iron Eater army. Level. Description. You have successfully cleared the Iron Eater planet, only to discover that the Iron Eaters here are but a small fraction of the entire army. You decide to assault the Iron Eater's lair. Limit. 2,000 participants. The alternate dimension possesses a balance system. Mission. Eliminate the leader to clear the level immediately. You may utilize the return to city skill at any time. I selected a random space, and I matched with Iron Eater 2? Oh no. The Iron Eater's lair is an exceedingly high difficulty space. Isn't it level A? Should I return to the city now? Goodness, are you mad? That would cost 100,000 soft sister coins. Are you some kind of rich heir? What should we do? The 3 novice males and 2 females gazed around anxiously, oblivious to the presence of the Marine team leader, Lin Hao. Quiet down, let us first examine the mission. Lin Hao instructed. Public Mission 1. Proceed to the Iron Eater's lair to activate the nuclear reactor and destroy the lair. Public Mission 2. Go to the designated location to call for a spaceship and escape the planet. Your Mission 2. Protect the novices and guide them through the level. Mary Rose, you take the novices to call for the spaceship, Lin Hao commanded. Mary Rose nodded, her diligence unwavering. Protecting the novices, given her strength, she could easily escort them as long as they did not encounter any creatures above level 50. Are you going to solo the Iron Eater's lair? A girl furrowed her brow. Clearly, she doubted Lin Hao's capability to accomplish such a feat. She suggested. Let us all go together to call for the spaceship. I have reviewed the strategy for this space. The spaceship's device is located within the base of this planet, and the calling duration lasts for 3 hours. Moreover, once we initiate the call, the Iron Eaters will spring into action. At that point, we can rely on the base's defensive systems to eliminate all the Iron Eaters before the spaceship arrives. We will then proceed to the lair to detonate the nuclear reactor and depart. What do you think? Your proposal is quite commendable. Lin Hao nodded slightly and inquired. What is your name? Hexin, she replied. From Shangtian School, I have awakened my Shurkai and possess a Zanpakuto. However, your plan is only applicable to ordinary individuals. Lin Hao stated, let us proceed according to my plan. I believe we should heed Hexin's advice. A young man stepped forward. This strategy has been tested in the market. Your approach is far too aggressive. While some may have succeeded in such endeavors, it requires exceptional strength. Given your personal level of 8, it seems improbable that you could single-handedly obliterate the Iron-Eating Beast lair. He could not help but inquire. Enough with the trivialities. I am the captain, and you must all follow my lead. You are merely novices. Lin Hao was disinclined to engage in further debate with them. Novices are often like this. Exercising caution is understandable. Were he in their position, he would likely act similarly. Thus, he resolved to assert his authority over them. Let us proceed to the base and activate the defense systems, disregarding him. The novices exchanged glances of disdain. Mary Rose remained expressionless. Her mission was to protect these individuals. Should she fail, the rewards would undoubtedly diminish significantly. Although she was indifferent to their fates, a mission is a mission, and as a dedicated player, she must treat it with utmost seriousness. As Lin Hao watched them depart, he turned toward the Iron-Eating Beast's den. The Iron-Eating Beast 2 was not nearly as straightforward as the first. The lair lay beneath the ground, necessitating a traversal through an extensive network of facility tunnels. Just then, an Iron-Eating Beast materialized behind Lin Hao. Its tooth-filled maw seemed poised to pierce his skull. A chilling sensation sent shivers through his very soul. Had a number 1. Rush? Lin Hao made no movement, and a small shockwave formed behind him. Though its power was modest, the element of surprise was paramount. Suddenly, the Iron-Eating Beast was caught off guard. With a resounding thud, it collapsed heavily to the ground, oozing green blood. The incantationless hattu was a hallmark of Lin Hao's awakened abilities. As a prodigy of the art, casting without incantation was fundamental. After slaying one Iron-Eating Beast, A chain reaction seemed to ensue. Boom, boom, boom. 5 or 6 more iron-eating beasts appeared in the corridor, launching an assault from all directions. Had a number 11, Thunderbolt. Lin Hao remained unperturbed. He raised his finger. Buzz. This spell could unleash lightning along objects, effectively cloaking the entire corridor in a web of electricity. Crackle. Amidst the cacophony of sizzling sounds, the iron-eating beasts were suddenly charred, emitting tendrils of black smoke. Just then, another hidden iron-eating beast leaped from above. Had the difficulty increased? Truly, the balance system was formidable. I had not sensed the presence of the iron-eating beast at all. Lin Hao swiftly raised his hand. Had a number 12, Flame Trap. This technique could compress spiritual pressure into a linear form, ensnaring and attacking foes. Bang! The beast that had just leaped was instantly struck. Crackle! Suddenly, it transformed into a swirling pink fireball, burning fiercely. Help! Help! After vanquishing the iron-eating beast, Lin Hao would call out to attract the Blue Star people. Before he could reach them, he spotted a group engaged in a strenuous battle against the onslaught of the iron-eating beast team using ninjutsu. Yet, it was evident that their resolve exceeded their capability. They had chosen the same path as him, aiming to activate the nuclear reactor at the iron-eating beast's lair. So this was the true essence of the public mission. Lin Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. Destruction Path 31, Crimson Fire Cannon. He raised his hand, concentrating spiritual pressure to launch a fireball at the enemy. Boom. The iron-eating beast team suffered numerous casualties. The remaining few scattered in fear. Deeply intimidated by the Path of Spirits. A non-chanting Path of Spirits? The Blue Star people were astonished. They had never witnessed anyone wielding a Path of Spirits without chanting. They understood that upon awakening their Zampicut, they could cultivate the Path of Spirits, but each path required scrolls to learn. The more powerful the path, the pricier the scroll. It was rumored that the highest could sell for 1 billion soft currency. Even if one managed to acquire such an exorbitantly priced scroll, insufficient spiritual pressure would render it unusable. A Path of Spirits released with great effort would be inferior to ninjutsu. Not to mention, a non-chanting Path of Spirits was a capability of the same caliber as a non-hand seal technique. At that moment, a petite girl stepped forward, nodding in gratitude. If it weren't for Lin Hao, we would have had to retreat to the city. May we follow you to farm monsters? Others hastily inquired. In that case, you probably won't farm any monsters, Lin Hao shrugged. He had no intention of teaming up with them, as they would merely steal experience without any other utility. Moreover, I suggest you leave here promptly. Thus, Lin Hao ventured deeper, under the gaze of the crowd. The iron-eating beasts had become densely populated here, evidently awakened and entering a frenzied hunting mode. Destruction Path 32, Cherry Blossom Flash. The cherry blossom-colored, thin sheet-like shockwaves spread out, sweeping away the iron-eating beasts ahead. As the level of destruction increased, the iron-eating beasts began to fall without complete corpses. Chapter 58. For the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, I farmed to the max. Lin Hao slaughtered his way through. Destruction Path 31. Crimson Fire Cannon. The power of the Path of Destruction was akin to a meat grinder. Not a single iron-eating beast could withstand its might. O Sovereign, mask of flesh and blood, myriad phenomena, soaring high, crowned with the name of humanity, truth and moderation. Unknowing the wall of sinful dreams, only standing upon it. Destruction Path 33, Azure Fire Plummet. At this moment, he chanted the complete incantation of the Path of Destruction. Instantly, a thunderous attack surged forth wildly. In the subterranean realm, annihilate the entire Iron Eater Guardian army positioned ahead. These creatures serve as protectors of the Iron Eater leader. Once they are vanquished, the leader shall emerge. The air reverberates with the anguished cries of the Iron Eaters and the distant roars echoing through the depths. Boom. Suddenly, a menacing Iron Eater matriarch, shaking its massive head, charges forth erratically. You have encountered the Iron Eater leader. Please take heed. Its strength is influenced by the balance of the scales. Scattered around are the bones of beasts, the wheels of crimson crystal and iron towers. The moving force is the wind, the stillness embodies the heavens. The clashing of spears resounds throughout the Void City. The 63rd Path of Destruction, Thunder Roar Cannon. Upon witnessing this, Lin Hao executed a complete Path of Destruction. In an instant, the formidable shell of the Iron Eater leader began to crack, green blood gushing forth. You have inflicted damage upon the Iron Eater leader. It is now exceedingly enraged. Beware of its lethal tail. In a swift moment, a rapid and sinister tail aimed directly at Lin Hao's head. The speed was overwhelming, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. What he had initially thought to be an easy defeat with the Path of Destruction had underestimated the scale system. which significantly augmented the leader's power. The 81st Binding Path, Void Severance. Reacting swiftly, he unleashed a silent Void Severance. Bang! The Iron Eater leader's tail collided violently with the air wall, producing a dull thud. Boom! Before Lin Hao could catch his breath, the colossal body of the Iron Eater leader shattered the void wall with brute force. Its menacing claws seemed eager to rend him apart. Thousand Birds. Lin Hao enveloped himself in the Thousand Birds technique. Whoosh! A fierce surge of electricity emanated from his body, incapacitating the Iron Eater leader. Yet, the leader proved to be exceptionally tenacious. Despite its paralyzed state, it lunged towards Lin Hao's head with ferocity. Recognizing the imminent threat, Lin Hao swiftly unleashed the Thousand Birds blade. Boom! The Iron Eater leader was finally sent hurtling backward, crashing against a distant stone wall with a heavy thud. It appeared the Iron Eater series of trials were escalating in difficulty with each encounter. Lin Hao exhaled in relief. Here, he could not wield excessive power, such as the second blade return. Otherwise, he risked being crushed beneath the earth. Hiss! By the time the Iron Eater leader regained its composure, Lin Hao had already begun his assault. With his entire body adorned in spell seals, the Black Thousand Birds intensified his single-target attack strength. Whoosh! The Black Thousand Birds pierced through the air, striking the Iron Eater leader with considerable force. PSHH. Subsequently, green blood sprayed forth, as a portion of its body was severed. Hiss! This undoubtedly further enraged the Iron Eater leader, which charged at Lin Hao with renewed fury. Lin Hao was taken aback, with the Black Thousand Birds enveloping him. What manner of creature was this? Its vitality was astonishingly resilient. Initially, I believed I could effortlessly vanquish the foe. Yet now I must assess the health bar of the Iron Eater Beast Leader. Iron Eater Beast Leader health, 70. To my astonishment, it still possesses such vitality. Lin Hao furrowed his brow. Remaining in this place was increasingly disadvantageous for him. He could neither fly nor utilize his most devastating skills. And the surrounding Iron Eater Beast guards were multiplying. It was time to flee. In the next moment, he turned and ran. Hiss! The Iron Eater Beast leader momentarily hesitated before pursuing him with its legion. The ground trembled ominously, echoing like an earthquake. What transpired? Has the planet quaked? No. I sense a terrifying pressure. Look. As everyone stood in bewilderment, their expressions suddenly shifted. They beheld the Iron Eater Beast army surging forth, led by an enormous leader. A person. Someone. A few sharp-eyed girls gasped. Who is it? Their astonishment deepened. Upon realizing Lin Hao was sprinting ahead, they unhesitatingly turned to flee. Run. Escape to the outside. Voices echoed in a panicked chorus. They were thoroughly terrified. Someone had actually lured the Iron Eater Beast leader out. As Lin Hao ran, he unleashed his path-breaking techniques alongside his ninjutsu. Explosions erupted one after another, hindering the advances of numerous Iron Eaters. However, their pursuit was too swift. He could only glide at low altitude, skimming past the heads of many. Once everyone had emerged from the depths, the Iron Eater Legion and its leader met their impending doom. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. A demon, a horde of Iron Eater beasts, and their leader surrounded by scattered Blue Star inhabitants. There stood Lin Hao beneath a tempest of lightning, wielding the sacred artifact, the Lotus Staff. Beyond its description, its capabilities remained unknown. Thus, Lin Hao resolved to use it as a conduit, unleashing the thunderous might of the second phase of Blade Rebirth to test its efficacy. Go forth. Boom. In the next moment, the Lotus Staff transformed into a bolt of lightning, crashing down upon the Iron Eater Beast leader like a thunderclap. Ding. Angel Wings effect activated. Heavenly Strike. Wow. Splendid wings unfurled from Lin Hao's back, and a blinding light enveloped everyone's vision. The next second, they felt an earth-shattering power emanating from the front. Whizzing and zipping. In an instant, the sounds of retreat echoed everywhere. All Blue Star inhabitants had fled. The shockwave yanked Lin Hao back and forth, shaking him, propelling him skyward and then downward. Finally, after a minute, the aftershocks began to subside. Lin Hao felt a throbbing in his head. When he opened his eyes again, he was astounded by the scene before him. Where had the Iron Eater Beast leader, the Iron Eater Legion, and their nest gone? The entire expanse before him had transformed into an abyss, crackling with thunder and resonating with a continuous hum. He beheld the Lotus Staff nestled within the depths of the chasm. By all that is sacred, what a treasure he had stumbled upon. Lin Hao swallowed hard. The Lotus Staff, acquired in the Middle-earth continent, wielded a terrifying power. Its angelic wing effect had evidently become his most formidable weapon. It surpassed any technique or ninjutsu he currently possessed, with an estimated range 30 times that of a standard thunder gun. Carefully, Lin Hao retrieved the lotus staff and began to review the notifications he had just received. You have slain the Iron-Eating Beast Leader, level 50. You have defeated the Iron-Eating Beast Elite Guard, level 40. You have vanquished the Iron-Eating Beast Warriors, level 35. You have annihilated the Iron-Eating Beast Legion and destroyed their lair. Chapter 59, Ultimate Space, Difficulty Level. You have earned the title, Hunter. You have completed a public quest. Space points have been credited. You have received 2 gold chests. You have received 10 silver chests. You have received 50 bronze chests. A flurry of notifications overwhelmed him. Lin Hao opened all the chests, although they yielded little of value. Upon checking his growth points, his eyes lit up with astonishment. Outer Path Golem growth points, 85147. What a thrill! Lin Hao marveled, calculating the time since his entry. Remarkably, less than 2 hours had passed since the onset of the battle, and it was still not yet time for sleep. Master, the task is complete. The spaceship is calling. Came the notification from Mary Rose. In an instant, Lin Hao unfurled his black wings and soared skyward, racing toward the base with astonishing speed. At this juncture, the entire dungeon space was left with only their group. As he approached, the multitude of iron-eating beast corpses surrounding him took him by surprise. It was evident that many beasts had been present, but they had all been warded off by the base's defenses. Great leader, they exclaimed as they rushed toward him. Previously, they had believed Lin Hao's solo assault on the lair was sheer folly. Yet, before they could settle in, they received word of the public quest completion. The Iron-Eating Beast leader had been slain. This revelation was almost beyond belief. Online strategies indicated that directly defeating the Iron-Eating Beast leader was no less challenging than completing a level of space clearance. This meant that as long as they could hold out until the spaceship's arrival, boarding it would signify the completion of their task. Only someone of unparalleled prowess could eliminate a fortified leader. Clearly, they stood before such an extraordinary figure. Lin Hao's objective was to unlock the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Naturally, he intended to continue farming. Moreover, upon completing this final endeavor, the World Series space would be entirely exhausted. You are now entering the ultimate realm of the Iron-Eating Beast series, the Cage. Introduction. You have triumphed over the army of the Iron-Eating Beast leader. Yet the true threat lies within those beasts capable of autonomous evolution, confined within this prison. Brace yourself for fear. Participant limit, 100 individuals. Main quest, eliminate the leader to achieve victory. Return skills are not permitted. Have I mistakenly entered the wrong realm? A dangerous level? Am I not matched for this tier? Rumor has it that the matching system recently installed in the interdimensional space by Blue Star has encountered issues. Is this true? What? I cannot exit? Please note. This is a level of danger. Iron-Eating Beast Ultimate Series, The Cage. Main Quest 1. If all team members survive, a reward of 1,000 will be granted. Side Quest 2. Surviving for 24 hours also counts as victory. What? A chill ascends from the base of my spine, surging upward. Wu Yong, like a startled cat, leaps into the air, an expletive escaping his lips. This reaction is an involuntary response to intense stimulus or fright. He finally comprehends the reason behind his misfortune. Clearly, he failed to consult the almanac before venturing out. Who granted me the audacity to enter a dangerous realm? Was it Liang Jingru? Wu Yong's mind erupted in chaos. A torrent of thoughts flooding in an instant, panic crashing over him like a tidal wave. He was already envisioning his demise. In this perilous realm, an indescribable dread enveloped his mind. Was this some sort of deliberate torment? His abilities were only marginally above average. He possessed a keen self-awareness, didn't he? If he had the prowess, he would have already soared to great heights. He merely needed to endure for one day. A bone-chilling sensation surged through him. The vast expanse of the cage echoed with the lightness of his footsteps. Yet in the profound silence of the night, every sound was amplified. Suddenly, at this life-threatening moment, a noise emerged from the darkness opposite him. Wu Yong's heart raced, and he swiftly crouched behind cover. The noise drew nearer, approaching him. He dared not breathe. His body taut, faintly aware of his erratic heartbeat. At this moment, whatever this entity was, it had drawn close. Unable to resist, Wu Yong glanced at the world outside. The moonlight reflected upon the surface, casting a significant shadow. From this reflection, he discerned its enormous form, a mutated iron-eating beast. It was lured by the scent of fresh flesh, the air thick with the aroma of human presence. Wu Yong's hiding spot was exceedingly concealed, yet time ticked by. And the beast showed no signs of departing. He felt that if this continued, he would inevitably succumb to anxiety once more. Go away, he silently pleaded. In the throes of anguish, he endured the most excruciating moments. At that juncture, the surroundings had succumbed entirely to an eerie silence. Wu Yong could not ascertain whether the terrifying iron-eating beast had departed. He hesitated, daring not to expose himself, and after a brief interval, he cautiously peered outwards. It was gone. Under the moonlight, the iron-eating beast had vanished. With a sigh of relief, he exhaled a breath laden with tension, just as he intended to rise. His knees buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. As the taut nerves relaxed and the adrenaline ebbed away, he finally recognized the extent of his mental exhaustion. Far worse than he had anticipated. Upon his first glimpse of the mutated iron-eating beast, he understood that it was an adversary he could not confront. Yet in that fleeting moment, he discerned an anomaly. The ceiling. A torrent of chaotic information flashed through Wu Yong's mind. With a grunt, he lunged forward. In that very instant, a sudden lightness gripped his shoulder, followed by an onslaught of cold, dizziness, and rigidity. He was under attack. Wu Yong rolled and scrambled, employing his physical agility. Staggering, he maneuvered behind another cover, gritting his teeth. That very iron-eating beast had been on the ceiling. Fortunately, his reflexes had saved him from a dire fate. When he glimpsed the wound on his shoulder, he gasped in horror. 3 long, deep claw marks extended from his shoulder to his waist. The flesh had been torn open, nearly exposing bone. Initially numb from the surge of adrenaline, he now felt the pain acutely, his pupils dilating with shock. Ah, it hurts. He quickly retrieved a medical device, the most advanced healing tool from the world of ninjas, capable of mending even the gravest of injuries. I refuse to die. I am equipped with ninja gear, and yet I cannot withstand this. Wu Yong grimaced in pain, striving to maintain his composure. He could not match the beast's strength. Even questioning whether his blade could penetrate the iron-eating beast's reflective carapace was moot. Its sheer size alone would likely overwhelm him. Moreover, the creature's blood possessed formidable corrosive properties. A mere splash could lead to his demise. Chapter 60. The Mutated Iron-Eating Beast. The Silent Prison. What wretched fortune befell me to encounter a mutated iron-eating beast upon my emergence? His mind was a tempest of confusion. At that moment, a low, guttural roar emanated from the depths of the beast's throat, and silently, its elongated tailbone stealthily emerged. Unbeknownst to him, it had already crept behind Wu Yong. In a flash, a chilling gleam pierced through the air like lightning. With a swift thrust, the tail's razor-like tip pierced directly through Wu Yong's abdomen. The elongated tail gently unfurled, encircling Wu Yong's body, slowly drawing him closer. Alas, Wu Yong was not yet entirely lifeless. His form convulsed and twisted, producing sharp cracking sounds. The iron-eating beast's colossal maw emerged from beneath its smooth cranial surface, expelling tendrils of white mist, while its cold, formidable exterior continuously oozed beads of viscous sweat. The massive jaw quivered, saliva glistening, as its mandibles extended menacingly from its lower jaw. With a sudden thrust, it pierced through Wu Yong's skull. Damn it! Do not underestimate my lightning clone. At that moment, Wu Yong, concealed nearby, bellowed. Crackle! The one that the iron-eating beast decapitated was, in fact, his lightning clone. In an instant, lightning coursed through the mutated iron-eating beast's body. Awaken, my Shirkai, Shadow Scissors. Wu Yong's Zanpakuto was unique, transforming into an enormous pair of scissors. Its ability was to attack the shadows of foes, inflicting identical damage on the true body, disregarding armor, defenses, and resistances. This was his trump card. With a swift cut, the shadow of the iron-eating beast was abruptly struck. Snap! Wu Yong exerted all his might into the cut, yet he was unprepared for the shadow's remarkable resilience, severing merely a third of it. This was the first time he encountered such a formidable creature that could not be vanquished instantly. Meanwhile, the iron-eating beast, recovering from its paralyzed state, was moving at an astonishing speed. Its tail, like a bolt of lightning, lunged again, presenting terrifying protrusions upon Wu Yong's chest. Amidst his fearful and defiant roar, silence once more enveloped the surroundings. Side Quest 2. Survived 24 hours. Current. 10. The stillness was permeated with desolation and eeriness. In another squad, Xiaoishuan, wielding her Shirkai, stood guard. The other 4 novices anxiously scanned their surroundings. Thick vines coiled like serpents within the prison space. Shadows of unknown terror flitted past, eerily reminiscent of the iron-eating beast. Her eyes widened, and within her field of vision, the accursed electromagnetic mist obscured everything, blindingly intense. This environment was exceedingly conducive for the iron-eating beast's ambush, Xiaoishuan lamented. Mere seconds later, a tremendous buzzing resonated, as if some system within the prison was activating. The colossal mechanical sounds whirring to life. This was dire. the ability to discern direction by sound was lost. Her tone, tinged with disbelief, was slightly subdued. Just then, from within the electromagnetic mist, an iron-eating beast surged forth, its speed akin to that of a thunderbolt. Bang! Xiao Yixuan suddenly struck, her left hand deftly seizing the mutated iron-eating beast, while her right hand, propelled by the force of the wind, violently brought the hilt of her blade crashing down upon its forehead. Crack! The mutated iron-eating beast's forehead cracked with a resounding noise, crimson blood oozing forth. In that moment, her power was such that even stone would shatter beneath her strike. Yet, to her astonishment, the mutated beast withstood the blow without suffering a fatal injury. Such remarkable defenses. Xiao Yixuan felt a surge of alarm. The outcome was utterly unexpected. A strange gurgling sound emanated from the beast's throat, as if it were holding water within. It lunged with its left hand, aiming to seize Xiao Yixuan by the throat, simultaneously snapping its jaws towards her. Did it also possess a biting skill? With her right hand, she drove her blade into the back of its neck, completely shattering the vertebrae. Simultaneously, she pressed her palm against its occiput and forcefully slammed it down onto the ground. Thud! The hard cement floor shattered, creating a gaping hole with spiderweb-like cracks, blood gushing forth profusely. At that moment, another iron-eating beast charged at her. She deftly stepped aside, narrowly avoiding its claw aimed at her abdomen. The mutated beast, deprived of cervical support, slumped as its head hung limply. To her astonishment, it began to spin 360 degrees repeatedly. Utilizing its own momentum, its head was violently wrenched off, and the body moved across the ground, rapidly lunging toward others. They were all taken aback. The beast's face, previously crushed by Xiao Yixuan's assault, was now a grotesque sight, resembling a demon from the depths of hell, a horrific amalgamation of shattered bones and flesh. Its head raced forward, the eyeballs still connected by nerves swaying below, eliciting sheer horror from the onlookers. Used ninjutsu quickly, even as they felt a chill creeping along their spines. They could only suppress their discomfort and strike. Confronting a severely injured mutated iron-eating beast for against one was a manageable challenge. Meanwhile, Xiao Yixuan single-handedly faced off against the other mutated beasts, emerging victorious with ease. Not too bad. The intensity was manageable. She flicked the blood off her blade. Although these mutated iron-eating beasts had thick blood, high defenses, and an undead attribute, they were still manageable. However, at that moment, the group of newcomers seemed to have witnessed something terrifying, standing frozen in shock. What were they looking at? Behind me? Xiao Yixuan suddenly felt enveloped by an inky darkness, obscuring everything around her. She could not see her own hand in front of her face, her consciousness lingering in the void. Yet, in that instant, a peculiar scene unfolded in her mind. A creature 5 times her size loomed behind her, this vivid, 3-dimensional image crystal clear in her thoughts. This was her fruit ability. The perception fruit. After a brief moment of distraction, she finally comprehended what the newcomers had seen. The iron-eating beast, the mutant iron eater, the immense, quivering distortion of light and shadow made it abundantly clear to her that it was indeed one of them. Tear it apart. With her right hand firmly gripping the soul-cutting blade, and aside from the sound of her steady breaths, she suddenly struck. Crack. In the wake of the blade's resounding echo, the newcomers beheld a graceful head soaring through the air, only to crash heavily at their feet. It was none other than Xiao Yixuan, her face smeared with blood, wearing an expression of disbelief and questioning how it had come to this. The newcomers could no longer contain their screams and turned to flee in a frenzy. Thunderous lightning rent the darkened night sky as a blinding brilliance illuminated the entire realm. The earth-shattering roars of thunder were deafening, with lightning streaking across the heavens, as dark clouds surged like a tempest and the fierce wind howled. Suddenly, a violent clap of thunder reverberated with a force that seemed capable of shattering the very fabric of the universe, unleashing torrential rain. Chapter 61. The Daily Life. The Demise of the Rodent. The torrential downpour lashed against the metallic cage like a merciless whip. The raging storm, the rapid rain, the explosive lightning, the pitch-black sky, and the oppressive thunder all converged in a display of celestial power. Damn it, how long has it been? 90 lives lost already? Lin Hao, having just entered, was flanked by several newcomers, all looking rather dazed. Even if they had transitioned to the lowly ninja class, it shouldn't be so easy to meet their demise. Should it? Is the mutant Iron Eater truly that formidable? Big brother, it must be due to our diminished strength. Indeed, the rules of this otherworldly realm seem to conspire against our ability to slay the Iron Eater. We can only complete side quests. We must hide quickly. It's too perilous here. I'm about to lose it. Ma Yin trembled all over. The presence of these iron eaters was nearly unbearable for his fragile psyche. On the metallic walls, 3 claws, thicker and longer than those of any lion or tiger, left no doubt that a single strike could rend their flesh and shatter their bones. Killing them would be akin to slaughtering chickens or dogs. Some had fallen to the iron eaters, while others had not. Lin Hao examined several corpses, his fury boiling over. Damn it, it's those cursed rodents and their vile allies. His heart brimmed with murderous intent. These Blue Star inhabitants had not been slain by monsters. Instead, they were brutally slaughtered by the armies of rodents and their allies. Rodents and vile creatures? Those shameless scoundrels, how dare they? The other's eyes blazed with rage as well. At such a time, in this ultimate domain of iron eaters, where the survival rate was already dismally low, the rodents and their ilk had chosen to kick them while they were down. The hatred was palpable. Alas, as newcomers, they were limited in strength. They had long been aware of the situation. Over the years, the denizens of the Dragon Kingdom in this foreign realm frequently encountered these miscreants who would ambush the kingdom's practitioners. Many unfortunate souls had perished at the hands of these scoundrels. To their dismay, having just graduated from the novice zone, they found themselves entangled in such a predicament, igniting feelings of fury within them. Once they matured, they vowed to personally deliver justice to these ruffians. As they witnessed their compatriots fall victim to brutal fates, Lin Hao, possessing the capability to safeguard them, posed a daring question. Are you willing to join me in exacting vengeance on these vile wretches? At his words, the crowd initially hesitated, only to be invigorated with enthusiasm. Boss, we shall follow your lead. Among those ruffians are novices. We believe we can defeat them. Indeed, we can set a trap and let the iron-eating beast do the work. Let's do it, boss. When do we depart? Initially, they had been gripped by fear. However, they reasoned that if they could not confront the iron-eating beast, they could at least manage to deal with this group of fools and their petty antics. Preparations for action began. Lin Hao observed them and nodded. Though these individuals had been frightened by the iron-eating beast, their hearts burned with fervor. Upon hearing that the Dragon Kingdom faced dire challenges in the foreign realm and was in urgent need of fresh strength, he could not help but etch this matter deeply into his memory. Although Blue Star differed from Earth, the culture, the people, and the beliefs of this land were not dissimilar to those of his original world. Having experienced over a decade of life here, he resolved to contribute as much as he could to this world. Little Shiba, little Rizi, now that you have encountered me in this foreign realm, your arrogance shall be curtailed, Lin Hao sneered. At that moment, Ma Yin and the novices were already being hoisted into storage backpacks. Lacking spatial rings, they had to rely on this method to carry various items. Their faces were alight with indomitable fighting spirit. Due to the limitations of his perception in the confines of the prison, Rain Tiger's freedom technique had proven ineffective. And Lin Hao could only rely on instinct to locate this group. How careless of them to leave such a trail. The crowd was overjoyed. Perhaps unaware that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. A cruel smile curved Lin Hao's lips as they drew ever closer to their quarry. Before long, signs of movement were detected ahead. At last, we have cornered them. These miserable creatures dared to hide. How infuriating. Should we simply eliminate them? Or should we toy with them first? How shall we proceed? Of course, we shall drive them to the brink of despair, mental, emotional, and physical ruin. For that would be most exhilarating. Before we engage, don these pieces of equipment, Lin Hao said with a slight smile. Retrieving an array of purple to red-grade ninja tools from the street, Lin Hao meticulously retrieved an array of items, each more impressive than the last, leaving his companions in a state of utter astonishment. Ma Yin and the other novices gaped in disbelief. Coming to a profound realization, this individual before them was an extraordinary powerhouse. Their hearts raced uncontrollably. For the exceptional ninja tools in their possession would fetch millions on the market. After we complete the mission, these will be returned to me. Lin Hao remarked with a grin. Marie Rose, it's time to act. Go entice the Iron Eater. Marie Rose shot him an exasperated glance before turning to lure the creature. Her alluring figure would undoubtedly captivate the Iron Eater. Well then, we shall not hold back, they declared, as Ma Yin and the novices surged forward. Each donned exquisite ninja gear, equipped with several scrolls of destruction and ninjutsu. This was more than sufficient to confront the likes of the Minor West 8 and the Japanese adversaries. In the blink of an eye, they had adorned themselves with their new gear. Lin Hao led them into action amidst a symphony of hushed sounds. Before long, they spotted another team. The last remaining group aside from themselves, a trio of foreign fighters accompanied by 2 Japanese foes. Oblivious to the watchful eyes of Lin Hao's group, They engaged the mutated Iron Eaters, gleefully collecting the scattered ninja tools and items strewn about, their faces alight with joy. "Today has truly been bountiful," one exclaimed. "We just dispatched a few of those Dragon Country swine, and one of them, a rich heir, even transferred his money to us before meeting his end. How foolish." Indeed, those Dragon Country pigs were utterly naive, pleading for our mercy. Watching them beg was exhilarating. Another chimed in. "Ah, there remains but one last group. I wonder if they are still Dragon Country pigs. If so, how splendid. We shall slay them and the Iron Eaters, achieving a flawless victory." Chapter 62. There's no negotiation in your demise. The trio of foreign fighters, clad in ninja garb and wielding their zanpakuto, reveled in their triumph over the surrounding mutated beasts. Their voices filled with reckless abandon. Unbeknownst to them, several figures had stealthily encroached upon their vicinity. Lin Hao exchanged knowing glances with Ma Yin and the novices. "Little Iron Eaters, your flesh awaits." Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberated through the air, startling both the foreign fighters and their Japanese counterparts. What is happening? And why is there such a deafening sound? A peculiar creature emits a screech. It is well known that they typically dispatch foes silently, fearful of attracting the attention of the iron-eating beasts. Yet, this resounding noise is excruciatingly piercing. What could have produced such a tumult so near to them? However, at this moment, there is no time to seek the truth, as they suddenly hear three more shrill cries. Boom, 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 and they are rapidly approaching. The iron-eating beasts? Mutated iron-eating beasts. How is it possible for 10 of them to appear simultaneously? Act swiftly. The peculiar beings yell in alarm and hastily prepare to fight back. Yet, the most formidable among them is merely at level 10. Even with their ultimate ability, they can only contend with a single powerful mutated iron-eating beast. Meanwhile, the other 9 beasts engage in a frenzied slaughter of the rest. One of the peculiar beings screams as the iron-eating beasts tear into him, his eyes wide in disbelief at his impending demise. "Help! Help!" Another, in a panicked flight, screams for his mother. The relentless iron-eating beasts pursue them with heavy, deliberate steps, as if toying with their prey. Boom, boom, boom. Cornered, one of the peculiar beings unleashes a water technique. But to what avail? Are the mutated iron-eating beasts to be trifled with? What is this water technique but a mere bath for the beasts? Caw. At this moment, Lin Hao and his group appear with malicious glee, standing aloft to relish the carnage unfolding below. It is the Dragon Kingdom pigs. We have been deceived. They stomp their feet in frustration upon seeing Lin Hao and his companions, but they can do nothing against them. Ha. Ma Yin watches as the peculiar beings are mercilessly slaughtered, their remains reduced to mere scraps, and they exchange glances filled with excitement. Family, who understands? This is truly exhilarating. Look at that iron-eating beast. How cruel. It is playing with its prey. That must be a gluttonous beast, and the peculiar being is thoroughly enjoying it. And the other, reduced to mere remnants, sprawled across the ground. The scene of torment before them fills them with unparalleled exhilaration. They shout with fervor. One peculiar being grits his teeth and cries out, "Ultimate ability, or fourth, Serpent's Tail." Hiss. The Serpent's Tail surprisingly bypasses the iron-eating beasts and strikes towards Lin Hao. Slash. A brilliant light bursts forth, striking with a cold elegance, flawless in execution, arriving like thunder and retreating like the sea. Like the archer shooting down the suns, bang. The Serpent's Tail is suddenly shattered, its movements dispersing in all directions, the light appearing like a blade from afar. Everyone is left in awe of this singular strike. So sharp. Lin Hao raises a thumb in approval. Humph. Mary Rose sheaths her blade. No. As Xiao Rizi beheld his cherished snake tail Maru shatter before his eyes, a cry of despair escaped his lips. He had initially believed he could vanquish these Dragon Kingdom swine. Little did he know, the petite girl, with but a single stroke infused with the dual forces of ice and fire, accompanied by the resounding roar of dragon might, obliterated his Zanpakuto. Hiss. The mutated iron-eater beast offered him no respite, seizing his body and mercilessly thrusting its tail at him. Each strike allowed him a glimpse of the world beyond, piercing. Piercing, and yet again piercing. Xiao Rizi spiraled into a frenzy of bloodshed, his arsenal of ninja tools proving utterly inadequate against such overwhelming force. In the blink of an eye, his body bore 5 or 6 gaping wounds, shattered and broken. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, akin to a puddle of muck, utterly lifeless. The remaining stick and the enslaved one were left in a state of utter disarray. At that moment, Lin Hao descended, landing firmly on the ground, transforming into his diminutive crow form, exuding an aura of spiritual pressure. Boom. The mutated iron-eater beast was suddenly immobilized, subjected to immense oppressive force. Yet, it still trudged forward with heavy steps. "Allow me to intensify your burden," Lin Hao commanded. Boom. The Conqueror's haki erupted forth. Hiss. The mutated Iron Eater beast let out a thunderous roar, its colossal form standing side by side as it bellowed again. They recognized that this Blue Star individual was indeed a formidable adversary. "I shall handle this," Lin Hao declared, intent on facing the mutated Iron Eater beast alone. The stick and the enslaved one would be left to Ma Yin and the others to dispatch. After all, vengeance for recent grievances must be sought. He could not allow the Iron Eaters to be entirely slaughtered. "Do you not require my assistance?" Mary Rose inquired from the sidelines. "Just deliver the finishing blow," Lin Hao replied. He activated Jun Ma Lu's curse mark, bone spurs beginning to emerge, while also employing the power of Nagato's original form in Sasuke. This was, at present, his most formidable combination. Hiss. It was evident that the Iron Eater beast was momentarily taken aback by Lin Hao's devilish visage. To think that the monster was another? Yet, as creatures of monstrosity themselves, they harbored no fear whatsoever. The mutated Iron Eater beast charged at Lin Hao in unison. A faint luminescence emanated, entwined with chaotic insignia. The air thick with an untamed ferocity, manifesting yet negated, paralyzing the slumbering steel princess, as they self-destructed in succession. Combine, rebound, spread across the earth. And recognize your own impotence. Path of Destruction, number 90, Black Coffin. Meanwhile, Lin Hao gracefully evaded, dancing across the battlefield while reciting the complete incantation for the Path of Destruction. Black Coffin. Buzz. A violent wave of spiritual pressure surged forth, the ebony coffin materializing instantaneously, enveloping the Iron Eater beast entirely, unleashed through the formidable pressure of complete destruction. Although his Isengard had yet to be upgraded, its power was not to be underestimated. Hiss. The ominous black coffin dissipated, and the iron-eating beast was transformed into a squirrel within. Its body was riddled with wounds, green blood oozing forth and corroding the earth beneath. With a sudden burst, one of them leaped high into the air, exceeding 10 meters in height, showcasing an astonishing jumping ability. Divine Retribution. Lin Hao raised an arm, fingers splayed wide. A powerful shockwave erupted, crashing into the iron-eating beast and sending it soaring, crashing violently into a thicket of mutated plants. Without a moment's hesitation, Mary Rose leapt into the mutated flora, and after a brief interval, the message appeared. "You have slain the mutated iron-eating beast," unexpectedly revealing a golden treasure chest. Hiss. The other two iron-eating beasts emitted a shrill cry and charged at Lin Hao. The forceful impact sent him sliding across the ground for 100 meters. At that moment, his ribs jutted out like spikes, forming a defensive barrier that pierced into the bodies of the beasts. Black Void Flash. In the next instant, Lin Hao harnessed the power of the little crow, unleashing a jet of black light. Boom. One of the iron-eating beasts was struck squarely, propelled backward and landing on the ground, struggling in vain. Mary Rose had anticipated this, gracefully moving in to sever the beast's head. Chapter 63, Growth Critical Strike. Ascending to great heights. You have slain the mutated iron-eating beast, unexpectedly revealing a golden treasure chest. The mutated iron-eating beast has dropped 99 growth fruits. Only one remained. Lin Hao unleashed his full power. The iron-eating beast stood no chance. Meanwhile, Ma Yin and the newcomers had dealt with the stick, humiliating the little ones, and executed them as they had done to the Blue Star inhabitants. Upon witnessing the two iron-eating beasts lying lifeless at Mary Rose's feet, they could not help but swallow hard. Fortunately, they had harbored no ill intentions. Otherwise, they might have been the ones sprawled on the ground now. Go. Lin Hao unleashed a powerful strike, sending the iron-eating beast flying. However, it did not perish immediately, instead landing before the newcomers. Let us see what your character is worth, he remarked. All right. Ma Yin and the newcomers wasted no time, unleashing a torrent of attacks upon the iron-eating beast, nearly pinning it against the wall. Moments later, the message appeared. You have slain the mutated iron-eating beast, unexpectedly revealing a golden treasure chest. The mutated iron-eating beast has dropped 199 growth fruits. Not bad. Lin Hao nodded in approval. For him, this was merely a rapid farming space. However, due to map restrictions and diminished strength, it had taken longer than expected. He had already swept through the iron-eating beast planet. A mere iron-eating beast prison was trivial. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the level. Complete the mission. All team members survive, receiving a reward bonus of 1,000. Complete the mission. Defeat the boss. Each member is awarded a diamond treasure chest. Esteemed leader, please accept our treasure. Ma Yin and the newcomers, displaying their discernment, returned the ninja tools and included a diamond treasure chest as well. Initially, they had matched into a perilous space and had little hope for survival. Yet, the esteemed leader effortlessly resolved the predicament. Ma Yin, curious, inquired about the school the leader attended. Panwu, Lin Hao replied with a faint smile. As for the treasure chest, let's forget about it. He reclaimed the ninja tools and, amidst the admiring gazes of the newcomers, departed with AI Li back to the transit station. Did you hear that? It's Panwu. I must transfer schools. Raising a toast in respect, Ma Yin declared earnestly. Tom slipped away unnoticed. Beep beep beep, new messages await your attention. Lin Hao opened it to find yet another reminder from the exploration team, indicating that there were still 3 days left before they were required to gather in the otherworldly space. The expedition aimed to confront the 50-star combat power leader. The Upper Moon 6, Daki. Dragon Country truly dares. Do they not realize that Upper Moon 6, Daki, is merely the 6th of the 12 Kazuki? Above her lie 2 more formidable monsters, as well as the demon King Muzan. Upon reading the expedition details, Lin Hao was astonished. He understood that the people of Blue Star were blissfully unaware of what he knew. They assumed that Upper Moon 6, Daki, was merely a solitary leader, relatively easy to defeat. They could never fathom the formidable power that Muzan commanded behind her. Provoking Muzan would be akin to stirring a hornet's nest. Muzan, as the original demon, is also the most powerful being within the realm of demon extermination. He has survived for millennia and is the absolute ruler of the demon world, commanding the obedience of all demons. In truth, it is Muzan's ability that compels the demons he creates to obey his orders. Defiance spells certain death. Muzan is the progenitor of all demons, and even disregarding strength classifications, he is deserving of the title of Demon King. Muzan harbors ambitions of kingship and the desire to achieve great things. For the people of Dragon Country to venture against Upper Moon 6, Daki, is tantamount to exploring the demon extermination realm. Should he inform them of the knowledge he possesses? However, if he did, what would others think? How could he explain his knowledge of such intelligence? Had he perhaps ventured into the otherworldly disaster instance? At that juncture, the exploration team might cause him trouble, leaving him at a loss for words. To confess outright, I am a traveler from another world, would expose him to the scrutiny of the state, and the lurking dark forces would surely dissect him 100 times over. Lin Hao was aware that he had some strength now, but it was not yet sufficient for complete self-preservation. The identity of the traveler has been unveiled, and it is not only those from Blue Star who are intrigued by this interdimensional individual. Upon discovering your status as a traveler, it is inevitable that others would resort to unscrupulous means to exploit your knowledge, seeking to pry open your mind and extract your secrets. Even if they cannot achieve this, they will undoubtedly devise ways to eliminate you. Thus, Lin Hao is determined to keep his identity concealed, at least for the present. External Demon Golem Growth Value, 154,547. After vanquishing the mutated Iron Eater, the rewards proved to be remarkably substantial. Personal level, 10, thanks to an additional reward of 1,000. As for the contents of the treasure chest, Lin Hao merely glanced at them. Only the orange grade and sacred artifacts were worthy of attention, while the other ninja tools were of little use. Typically, he carried a few ninja scrolls and destruction scrolls, along with a selection of medical supplies. It is now time to nurture Sasuke. Beep. Sasuke is currently in the process of growth. Beep. Congratulations, a critical hit occurred during Uchiha Sasuke's advancement. Your Sasuke has leveled up to Kirin, advancing to Eagle Team Sasuke. Beep. Congratulations, another critical hit during growth has disregarded conditions, successfully unlocking the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan for the second pillar. Due to the critical hit, the required energy has diminished, and you have only expended 100,000 energy points. Is it truly possible? Lin Hao was left astonished. Eternal Mangeki Sharingan Sasuke, Eagle Team. Form, Young Adult. Ninja Quality. Level, Bloodline Limit. Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Abilities as follows. At the pinnacle of Sharingan evolution, upon transplanting another's Mangeki Sharingan, it fuses into a brand new Mangeki, characterized by a hexagram overlaying a triangular pinwheel. Bloodline Limit 1. Amaterasu. The ocular technique activated by the left eye's Mangeki can unleash vast swathes of black flames that incinerate the opponent, with the black flames persisting until the target is completely consumed. This technique inflicts considerable strain on the user's body, resulting in bleeding from the eyes during its utilization. Bloodline Limit 2. Fire Release. Additive Earth Command. Fire Release. Additive Earth Command is the ocular technique activated by the right eye's Mangeki, capable of unleashing black flames that can morph into various forms for both offense and defense. It can also envelop the Susanu's skeletal structure for protection, transforming the black flames into shields, blades, arrows, magatama, and fireballs. Bloodline Limit 3, Fire Release, Flame, Thunder God. Bloodline Limit 4, Standard Susanu, the ultimate power residing within the Manjiki Sharingan, a formidable ninjutsu that integrates offense and defense. As ocular power increases, it evolves into different stages, possessing absolute defense while also delivering unparalleled offensive capabilities. Its weapon of choice is a bow, with an exceptionally rapid attack speed, and the bow's massive structure can serve as a shield to deflect enemy assaults. The arrow's shot can be transformed into black flames. Fire Release, Lightning Release, Illusions, Auxiliary Ninjutsu, Taijutsu, and Combination Ninjutsu details can be accessed by opening this scroll. Such prowess is indeed extraordinary. Lin Hao burst into laughter. The Manjiki Sharingan and Rinnegan that Sasuke had evolved into were undoubtedly centered on offensive prowess. What thrilled him even more was that he could finally pilot a Gundam. Chapter 64. Entering a new, otherworldly space. Hello. May I ask if you are heading to the Demon Slayer world? Inquired the sweet-voiced girl responsible for the transportation. Indeed, Lin Hao nodded. Currently transitioning to the Demon Slayer world, please hold on. Country. Sakura Nation. Taisho era 1912 to 1915, a period of peace without warfare, where the populace enjoys stability and culture flourishes. With the advent of industrial products such as electric lights and trains. In this seemingly tranquil era, humans coexist with demons, though their existence remains largely unknown to the general public, surfacing only in the tales of the elderly. Demons are not the traditional spirits or monsters of folklore, but rather a unique life form that feeds on humans, losing their sanity and becoming violent when famished. Furthermore, the more humans consumed, the stronger they become. Sufficiently powerful demons can comprehend supernatural blood demon arts. Demons possess formidable physical capabilities and can survive even when severed, but exposure to sunlight will reduce them. Only decapitation with a specially forged Nichiren blade can inflict fatal wounds upon demons. This world is divided into two factions, with the Demon Slayer Corps existing to hunt demons, its members known as Demon Slayers. Within the Corps, the 9 strongest swordsmen, known as Hashira, are dispersed across the nation, issuing missions and relaying information through talking crows. Demon Slayers harness a system of combat abilities termed breathing techniques, akin to various forms of ninjutsu. The Zanpakuto is a combat technique acquired through rigorous training, typically possessing specific attributes. For example, thunder breathing techniques are as swift as lightnings, essentially a form of lightning-based swordsmanship. Worldview unlocked. 10. Team mode. Unlimited number of participants. This mode features numerous hidden side quests and a unique worldview. Time limit. None. Victory. Unknown. As the announcement concluded, Lin Hao stepped into the world of Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer world. Nezuko, I am here. In the pitch-black night, Tanjiro Kamado, holding a freshly caught wild rabbit, approached Nezuko with a beaming smile. The two protagonists of the Demon Slayer world, one with deep crimson hair and red eyes, and the other transformed into a demon, were unmistakably present. The map of the Demon Slayer world was vast, and the likelihood of encountering demons was minimal. We are truly fortunate, Zhang Yongjun gasped, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, pain ravaging his calves. Haha, you Blue Star people, why must you wade into these murky waters? The depths of the Demon Slayer world are too profound for you to navigate. A large, grotesque demon, its wrists entwined in chains, grinned menacingly at the 5 individuals ahead. Monster, hand demon, combat power rating, 23 stars, abilities. In a world steeped in calamity, a figure with an unwavering confidence in their stout neck found themselves in dire straits, having encountered a demon upon entering the realm of Demon Slayer. Jiang Xiang, wielding their Zanpakuto, was already panting heavily. Information regarding the hand demon was scarce. It was evidently a formidable foe, and they had drawn the short straw. Duan Hongliang, clutching his face, bore a ghastly scar from forehead to chin, having narrowly escaped the demon's lethal grasp moments before, blood still trickling from the wound. Were it not for Jiang Xiang's timely intervention, he would have met an untimely demise. The members of the pioneering team had finally arrived at their rendezvous point, only to be greeted not by their companions, such as Chu Tian, but by a demon. What could this possibly signify? Tian's son trembled uncontrollably, struggling to comprehend the situation. Of the 150 reserve team members, they had all entered the Demon Slayer world, yet it appeared they had received different coordinates. Why was that? At this moment, Lin Hao appeared perplexed. At this gathering point, he had encountered Zhang Yongjun, Jiang Xiang, Duan Hongyang, and Tian Sunday. After waiting for some time, they had yet to see any other teammates. It was only after Zhang Yongjun managed to contact other teammates also trapped in the Demon Slayer world that the realization dawned upon them. Their coordinates had been kept secret and were, in fact, dissimilar. They had been scattered. Moreover, the coordinates on their end led them to a perilous demon, marking them as the unluckiest of souls. Duan Hongliang gritted his teeth, questioning whether the pioneering team's coordinates had been carelessly assigned. How else could they have ended up in a desolate mountain range? Only to confront a demon? Regardless, they had to contend with the demon before them. This powerful hand demon clearly regarded them as prey, and it was painfully aware of their identity as beings from Blue Star. This indicated that the demons within the realm of Demon Slayer had knowledge of Blue Star's existence. Otherwise, they would not have so readily recognized their identities, given the stark differences in the powers and abilities they wielded compared to the Demon Slayer core. Ha ha ha. The flesh and blood of Blue Star beings is far more delectable than that of the natives. I have savored many Blue Star souls and yearn for that flavor. Cackled the hand demon. With a swift motion, it lunged toward the quintet, exuding an overwhelming aura, intent on overpowering them in one fell swoop. Clang. Jiang Xiang's Zanpakuto had already entered its Bankai state, executing a powerful strike that summoned a sound ninja. Buzzing. The hand demon's movements abruptly slowed. A displeased expression etched across its face. Beware. Tian's son cried out in alarm. Yet, it was too late. Jiang Xiang was ruthlessly torn apart by the advancing hand demon. Without hesitation, the demon turned its attention towards Zhang Yongjun, unleashing a barrage of 12 fists in a relentless assault. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Yongjun was battered mercilessly, reduced to a pitiful state. The hand demon, filled with unrestrained excitement, lunged towards Duan Hongliang, Tian's son, and Lin Hao. These feeble inhabitants of Blue Star were no match for the demon. Within merely 10 seconds, they were all annihilated, and the battle was effortlessly concluded. However, the hand demon remained oblivious to the fact that it had fallen into the illusion created by the Sharingan. All victories were but an illusion. Zhang Yongjun, Jiang Xiang, Duan Hongliang, and Tian's son were all very much alive. Jiang Xiang scrutinized Lin Hao with astonishment. Had it not been for him, they would have struggled against this monstrous hand demon. After all, to defeat such a creature with a single glance from the Sharingan would be incredulous to anyone hearing it. The three-tomo Sharingan. She had heard that no one had ever awakened to such a level. At this moment, Lin Hao's eyes were exceptionally unique. Blooming like a flower in full splendor, undeniably beautiful. Was this truly the Sharingan? Such a formidable ocular technique. Lin Hao's teammate. Could you enlighten me as to what kind of Sharingan this is? Zhang Yongjun inquired earnestly. It is the Manjiki Sharingan, Lin Hao replied, controlling the hand demon with his illusion, a smile gracing his lips. And Manjiki? What is that? Jiang Xiang was taken aback. She had never heard of such an eye. Is there a Manjiki Sharingan beyond the ordinary Sharingan? Duan Hongliang was utterly astounded, momentarily feeling that the card master was invincible, effortlessly cultivating abilities that surpassed worldly levels. From now on, anyone who dares to belittle the card master would face his wrath. The illusion won't last much longer. It must be dispelled, Lin Hao suddenly stated. The illusion of the Manjiki Sharingan could not endure for long. The victim would soon realize they were ensnared in a delusion and awaken. Be cautious, prepare for battle, Zhang Yongjun shouted urgently. At this moment, the hand demon was already shaking its head, regaining consciousness. I have fallen into the illusion of the Blue Star beings. In the realm of delusion, the hand demon stood frozen, as if struck by a thunderous bolt from the sky, then began to tremble violently, as if subjected to an unspeakable humiliation. The grinding of its teeth echoed ominously. Infuriated, the hand demon bellowed, "How dare you toy with me? Die!" With overwhelming force. It charged forward, its amber eyes exuding a chilling ferocity. No matter how powerful that illusion was, it could never ensnare him a second time. All its fists twisted through the air, imbued with an inexplicable grace, before crashing down with tremendous force. Boom, boom, boom. Duan Hongyang and Zhang Yongjun were struck by the explosive power of the hand demon's supramuscular arms, suddenly feeling as if they had been hit by a speeding vehicle. Their expressions changing dramatically. Bang! The sound reverberated, and the two were sent flying. Chapter 65. A true nemesis of deception. So powerful, Duan Hongliang's left leg lay shattered. A grotesque mass of flesh drenched in a pool of thick, sanguine liquid that soaked the ground, the metallic scent overwhelming the senses. In haste, he produced a spray to apply to the wound, and within mere seconds, the injury was fully healed. The demons of the Demon Slayer world were far too formidable for them to contend with. Zhang Yangjun, utilizing the power of the devil fruit during the clash, experienced some internal injuries despite his defensive capabilities. At this moment, he realized that it was still too early for them to venture into the realm of Demon Slayer. If the ordinary demons were this powerful, one could only imagine the strength of the Upper Moon Demon, Akaza. When Jiang Xiang raised his Zanpakuto, intent on charging to slay a demon, Lin Hao intervened. These demons can only be defeated with the Nichiren Blade, he asserted, shaking his head. The Nichiren Blade, an essential artifact within the Demon Slayer universe, is capable of slaying evil spirits due to its unique construction. Forged from iron sand or mined from the mountains closest to the sun, this mineral possesses the ability to absorb sunlight, which is what demons dread most, thus rendering the Nichiren Blade a weapon of choice against them. Examine the mission carefully. Side quest: seek the Scarlet Iron Sand in Scarlet or to enhance your weapons. This is a crucial task for you. Suddenly, Lin Hao revealed the flowing blade like fire. As the most powerful and ancient of the fire-type Zanpakuto, it is renowned for its supreme offensive capability in the Soul Society. The heat released upon its initial release is sufficient to turn everything it touches to ash. What a fortuitous coincidence! It was perfectly suited to vanquish demons, making it the ultimate nemesis of evil. What kind of Zanpakuto is that? Wait, Lin Hao, have you awakened your Zanpakuto? Jiang Xiang exclaimed in astonishment. The sword in Lin Hao's grasp appeared ordinary, a katana with a deep purple hilt and an oval tsuba. Yet, it concealed a terrifying power within. Lin Hao waved the blade, pointing it at the hand demon. Come forth. The hand demon, provoked by this challenge, felt his muscles swell with rage. In that moment, he lost all semblance of reason and charged wildly at Lin Hao. The thunderous sound of his footsteps reverberated like a battering ram. All things shall return to ash, flowing blade like fire. With that, Lin Hao's Zanpakuto unleashed a torrent of flames. Flowing blade like fire, the city ablaze. The flames emitted from the blade enveloped the hand demon, burning at an astonishing temperature of 6,000 degrees, causing it to emit a piercing wail. In less than a few seconds, the hand demon was reduced to a mass of blackened substance, as if in surrender. What more was there to say? With a single strike, it was vanquished. What was this so-called breath of the ancestors? Did it require the breath of the sun? Any energy fluctuations akin to that of the sun could inflict tremendous damage upon demons. The flowing blade, akin to fire, transcends all. The ultimate weapon for vanquishing monsters, an unparalleled katana of the flame element, the most ancient and formidable of all soul-cutting swords, a bane to all demons, including the demon King Muzan. My goodness, Tian Sun's eyes nearly popped out in astonishment. What had he witnessed? Such a terrifying attack, capable of obliterating demons in an instant? Lin Hao, is your sword the soul-cutting blade announced in the previous world proclamation? Jiang Xiang exclaimed in shock. Suddenly, she recalled that the world had previously announced someone had acquired the most ancient soul-cutting sword. They had speculated it to be the weapon of Chu Tian, only for him to personally refute the claim. Thus, the true owner remained a mystery until now. Remarkably, this blade had been in Lin Hao's possession all along. Without its initial release, this seemingly ordinary soul-cutting sword was just like any other blade. Ding! You have slain a hand demon. Ding! The hand demon has dropped 3 golden treasure chests. Upon receiving the reward for slaying demons, Lin Hao reverted the flowing blade back to its normal state. This flame was excessively domineering. Although it posed no harm to him, the surrounding vegetation turned charred, while distant flora had evaporated all moisture. Merely executing one strike left Jiang Xiang and the others drenched in sweat, feeling as though they were about to shed their clothes. I sensed a new power descending upon the world of demon extermination. Cough. Very well, Muzan Kibutsuji, are you frightened? The leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Wizai Kenroji, was utterly astonished. However, due to his afflictions, his health deteriorated rapidly, and he nearly fainted after uttering those words. The Kenroji family, linked by blood to Muzan Kibutsuji, had seemingly been cursed since Muzan became a demon a millennium ago. Every child born, especially males, was frail and sickly, often succumbing shortly after birth. This pattern persisted throughout generations. Thus, eradicating Muzan Kibutsuji became their family's ultimate mission. Witnessing the fervor of the native inhabitants of the demon-slaying world left many Blue Star individuals who had joined the Demon Slayer Corps in shock. Did you hear the words of our esteemed leader? Of course, we heard. To instill fear in Muzan Kibutsuji? Unthinkable. Indeed, Muzan is the Demon King. How could he ever be afraid? There is nothing in this world that can intimidate Musen. Yet, since our leader has spoken so, it must indeed exist. Quickly. We must search. Our leader has issued a task. Find. Many began to murmur, discussing the recent events. Meanwhile, in the Infinite Castle, the otherworldly stronghold of Musen Kibutsuji, he sensed a tremor within his very cells, as if feeling some newfound power. It has been quite some time since such an incident occurred. The last time was with that man. Initially, he appeared feeble, devoid of dominance, aggression, or malice, and yet, that very man managed to sever my neck, leaving me with wounds that have relentlessly scorched my flesh and cells like the sun for centuries. Kibutsuji Musen's face was contorted with tension. I once believed that no demon slayer's Nichiren blade could rival that man, yet now, a more terrifying force has emerged, surpassing the power of Kanaotsu Yuri's blade. Who could it be? Lord Musen, allow me to investigate, requested Daki, one of the upper moons, brimming with confidence. No matter who it may be, she and her brother, Jotaro, would bring them before Lord Musen. Daki, you may proceed. You and the other willing blue stars who have become demons shall also go. I demand to know all intelligence. Musen intoned gravely. Yes. The transformed blue stars nodded eagerly. In their eyes, astonishment flickered amongst one another. Did you see that? Lord Musen actually trembled. Indeed, I have never witnessed Lord Musen in such a state. It is truly perplexing. What manner of person instills such fear in him? Did you hear the name Kanaotsu Yuri earlier? It seems like a side quest. But since we have transformed into demons, we are now part of the demonic forces and can no longer engage in such missions. In any case, we must investigate swiftly. Perhaps we can achieve merit. Completing this task will undoubtedly earn us rewards from Lord Musen, elevating our powers. Achieving the rank of Upper Moon 12 is my dream. These blue stars, now demons, have forsaken their original world. In this alternate realm, they have chosen to survive. Some did so willingly, while others were coerced. Yet at this moment, they all belong to Musen's demonic forces, standing against the Demon Slayer Corps. Chapter 66. Could it be that they intend to set the mountain ablaze? The target of the pioneering team's main force is Daki? Zhang Yongjun received the latest information, and simultaneously, Lin Hao and several others did as well. It seems so. Jiang Xiang remarked helplessly. Are we not to act alongside the main team? Duan Hongyang was at a loss for words. Had I known, I would not have joined this pioneering team. Now we are merely tools, disregarded entirely. The demons in the world of Demon Slayer are immensely powerful, particularly the 12 moons. What hope do we have of pioneering anything? If you wish to retreat, feel free. Jiang Xiang shook her head resolutely. As for me, I shall not retreat. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at Lin Hao. Flesh has its layers, just as humanity is divided into ranks. The weak endlessly seek the company of others, sinking deeper. While only by associating with the strong can one truly grow. A person's level and stature are forged through boldness. She, the brave village girl Jiang Xiang, has never feared anyone, not even demons. We do not wish to retreat either, Zhang Yongjun added. Neither do we. Duong Hongyang and Lu Shuai nodded in agreement. They had finally formed a team and activated the cooperative mode. Anyone who chose to withdraw now would be a complete fool. Let us hasten to undertake our tasks, seeking both the main and side quests. Since we are here, we might as well make the most of it. After all, entrance is free, a delightful windfall. Their serious expressions conveyed a sense of determination as they made their intentions clear. Suddenly, Lin Hao halted in his tracks. Excuse me. I can handle the specter on my own. Why should I bring you along? He tilted his head, pondering the foolishness of certain protagonists in stories who burdened themselves with inept companions. Why should I assist you? He questioned. Aren't we members of the reserve team? Lu Shuai replied, momentarily taken aback. But we don't necessarily need to form a team with you. How will we divide the energy, the ninja tools, and other items? Lin Hao posed a probing inquiry. The notion of them refusing was simply out of the question. You wish to reap the benefits without contributing? Lin Hao remarked. No. Jiang Xiang and the others hastily shook their heads. By the way, isn't the Panwu Academy recruiting mentors? If I were to become a mentor there, wouldn't that solve everything? Jiang Xiang suddenly had a clever thought, her determination to benefit without cost solidifying. I also want to join. Count me in. Zhang Yongjun, Duong Hongyang, and Lu Shuai quickly chimed in. Huh? Lin Hao was taken aback by their unexpected proposal. Indeed. The Panwu Academy was in dire need of senior mentors, as those currently recruited were of low rank and could only provide basic hunting guidance. The reserve members of the exploration team were all exceptionally talented. Bringing them on board as mentors would undoubtedly yield excellent results. After all, the student council had monopolized all operations, and the teaching group had effectively delegated their responsibilities to them. With a mere word, a mentor could be recruited. Then you may join. Lin Hao consented. Ding. Level 6 Jiang Xiang has joined the Panwu Academy as a hunting instructor. Ding. Level 7 Zhang Yongjun has joined the Panwu Academy as a hunting instructor. Ding. Level 6 Duong Hong Yang has joined the Panwu Academy as a hunting instructor. Ding. Level 5 Lu Shuai has joined the Panwu Academy as a hunting instructor. What on earth is happening? The teaching group of the Panwu Academy was astounded. For hunting instructors appeared all at once. Among them, one was even a level 7. A level 7, no less, capable of guiding university-level hunts. Recommender Lin Hao? Upon seeing the name, their expressions turned blank. They had become so accustomed to such surprises that they no longer reacted with shock. If Lin Hao were to recruit a dozen hunting instructors, they would probably just chuckle in response. You can no longer astonish me. I have become indifferent. Do as you wish. I have received a side quest. Lu rushed over, panting heavily, and remarked, the prerequisites for this side quest are quite lengthy. At last, we have reached the final monster slaying segment. The task has been shared, yielding a copious reward of energy fruits, as well as Gorilla Crimson Iron Sand and Gorilla Crimson Ore. I have also accepted it. We are nearly at the end. Duan Hongliang sent a message, me too. Zheng Yongjun also shared the side quest. The world of Demon Slayer is replete with numerous tasks, often initiated by many individuals simultaneously. Side quests are categorized by levels, and they have all taken on quests of a similar tier, conveniently disregarding the lower ones. Oh, Lin Hao was engrossed in a book, but abruptly closed it with a snap. The delightful monster-slaying phase had arrived. Indeed, having them along proved somewhat beneficial. In the infernal heat, dozens of towering fire pillars emerged around them, swiftly converging towards the center. Their might capable of turning the earth into scorched desolation within a radius of over 100 kilometers. Demons? Apologies, but to them, encountering me is akin to meeting a ghost. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a day had elapsed. Under Lin Hao's leadership, the demon-slaying team left nothing but a flurry of feathers in the once foreboding mountain. In the onslaught of the flowing blade like fire, they had gone completely berserk. They set the mountain ablaze, leaving no stone unturned. By that dawn, the number of their completed side quests had soared to 15. They had amassed 20 pieces of purple-grade equipment, 7 pieces of red-grade equipment, and countless other items and scrolls. Wealth was upon them. Zheng Yongjun, Jiang Xiang, Duan Hongliang, and Lu were left in a daze. They were thoroughly exhilarated. Lin Hao's Sanpakuto was nothing short of a bane for demons. Apart from the 12 Kazuki, it seemed no demon could stand against him. What is the essence of an initial kill? One might be playing on simple difficulty in the world of Demon Slayer, only to suddenly encounter Lin Hao, causing the difficulty to surge 100-fold. This resulted in instant annihilation upon first meeting, leaving them no time for any reaction. The mountain under Lin Hao's command was now devoid of demons. What does it mean to be the sword god of Shirley Slope? Once, there was an individual who, unable to locate the main quest in a foreign realm, spent half a year leveling up in the starting area. Upon arriving in the world of Demon Slayer, their existence was solely defined by slaying demons. My exploits in leveling up became the stuff of legend. Recently, a cybernetic lunatic has been rampaging in the novice zone of the Demon Slayer world. Those newly emerged demons did not even catch a glimpse of their opponent before meeting their demise. This person, having lost their humanity and social connections, moved like a machine, compressing their humanity into oblivion. I would dub them the mightiest cybernetic psychopath. The reasons remain unclear, yet this individual's persona is exceedingly unstable. One should avoid Shirley Slope at all costs and steer clear of provoking the sword god of Shirley Slope. As a demon, I have begun to tremble. No one should impede me. Family, who understands? Down below, men. Both the demon factions and the demon hunters are left astonished. That mountainous region has transformed into a private hunting ground, colloquially termed as reserved territory. As Lin Hao felt the encroaching drowsiness, he became aware that the demons in this realm had respawned. With a graceful flick of his blade, which radiated with the intensity of searing flames, he unleashed a cataclysmic force that obliterated an entire mountain of demons. There was nowhere to flee, nowhere to hide. One stroke, and the mountain was consumed by fire. Lin Hao, we have completed all the side missions in the vicinity, came the message from Lu Shuai. The tasks were shared, and their completion would benefit the entire team. With each side mission accomplished, the progress in the world of Demon Slayer would advance incrementally. Worldview unlocked. 15. Current progress in Demon Slayer world. 12. At that moment, Lin Hao was perusing the forum. Terms such as cyberpsychosis and mechanical chaos were being used to vilify him. How dare they? With every slash of my fiery blade, I have to toil to level up, only to be forced into a solo dominance of the server, one strike to reach level 99? Lin Hao seethed with anger. Do they understand my suffering? Very well. From now on, I shall be the quality inspector of demons. If they wish to become the 12 Kazuki, let them first test the sharpness of my blade. Hey, the map has changed, he remarked. I, the esteemed Kai, am descending the mountain, my hands itch for combat. In the demon forum, discussions erupted. The cyberpsychosis patient has emerged, shocking. One exclaimed, what should we do? Should we use an offline escape? Is there such a ninjutsu? Another chimed in. Demon Slayer is my home. I cherish my home. Returning to Blue Star is impossible. I can never go back to the grind. Demon Slayer is far superior. I enjoy milk bread and giant drumsticks daily with Musen. The demons were fervently debating. Do not panic. Lady Daki has intervened. She is confronting the cyberpsychosis patient. At that moment, another demon spoke up. Demon Slayer Corps. You are the quality inspector of demons, Kai? Reading this message, the Blue Star members of the Demon Slayer Corps were left in astonishment. This prestige surpasses even that of our corps. Excellent, exclaimed the Flame Pillar, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. He was fond of this title. Flame Pillar? Brother, where are you off to hunt demons? Take me along. The Blue Star members eagerly rushed to cling to him. Infinite Train. The Flame Pillar nodded decisively. Notification, side quest issued, Flame Pillar and Infinite Train. Description, following their training. Tanjiro and the others arrived at their next mission site, the Infinite Train, where over 40 individuals had mysteriously vanished, accompanied by Nezuko, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke. They would meet with one of the most formidable swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps, Flame Pillar Kaijiro Rengoku. Within the ominous confines of the Infinite Train, they would confront the lurking demons. Victory conditions, unknown, failure, deduction of demon hunting points, accept or decline, accept. Most of the Demon Slayer Corps members were from the Dragon Kingdom of Blue Star, their spirits ablaze as they brandished their swords, eager to undertake the mission. After all, acting alongside a pillar would ensure their safety. After all, the Hashira represents the pinnacle of swordsmen within the Demon Slayer Corps. While members of lower ranks are gradually and astonishingly eliminated, the Hashira stand apart, being the very support of the Demon Slayer Corps. To ascend to the rank of Hashira, one must vanquish a member of the 12 Kazuki. The number of Hashira is proportional to that of the 12 Kazuki. In Chapter 67, we encounter the Water Hashira, Ju Tomioka, the Insect Hashira, Shinobu Kocho, the Flame Hashira, Kaijiro Rengoku, the Sound Hashira, Tenjin Yuzui, the Mist Hashira, Machiro Takedo, the Love Hashira, Mitsuri Kanroji, the Serpent Hashira, Abanai Iguro, the Wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa, and the Stone Hashira, Jiomi Himejima. Additionally, there are the members from the Land of Dragons, the Rupture Hashira, Hongwan, the Demon Hashira, Zhang Xingho, and the Void Hashira, Luoyu. The Rupture Hashira possesses formidable abilities, wielding her Zanpakuto with unparalleled mastery for 7 days and nights, ranking among the top 10 in both swordsmanship and destructive arts in the Land of Dragons. She is also a striking beauty with long black hair, a tall, slender figure, and fair skin, often appearing in the Demon Slayer Corps clad in audacious attire that elicits considerable attention. Both in the demon realm and here, she enjoys immense popularity, particularly alongside the Love Hashira, Mitsuri Kanroji. As for the Demon Hashira, Zhang Xingho, he is adept at employing ninjutsu and is equally formidable. The Void Hashira, Luoyu, has transitioned to the role of a ninja, wielding a form of ninjutsu that transcends bloodline limits. This dust release, a fusion of wind, earth, and fire, possesses a strength that eclipses most ninjutsu. Any demon slain by the Void Hashira leaves no trace, hence the origin of his name. However, they remain unaware that the journey of the Flame Hashira will become one of peril. In the world of Demon Slayer, only Lin Hao is privy to the fate that awaits the Flame Hashira, Kaijiro Rengoku, who will meet his demise during the Infinite Train arc. The demon forces chatter eagerly. Gaga, Lord Musen has spoken. The Flame Hashira is set to embark on the Infinite Train. Let us hunt him down. Engaging the Hashira in battle? This promises to be a grand confrontation. Indeed, we, the demons, are going to war with the Demon Slayer Corps. But who will lead us? The strongest among Lord Musen's 12 demons, the lower rank one, Inmu, steps forth. Inmu? The one capable of weaving dreams with his blood demon art? Gaga. This spells doom for the Demon Slayer Corps. Not only Enyu, but also Akaza will join the fray. What? Akaza will also participate? The upper rank 3? Gaga after all. Facing the Hashira, one lower rank 1 demon is not enough. A spectacle is about to unfold. We, the demons, shall surely vanquish the Demon Slayer Corps and reign supreme over the world. The demons are fervently discussing their plans, as most have boarded the train. They anticipate splendid rewards for their efforts. By slaying a Hashira, they can acquire diamond treasure chests. The Demon Quality Inspector, you are indeed formidable. Lin Hao had just emerged from the mountains when he, along with Zhang Yongjun, Jiang Xiang, Duan Hongyang, and Lu Shuai, set out to undertake the main quest. Ding. Main quest initiated. Do you wish to join the Demon Slayer Corps? Description. The Demon Slayer Corps comprises hundreds of indigenous members and 50,000 Blue Star warriors, collectively referred to as Demon Slayers. The organization's mission is to eliminate the progenitor of demons, Muzan Kabutsuji, under the auspices of the Kamadu clan. Ding. This main quest has a branching option to become a demon and join Muzan's faction. Please choose wisely. Without hesitation, Lin Hao resolved to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Become a demon? The current demon forces are comprised of individuals from minor nations such as Japan and Korea. As a citizen of the Great Dragon Nation, he would undoubtedly join the Demon Slayer Corps. Ding. Selection successful. You have joined the Demon Slayer Corps. Ding. Please report to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Thus, Lin Hao, with an air of confidence, swaggered into the territory of the Demon Slayer Corps. Newcomer? Step aside. Can't you see you're in my shadow? A man, wielding a Nichiren blade over his shoulder, cast a disdainful glance at Lin Hao and his companions. He was particularly annoyed by the lack of decorum exhibited by these newcomers. Lin Hao was taken aback by the audacity of this man, who seemed offended by his shadow being cast. Little did he know that Lin Hao was both an inspector of demons and a slayer of them. With a swift motion, Lin Hao struck him down. Ouch! The man barely comprehended what was happening before he found himself abruptly knocked to the ground. Laughter erupted among the onlookers, save for one girl who maintained a stoic expression and regarded Lin Hao intently. She was Tong Tong, known for her robotic prowess. The target of her assassination was none other than Lin Hao. Flame Hashira, Infinity Train? Lin Hao received a side quest, and with a nonchalant gesture, he scratched his nose and wore a rather cheeky expression. What nonsense! Flame Hashira, you shall perish on the Infinity Train. What? Upon hearing this audacious proclamation, the surrounding demon slayers were left speechless. They had encountered recklessness before, but never to such an extreme. How dare he speak so brazenly in front of a Hashira? The Hashira's strength far surpassed theirs, and he was their protector, revered and worshipped by all. Yet, here was this audacious youth, speaking without thought. Who will die? Die? Nonsense. This is sheer folly. The collective gaze of the crowd turned towards Lin Hao, filled with a mix of disbelief and astonishment. Unfazed by their piercing stares, Lin Hao laughed heartily. Everyone meets their end eventually, but I shall not perish easily. The flame Hashira, Rengoku, merely chuckled in response. My friend, this is true vision. Upon hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but be moved. Truly, this was a leader among men. Lord Flame Hashira, we have located the whereabouts of the Infinity Train. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps have arrived for their report. Haha, before embarking on our mission, let us indulge in a bowl of ramen. The Flame Hashira, Rengoku, exclaimed with a smile. Thus, accompanied by the Dragon Kingdom members of the Demon Slayer Corps and Lin Hao, he set forth towards the enigmatic Infinity Train. Woo, woo. How exhilarating, came the voice of the boar boy. My apologies, truly, but this is a pig's head. Come here, you fool. Zenitsu swiftly pulled the boar-headed boy into another carriage. By the way, you're looking for the Flame Hashira, right, Tanjiro? Indeed, his hair is quite striking. And I recall his scent. Beep. Side quest for the Infinity Train initiated. What on earth? When the group awoke, they found themselves already inside the train, completely unaware of how they had arrived. What happened? A few women shrieked. Calm down, it is highly likely we are under attack by demons. As long as the Flame Hashira is present, we shall be fine. Yes, the Flame Hashira is here. Infinity Train? Is this it? The members of the Demon Slayer Corps were taken aback by the scene before them. Their last memory was of moving alongside the Flame Hashira, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves seated within the train's interior. The train chugged forward, exhaling luminous sparks, laboriously breaking through the darkness, racing along the tracks toward the distant, shadowy horizon. Outside, the landscape unfolded into vast fields, while the thunderous sound of the train, filled with passengers, echoed like an explosion. Everyone swallowed hard, surveying their surroundings, But aside from the deafening clatter of machinery and the roaring winds generated beneath the train, nothing seemed amiss. Could it be that this mission involves direct transportation upon acceptance? Someone speculated. Regardless, it was essential to ascertain their current situation. For now, let us not panic. We must search for traces of the demons, Rengoku concurred, suspecting an impending attack. Demons, demons. Suddenly, a voice from ahead cried out in alarm. A horde of demons, grinning malevolently, charged towards them, igniting a battle within the confines of the train carriage. In an instant, the air was thick with the scent of blood, painting a hellish scene. Flame-breathing, first form, unknowing fire. With an explosive surge of flames, Rengoku struck at his targets, decapitating several demons in the process. Wow. The flame Hashira is incredible. Indeed, he truly lives up to his reputation as our elder brother. With cheers echoing from the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, the counterattack began. Meanwhile, Lin Hao stood still, his eyes reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors. The ability of the lower moon one, Inmu, under my gaze appears as mere bubbles. Such illusions are far too elementary, he mused, shaking his head. Surrounding him, Rengoku, along with Jiang Xiang and other members of the Corps, were sound asleep. Everyone has succumbed to the dreamscape crafted by the Dream Demon, akin to an infinite Tsukuyomi, where each individual becomes the protagonist of their own reverie. While the masses slumber deeply, one remains wide awake. Ha ha ha. Yes, delve into the depths of dreams, be devoured, and ultimately meet your demise. The Dream Demon stands at the forefront of an eternal train, arms outstretched, a chilling smile gracing his face. Clad in a long black coat and white striped trousers, he emits a ghastly laugh with a voice that defies gender. As the top-tier demon of the lower ranks, the dream realms he conjures can only be escaped through the act of suicide within the dream itself. But who possesses the courage to take such a drastic step? Surely, no one, right? A smile stretches across his face, reaching from ear to ear. Lord Muzan will undoubtedly reward him. Having slain the Hashira and eliminated numerous members of the Demon Slayer Corps, a grand reward awaits, does it not? Thus, the formidable Akaza makes his entrance. 1, 2, 3, excellent. Splendid. Members of the Demon Slayer Corps fall one after another. He counts the heads with a sinister grin. The immediate priority is to eliminate the Hashira. Perish, Hashira. In the subconscious realm of dreams, the core of one's spirit resides. Should this core be shattered, the Dream's master will lose consciousness, rendered a mere husk, incapable of resistance even in death. Although the flame Hashira's core is formidable, it is on the brink of annihilation. Ha ha ha. Victory is mine. It is that simple. No one can escape my initial kill. The Dream Demon bursts into maniacal laughter, never expecting to achieve triumph so effortlessly. Thus, the flame Hashira meets his end at his hands. Foolish Owatoko, how far can your eyes truly see? Unexpectedly, a deep and resonant voice suddenly echoes from behind him. Someone? What is this scent? A blue star person? How could this be? The Dream Demon turns in astonishment to behold a youth with piercing eyes, fair skin, and hair as dark as ink. Beneath his exquisite visage lies an icy demeanor that keeps others at bay, exuding an aura of coolness and an elegant stature. Every gesture radiating pride and regal authority. Against the pitch-black night sky, his tall, lean figure stands out even more. With slender brows framing a pair of crimson eyes that resemble those of a demon, deeper still are unfathomable depths of darkness. The youth's lips curl slightly, casting a mocking arc that seems to deride the world itself. He draws his sword gracefully, dark hair billowing in the wind as the moonlight cascades like water, illuminating not just his silhouette, but also the overwhelming intent to kill. A blue star person. The Dream Demon instantly realizes. How did you breach my dream? He is shocked, his expression twisting into one of malevolence. Your Hashira is already dead. Nothing you do will change that. Is that so? The newcomer is none other than Lin Hao, who smiles faintly, his kaleidoscopic Sharingan still spinning. How tragic. Unbeknownst to him, he had fallen victim to an illusion. Yin Reem, you are truly feeble. Lin Hao snapped his fingers, declaring that the ability to manipulate the boundary between the illusory and the real is not solely yours. It also resides within these eyes. In an instant, Yin Reem felt himself plummeting into an endless abyss, only to be yanked back into reality. The truth dawned upon him. Everything he had just witnessed was a mere fabrication, an illusion conjured by the youth before him. He, Yin Reem, had succumbed to an illusion. This was nothing short of a profound humiliation. How could this be? Awakening not only Yin Dream from the 12 demon moons, but also the other transformed beings, Little Days, the Stick, and the monkeys, each bore a look of astonishment. Just moments ago, they had reveled in the euphoria of victory, and now? Damn. They had been ensnared by an illusion? Surely this was a mistake. Had Yin Dream truly been ensnared by the Sharingan? Chapter 68. The most ancient Zanpakuto, slaying demons. Wait, why does his Sharingan not display 1 or 2 tomo? Indeed, it is neither even a 3 tomo Sharingan. What manner of Sharingan is this? A mutated Sharingan? They were all left dumbfounded. As denizens of the Blue Star, they were aware of the Sharingan's existence prior to their transformation into demons. The awakened ninjas possess this ocular technique. Figures like Kakashi, Obito, Sasuke, and Itachi, along with other members of the Uchiha clan, had exhibited it. Yet, none had unlocked the 3 tomo, let alone the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Why? Because Lin Hao comprehended that they were entirely ignorant of the concept of bonds. Sasuke and Itachi were brothers. Had they ever watched Naruto to know? Did Obito and Kakashi understand their bond as teammates? Without bonds, how could one attain the kaleidoscope? The Sharingan is indeed formidable, yet its evolution is far more challenging. For Uchiha clansmen lacking talent, reaching the 2 tomo is already the pinnacle. Just look at the Uchiha household. Aside from Itachi, how many 3 tomo Sharingan exist among those like Sasuke and Shisui? The kaleidoscope is a distant dream, let alone the eternal variant. Arriving in the Blue Star, the difficulty of awakening these eyes escalated tremendously. In the initial phase of the Blue Star's development, mastering the Sharingan was no trivial feat at this juncture. All members of the Demon Slayer Corps also regained consciousness, each wearing a bewildered expression. I am the king of another world. Suddenly, someone jolted awake, exclaiming in shock. It was merely a dream. Several others furrowed their brows, waking to the startling realization that they had indeed fallen under an illusion. They hurried to the rooftop, where they beheld Lin Hao and Yin Dream in opposition, surrounded by numerous demons poised to attack. Goodness, it's the Demon Slayer Corps. They have awakened. The denizens of the Dragon Kingdom, Little Days, the Stick, and the Monkeys, gasped in astonishment upon encountering the inhabitants of the Dragon Kingdom. The saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red with anger. Now, this sentiment is palpable on the battlefield, where both sides stand in stark opposition. You are human, and I am a demon. What can be done? Damn it, where's my Italian cannon? Fire away. Annihilate those cursed demons. Kill them. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps roared, showcasing their prowess as they launched their assault. Charge forth, cried the demon soldiers, rushing into battle. The lesser demons exhibited their blood demon arts, engaging fiercely with the Dragon Kingdom's Demon Slayer Corps. Screech, screech, screech. The monkeys from the Monkey Kingdom joined the fray, behaving as if they were animals caught in chaos. Thank you, young man from the Blue Planet, said the Flame Hashira, who had somehow appeared beside Lin Hao. No need for thanks, Lin Hao replied, squinting his eyes. The true enemy is not the Lower Moon one, dream of nightmares. At that moment, Tanjiro, along with Zenitsu and Inosuke, climbed atop the train. Boom. Suddenly, the entire infinite train seemed to collide with something. With a resounding metallic clash, the train came to a halt, shrouded in smoke, as a figure slowly emerged. Indeed, you are impressive, the figure stated before fully approaching, exuding an overwhelming presence. The true enemy you speak of must be him, correct? The Flame Hashira remarked, his eyes wide and unwavering. Before them stood a figure with short pink hair, golden eyes, and pale skin, covered in countless deep blue tattoos symbolizing sin. The crimson nails appeared ghastly, stained with untold blood, and the beads around the ankles retained some characteristics of humanity, though minimally. Everything about him was deliberate. Yes, he is the Upper Moon 3, Akaza, a demon who reveres the strong and despises the weak, relentlessly searching for powerful opponents to enhance his own strength. Lin Hao stated slowly, as the members of the Demon Slayer Corps trembled in fear. This demon represented the pinnacle of combat prowess within the world of Demon Slayer, Akaza. The Dragon Kingdom's Heavenly Bureau had originally intended to confront this demon, only to find themselves in another realm. Akaza's rightful opponent should have been Chutian. Now, these mere warriors were unexpectedly clashing with an Upper Moon. Was this not an ordinary mission? Indeed, how could they encounter an Upper Moon? Akaza, Upper Moon 3. What a predicament! The faces of the Dragon Kingdom members turned pale. This demon was beyond their capacity to confront, especially with Lower Moon 1, Dream of Nightmares, lurking nearby. The situation was utterly dire. They were surrounded by demons. Akaza is here too? This is it for the Demon Slayer Corps. They laughed malevolently. Who would have thought? The demons were just as surprised to have an Upper Moon come to their aid, and even the third one at that. The Demon Slayer Corps appears to be in dire straits, as everyone faces an inevitable fate here. Leave this demon to me. You shall contend with the lower rank one. Huanming. Rengoku's expression revealed no fear. He maintained a serene smile while calmly issuing commands. Just then, the approaching Akaza suddenly accelerated, vanishing from sight. In the next moment, he materialized before Lin Hao. Bam! Before Lin Hao could react, Rengoku raised his Nichiren blade and struck Akaza's fist. Second form, Rising Flame. The Nichiren blade swung upwards, its fiery edge aimed at the adversary. Akaza was struck by the overwhelming force, his arm severed in an instant as he leaped backward. The brief skirmish left everyone dumbfounded, particularly Lin Hao. He had not anticipated that the power dynamics in this alternate realm of Demon Slayer would be so drastically enhanced. It was evidently distinct from his prior understanding of the Demon Slayer universe. Initially, he believed that the Zanpakuto, ninjutsu, and fruit abilities would easily overpower demons. However, upon witnessing the upper ranks, he comprehended everything. The world had fortified itself. Truly, it is a realm capable of autonomous growth. Indeed, you are formidable. Akaza squatted on the ground, a smile on his face, as his severed arm grotesquely twisted and rapidly healed. This regenerative speed rivaled the 100-style ninjutsu. No, it even surpassed it. The demon's abilities had significantly amplified. There was no collapse in combat prowess. An ordinary Zanpakuto here might not even compare to the Nichiren blade wielded by the Hashira. Inferior ninjutsu in this realm could not surpass the breadth of the Hashira. As for the less impressive fruit abilities, they paled in comparison to the versatile blood demon arts. In summary, the Hashira's strength had also been augmented. For instance, Rengoku's strike was comparable to the flame of the flowing blade. Why do you attack the weak? Rengoku inquired. Because I despise the weak. They hinder our battles, and your protection of the weak diminishes your own potential. Akaza smiled earnestly. Lin Hao was taken aback. So he was considered weak. This was unacceptable. It tarnished the legacy of the oldest Zanpakuto. Rengoku, we shall fight alongside you. Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke leaped forward. You will deal with the 12th Kazuki's lower rank, Huanming, while I confront Akaza. Rengoku nodded earnestly. Rengoku, Tanjiro called out. Can he handle the third-rank demon alone? How can that inspire confidence? I too will face Akaza. Lin Hao felt overlooked. He remained stationary, seemingly a mere bystander. What is happening? Has no one recognized him as a formidable force? Who are you? Tanjiro tilted his head, gazing at Lin Hao, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Who is this person? When did he arrive here? Can't you see my information? Lin Hao's countenance darkened. As a distinguished inspector of demons, a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, and the protagonist of Demon Slayer, how could he be unaware of his title? Character name, Lin Hao, origin, Blue Star. Dragon Kingdom, Demon Slayer Corps member, other, unknown. It is he, the cyber psychopath. At this moment, one demon finally recognized Lin Hao. Is he the renowned cyber psychopath? The sword god of 10 Mile Slope? The one who casually claimed that the flame Hashira would perish? The members of the Demon Slayer Corps were equally astonished. Just look. Everyone is already positioned, ready to engage in battle. The first lower moon demon, Kyogai, leads the group. Facing off against the trio of protagonists from the Dragon Kingdom Demon Slayer Corps, a confrontation imminent. Mr. Rengoku is set to confront the mightiest of the upper moons, Akaza, the third of the upper ranks. Yet you dare to speak so boldly? What audacity! What do you mean, I will handle Akaza? Who do you think you are? Faced with the demons and the skepticism of the Demon Slayer Corps, Lin Hao's fury ignited. I, the esteemed master of the oldest Zanpakuto, each strike ablaze with fire. Delivering a blow of 999, and you dare call me a cyber psychopath? How could the esteemed inspector of demons suffer such doubt? Lin Hao, your Zanpakuto is the oldest? Rengoku was utterly astonished. Mr. Rengoku, you can't possibly believe that, can you? Indeed, it sounds utterly implausible. How could the oldest Zanpakuto simply appear out of nowhere? The members of the Demon Slayer Corps were taken aback. Mr. Rengoku truly believes anything. What are you all doing? What is happening? Akaza glared with bloodshot eyes, his anger palpable. As the third upper moon, how could he have been disregarded for so long? That young man named Lin Hao had repeatedly interrupted the battlefield. He could hardly contain his desire to tear him apart. How dare he disturb this sacred arena? Whoosh. He launched his attack. Fall back. Rengoku gasped and immediately employed the flame-breathing, third form, Flame of Heaven. Boom. This was a descending strike, accompanied by roaring flames. However, Akaza withstood the blow with his resilient bones, and with a swift motion, his fist lunged toward Rengoku's face. Bang! Rengoku reacted with remarkable speed. If struck, his head would surely be lost. Ding. Assault mission. Protect the trio of protagonists. Total reward. 3 golden chests. 3 golden chests? The members of the Dragon Kingdom Demon Slayer Corps gazed at the notification, drooling in excitement. Eliminate the protagonist group? The forces of the demons, along with their petty lives, were momentarily taken aback, only to reveal cruel smiles. What are we waiting for? Let the battle commence. The battlefield erupted into chaos, fully ignited into war. Lin Hao. Quickly evade. I shall handle Akaza, Rengoku declared solemnly. It appears that my role as the demon's quality inspector has been utterly underestimated. Lin Hao sighed. What is this situation? He had used his kaleidoscopic Sharingan to save all the Demon Slayer Corps members on the train, and though they remained oblivious to his identity, that was acceptable. Did even Rengoku fail to perceive his true strength? Lin Hao? Rengoku exclaimed, startled to see Lin Hao approaching with his Zanpakuto in hand. It was elegance personified, simply exquisite. With his hand gripping the hilt, Lin Hao executed the first form of flowing blade like fire. There was no need to release his Zanpakuto. In the mere moment of drawing his sword, he concentrated his spiritual pressure into a swift vertical slash. He could cleave his enemies in twain with blinding speed. A deep, clean cut suddenly appeared on Akaza's body from shoulder to waist. He was caught off guard, unaware of when he had sustained such an injury. It was astonishingly fast. A strike of unbelievable speed. Rengoku was utterly astonished. Was that a draw cut? Such velocity was beyond his capabilities. It is noteworthy that he was inherently stronger than most. Possessing great strength, ranking third in wrist power among the 12 Kizuki, surpassed only by the stone Hashira, Kaijiro Rengoku, and the sound Hashira, Tengen Yuzui. His own speed was considerable, yet it could not compare to the swiftness of Lin Hao's draw. Thus, he was the most shocked of all. Akaza's pupils dilated in disbelief. It was unfathomable that this boy had managed to land a strike. In an instant, he perceived a flash of light before being struck. Impossible! Destruction Blood Demon Art! Akaza shouted. This was his core Blood Demon technique, where a 12-pointed snowflake formation emerged beneath his feet, known as the technique's deployment. It allowed him to sense all of his opponent's attacks and presence as if guided by a compass, rendering his own offensive and evasive movements as precise as if drawn by magnetic force. The stronger his opponent's fighting spirit, the more responsive the technique became, enhancing both intensity and accuracy. Has he activated his skills? Lin Hao stepped forward, shielding Rengoku behind him. Chapter 69, Staff of Lotus, Wings of Angels. Shirkai. Flowing blade like fire. The Zanpakuto in his hand erupted in roaring flames, surpassing even the breath of flame and the Nichiren blade. In a moment of drawing the sword, a tornado of flames spiraled forth, intended to reduce enemies to ashes, only to have Akaza evade a portion of it using his core Blood Demon art. Moreover, possessing extraordinary regenerative abilities, he was merely repelled. The spectacle before them astonished both factions locked in battle. As Yawazawa charged at Rengoku, Lin Hao unleashed a blade infused with a fiery tornado, sending Yawazawa hurtling away. The tremendous shockwave left everyone present in utter disbelief. Could it be the breath of the sun? Tanjiro, gazing from afar, was momentarily dumbfounded. This was the dance of flames. With a single strike, Lin Hao wounded the Upper Moon 3 of the Demon Slayer world and, with another swift motion, repelled Yawazawa, who had begun to unleash his Blood Demon art. This display of power far exceeded Rengoku's expectations. You were formidable. I underestimated you, Rengoku acknowledged with a vigorous nod. In that case, let us join forces. Fifth form of the Breath of Flames, Flame Tiger. In the next moment, he inhaled deeply, the sun's will thrusting forward, unleashing flames that lunged at their adversary like a fiery tiger seeking its prey. Boom. Yawazawa, caught off guard, found himself ensnared by the Flame Tiger. Castle of Flames. Following this, the flames emanating from Lin Hao's blade engulfed the enemy, the searing inferno at 6,000 degrees Celsius, causing Yawazawa to wail in agony. A combined assault. The identical flames captivated the eyes of every onlooker. No way, that cybernetic madman is actually fighting alongside Rengoku-sensei? Is this real, or am I hallucinating? Am I still trapped in a dream? The members of the Demon Slayer Corps stared blankly, unable to comprehend the overwhelming combat prowess displayed by Lin Hao. The Demon Slayer world was a colossal realm of Tier 3 danger. Initially, the people of Blue Star believed they could rely on their Zanpakuto, ninjutsu, and devil fruits to assert their dominance. However, the demons in the Demon Slayer world were significantly enhanced. Neither the fruits, the swords, nor ninjutsu offered any advantage. The interdimensional neural network emphasized one principle: fairness across worlds. Every realm operated under a balanced system, automatically augmenting the capabilities of monsters. Yet, even the empowered monstrosities found themselves at a disadvantage before Lin Hao. Boom. The intensity of the battle escalated as Lin Hao and Rengoku intertwined their fiery powers, exerting total dominance over Yawazawa. Destructive killing chaos style. Yawazawa bellowed, launching a rapid barrage of strikes towards a singular point. The residual force of his severed blood demon art still possessed destructive power. Fourth form, Serpent of the Fiery Flames. Rengoku intoned, centering himself as he executed a swirling flame technique to counteract the enemy's widespread assault. Scorching Hell. Lin Hao swung his blade, summoning dozens of towering fire pillars that converged and exploded in an expansive radius. Boom, boom, boom. This ferocious confrontation left both factions momentarily stunned, awestruck by the sheer strength on display. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps were rendered speechless. What a bizarre cybernetic madness. This is the essence of the cyber god. I seem to witness the rise of a new pillar. What pillar? The Bull Pillar. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Hao and Rengoku relentlessly launched their attacks, forcing Akaza to retreat continuously. Veins bulged on Akaza's face as he roared, destruction-killing air style. He unleashed a rapid series of 6 punches into the void, so swift that they were almost imperceptible. Slash, clang, 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 clang. Within a second, Lin Hao executed 30 strikes, all of which were parried. What? Akaza gasped in astonishment. Who are you? The Demon Slayer Corps? No, a Blue Star inhabitant? How could someone so powerful exist among the Blue Star people? Is this true strength? Upper Moon Demon. This is merely the tip of my powers iceberg. The blade in Lin Hao's hand, the flowing blade of fire, is but a mere Zanpakuto. Impossible. Akaza seethed with rage, utterly insulted. Destruction-killing leg style, crowned first cut. He launched a powerful kick from below, targeting the heads of Lin Hao and Rengoku. Boom. Rengoku countered with his blade but was sent flying, skidding across the ground. Rengoku, are you all right? Tanjiro rushed over. I'm fine. What about the first Lower Moon Demon? Rengoku inquired. That demon has merged with the train, but the Demon Slayer Corps should be able to handle it. Tanjiro replied hastily. Very well. Just as Rengoku was about to speak, he witnessed Akaza employ the destruction-killing leg style, flowing flash of light. Boom, 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 boom. On Lin Hao's side, the Upper Moon Demon executed a rapid series of fierce kicks to the same spot, creating flashes akin to explosions. Rengoku moved to assist, but then heard a voice. Foolish Upper Moon Demon. You have yet to comprehend the chasm that separates us. Boom. A colossal, malevolent aura surged to its peak. Purple flames igniting and soaring skyward as enormous ribcages materialized before Lin Hao. What? Akaza was taken aback. What are those? They can withstand his flowing flash of light. Buzz. In his eyes, this enigmatic entity transformed into a towering skeleton, encasing Lin Hao completely. Susanoo. In this moment, the terrifying fluctuations around Lin Hao erupted, causing the entire sky to tremble. Clang, 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 clang. Many wielders of the Nichiren blade dropped their weapons, mouths agape, staring in disbelief at the colossal figure. What power is this? The ultimate power of the Sharingan, known as the Goddess Power. Its release condition being the double Manjiki Sharingan, which can materialize the energy within. Lin Hao understood that the people of this world were unaware of what Susanoo truly was. As an academic prodigy, he felt compelled to enlighten these ignorant souls. The first stage of Susanoo is its rudimentary form, characterized by partial functionality. The caster's body remains only partially covered, resulting in minimal defensive capabilities. The second stage, an evolution from the initial form, takes on a skeletal appearance, allowing for complete coverage of the caster while significantly enhancing defensive strength. This is the form he currently possesses. The third stage, complete. Lin Hao clenched his right hand within Susanoo. Buzz. In this state, Susanoo boasts a fully formed body, capable of unleashing ninjutsu and wielding specialized weapons. But this is not the end. Aizawa, behold the pinnacle of my power. Lin Hao shouted. The curse mark activated. Whoosh. Black patterns emerged on Susanoo's form. Is this the pattern that instills fear in Musen? In this state, one can harness natural energy beyond their own strength. Arrows, come forth. Buzz. Susanoo swiftly conjured a bow and arrow, possessing the might to shatter mountains. A legendary weapon, the Ama no Magatama bow. The lotus staff, angel wings. Susanoo sprouted angelic wings. A first appearance that demanded a spectacular conclusion to the battle, bestowing upon the upper-ranked demons the utmost honor. In that instant, Tong Tong gaped in astonishment. Rengoku looked upward in awe. The Demon Slayer Corps was horrified, and the demons were paralyzed with fear as if time had come to a standstill. Ah! Destructive kill, celestial silver chaos light. Aizawa bellowed, summoning his needles, launching hundreds of missiles in an instant from his center. Swift and powerful, yet. In the face of Lin Hao's might, it paled in comparison. Boom. Then, they witnessed the most magnificent explosion of their lives. A terrifying shockwave radiated outward. Blinding white light descended from above, and a violent explosion reverberated throughout the Infinity Train. It was reminiscent of the Tunguska event, utterly obliterating the screaming Aizawa. The lotus staff plunged into the ground, emitting a wisp of green smoke. After exhausting all his strength, Lin Hao nearly plummeted from the sky. He had drained every ounce of energy to execute this strike. That force is returning. Muzan Kabutsuji, engrossed in reading, trembled, causing the book in his hand to crash to the floor with a thud. His expression twisted into a grotesque mask of fear. As though he had encountered a power that terrified him to his core, his very cells quaking uncontrollably. Lord Muzan, Aizawa is dead, Daki uttered in sheer terror. She had initially intended to assist Muzan in eliminating that formidable presence. However, upon her return to Infinity City, she felt her strength wane. How is this possible? A power rivaling that of Yoriichi Tsujikuni. Who could it be? Muzan regained his composure, his expression darkening with unmitigated rage. Lord Muzan, that is a being from the Blue Star. Daki trembled as she spoke. A being from the Blue Star? Muzan seethed with fury. Another Blue Star individual? The last one, named Hao Tian, has forced me into hiding for a decade. How many more years must I conceal myself from yet another? His thoughts roared within him, and suddenly he turned to Daki. Have you found the stone mask? The stone mask is an artifact that possesses the power to lead to the ultimate life form. He, Muzan, was fervently eager to acquire it to transcend the sun. He had already retrieved one, as there were many stone masks, yet the most crucial item, the Super Aija Redstone, remained elusive. Daki hastily replied, the Aija Redstone is a rare and exquisite gem in nature, where light reflects within it billions of times. Radiating outward from a singular point, a miraculous force created by the natural world. The Super Aija Redstone refers to a flawless redstone, devoid of any blemish. In ancient times, there existed a unique species, the Clan of Darkness, who could only thrive in the night. Exposure to sunlight would lead to their demise. A Kintar kind. Chapter 70. What is there to say about the Hashira? However, we, the Upper Moon Demons, encountered obstacles in our search for the Aija Redstone. Daki said cautiously. Obstacles? Muzan's eyes blazed with uncontrollable wrath, a fierce intensity erupting from his gaze. Buzz. The overwhelming pressure sent shivers down the spines of the demons within Infinity Castle, as sacrifices who had joined the ranks of demons. The lower-ranked members felt as frightened as fledglings. Lord Muzan, he is their supreme leader, the most terrifying demon, the progenitor of all demons. You Upper Moons have truly disappointed me. It is a lamentable situation, he stated in an exceedingly calm tone. However, it is of no consequence now. I have relinquished all expectations of you. Why must you utter such sorrowful words? A carefree demon with slanted eyes and a smile, exuding innocence and naivety, inquired. He was Upper Moon too, Doma. Have I ever failed to meet your expectations? Doma's kaleidoscopic eyes seemed as if they were attuned to divine will. With the addition of the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom, the Tsuguko clan had hoped that your involvement would eradicate them, yet the Upper Moons are now missing a piece. Muzan gazed at the lower-ranked members, his voice flat and chilling. No one dared to speak. The lower-ranked members did not even dare to raise their heads, trembling in fear. The blue Bien flower remains elusive, and only with the Aija Redstone can I transform into the ultimate being, conquer the sun, and rise above all. Suddenly, Muzan slammed his hands on the table before him, his face contorted with fury. I am beginning to lose understanding of your purpose for existence. Please forgive us, my lord. We have no words to offer, the lower-ranking demons murmured, their heads bowed in submission. Daki, continue, Muzan commanded coldly. In the ancient era, long before the advent of humanity, there existed a being unable to confront the sun, resembling us eerily. Among this race, a prodigious individual named Kaz devised and utilized the stone demon mask, even going so far as to slay his own kin. In his quest to become the ultimate being, Kaz, accompanied by his comrades, sought the perfect ether redstone, only to succumb to a slumber lasting 2 millennia. Now, they have awakened. In this perilous realm of alternate dimensions, the extraordinary adventure world, Daki promptly declared. The ether redstone, once safeguarded by the Ripple clan of humanity a millennium ago, is now under the protection of the Ripple user, Lisa. Daki continued. Ripple breathing is a more extraordinary technique than the Demon Slayer core. It is also known as Ripple Qigong, with each individual's wave differing. And the strength of that world has significantly intensified, with each Ripple user possessing combat prowess on par with the Hashira. Moreover, the Ripple clan has gained the support of the Blue Star Dragon people, rendering them even more formidable and numerous. Upon hearing this, a minor demon hastily raised his head and said, Kaz, the adversary of the Ripple clan, is the inventor of the stone demon mask. Now, our kind has also aligned with Kaz, working in concert with you, Lord Muzan. Kaz proclaimed, you and he can join forces to become the ultimate beings. Crack. Before the minor demon could finish his statement, his head was swiftly severed and found its way into Muzan's grasp. Kaz, does he dare to compare himself to me? Muzan coldly discarded the severed head, surveying the surroundings with a chilling demeanor. Only I, Muzan, shall ascend to become the ultimate being. Indeed, echoed the throng of demons in submission. Muzan's gaze fell upon a certain location within the Infinity Castle. A figure named Kokushibo gradually emerged. He was the upper moon one among the 12 Kazuki, the most formidable demon within their ranks. Though undeniably humanoid in form, he possessed 6 eyes, with red sclera and golden irises, exuding an air of authority that even the Hashira would regard with trepidation. You and Doma shall venture into the world and seize the Ether Redstone from the Ripple clan. Should you encounter Kaz, slay him, Muzan commanded coldly. Understood. Kokushibo and Upper Moon 2, Doma, nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the minor demon swallowed hard. Originally, both Kaz's faction and Muzan's cadre were comprised of demons. Now, Muzan intended to monopolize the Ether Redstone and become the ultimate being? What were Kaz's thoughts on this? What did the Ripple breathing users think? This would surely provoke numerous factions. Yet, they dared not voice their concerns. The recent demise of the minor demon had instilled a profound sense of dread. Thus, an epic battle was on the verge of commencing. Muzan, the Ripple users, and the vampire Kaz, who will ultimately emerge victorious. A series of notifications flooded Linhao's consciousness. You have successfully completed the sudden mission, earning rewards, 3 golden treasure chests. You, Fearless, have vanquished Muzan's direct subordinate, the Upper Moon 3, Akaza, receiving a special reward, Blood Demon Art, Destruction Kill Skill Book. Muzan's faction now harbors a deep loathing for you. You have cleared Akaza, earning additional benefits from the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom. Please return to Blue Star to claim them. You have acquired 20 golden chests, 50 silver chests, and 100 bronze chests. You have attained a new title, Upper Moon Hunter. The barrage of messages left Linhao momentarily dazed. He immediately summoned the Outer Path Golem, extracting Akaza's soul and converting it into pure energy. The chakra of the Outer Path Golem stood at an astounding 192,547. Linhao gasped in astonishment. He had not anticipated such a substantial yield. The more powerful the soul, the greater the energy extracted. He stored all other items into his spatial ring, while the onlookers, Mouths Agape, remained speechless, especially Tong Tong, the robotic being who stood there in bewilderment. It's over in an instant. The Upper Moon demon was annihilated. What? The battle has barely commenced, and you tell me it's finished? The cybernetic god of madness. I shall deem you the mightiest demon hunter, as formidable as a divine ascent. After a moment of stunned silence, members of the Demon Slayer Corps from the Dragon Kingdom erupted into shocked discussions. Quack! Quack! At that moment, the crow, Sujikuni, soared through the skies, and this news spread throughout the entire Demon Slayer Corps. The Upper Moon demon has been slain? Splendid! Rengoku, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, Inosuke, and the Dragon Kingdom's demon hunters recognized this as the dawn of an unprecedented era, signaling Muzan's impending decline. The commander of the Demon Slayer Corps, Ubuyashiki Waizai, while coughing up blood, spoke with fervor. The Upper Moon demon, Akaza, has actually been killed? In the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, the Upper Moon members, Hashira Kaijuro Rengoku, Miss Shinobu Kocho, Stone Jiomi Himejima, exchanged glances filled with shock as they witnessed their leader's condition. Isn't the demon in the Demon Slayer world supposed to be enhanced? Zhang Xingho exclaimed in disbelief. I am well aware of Rengoku's strength. He alone could not possibly defeat Upper Moon 3. Even with the trio of top hunters and the support of the Demon Slayer Corps, it seems improbable that they could have taken down Akaza. Hongwan frowned. I am familiar with Akaza. He was originally the target of a hunting expedition by the Heavenly Bureau, renowned for his formidable prowess. His blood demon art, named Destruction Kill, centers around the destructive needle of sensing fighting spirit, giving rise to a series of precise, swift, and powerful martial strikes. Luo Yu gasped, no matter the style, disorder, void, foot, shatter, annihilate, or final, each of these 6 techniques is immensely powerful. How could he be defeated by a Hashira? Look closely. There is a name from the Blue Star among them, Zhang Xingho suddenly remarked. Lin Hao? Hongwan echoed, equally astonished. This is unmistakably the name of a Blue Star individual. I shall investigate further. Luo Yu opened the system panel directly and began to search for the name Lin Hao. To his astonishment, he discovered that Lin Hao was actually a reserve member of the Tengu Bureau's expedition team. A reserve member? How could such a minor player possibly assist the Hashira in defeating an Upper Moon demon? He exclaimed, his brow furrowing deeper. We are not reserve members either. We have not participated in any expedition, Zhang Xingho mused. Regardless, we must meet this Lin Hao. If he truly aided the Hashira in vanquishing an Upper Moon, he certainly has the potential to become one himself. A new Hashira? Is another member to be added? Luo Yu gasped in disbelief. Impressive, truly impressive. Inosuke rushed over, gesticulating with excitement. Such skill. Zenitsu was equally overwhelmed. That last strike was clearly 100 times more terrifying than the Flame Hashira's attack. Mr. Lin Hao, may I ask if you could teach me the dance of the fire god? Tanjiro sprinted over with Nezuko on his back, his face alight with enthusiasm. Haha. You are remarkable. Would you be interested in becoming a Hashira? I would gladly recommend you, Rengoku said, patting Lin Hao on the shoulder. He had never encountered such an impressive Blue Star individual before. What kind of attack was that? The fusion of multiple elemental powers reduced the Upper Moon demon to dust. Even I could not achieve such a feat, he admitted, filled with admiration. Are you all merely here to boast? Hurry and slay the demons. There are still many lurking about. Lin Hao pointed at the bewildered and existentially challenged lower-level demons. The lower-level demons immediately came to their senses. Their Upper Moon leader had been slain. What are we waiting for? Retreat. No, it can't be. Lower Moon demon dream, still in disbelief about the fragility of their existence, bore witness to the death of Lord Akaza, hands clasped to his face in shock. Dream run. If we don't flee now, it will be too late, cried a group of lower-level demons in panic. The tide of battle had turned decisively against them. The Demon Slayer Corps pursued relentlessly, with many demons already reduced to mere mortals, perishing beneath the Nicaran blades. It was then that Dream finally awoke from his stupor. No. I must avenge Lord Akaza. All of you shall perish, he declared, unleashing his dream realm. However, before he could finish his sentence, a swift slash from the Flame Hashira silenced him. What more is there to say? This is the Hashira. Only an Upper Moon demon could hope to rival such power. Meanwhile, in another realm, within the vast floating city of Ankrad, constructed of rock and steel, the great fortress comprised 100 layers suspended in midair. Inside, numerous urban areas, countless small streets, villages, forests, and even lakes existed, all thriving in harmony. Chapter 71. The simple mode is activated. Once, the earth remained balanced under the protection of the 2 sacred trees of black and white. In the perilous maze of Ein Grand Tower, a staircase connects the myriad floors, each fraught with menacing creatures. Players must rely solely on their weapons to navigate these treacherous levels. Upon discovering the staircase leading to the upper tiers, they confront formidable guardians, striving to ascend to the pinnacle of the castle. Beyond battling monsters, skills in metallurgy, leatherworking, and tailoring await, alongside daily activities like fishing, cooking, and music. Within this expansive realm, players engage not merely in adventure, but also in a semblance of life, as described in the text. The exploration team, comprising 20 core members such as Jiang Yingting, Chu Tian, and Tong Yi, have recently received new intelligence. At this moment, they are tackling the second layer, facing the Guardian. The Bull King Astrios, who wields dual hammers that shimmer with golden light, capable of unleashing paralysis-inducing sword techniques and explosive paralysis assaults. His combat power is rated at 35 stars. For them, it is a collective effort to engage in an easier mode of exploration. Suddenly, Chu Tian furrows his brow and remarks, Upper Moon 3, Akaza, has been defeated in the Demon Slayer world. What? At this moment, the others cease their actions, their expressions filled with astonishment. Is that true? Akaza's combat power must exceed 50 stars. Who besides us could possibly defeat him? A bald-headed teammate exclaims. Monk, you underestimate the Hashira of the Demon Slayer world. Their Nicaran blades have been enhanced by an otherworldly intelligence, their might rivaling that of a Zanpakuto, Jiang Yingting counters. shaking his head. Underestimating the Hashira does not imply they can vanquish Upper Moon 3. Tong Yi interjects, equally astonished. We previously disseminated false information, sending our reserve members into the Demon Slayer world to provide cover for us as we explored the 100 floors of sword art online, Chu Tian explains. The plan succeeded, even deceiving the strongest of Eagle Sauce, Adam. Indeed, Jiang Yinging nods. Yet, I did not anticipate that Akaza would truly be slain. Chu Tian sighs. I have encountered that demon before and even battled him. Though I emerged victorious, he managed to escape. I also faced Muzan during that encounter. Ah, the monk interjects, Muzan. The leader of the demons is rumored to aspire to become the ultimate being. The demon's influence is beginning to seep into other realms, seeking to seize the red stone for evolution. If he succeeds, it will be a formidable challenge to confront him. By the way, when did Lin Hao join us? Chu Tian suddenly inquires. Lin Hao? Jiang Yinging, most familiar with him, replies, I intended to test him, but due to unforeseen circumstances, I was unable to do so. This time, he participated in the defeat of Akaza alongside the Flame Hashira, possibly contributing to the victory. Oh? Chu Tian's interest peaks. What is his class? Is he a ninja? He inquires. He did not transition into any ninja role, Jiang Yingting remarked. Huh. The other members of the expedition team turned their heads in curiosity. What does this mean? Literally, his profession is solely that of a support role, a card maker. Jiang Yingting slowly revealed the truth. Chu Tian was taken aback. He had thought it was something impressive, but instead, he heard the term card maker? No way. Even the monk was astonished. He was aware of the card maker's craft, which produced cards that were utterly abysmal. Hardly anyone utilized them. Moreover, each card was prohibitively expensive. It would be wiser to purchase ninja tools, scrolls, or destructive techniques. Lin Hao is highly recommended by Director Zhao Ji and General Lu Feng, with unanimous endorsements from other departments, Jiang Yinging noted. I shall pay close attention then. A card maker, how intriguing. Chu Tian nodded. What level is he now? I estimate around level 8, Jiang Yingting replied. After all, one's level is determined by various factors. A rough estimation suggests as much. Very well, let us venture into the second level of the sword and blade, while other nations remain oblivious to our true intentions. Chu Tian nodded and, accompanied by the formal members, opened the gate to their territory. At the He residence, the master, Butler Huang Zheng reported. News from the Demon Slayer world indicates that the young master has once again made headlines, joining forces with the Hashira to eliminate Upper Moon 3. Akaza. Lin Longqi furrowed his brow, setting down the tool in his hands. Elaborate on that for me. Meanwhile, on the other side, a woman with a devilishly alluring figure, her long legs clad in a pale yellow body-hugging gown that accentuated her exquisite form, caught the eye. Her long, flowing curls cascaded over her shoulders, her face adorned with a delicate layer of makeup, perfectly shaded eyes, and sensuous, alluring lips. Madam, at this moment, Tong Tong has sent a message, one of the guards stated. Huh? He shooting inquired coldly. What is the message? She wishes to abandon her mission, the guard promptly answered. The reason? He shooting's brows furrowed. She claims she is unable to cope. The guard succinctly stated 4 words. What? He shooting's anger flared. That robot, Tong Tong, dares to abandon her task. This is unprecedented. How could she utter such words? What does unable to cope even mean? Swiftly arrange for a new assassin. She declared coldly. If Tong Tong cannot manage, then let us choose someone more ruthless to dare contest for the throne against Tian Air. She clearly does not comprehend the gravity of her actions. Yes, the guard immediately nodded. Haha, Lin Hao, have you finally begun to make your mark? After receiving the news, Tian burst into a hearty laugh. Such formidable prowess, it appears you could no longer contain yourself. Excellent, excellent. A sinister expression spread across his face. Hurry over to my side. Do you think you can be my opponent now? Amir Akaza is hardly worth mentioning. I have already bested Chu Tian in a single round. Ha! His laughter echoed, fueled by an invincible fervor. Heaven, do not forget our plan, remarked 2 women nearby, their tones icy. One was a tall, elegant figure with bronze skin, an inhabitant of another realm, named Vanny. The other, clad in red and standing at a petite height of 1.50 meters, with a bosom like congealed cream, was the enchanting sorceress Beatrice. They were inexplicably connected to Heaven. I understand, Heaven replied coolly, dismissively stating. Lin Hao is merely a small stone on my path. When he arrives at my feet, I shall kick him aside. Haha. The student council summoned everyone to the Demon Slayer world, announcing benefits and inviting them to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Xiaokuan rallied the entire school to enter the Demon Slayer realm. Lin Hao was already paving the way ahead, laying a solid foundation. Now was the time for them to join in, to assume the guise of demon hunters and enjoy the associated benefits and privileges. Often, a Blue Star individual possesses numerous identities and titles in foreign realms. After all, Blue Star individuals can traverse every world. However, human energy is not infinite. During the 3 years of middle school and high school, one might only manage to secure around 5 such identities. Achieving more than 8 titles with benefits is considered a feat of divine caliber. "Father, I have arrived," Zhou Yingji exclaimed. Following him were Su Gaoi, Yi Tong, Fei Mingyang, Tian Sun Tang Taihe, Xiao Yuan, Xiao Xiao, and Wang Fei. Regarding the exploration of hazardous spaces at Honor Academy, soon, various networks began reporting on the matter, inciting considerable ire among the Academy's leaders. Are they seeking death? An exploration-level hazardous space? Yet, the actual outcome often serves as a harsh reality check. Within the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, each member strictly adhered to the mentor system, supported by professional medical facilities and logistical teams. Everyone welcomed the new Hashira, Kaza. Upon vanquishing Akaza, Lin Hao ascended to the position of Hashira. Initially, he lacked the qualifications for this title, but based on comprehensive evaluations, including military strength, referring to the academy, and personal combat prowess, he was deemed worthy. With the fervent recommendation of the Flame Hashira, there were no objections from the others. Thus, Lin Hao became the sole Hashira leading a dedicated Demon Slayer Corps, possessing his own team. "Greetings, Kaza. I am Zhang Xingho, the Flame Hashira. This is the Sky Hashira, Luo Yu, and the Crimson Hashira, Hong Wan. We are all from Longhua," Zhang Xingho introduced himself. "Lin Hao, we are all aware of your combat strength. Thanks to the Flame Hashira," Luo Yu remarked. "You are the only one to have become a Hashira so swiftly," Hong Wan added nonchalantly. "Hashira? Frankly, I have little interest. We are merely here to level up." Lin Hao observed them, squinting his eyes. The 3 pillars of the Dragon Kingdom, at level 15, were considered to be of moderate standing within the Heavenly Officials Bureau. It was said that their tasks were primarily dispatched directly from the Dragon Kingdom as they ventured into otherworldly realms beyond merely exterminating demons. Indeed, the demon-slaying world had once been a bountiful source for acquiring items and leveling up, yet circumstances had changed. The upper moons had significantly diminished their production of demons. Hong Wan remarked, "Aside from the Demon King Musen, the upper moons can also transform natives into demons, yet the conversion rate has drastically declined. We surmise they are currently engaged in an important mission from Musen." Oh? Upon hearing this, Lin Hao realized that intelligence had just arrived. "We have received news that the Demon King Musen is launching an assault on the marvelous world, seeking the legendary Redstone, known as the Azure Redstone, which is said to have the power to transform humans into ultimate beings," said Luo Yu. "Is that so?" Lin Hao nodded, maintaining a calm demeanor while his heart raced. That Musen truly possesses a cunning intellect. No wonder he is a top scholar. The vampires created by the stone demon mask fear the sun, possessing abilities reminiscent of the demons in the demon-slaying world. If the stone demon mask can harness the Azure Redstone, Musen would no longer require the blue ethereal flower to overcome sunlight. Impressive indeed, Musen Kabutsuji. If he succeeds in defeating Kaz and transforms into an ultimate being, the demon-slaying world would undoubtedly face utter destruction. Chapter 72, Returning to Blue Star. The Demon King's world. Given that the Demon King in the demon-slaying world is stirring trouble, it stands to reason that as demon hunters, our main quest will likely revolve around eliminating Musen to liberate the demon-slaying world. However, should Musen be vanquished, wouldn't that render all demon hunters unemployed? Truly, a noble scion. Concerned about the future of demon hunters, Gu Tianle felt deeply moved. Upon their return to Blue Star, most remained in the demon-slaying world to level up. Lin Hao's level had risen to 10. After all, the upper moon had dropped the blood demon art, the skill of destruction kill. Yet, Lin Hao intended to sell this skill, as it did not particularly appeal to him. It was akin to physical techniques but fell short of true martial arts. Ultimately, no matter how powerful destruction kill might be, it could never compare to the 8 gates. With the acquisition of such energy, perhaps it was time to awaken Guy. Might Guy, the exuberant ninja from Naruto, known as the Blue Beast of Konoha, was renowned for his physical prowess despite lacking in ninjutsu and genjutsu. Lin Hao fell into contemplation. It would certainly involve the iconic green jumpsuit and the trademark watermelon head, as those were Guy's preferences. While undeniably powerful, His appearance was rather unseemly, making it more suitable for secondary awakening, first utilizing a physically robust ninja before adopting Gai's transformation. The Eight Gates, officially known as the Eight Gates of Duanjia, are pivotal points within the energy flow of the body that regulate and control internal energy. These include the Opening Gate, Rest Gate, Life Gate, Injury Gate, Do Gate, View Gate, Alarm Gate, and Death Gate. The physical arts ninja possesses the capability to transcend inherent limitations, thereby unleashing techniques of unparalleled potency, exponentially stronger than their original forms. However, such power comes at a cost. The practitioner incurs significant harm in the process. The physical arts are rather unique, and Lin Hao speculates that the awakening will likely result in a backlash. He understands that the bones must endure immense strain. The physique cannot afford to be fragile. So, whose bones are the most resilient? Naturally, it is the young Kunmaru. Utilizing Kunmaru to open the Eight Gates is a stable strategy. Presently, Sasuke is nearing readiness. An upgrade to Six Paths energy would require around 4 to 500,000, sufficient to potentially vanquish Muzan. Lin Hao pondered that Nagato does not require an upgrade, while Aizen can be enhanced. The first two forms of Aizen necessitate the H-Gyoku, contingent upon upgrading Aizen himself. The double Manjiki Sharingan of Itachi Uchiha, with his current energy levels, could challenge an ordinary Sharingan. While Tsukuyomi is formidable, the true strength lies in Susanoo, which can forge a powerful bond with Sasuke, culminating in the dual Divine Thunder. This is indeed worth consideration. Additionally, the Curse Seal of Kunmaru, the Moonlight Gale, and Naruto Uzumaki are to be regarded, while the Frog Ninja is merely a tool, harnessing the power of the Nine Tails. The Moonlight Gale, too, is not to be overlooked, utilized for stealth. A dilemma arose in Lin Hao's mind. Should he continue upgrading Aizen to become H-Gyoku Aizen, allowing Kuin to grow stronger and unlock the third form of H-Gyoku, or should he enhance Itachi to achieve the dual Divine Thunder? Throughout the class, Lin Hao was lost in thought. The school bell rang, signaling the end of class. "Young master, would you like some spicy strips?" Gu Tianla offered a package of Happy Prince snacks. Lin Hao took a couple of pieces and chewed thoughtfully. "Whoa, Kuin, did you add something extra?" he exclaimed. "This is exceedingly spicy." The foundation of trust between individuals seemed virtually non-existent. "No, it's not spicy at all," Gu Tianla mused, realizing with sudden delight that he had finally discovered a skill that surpassed the young master's capabilities. The following morning, Lin Hao returned to a normal rest schedule, eschewing late-night adventures in other realms. Though the alternate world was enticing, it was not a place for constant visitation. The balance of work and rest is paramount. This elicited a sense of awe among others. This is the true embodiment of a master. The sky was clear, and the cicadas chirped incessantly. Our school was thriving in the Demon Slayer realm, with personal levels and ninja ranks advancing at a remarkable pace. "Indeed, I heard the advanced class is preparing to awaken their Zanpakuto," remarked one student. "Are they already 18? Those with formidable ninja prowess, transcending typical boundaries, were indeed preparing for their Zanpakuto awakening by the age of 18. The murmurs beneath the trees gradually faded. With a swift motion, Lin Hao leaped from above, landing gracefully. The smoke fruit he previously created possessed the ability to transform any part of the body into smoke, allowing for instant reformation even when subjected to pure physical attacks. However, he had not yet reached the third stage of power acquisition, rendering the devil fruit unusable. Those who have consumed the devil fruit are unable to utilize that card. This was something he had previously asked Mentor Guodaoxing to experiment with. The Virus Essence card, however, can be used freely. After casually crafting some cards from the monster materials he had acquired earlier, he delved into the study of the rules of the Blue Star's heavenly path. After all, such a foolish mechanism for gaining power could surely be improved upon. Upon reaching the threshold of 15 years, he made his first connection with the extraterrestrial light brain, an entity of immense significance that governs all realms. Communicating with it would bestow upon him strength, thus allowing a transformation into various types of ninja. The second threshold would awaken the Soul Cutter, while the third concerns the legendary Devil Fruit, which was once associated with the Divine Realm. Suddenly, Lin Hao received a piece of intelligence. His previous memories were scant, but the Divine? The sacred realm was of my own creation. Who else could be a god but me? Ailey proclaimed with pride. Is that so? Lin Hao pondered skeptically. If there exists another deity above Ailey, then that entity must be the extraterrestrial light brain, or perhaps Ailey's system. A unique power, perhaps? It is certainly a possibility. His prior research into enhancing the souls of humanity had proven nearly impossible. Thus, he resolved to seek the points of energy leakage from the other world. Since this god originated in the sacred realm, it would be prudent to search there. Lin Hao turned his gaze towards Ailey, who had now ascended to a battle power of 23 stars, but had yet to regain her ancient memories. Perhaps, if she were to grow even stronger, her identity as a Valkyrie might facilitate a seamless connection to the fractured sacred realm. The sacred realm serves as a transit square, a space that gathers countless souls. It is vast, managed by a coalition of nations, utilizing the Dragon Kingdom's teleportation portals, naturally leading to the Dragon Kingdom's window. Upon arriving, Lin Hao weaved through the crowd. Yet the search for any otherworldly energy leakage felt utterly futile. He could only rely on Ailey to sense the presence of such energy. Though I can feel a powerful force lingering here, I am unable to respond to it, Ailey said, closing her eyes and then opening them again. Lin Hao nodded in agreement. The period had been remarkably tranquil. Ever since Tong Tong's disappearance, the Yi family had made no significant moves. The exploration team remained engrossed in their endeavors, and although the situation in Galan City was precarious, it was fortunate to have the support of the Dragon Kingdom, managing to hold out. Thus, a month passed, and Lin Hao finally made a decision. With the intention of upgrading the blue die card and the Junma Lu card, he set out to create Kai's card. Beep. Blue die card upgrading. Beep. Upgrade successful. Beep. Junma Lu card upgrading. Beep. Upgrade successful as a result. The blue die card was enhanced, and Junma Lu could now activate the second seal, further increasing the hardness of the bones. You are currently crafting a new card. Might Guy. Success achieved. You have obtained the Might Guy card. During the card creation process, a critical success occurred, leading to a transformation in Might Guy's abilities. Card. Might Guy form. Adolescence ninja quality. Level martial arts. The 8 gates of opening. First gate. The opening of the lotus. Third gate. The inner lotus. Sixth gate. The morning peacock. Seventh gate. The evening tiger. Eighth gate. The evening elephant. Night Guy. 8 gates effect. Liberates the restrictions of the brain domain, alleviates physical fatigue, and significantly enhances attack and speed, allowing for the manipulation of air and the ground while in motion, unleashing full combat power instantaneously. Additional martial arts. Leaf Whirlwind. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Dynamic Prelude. Leaf Strong Whirlwind. Critical techniques. Night Phoenix. True Inner Lotus. Ultimate Inner Lotus. Nunchaku. Chakra value. 49, 994, 999. Bond 1. Eternal Rivals. Might Guy and Kakashi Hitaki. The 8 gates can be opened up to the 7th gate. Bond 2. The Power of Youth. Might Guy and Rock Lee. Unleashes the Evening Tiger, creating a massive explosion upon contact with the enemy. With the lowest level ninja, Kakashi Hitaki and Rock Lee, Lin Hao unhesitatingly proceeded to craft the second card, thereby forming the bonds. A bond capable of opening up to the 7th gate truly signifies strength. Although it consumed all his energy, the result was the most formidable martial arts. Lin Hao felt elated. If he were to learn the destructive killing technique, how exponentially powerful would that be? Yet, he deemed it unnecessary. The Might Guy's techniques were already sufficiently potent. Today, a gentle rain fell. Lin Hao was crafting cards at home, producing an array of peculiar cards from his hands. Ninja tools, ninjas, soul-cutting blades, and devil fruits were all utilized until every monster material was exhausted. He considered it mere folly, believing that losing money was an impossibility. These cards, when sold, would undoubtedly be regarded as high-end products. In solitude, Lin Hao examined a devil fruit card, observing that the depicted object resembled a plum in shape. Though its color was peculiar, the blue hue seemed to emanate from within rather than merely coating the surface. It appeared to harbor a formidable blue energy. Yet the effects of consuming it remained unknown. Devil fruit card. Unknown restriction. Third acquisition of power. Having consumed a devil fruit, this card cannot be utilized, or it will provoke a conflict within. Lin Hao harbored a strong dislike for this restriction and promptly discarded it into the student council's bank. He continued crafting cards. A notification chimed. You have created a critical devil fruit card, breaking through the restrictions of the heavenly path. You have obtained an unknown devil fruit. Lin Hao was taken aback. The card had achieved critical success. The heavenly path restrictions implied that there were no conditions for the devil fruit, meaning it could be consumed now. Perhaps it was best to leave it be, this unknown devil fruit. Even so, Lin Hao was reluctant to squander this singular opportunity. Moreover, the newly crafted devil fruit card bore an image that appeared rather unimpressive. Nonetheless, it imparted upon him the knowledge that card crafting could indeed yield critical hits, albeit with a lamentably minuscule probability. To transcend the restrictions of fate must surely be a consequence of his powers as a transcendent card creator. Chapter 73. Entering Other Spatial Worlds. In essence, did this strength transcend even other realms? Lin Hao pondered thoughtfully as he endeavored to create several new cards. Specifically the ability fruit cards. These cards could directly manifest fruits for use, crafted from monster materials, and upon consumption, transformed into a warm flow within him. Lin Hao's teeth were remarkably resilient. Given his physical prowess, the core of the energy fruit crackled audibly as he consumed it without waste. Having devoured all the remaining fruit cards, he felt Sasuke's chakra surging immensely. After all, piloting a Gundam required substantial energy, and maintaining it for 10 seconds was already commendable. To sustain it continuously, he would need to consume more energy fruits. A week later, tranquility reigned, with no signs of movement from any quarter. However, Lin Hao sensed that this was undoubtedly the calm before the storm. "Sir, look. It's news from the expedition team." Gu Tianla hurried over. "I have arrived," Lin Hao replied. The team led by Chu Tian had indeed advanced to the 49th level in Sword Art Online, showcasing their prowess. Remarkably, none of the 20 main members seemed to have perished. Moreover, it appeared they had obtained a critically important item before returning to Blue Star after breaching the 50th level. This revelation had sent shockwaves through the realms of Zyrize, the Korean Peninsula, and Eagle Sauce. Is it true that the reserve members seized a divine artifact? The skilled Chu Tian mused. This was indeed part of my initial plan. By the way, what is this artifact? The artifact was exceptionally unique, and after considerable persuasion, the Bureau had managed to procure precise information. Jiang Yingying remarked, "See for yourself." With that, she presented the panel to Chu Tian. A Chu Tian glanced at it, his expression betraying astonishment. National fortune? Xinyuan sword? He had not anticipated that it would be such a significant item, comparable to his own divine artifact, the Xianxin sword. Regretful. Are we? Tongyi chuckled. This is the Xianyuan sword. It surely possesses similar properties to the Xianxin sword. Without hesitation, Chu Tian sought out contact information to request friendship. Beep. The other party declined your friend request. Chu Tian was taken aback. How could this individual refuse so swiftly? Doesn't he know who I am? He mused. Chu Tian? How could such a prominent figure wish to add me? Lin Hao merely shrugged. At that moment, he was in the poisonous dungeon, engaged in clearing out minor foes. Fortunately, he had disabled the friend request feature entirely. To avoid disturbing him while he battles, is there a possibility that he clicked incorrectly? Jiang Yingding remarked from the side. Let me give it another try. Chu Tian nodded in agreement. The result was, ding. The other party has set their preferences to not add any human friends. What the hell? Chu Tian was instantly incensed. This guy must be doing it on purpose, right? Where could he be? Off to another realm, perhaps. 7 days later, Lin Hao emerged from the otherworldly space. Having successfully sealed the venomous demon, the process was executed without any delays. Upon meeting, he unleashed a ground-shattering attack, and the unfortunate venomous demon, clueless about the unfolding events, was sealed within the celestial sphere. How annoying. Even with notifications muted, incessant alerts continued to ring. Lin Hao, speechless, casually clicked on one. Ding. Currently reading a message. I am Chu Tian. I am Chu Tian. I am Chu Tian. There was no other content. As though it had been copied and pasted a million times. Chu Tian? Could it really be that Chu Tian? Lin Hao cleared his throat and responded with a voice message. Which Chu Tian? Ding. You have new messages. Please check. Oh wow. This kid finally added me. Chu Tian was utterly astonished. He must have just emerged from the otherworldly space, right? I am Chu Tian, the captain of the Heavenly Official Bureau's expedition team. He sent a message. Beep, beep, beep. The other party has sent a message. It can't be fake, can it? Show me your ID first, Lin Hao replied. Is this confirmed now? Chu Tian realized that this Lin Hao was rather overly cautious. Well, indeed, but I won't rule out the possibility of deception. I shall trust you for now. Lin Hao nodded. Oh, then I must thank you. Chu Tian was both amused and irritated. Who would dare impersonate his identity in Dragon Country? Are they not afraid of death? No need for thanks, Lin Hao replied succinctly. Let us get straight to business. I heard you acquired a divine artifact, the Xianyuan sword. I am quite interested. Chu Tian sent the message. Oh, Lin Hao nodded. Oh. Chu Tian was once again taken aback. Such a reaction? Nothing more? So mundane? After all, he was the captain of the expedition team. What is the matter? Lin Hao was preparing to seal demons in other dungeons and had no time for idle chatter with this high-ranking leader. Most importantly, he had long since known Chu Tian's intentions. What was worth noting? It was merely due to his recent acquisition of the divine artifact. So, how much for the Xianyuan sword? Chu Tian replied leisurely, the price is negotiable. You may offer any amount. 99 trillion, Lin Hao stated directly. Chu Tian was taken aback. How much money is there in the world? 99 trillion, Lin Hao responded. So you want 99 trillion? Chu Tian was taken aback and asked. Is that not possible? You want me to offer a price at will? Lin Hao retorted. Chu Tian fell silent, and after a moment, said, 500 billion. How does that sound? TSK. Upon receiving this information, Lin Hao couldn't help but think, this fellow is truly wealthy. However, he was well aware of the artifact's power. How could it possibly be sold? Selling the Xianyuan sword would undoubtedly diminish its attack power significantly. Is that not enough? 600 billion. How does that sound? I am quite sincere. Chu Tian continued to raise the stakes. I will not sell unless the offer reaches 990 billion. Lin Hao sent back a message. I am the captain of the exploration team, and you are a prospective member. Chu Tian had not intended to resort to this tactic, yet when he sent the message, he received a prompt. The recipient has temporarily declined your message. What do you think? Jiang Yingting inquired. I was nearly infuriated, Chu Tian remarked. This fellow is asking for 990 billion at the drop of a hat. Does he intend to buy Blue Star? Tong Tong nearly laughed to tears. This Lin Hao is clearly refusing to give face. He wishes to keep the artifact for himself. Offending me, the captain, will not bode well for him. Chu Tian said deliberately. In truth, the artifact was merely an afterthought for him. He did not covet it as much as he pretended. Since Lin Hao was unwilling to part with it, so be it. What mattered most was that he had acquired superior items, weapons that surpassed artifacts, sacred objects. This time, he also brought back 10 crystal shards capable of directly supporting the city of Galan. How many prospective team members remain in the Demon Slayer world? Chu Tian asked. Captain, not a single one has perished, a team member immediately reported. Not a single one. Chu Tian felt as though everything was aligning perfectly with his thoughts. Was it Lin Hao again? His curiosity about this person deepened. Sealing the 10th demon already, what remarkable efficiency. Lin Hao piloted his mecha, the gleaming blade cutting through the air, producing a series of mournful wails. Boom. The roaring dungeon demon was effortlessly subdued by just one person's strength, unharmed, transforming into Little Wu. The emergence of the ancient demon required Little Wu's power. Roar. Feeling this surge of power, the roaring demon could not resist the temptation and emerged to commit crimes. Crack, crack, crack. As the parallel space began to merge, Lin Hao eagerly awaited Earth Explosion Star. Yet, with a single hand gesture, he condensed all surrounding matter into a celestial sphere. Before the roaring demon could unleash its fury, it was sealed within. What on earth is happening? I have no idea. Dude, just hold on tight. The friends from various nations were puzzled by the situation as the otherworldly realm came to an end. Completion of main quest. Successfully sealed the roaring demon. Reward, 1 diamond treasure chest. Your personal level has risen to level 12. Those who complete the main quest will depart this realm in 30 seconds, returning to Blue Star. Please prepare in advance. A beam of teleportation light appeared, and amidst a haze of consciousness, Lin Hao found himself enveloped in a layer of translucent membrane, swiftly traversing through an expanse where indistinct stars flickered around him. Suddenly, a surge of energy burst forth from the darkness. In the distance, vast swathes of lightning unfurled. What is happening? Lin Hao had undergone numerous teleports before, yet he had never encountered such an occurrence mid-transport. The lightning seemed capable of devouring all matter. Even the surrounding darkness was consumed as it surged toward him. The power of creation? How intriguing. A voice emerged from the shadowy depths. Although Lin Hao could not discern the nature of this entity, he sensed an overwhelming power, one so formidable that resistance felt futile. This was the first time he had encountered such terrifying force. Warning: teleportation interrupted by an unknown powerful creature, suspected to be an extremely dangerous entity. Demon King, repairing. Repairing, ZZZZ, repair complete. Teleportation continues. Lin Hao's vision momentarily darkened before reverting to the sensations he had previously experienced. In that realm of the unknown, a figure gradually materialized, keenly perceptive of its surroundings. Have they escaped? Oh, divine being of another world, your protection is remarkably swift. How tedious. I had intended to engage in battle, but never mind, that bald fellow from before was quite formidable. Perhaps I shall seek him out instead. Upon regaining consciousness, Lin Hao found himself in a peculiar room. This was no teleportation point. Could it be that the recent teleportation repair caused a deviation? Checking the status. Otherworldly space. One Punch World. Semi-open mode. Level undisclosed. Entry restriction. Unknown. Method of invitation. Victory condition. Unknown. Current main quest. Defeat the alien invaders of Earth. The leader of the cosmic dark matter pirate gang, the unrivaled overlord of the universe, Boros, who rampages through the cosmos without defeat, failure, death, return to city. No, Chapter 74. The world facing its end, the unrivaled overlord of the universe, Boros? Lin Hao nearly gasped in disbelief. This main quest is utterly grotesque. What is this situation? Semi-open mode? Level undisclosed? Method of invitation? Damn. Has he inadvertently stumbled into this predicament? One Punch World. Lin Hao is quite familiar with. The creatures within are notoriously formidable. He had always cherished watching spirited anime, admiring protagonists who evolve from the weakest to the strongest. What is the point of shows like Naruto or Fairy Tail where characters start at maximum level? They are merely feel-good dramas, a mere display of brawn. One fateful day, Lin Hao stumbled upon a video on a certain website, accompanied by an exhilarating soundtrack and stunning special effects. The protagonist, known as Saitama, was depicted as an individual devoid of the ability to fly, lacking superpowers, and incapable of emitting energy blasts. Yet, when confronted by any monster, he effortlessly obliterated them with a single punch. Such a figure could only be described as a cheat or a hack. Subsequently, Lin Hao instinctively surveyed his surroundings, realizing that he was not alone. Many others around him wore expressions of alarm. It appeared that the entry into this alternate realm had occurred simultaneously for a substantial number of invitees. What a jest! How could I have found myself in the world of One Punch Man? This is disastrous. I am doomed. Who among you would form a temporary alliance with me for protection? I am willing to offer 5 million. A woman's desperate cry echoed from a distance, prompting Lin Hao to glance in her direction. After her anguished exclamation, those nearby turned to her with mocking gazes. Within this otherworldly space, several perilous realms existed, such as that of Madoka Magica, the terrifying Hell Girl, and the chilling Higurashi, when they cry. Far more disconcerting than even the most harrowing horror films like The Ring or Ju-on. Those who entered these worlds, known as Blue Star individuals, often met with grim fates. Rumors circulated about 100 Blue Star individuals who ventured into the world of Naruto, only to be slaughtered by Haiden before they even comprehended what had transpired. Unfamiliar with the plots of these anime, they encountered Haiden and Kakuzu, mistakenly perceiving them as mere minions or perhaps even cannon fodder, rushing recklessly into battle. Ultimately, only one Blue Star individual survived, while the rest perished. Please, I beg of you. 5 million. This is 5 million, the woman exclaimed, her face etched with despair as she cast a helpless glance around. Yet, those nearby exhibited no sympathy, some even scoffed at her plight. They were seasoned players, and the newly transitioned were likely unaware of the cruelty inherent in this alternate space. Without a stable team, no one could be relied upon but oneself. Lin Hao, lacking any altruistic tendencies, held no concern for her survival. His interest lay solely in the promised 5 million. The concept of a team was of little significance to him. It merely referred to a collection of strangers brought together in an unfamiliar world. Typically, players would form teams to enter alternate spaces. Yet the One Punch Man realm operated on an invitation basis. Thus, organizing a team from the outside was unfeasible. Please, esteemed ones, the monsters in this world are far too terrifying. At that moment, a timid little girl cried out helplessly. In the world of One Punch Man, monsters were graded into 5 levels, and their classification could worsen with the escalation of calamities. Nearby, a rugged man with stubble leisurely puffed on a cigar, exhaling smoke rings as he spoke slowly. The classification of peculiar beings ranges from low to high: wolf, tiger, ghost, dragon, and god. It is succinct and clear, with the lowest tier being the wolf. Most beings at the wolf level are not significantly different from ordinary humans, possessing merely enhanced strength, making them the least dangerous and destructive category. A young man, attired in a suit and adorned with golden-rimmed glasses, interjected, "Since we are all invited here, if anyone possesses intelligence, let us share it amongst ourselves." Sharing intelligence? Lin Hao nodded slightly. As a newcomer to this unfamiliar realm, this indeed seemed a prudent choice. However, they were all inhabitants of Blue Star, possessing scant knowledge of the One Punch world, particularly regarding the main quest to defeat the cosmic overlord Boros. It was likely that only the exceptional Saitama could succeed. Thus, the main quest necessitated collaboration with the protagonist Saitama, did it not? After a brief commotion, The intelligence sharing was nearly concluded. Beep. The one-punch world has officially commenced. The difficulty of the space is indeterminate, yet it is exceedingly perilous. Beep. You have received enhancements to your physical attributes. Your level is temporarily set to 10. Beep. The reward multiplier has increased to 3,000. Beep. Unknown difficulty. The new system has been nullified. Beep. Please be advised, an extraterrestrial being resembling a cyclops, with pale pink spiked hair, sharp teeth, pointed ears, and shallow blue skin adorned with deep blue crack-like patterns, is the leader of the Dark Matter Pirate Gang, the supreme ruler of the universe, Boros. Beep. Challenging the overlord of the universe is not recommended. Challenge that turtle. Lin Hao was filled with trepidation at the thought of that cosmic ship captain. It seemed imperative to locate Saitama quickly, for only he could provide them with protection. At that moment, a Korean exclaimed, "In our country, those who entered the one-punch world have failed to challenge Boros. This is an unfinished otherworldly space, you Western fool." "What's that noise?" "Shut up, you Korean." Several individuals from the Dragon Kingdom rolled their eyes, grateful for the built-in translation system of the space. Otherwise, they would have been utterly perplexed by the Korean's banter. Amid their bickering, Lin Hao felt a surge of irritation towards that Demon King, were it not for him. He would not have been thrust into the one-punch world prematurely. He had been thriving in the Demon Slayer world, only to be abruptly transported here without the means to return. Was this some sort of game? Fortunately, he possessed a wall-breaking crystal, allowing him to escape at any moment. If all else failed, he could depart from this space. Besides, that Demon King could not possibly be Lilith, could he? The Demon King could traverse various otherworldly realms to become stronger. Who knows how many spaces he has experienced and how formidable he has become? Lin Hao mused silently. Regardless, the ability to traverse freely during the teleportation hinted that the Demon King's power was already extraordinary. How did he compare to that cosmic ship captain Boros? "Hello. I am Dong Yu. Would you be interested in forming a temporary team?" At that moment, the young man with the golden-rimmed glasses approached, extending his hand in greeting. Beside him stood several Blue Star individuals, all hailing from the Dragon Nation. Among them were the previously timid young woman, the rugged uncle with stubble, the woman demanding 5 million for bodyguard services, and this peculiar individual who emitted strange sounds. "I am Ning Qian, Zhang Jilung, Momingli, and Jin Chunkin," introduced themselves. Regardless of perspective, they resembled a band of expendable pawns. Lin Hao was taken aback, realizing that other teams had already formed, leaving only this frail and ailing group, akin to a shelter for the unfortunate. "What did you say?" Dong Yu was momentarily stunned. Suddenly, a tremendous crash resonated as several figures soared from the distance, collapsing to the ground, their fates uncertain. "Help, help me, ah." One man struggled to raise his arm, seemingly pleading for assistance. This scene captured the attention of many, including Lin Hao, whose expression shifted drastically. Vampire woman. Disaster level. Ghost. This entity could command swarms of mosquitoes, continuously enhancing her abilities through blood consumption. And she was certainly no minor adversary. Ding. You have encountered the leader of the one-punch world. Proceed with caution in combat. Combat. My foot. Lin Hao recalled the terrifying prowess of the vampire woman, who had once driven Saitama's disciple, Genos, to the brink of despair. Moreover, he was unfamiliar with the vampire woman's strength in this one-punch world. He needed to observe her further. "Ah, such a delightful taste, your blood. Are you Blue Star individuals? It has been ages since I savored this exquisite flavor." The vampire woman appeared gracefully in midair, undeniably possessing both figure and beauty. Resembling a monstrous older sister, though malevolent and voracious, she exuded an alluring aura. "Are your limbs still not humanized? Have you yet to enter the second phase of evolution?" Lin Hao squinted, exhaling deeply. "What do you mean? How do you know there is a second evolution?" Dong Yu gasped in astonishment. Could this creature possess crucial intelligence? Hush! Hush! At that moment, the sound of blood being consumed resonated, as the vampire woman had drained the blood of 5 individuals. This blood-stained beauty carelessly discarded her victims, greedily eyeing the others. "What are you waiting for? Attack!" The others, visibly distressed, understood that they were bound to engage in a fierce battle against the leader. Suddenly, a massive swarm of mosquitoes surged from the distance. As the group beheld the approaching tide of insects, their faces turned pale with terror. They had no desire to be drained of their life force by these mosquitoes. "Run!" A burly man wearing a mask screamed, bolting away. "Oh!" Everyone shrieked in panic, fleeing wildly. The vampire woman could control the mosquitoes, and their numbers had reached a frightening level. In a city, how many mosquitoes are there? The answer is countless. Mosquitoes lay their eggs in water and possess an extraordinary ability to survive and reproduce. While some animals teeter on the brink of extinction, mosquitoes are utterly untroubled by such concerns. It is noteworthy that mosquitoes are among the most ancient of creatures, having existed for hundreds of millions of years without ever facing true extinction. As the queen of mosquitoes, the mosquito woman is naturally formidable. Ah, the pain. Oh, how it hurts. A slow-moving little creature was overwhelmed by mosquitoes, calling out a few times before being drained to a mere husk. What kind of space is this? Others, with eyes shut, frantically dashed forward. That little creature, of approximately level 10, with a soul cutter at its waist, did not appear to be insignificant. Yet, after merely swinging its sword twice, it was consumed by the mosquito horde. Has the monster from the One-Punch world become supercharged? Their awakened soul cutters, if in their initial release, are utterly inadequate to contend with this. Chapter 75, Entering the Final Space. Devour them, my darlings. The mosquito woman, leisurely hovering in the air, pursued them with her army of mosquitoes. In her eyes, these individuals were nothing more than delectable morsels. Once the mosquitoes had their fill, they would transmit their bodily fluids to her, thereby completing their evolution and growing stronger. Her curvaceous figure held infinite potential for evolution. Of course, it was imperative to drink the blood of those more powerful. At this moment, a bald man was leisurely watching television. He was none other than Saitama. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a mosquito appeared above his head. How annoying. He grimaced, his hands coming together to clap in the air. Bang. A powerful shockwave sent furniture scattering. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Yet, the mosquito remained unharmed, gracefully fluttering past him, inciting his ire. Clap, clap, clap. He swatted repeatedly, yet the mosquito refused to perish, gritting his teeth in frustration. Saitama pursued the insect, leaping into the street and embarking on a quest to exterminate mosquitoes. In a secluded research facility on the outskirts, a young man with dark green hair, clad in a suit and wearing glasses, fixated intently on a full-body image on the computer screen. His hands gripped the edge of the desk tightly, his eyes ablaze with fervor. You tread the path of paradise uninvited, yet here you are in my domain. I must entertain you splendidly while also siphoning your blood's genetic material, using you as a specimen to further our species' evolutionary experiment. It is essential to mention the Hero Association of the One-Punch world, which stands in opposition to the monstrous ranks of this universe. Level, the pinnacle of heroes. Capable of confronting calamity-level fiends and dragons. The monsters described by heroes of other ranks possess pronounced personalities and display a lack of cooperation. Level, the majority of heroes aim to confront disaster-level threats, ranging from tiger to demon. Level, significantly stronger than the average person. Capable of tackling disaster-level threats from wolf to tiger. Level, ordinary individuals or those slightly above average, primarily tasked with apprehending thieves and robbers. Ranked 7th. At the age of 29, his true name remains undisclosed. He is renowned as the strongest man on Earth, often accompanied by a thunderous sound effect, which is rumored to be the sound of the Imperial engine igniting as he enters battle. However, only Lin Hao is aware that he is merely an ordinary individual with a penchant for action and romance video games, who spends his days ensconced at home. The so-called Imperial engine is simply the result of his heightened anxiety, causing his heart to race excessively. Yet, he is the sole individual who has managed to defeat Saitama on several occasions, albeit in the realm of gaming. Indeed, this man is the eccentric scientist, Dr. Genos. A tall, handsome figure with black hair and glasses. The thought of potentially claiming the title of the strongest man on Earth exhilarates Dr. Genos, prompting him to eagerly inquire with his clone assistant, number 28. Has Mosquito Woman commenced her operation? He asks. If our predictions are accurate, she has summoned a swarm of mosquitoes to invade the city. Do you believe the swarm will successfully extract blood? And how shall we analyze and extract genes from the complex blood bank of Mosquito Woman? Assistant number 28 appears perplexed. This is precisely why you are a clone. Dr. Genos chuckles. Meanwhile, Mosquito Woman is in pursuit of Lin Hao and his companions. The irate Saitama is trailing the mosquitoes, gradually closing the distance from behind. We're doomed. We're finished, cries Mom Mingli, who had previously demanded a protection fee of 5 million, as she runs in panic. Thus far, Lin Hao shows no inclination to intervene. At last, he has awaited the moment when flames burst forth in a dazzling display, soaring skyward. What? The attacking swarm of mosquitoes has been entirely obliterated. Mosquito Woman halts her movements, her pupils constricting in shock. She gazes at the humans below, the black smoke dissipating to reveal their true forms. The thermal sensing ability of her mosquito skin informs her that the palm of this individual radiates an extraordinary temperature. Genos. Saitama's apprentice. Salvation has arrived. Who on earth is this? The others snap back to reality, hastily turning their attention to Genos. Name, Genos. Origin, One Punch World. Ability, Augmented Human. Half Machine. Resident of the original world. Dong EU clearly recognizes who this is, having inadvertently come across this information previously. The sole survivor from the blue planet had mentioned that a cyborg wielding heat weaponry saved him in the One Punch world. It is indeed this cyborg, Genos. Side Quest 1. Assist Genos in battling Mosquito Girl. Reward, 5 golden treasure chests. Side Quest 2. Escape. No reward, no penalty. Now, take this opportunity to flee. The others awakened, their bodies leaping high, scattering in all directions. Although they were unaware of who Genos was, it was evident that he had come to confront Mosquito Girl. At this moment, they had no desire to engage in battle. Their priority was to understand the world of One Punch Man first. Encountering a leader often resulted in immediate conflict. Without information, it was wiser to avoid confrontation if possible. Moreover, Mosquito Girl had already displayed a terrifying prowess. Even if they could overpower her together, what if other monsters lurked nearby, waiting to strike? The best course of action now was to retreat. The Blue Star inhabitants had departed. Splendid. Burn it down. Genos coldly regarded Mosquito Girl and unleashed his attack, a wide-ranging skill that would affect the Blue Star inhabitants. Fortunately, they had retreated swiftly. Genos versus Mosquito Girl. Let the battle commence. Bring it on. Mosquito Girl watched the blazing cannon fire towards her, a mocking smile on her lips. The 6 pairs of translucent, gossamer wings behind her fluttered slightly. She demonstrated her prowess and confidence, gliding past the blazing cannon with almost no distance between them. Boom. The 2 vortex engines on Genos' shoulders roared to life, spewing forth blue flames. He crouched slightly, then propelled himself forward. With a thunderous crash, the ground crumbled beneath him as he rocketed towards Mosquito Girl like a missile. Mechanical fist. His metallic fist struck at Mosquito Girl with the rapidity of a machine gun, leaving behind trails of his arm's movements. Is this all? Mosquito Girl chuckled, raising her hook-like arms to deftly deflect Genos' onslaught. With a sudden strike of her right hand, resembling a hook, she landed a blow on Genos' head. Thud. Genos, caught off guard, plummeted swiftly. Suddenly, the vortex engines on his shoulders ignited. Boom, boom, boom. The blue flames surged forth, transforming his arm momentarily into the rotating wings of a helicopter, allowing him to briefly soar before landing. Hiss. The immense inertia caused him to slide a short distance, yet he remained unfazed. As he steadied himself, his right palm aimed at the airborne Mosquito Girl. His voice icy burn. Boom. Red light erupted, and a fiery dragon soared into the sky, roaring. Heh, such a sluggish energy cannon is of no consequence to me. Mosquito Girl scoffed, her 6 wings rapidly flapping. She danced gracefully like a butterfly around the burning cannon, hurtling towards Genos at an astonishing speed. Rip. Like fabric being torn. Genos' metallic left arm was obliterated in a single encounter with Mosquito Girl. Next, I'll dismantle your legs. The beak-like appendage on Mosquito Girl's head, which appeared ornamental, was now affixed with a mechanical arm. However, as her triumphant words faded, she inexplicably felt her body slipping out of control. Confused, she glanced at the source of her discomfort and was horrified to discover that the lower part of her calves had been torn asunder, perhaps due to the extreme velocity. She felt no pain at that moment. What has happened to my legs? With a swift motion, Genos discarded 2 enlarged mosquito limbs with his remaining right hand. His cold gaze fixated on the airborne Mosquito Girl. Realizing the precariousness of her situation, she quickly ascended. It was futile. Genos raised his right arm and aimed another burning cannon blast at her. You shall not escape from my grasp. Illuminated by the flames, his visage appeared even more frigid. Humph. The Mosquito Girl flapped her wings, evading the fiery projectile, her expression one of frustration as she observed the relentless Genos below. What on earth is this creature? If this continues, I'll eventually be defeated. No, I must not falter. The mission entrusted to me by the laboratory remains incomplete. She twirled gracefully in midair, noticing that the streets below were devoid of any life. Looking up towards the distant mountains and forests, she smirked, though the people on the streets have hidden away. The creatures of the forest are quite another matter. Buzzing. In the woods, swarms of mosquitoes consumed every living being in their path, leaving behind desiccated corpses drained of blood scattered across the ground. Come forth, my children, and pour your long-accumulated essence into my being. With a seductive smile, she fully extended her arms, her curvaceous figure on full display, accompanied by her rather peculiar words, igniting a strange fervor in the hearts of onlookers. Buzzing at her command, the mosquito swarms from the surrounding forest surged towards her like sharks drawn by the scent of blood. In an instant, a dark tide converged from all directions, their numbers exponentially greater than before. In mere moments, the mosquitoes around the mosquito girl formed a massive black vortex, an ominous sight from afar. Genos surveyed the terrifying swarm, his gaze sharpening. So many mosquitoes, such a vast reservoir of blood energy. If not for sustenance, it must surely serve as combat energy. Is she evolving by harnessing the power of blood? If that is the case, once she completes her transformation, the situation will become even more dire. Genos' expression grew serious as he prepared to unleash a powerful attack to eliminate the mosquito girl. Damn mosquitoes. Just then, a newcomer appeared, armed with insecticide. Pursuing a single mosquito. With a strikingly bright bald head and an expression of frantic determination, he wore a yellow short-sleeved shirt, brown shorts, and house slippers, presenting an utterly ordinary appearance. As the sole remaining inhabitant of Blue Star, Lin Hao squinted slightly. Through the battle between Genos and the mosquito girl, he had gleaned a rough understanding of the formidable threat at hand. Perhaps he could contend with it. At this moment, Saitama has made his appearance, wielding insecticide and spraying it wildly at a mosquito while grumbling, "Ugh, gross. I accidentally sprayed it into my mouth. How infuriating." This peculiar fellow, at first glance indistinguishable from an ordinary person, possesses the extraordinary ability to dismantle a Gundam with his bare hands. In Chapter 76, the final battle, who is he? Genos, somewhat bewildered, observes the man chasing a mosquito with a bottle of insecticide. This individual is indeed Saitama, engaged in an epic battle against the insect. A skirmish that has escalated from within the confines of his home to the outside world, with neither party willing to concede defeat thus far. In a moment of misfortune, he inadvertently sprays insecticide into his own mouth, prompting him to spit several times, ensuring no remnants linger before he resumes his pursuit of the pesky mosquito. Upon recalling his target, he looks up, only to be met with a swirling mass of thousands of mosquitoes forming a dark storm. Saitama, a hero merely passing by, catches the attention of Lin Hao, who shouts at Genos from a distance. Saitama? Genos furrows his brow, perplexed. How is it that he has never heard of this hero before? Meanwhile, outside the desolate area, a taxi driver is engaged in a heated discussion with his passenger. Due to the city dwellers' fear of the desolate zone, the driver adamantly refuses to enter. With a heavy sigh, he expresses, "I truly cannot go any further. It would be wise for you not to enter either. There are numerous strange individuals within, and venturing alone could easily cost you your life." With earnestness, the passenger replies, "If you accompany me, I want to be alone." Today, the city's monster alert system has already warned of a ghost-level disaster, advising against going out. I've already taken a significant risk bringing you this far. I absolutely refuse to proceed any further. The driver vehemently shakes his head. "I'll pay you an extra 50. Not going. 100. If you go in, you might have money but no life to spend it. 200. That is my final offer. I fear for my life more than I fear for money." Suddenly, the roar of the engine erupts as the yellow taxi swiftly turns around and speeds away, maneuvering with an elegance that suggests the driver has stories to tell. Perhaps from time spent delivering tofu. Watching the taxi vanish, the passenger's face reflects a blend of resignation and determination. Turning his gaze back to the silent, desolate zone, he realizes he still has quite a distance to traverse. Saitama, he wonders if he is at home. On this outing, his attire consists of his ever-present cap and trench coat, accompanied by a small backpack. The Blue Star organization is utterly shameless, knowing he is here and calling him to request his aid against the disaster. Yet, how could they possibly view him as a formidable opponent? They remain oblivious to his true strength. "Well, I suppose I'll just be a bystander," he muses. "Wait, haven't I always been a bystander?" This is a thought-provoking dilemma. Boom. As he pondered the whereabouts of Saitama, a sudden burst of flames erupted a kilometer ahead, like a nuclear explosion. A fierce blaze ascended within a radius of several hundred meters. At this moment, he wondered, "Wait, is something moving? Oh, hold on, it's a mosquito." Saitama's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he could sense the overwhelming malice emanating from the world. If one mosquito was troublesome, a swarm would be utterly repulsive. Genos, observing Saitama's shock, declared with unwavering certainty, ordinary people, now is the time to take refuge. You, the blue-skinned individual, hurry and assist him. Me? Lin Hao pointed to himself. Of course, it's you. Those mosquitoes possess intelligence. Once they detect your presence, they will rush over immediately. Genos gestured towards the swarm in the sky with a somber tone. But he is not an ordinary person, Lin Hao countered, tilting his head. Suddenly, before either Lin Hao or Saitama could react, the black storm erupted with the sinister laughter of the mosquito queen. Hee hee hee. The swarm of mosquitoes transformed into a torrent, rushing towards them, buzzing. In an instant, they were engulfed by the relentless tide of mosquitoes. From above, the entire street appeared as a dark deluge, densely populated with mosquitoes, with no trace of Lin Hao or Saitama visible. Goodness, it's burning. Genos exclaimed in alarm, immediately unleashing a torrent of flames. Boom. The black torrent formed by the mosquitoes was abruptly struck by a fiery glow, forcing it to recede layer by layer. Ultimately, the flames engulfed the entire black tide, transforming it into a river of molten red, erupting with the ferocity of a volcanic explosion. The area within hundreds of meters was completely consumed by the inferno. A gentle breeze swept through, scattering the ashes. It was too late. With his right hand still poised to unleash the fiery cannon, he gazed at the mosquito queen in the sky. This creature was exceedingly vicious and needed to be eradicated immediately. What is happening? It's so hot. Just as he lamented his fate, a voice from behind echoed with a tone of relief. What? Genos turned in shock, only to discover Lin Hao and Saitama still alive. They were indeed unscathed. Saitama wore an innocuous smile, curiously asking Genos, "You're quite impressive. What was that technique just now?" Lin Hao chimed in. "It's the mosquito repellent flash." Mosquito repellent flash? Genos was taken aback, staring at them in disbelief. It seemed remarkable that the blue-skinned beings could withstand the mosquito's onslaught. Yet how had this bald man achieved it? Had the blue-skinned individual saved him? Meanwhile, Saitama muttered to himself, "If only I could breathe fire." That wretched mosquito would have perished 1,000 times over. Just as the three engaged in idle conversation, the sky suddenly rang with the sharp, eerie laughter of the mosquito queen. At that moment, the mosquito queen had undergone a dramatic transformation. The broken leg has healed and grown even stronger. Her skin, perhaps due to an excessive absorption of blood, has transitioned from a black and white pattern to a deep crimson hue. She possesses a cascade of lavender hair, which enhances her allure and charm. Raising her sharp claws, she swiftly slashed at the nearby skyscraper. With a thunderous crash, the building was cleaved in half, collapsing to the ground like a neatly severed radish, sending up a cloud of dust. "I have evolved. This is my most formidable form," she exclaimed, a smug and confident smile gracing her lips. "Prepare yourselves for a descent into hell, little brothers." In an instant, her fiery figure vanished from the sight of the three. What astonishing speed! Genos was taken aback, his mechanical body unable to react in time. Suddenly, Mosquito Girl appeared behind him as if teleporting. A cruel smile played at the corners of her mouth as she raised her sharp claws and struck downwards, the sound of snapping echoing. Genos's body was nearly cleaved in two, the severed waist crackling with arcs of electricity. What a razor-sharp attack! His pupils contracted, fortunately. This would be a fatal blow for a human, but for him, a cyborg, it was ineffectual. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his right fist around to counterattack. However, his strike was akin to a child's play to Mosquito Girl. With a mocking laugh, she swiped her claws, delivering a resounding blow to Genos's chin. Whoosh! Genos was sent spiraling uncontrollably into the sky. Haha! Mosquito Girl laughed joyously as she soared upwards. Her incredible speed left a trail of crimson energy in her wake. In the blink of an eye, she reached Genos's side, her sharp claws incessantly carving gashes into him. Yet none of her strikes proved fatal. She toyed with him like a cat with a mouse, her laughter ringing with a blend of cruelty and delight. "Isn't it time for the bald one to intervene?" Lin Hao observed as Genos tumbled through the air like a mere toy in Mosquito Girl's grasp. By now, Genos's body was battered and riddled with wounds, rendered incapacitated. Buzzing sounds suddenly pierced the air from afar, drawing Lin Hao's attention. To his astonishment, he spotted the emblem of Blue Star on a flying vessel. Could it be the Blue Star organization residing in the One Punch world? He understood that in certain realms, returning home was impossible and without wall-breaking crystals. They were forced to remain in this space, establishing their own organization. The Blue Star Hero Association? He squinted, realizing it was indeed the Blue Star organization. a joint force within the One Punch world alongside the Hero Association, standing against the monsters. Levels 8, 9, and 10 were prominently displayed, revealing the names, titles, and health bars for Lin Hao to see clearly. Ah, the heroes of Blue Star, today I shall indulge. The cruel smile of the mosquito woman magnified in Genos' gaze, her sharp claws slicing through the air with a menacing swiftness. Zanpakuto, Shurkai, devour her. Tsunami. Bankai, shatter all. Earthquake. Ninja art, shadow strangulation. Momo fruit, ensnare him. Ninja art. Explosive technique. Iron fruit, magnetic sand sword. Pierce her. At that critical moment, the heroes of Blue Star leapt from their ship, confidently unleashing their powers. However, they grossly underestimated the formidable creature, especially the mosquito woman, now in her second evolution. Suddenly, a group was mercilessly torn apart by the mosquito woman. A cloud of crimson mist rising in the aftermath. Lin Hao had no intention of intervening. He was no saint. Moreover, that group consisted of small fries and mere pests. Had they been from the Dragon Kingdom, the outcome would have been quite different. How delicious. The mosquito woman licked the blood from her claws, her expression delightfully cruel. Impressive. Yet, Saitama showed no intention of intervening. Instead, he was filled with curiosity. Lin Hao surmised Saitama's attitude towards the Blue Star individuals. They were evidently not indigenous to this world, and Saitama had no desire to assist. Even if Genos wished to help, his condition was dire, making any action difficult. It fell to me, the eccentric quality inspector, to assess the mosquito woman's alluring physique. The task assigned to Lin Hao was to aid Genos in combating the mosquito woman. Susanoo. He resolved to create a commotion. Having gathered sufficient understanding, it was time to act. A massive Susanoo enveloped Lin Hao's form, a violet aura radiating forth. Halt. The complete Susanoo, adorned with the armor of the Tengu, symbolizing destructive power, materialized into a fist of the world. Chapter 77. Successfully completing the task, facing the end. It is said that once seen, death is inevitable. The third power, only unlockable through the kaleidoscope Sharingan, is known as the Divine Power. Curse Seal. A card depicting Kimimaro appeared in Lin Hao's hand. Boom. Natural energy infused into the Susanoo, revealing the patterns of the second curse state on its surface. Simultaneously, the attack bore the attributes of sage arts. Remarkable, Saitama exclaimed. What is this? I've never seen anything like it. Genos, too, was astonished, having never encountered such power. A transformation? Is he also a monster? Heavenly Magatama bow. Lin Hao placed the Xianyuan sword upon the bow, taking aim at the alluring mosquito woman. As the astonished elder sister mosquito beheld the colossal object, a resounding crash reverberated. Zhenghua. With a simple yet unadorned strike, it struck her directly. Amidst a harrowing scream. Smoke billowed forth, followed by a radiant white light. The ground trembled, twisted, cracked, and surged. Wailing. A tremendous pressure and shockwave coalesced into a massive misty ring, beneath which everything was destined to be obliterated. The flames burst forth, igniting a dazzling brilliance. When the Xianyuan's sword was embedded in the vibrant earth, the flower it had momentarily formed now rendered the blade scalding hot. Impressive. Yano stood in awe. As the fiery spectacle ascended, the explosion unfolded instantaneously. A myriad of blossoms blooming in an infinite display, stirring his heart with a tremor. This was the pinnacle he had longed for. Ding. Side quest complete. Assist Janos in battling the mosquito woman. Reward, 5 golden treasure chests. A cataclysmic explosion erupted in the no man's land. At that moment, the Blue Star Heroes organization's base blared an urgent alarm. All eyes were glued to the screen displaying the explosive blossoms, filled with astonishment. The grim news was that the hero team we dispatched had been annihilated. Zhao Jinming, the leader of the Blue Star Heroes organization, turned to the others. Fortunately, they had just absorbed a group of individuals from the One Punch world. Ning Qianzhong, Zhang Jileng, Ma Mingli, Jin Qingcan, Dong Yu, and others, somewhat compensating for their losses. Was that the place we just left? Ma Mingli suddenly realized something. They had just abandoned side quest 1, opting to flee rather than fight alongside Janos. Subsequently, they had been successfully retrieved by the Blue Star Heroes Association, finding safety within the familial fold. However, the explosion on the screen evidently originated from the very location they had just entered in the One Punch world. What is that? At that moment, Dong Yu pointed at a colossal purple monster, his expression shifting dramatically. That creature is even more terrifying than the mosquito woman. I don't know. Ning Qian shook her head. Look, it has transformed back into a human, a Blue Star person. Wait, Is that him? Mommingly exclaimed, pointing in surprise. Another Blue Star person? Gasped the others in the Blue Star Heroes Association. That was a demon-level monster that had just obliterated their team. How could someone still be alive there? Even more perplexing was the purpose of the enormous purple monster he had transformed into. Janos, that's Janos, already battered and near ruin, someone cried out. They recognized Janos as one of the native heroes who frequently emerged to combat monsters. But now, he appeared tattered and nearly defeated. What about the mosquito woman? Zhao Jiming quickly adjusted the view to see further away. Could that seductive long leg belong to her? Someone swallowed hard. From the surveillance of the drone, a scene of utter devastation unfolded, with only a single long leg remaining at the site. The one who vanquished the mosquito woman was likely not Genos, but rather that extraterrestrial being from the Blue Star. Who is the bald man beside him? I do not recognize him, nor have I ever seen him before. What is this entity that transforms in an instant? Saitama tilted his head, observing Lin Hao. Initially, he intended to swat the mosquito, but it was this Blue Star individual who resolved the matter with a high-powered cannon. This method proved far more efficient than the robot's high-temperature mosquito eradication. Susanoo. The third power of the Sharingan, the Divine Might. Lin Hao dashed over to retrieve the Xianyuan sword, which was still searing hot. He promptly placed it into his spatial ring to cool down, as it was not yet ready for use. Divine Might? Genos was taken aback. The power he sought. Ranked highest among the monsters, divine? Oh, Saitama nodded, showing no surprise whatsoever. He was simply someone who enjoyed hot pot, played video games, and fought monsters. The concept of divine power held no interest for him. He merely found it impressive. Yet, Saitama too experienced moments of confusion. The current monsters were too feeble, none of them igniting his former fighting spirit. If this Blue Star being could engage him in battle, I can make you a promise. But you must first defeat an alien intent on destroying the world. Lin Hao instantly sensed Saitama's fighting spirit. An alien bent on world destruction? Saitama's interest peaked. Are there truly such monsters? He is a big brother piloting a spaceship, nicknamed Big Pineapple, and should soon be arriving. What do you say? Once you conquer him, I shall unleash all my strength to battle you wholeheartedly. Lin Hao said with a cheerful grin. Sounds great. Saitama nodded. For him, it was merely 2 bouts, adding a touch of excitement to his otherwise mundane existence. Please, allow me to be your disciple. Just as they were about to depart, Genos exclaimed. Gaga, Blue Star Hero Association. Greetings, I am Lin Hao, a being from the Blue Star. Lin Hao emerged from the back entrance, harboring serious doubts about whether this organization was lacking in formidable heroes. Zhao Jiming, the president of the Blue Star Association, was in a cooperative relationship with local heroes. Zhao Jiming remarked, the current situation is that we cannot leave the one-punch world. We must defeat Boros. However, we possess no information regarding Boros, nor do we know his level of strength, so we are gathering as much power as possible to confront him. With all due respect, you alone cannot contend with Boros. Lin Hao's words extinguished the smiles of everyone present. What does that mean? After their arduous struggles, were they so easily dismissed by a single statement? Had it not been for Lin Hao, had there been any doubts about his victory over the demon-level monster, they would have long since acted against him. Do you comprehend Boros' strength? Zhao Jiming was astonished. The supreme ruler of the universe, is it not inscribed? Lin Hao shrugged. Can you defeat him? Ma Mingli hastily inquired. Me? Lin Hao mused, pondering the profundity of her question. Boros possesses strength beyond the dragon level and, upon entering his second form, ascends to a godly stature. As a rare combat species in the cosmos, he has the capacity to obliterate an entire world when fully energized, a feat no other monster can achieve. The only ones capable of contending with him would be the Scions. After all, one Kamehameha wave can annihilate an entire planet, cannot it? How fortunate it is that we were not transported to the world of Dragon Ball. If we had been, where every individual possesses planet-destroying capabilities, we would truly be doomed. It seems that his card requires further evolution, perhaps by creating a Scion card. I wonder how much energy that would demand. 1 million, 2 million, or perhaps even more. Cough. Regardless, we all wish to escape this space. The so-called supreme ruler of the universe, the system indicates he will arrive in 10 days, and at that time, we shall unite with the local hero association to confront him. Zhao Jiming remarked. Today is the supermarket's discount day. I completely forgot. Saitama exclaimed, slapping his forehead. No escaping, came a deep voice. With one more round, he would achieve victory. Stop gaming. Eating is of utmost importance. Tifa emerged from the kitchen. the hot pot filled with premium beef and large lobsters. Gulping, Saitama and everyone else salivated at the mouth-watering aroma. Setting aside everything else, Tifa's culinary skills had indeed flourished, as the hot pot exuded a five-star dining experience. Lin Hao sat down and began to eat. Humph. Ellie, beside him, held chopsticks and delicately picked a slice of beef, savoring it with delight. Oh, who are you? Never mind, it matters not. She even forgot how Lin Hao integrated into their midst. Perhaps it was his prowess in gaming? At the very least, he surpassed Saitama, having just defeated this godly powerhouse. Premium beef. Saitama felt immensely satisfied. Blue star. Where's Lin Hao? He has vanished. Has he not yet exited the otherworldly space? In which realm could he be? A group of individuals sought his whereabouts. This is troubling. We cannot observe him or pinpoint his location. Normally, the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom have identity tracking systems, yet now he eludes detection. Where could he have gone? It cannot be, no, his life signs appear normal. This poses quite the dilemma. At that moment, Chu Tian scratched his head. This lad isn't hiding from me, is he? Just recently, he was sealing ancient demons in various dungeons, each possessing a combat strength of 30 stars. Though the reason behind his actions remains unclear, he is undoubtedly concocting something. Tongyi remarked, I am quite curious how he attracts demons to manifest. What sort of tools does he possess? The other members of the exploration team commented. He may have entered a semi-open otherworldly space. Chu Tian pondered for a moment and remarked, I originally intended to locate him and invite him to join as a formal member to conquer the 71st level of the Sword Art Online. Now, it seems that opportunity has slipped away. We must act swiftly. Indeed, upon reaching the 100th level, another sacred artifact awaits us. Others nodded in agreement. This Lin Hao is far too rebellious. He must be subdued. Chu Tian sighed. After all, the youth is unaware of the vastness of the world. One must remember that the Demon King Lilith traverses various realms, hunting formidable opponents. If we inadvertently provoke her, it would spell disaster. The Demon King Lilith is currently recognized as the strongest among otherworldly beings. Jiang Yingying nodded in acknowledgement. What a headache, Chu Tian lamented, gazing skyward. Adam from Eagle Nation is relentlessly pursuing my strength, amplifying the pressure. Chapter 78. The emergence of the super spaceship. Hey, you really are something. Saitama unleashed his primal power, determined to deliver a brutal blow to Lin Hao. Lin Hao stepped back a pace, effortlessly evading the attack and countering with a swift embrace maneuver that abruptly ended Saitama's existence. Saitama let out a cry of despair. Saitama, you've lost again. It seems it's time for me to take the stage. He dramatically shed his outer garment, revealing his sculpted physique, his expression grave and imposing. Fixated on Saitama with a gaze that could instill fear. Come on. Lin Hao beckoned with a flick of his finger. Though he had never played Street Fighter, his innate gaming genius allowed him to grasp the mechanics after observing Saitama play a couple of rounds. After several matches, even Eri and Tifa fell prey to his effortless mastery. Cursed. Eri seethed, her fists clenched in disbelief at her swift defeat as a Valkyrie. Boom, boom, boom. Frantically manipulating the joystick, the immense pressure rendered Saitama and Tifa awestruck. Yet, what astonished them further was Lin Hao's composure as he deftly countered the assaults. While the health bar of his character steadily diminished, nearing depletion, a bead of sweat trickled down his forehead. He was tense. Wow! Saitama exclaimed from the sidelines. How formidable is he at gaming? He knew all too well. In their gaming duels, he had never triumphed over Lin Hao. There was a time when he had been single-handedly dominated to the point of questioning his very existence. Lin Hao, controlling the game with merely 2 fingers, executed an extraordinarily long infinite combo. The one occasion he almost achieved victory, his health reduced to a sliver, cornering Lin Hao, he remained unfazed. Not a single drop of sweat escaping him. Then, he executed a counterkill. Saitama vividly remembered that moment. Now, however, he found himself sweating. A clear testament to Lin Hao's superior gaming prowess and innate talent. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, the Imperial engine roared to life. What is that noise? Eri rose to her feet, her expression one of bewilderment as she realized the source of the sound was nothing less than the thunderous heartbeat of the formidable opponent before her. Useless. Prepare to face my spiral kill. Lin Hao exclaimed as he suddenly raised his head, his sharp gaze igniting with brilliance beneath his bangs, instantly obliterating the remaining third of his adversary's health. Victory! Tifa cheered, leaping with joy. He exhaled a sigh of relief, setting down the controller. At last. He had encountered a worthy opponent, a true gaming virtuoso, whose skill and innate talent were nothing short of exceptional. Impressive, Lin Hao, Saitama remarked as he patted Lin Hao on the shoulder in commendation. Beep. Side quest completed. Defeated a formidable foe in the game, earning 2 diamond treasure chests. Beep. You have acquired an exceedingly rare title, Vanquisher of the Strongest on Earth. Beep. You have gained 1 side quest point. Beep. Your exclusive system has received card-making materials. Such a plethora of rewards took Lin Hao by surprise. This title was indeed quite enticing. The diamond treasure chests were satisfactory, containing the potential for orange-level ninja tools, scrolls, and items, with a minuscule chance of yielding the coveted wall-breaking crystal. However, to him, orange-level ninja tools were merely precious consumables. While ordinary individuals regarded blue and purple items as treasures, often reluctant to equip them. Additionally, the card-making materials were a first-time reward directly granted. It seemed wise to undertake more side quests. These materials were not inferior to defeating an opponent with a combat power rating of 30 stars. Yet, the act of defeating such a foe was already an extraordinary challenge, for even if one possessed overwhelming strength capable of wreaking havoc, it could hardly be manifested on a mere television screen. Fairness was achieved through gaming prowess, which explained why Saitama frequently faced defeat. Furthermore, the side quest point was a novel addition, likely linked to this semi-open world, perhaps indicating that the interdimensional AI was evolving and testing this feature within this realm. Side quest points can be exchanged with the interdimensional AI for various dimensional items. Upon reading the explanation, Lin Hao smiled. Indeed, this was a new pinnacle, encouraging players to engage in side quests and tackle various high-difficulty challenges. Not only could one receive intrinsic rewards, but also benefits from exchanges yielding a dual bounty. Teacher. At that moment, Genos burst into the room, exclaiming, "A colossal spaceship is hurtling towards our world. It's enormous, truly immense. Is it finally here?" Lin Hao inquired. Glancing at Saitama, "The monster I mentioned has arrived." "Really? How big is it?" "I'm eager to see it," Saitama replied, tilting his head. "Is the big brother piloting the spaceship coming?" Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a colossal unidentified flying object was approaching Earth, gliding beneath the constellations of the Big Dipper, heralding a cataclysmic shift in the heavens. The upper echelons of the local hero association in this world were gripped by terror, their astonishment palpable as they gazed skyward at the looming arrival. It was immense, capable of enveloping an entire city. With 17 at the stage level, 38 at the rank level, 101 at the level rank, and 390 at the tier level, all heroes were mobilized. The president of the Hero Association, the core strategist who typically summoned tiered heroes, issued an urgent call to arms. The dragon level? Some of the tiered heroes gulped nervously. Thankfully, their headquarters, fortified with the assistance of the formidable Metal Knight, was deemed indestructible, serving as the last bastion against the monstrous threats. At the very least, remaining here felt secure. Suddenly, a young girl clad in a striking chi-pao floated into the scene. She was Tornado of Terror, ranked second among heroes, a paragon of superhuman prowess. With her verdant curls and a flowing black gown, she resembled an adolescent maiden. This very girl was venerated by the Hero Association as their ultimate weapon. Ordinary attacks could scarcely touch her essence. Unlike other heroes, she excelled in psychokinesis, facilitating long-range assaults. In a state of focus, her power could effortlessly dominate and launch adversaries. Her destructive force potent enough to cleave continents asunder. "Tornado, this is serious," exclaimed one of the higher-ups in alarm. "Humph, watch me pull down a meteor from the sky," Tornado declared, soaring from the Hero Association, her arms outstretched as her abilities began to manifest. The Blue Star Hero Association had a mainline mission at hand. It had finally arrived. A wave of exhilaration swept through the crowd, for they had long awaited this moment. Completing the mainline mission would allow them to escape this wretched space and return to Blue Star. A total of 680 heroes were mobilized to confront Boros. Zhao Jinming issued a fierce command. "Come forth. Boros, let me witness your might. Engage." The throng erupted into fervent cheers. Boom. At that instant, a tremor rippled through the air, as if the very atmosphere had been shaken, causing goosebumps to rise on every individual. "A meteor! It's a meteor!" Someone shouted. Tornado of Terror, ranked second among heroes, a true superhuman. Zhao Jinming's pupils dilated in shock. Just as they had begun their mission, they encountered one of the indigenous world's most formidable trump cards. "A superhuman?" Dong Yu exclaimed in disbelief. "Is she powerful?" Ma Mingli inquired hastily. They had just entered the world of One Punch Man and were still grappling with the true strength within this realm. Extremely powerful. That meteor was pulled down by her from the heavens. Others gasped in astonishment. Thunderous booms echoed. In this world, the meteor had already struck the gargantuan spacecraft. At this moment, the spacecraft's true form was completely unveiled, disentangled from the mist. A collective gasp of astonishment echoed among the onlookers. The information regarding this vessel is available for viewing. Details are as follows. The intelligence is extensive, allowing for swift page turning or direct bypassing for collection. Main battleship of the Dark Matter Pirate Fleet, Cosmic Ruler. Specifications: length 423,000 meters, width 143,000 meters, height 83,000 meters, weight 900,000 tons, armament, equipped with 620,000 plasma cannons and a total of 120,000 plasma close combat guns and rapid-fire cannons, alongside focused beam weapons. It possesses a formidable network of 40,000 firepower cannons and numerous anti-ship weapons totaling 360 particles. Utilizing remote strike devices and super wormhole technology, it can directly bypass shields to assault the ship as core. The vessel is endowed with the ruler mechanism, which digitizes everything: consciousness, memory, personality, and even soul, placing them in designated areas aboard the ship. Once digitized, the data controller aboard can manipulate targets at will. The tractor beams possess the strength to easily ensnare warships and spacecraft capable of superluminal jumps, forcibly intercepting their signals. It can also forcibly divert various plasma, beams, and solid projectiles, effortlessly altering their trajectories away from the ship's core. The battleship's main cannon can annihilate an entire sun, featuring a tri-layered reinforced shield and a firepower transfer network. This network can compel any attack to be redirected to an unknown space, rendering certain special attacks undefendable. The first shield layer is immune to physical attacks, while the second automatically intercepts all physical, psychic, magical, and mental assaults. The third layer can forcibly intercept all forms of energy. A speed prohibition device can restrict the flight of nearby vessels, forbidding spatial transitions and superluminal travel. Moreover, it is equipped with the time controller, capable of manipulating time at will, pausing, deleting, accelerating, or reversing it with ease. Due to the ability to pause, it also serves as an escape mechanism. Note: the time controller is ineffective against allies of Boros. The ship is fitted with a comprehensive signal interceptor, capable of blocking any distress signals. Certain advanced technologies allow it to become invisible, rendering it undetectable by any means, while both organic and mechanical entities cannot perceive it. Additionally, the spacecraft is equipped with an advanced nano-repair system and a quantum repair device. Chapter 79, The Final World, Dragon Ball, Conclusion. Crew: a total of 255. 896 basic extraterrestrial crew members, along with 300,000 virtual warriors and 3,000 pure, mechanical, high artificial intelligence warriors, all armed and armored. Furthermore, it boasts 223 commanders, 3 supreme generals, and 1 ultimate ruler. The fundamental living conditions of the crew are equally paramount. It boasts an astounding 130,000 colossal residential towers, alongside 423 entertainment centers and 428 grand shopping malls. The information within this world is shared universally, visible to all. My goodness, what am I witnessing? This is astonishing. Not only is there the local hero association, but also the Blue Planet Alliance, as well as Tornado, who strikes the spaceship with meteoric force. The meteorite, upon colliding with the cosmic ruler, merely dissipated against the energy shield without causing a single ripple. Reality often surpasses the extravagance of animation. Lin Hao stood in stunned silence. The cosmic ruler? Has this concept ever appeared in animation? Clearly, it is an augmented spaceship. In his recollection, all attacks directly impacted the vessel. Yet now, it has been enhanced with various energy barriers, defensive shields, and psychic shields, all of which, due to its vast size and extensive vitality, elevate its defensive capabilities to a level that could easily overpower all forms of technology. This is truly a descent of the Trisolaran beings, executing a dimensional strike, which is utterly absurd. Moreover, can this contraption even be commandeered? He harbored a bold thought, unsure whether to voice it. Saitama, I wish to pilot this spaceship to the Blue Planet, he declared to Saitama beside him. You want that? Saitama said, his expression exaggerated. All right then. I'll do my best not to damage it while battling the older brother who pilots the ship. Battle? Lin Hao inquired. It had been a while. He sensed an immense power. Saitama was already eager to engage. After all, if he did not intervene, the entire one-punch world might truly cease to exist. Boom. At that moment, another meteorite struck the spaceship, yet the result was merely a light impact. Lin Hao immediately comprehended the situation. Tornado's energy merely provided a superficial defense for the spaceship. In the animation, Tornado's attacks inflicted damage around 110 degrees on the vessel, which hardly qualifies as a mere scratch. He recalled the exterior of the spaceship being obliterated solely by Tornado, with its turrets completely destroyed. However, in this augmented one-punch world, Boros had likely ascended to a terrifying level. Originally, clad in restrictive armor, Boros was already a pinnacle being. Thus, augmented, he must be godlike. Can Saitama truly contend with him? To be honest, he felt a twinge of excitement, yearning to transform into a divine entity and deliver a powerful kick. At this moment, he mused, this world is truly remarkable, ripe for conquest. Boros's subordinates certainly included formidable monsters. The Dark Matter Pirates flagship featured 3 main combatants, Maluzaga, Glory Base, and Guryugan Shupu. Have they arrived, the enemy's generals? The Atomic Samurai, ranked 4th, a master of swordsmanship. Koth. Mongu, ranked 3rd among heroes, a master of the flowing rock-shattering fist. A titan in the martial arts realm, capable of dispatching dragon-level monsters with ease. Haha, so many adversaries. The Child Emperor, ranked 5th among heroes. A strategist of the Hero Association, concealing an array of high-tech weaponry within his backpack. Humph, the Zombie Man, ranked 8th among heroes, is the 66th undead experiment that escaped from the House of Evolution. He possesses an extraordinary regenerative capability and harbors various weapons within. Ranked 9th is the Drive Knight, followed by the Pig God in the 10th position, the Alloy Black Light in 11th, the Police Dog Hero in 12th, and the 13th, Flash, along with Genos, the Vestige Master, Metal Bat, and the Seductive Prisoner, among others. They represent the local Hero Association, united with the Blue Star Alliance to fend off the onslaught of Boros's subordinates. Our Blue Star's combat prowess is not to be underestimated, boasting Soul Reapers, ninjas, and Devil Fruits. Zhao Jinming has arrived with a group of formidable heroes of the same rank. The first rank is held by Chun Pashao, a female ninja with the bloodline limit, Crystal Release. The second rank belongs to the Soul Reaper, Hornet, while the third is held by the Soul Reaper, Yelling Maru. The fourth rank is occupied by the wielder of the Golden Devil Fruit. Combined, their numbers are still insufficient compared to the foes aboard the Cosmic Ruler. The mere presence of 300 million virtual warriors and a total of 3 million highly advanced artificial intelligence warriors is already terrifying. Not to mention, there are 3 formidable generals whose strength rivals that of dragon-level monsters. This is their first encounter, and according to the established protocol, the 3 great generals will have Shupu in charge of long-range support, while Meru and Bas engage in close combat. On the Hero Association's side, those capable of close combat will engage, while the others will deal with Shupu. Given Tornado's strength, having her face the enhanced Shupu, Guryugan Shupu, alone will be quite a challenge. You are the universe's foremost telekinetic user? Tornado gazes at the octopus-like creature. Tornado. This is an apocalyptic battle. Unleash all your abilities. If we can eliminate those nearly 600 million minions, deal with the universe's top telekinetic user Shupu, and withstand all the bombardments from the ruler, then we may still have a chance of victory. Gobin cleared his throat and spoke. Do you take me for a beast of burden? Trembling, Tornado prepared to transform into a battle-ready form, slowly rising to unleash her super abilities. Thus, the heroes commenced their full-scale assault. The battle has begun. At this moment, a seemingly carefree girl resembling AI Lee observes everything leisurely from the sky. She is the Demon King, Lilith, the ruler of the Fierce City, the queen attacking Galro City, with ambitions to conquer the world and dominate the cosmic intellect. She had initially come to engage Saitama in battle, but unexpectedly stumbled upon such a grand conflict. This cosmic spaceship is quite impressive. Demon King Lilith also finds herself intrigued by the ruler. However, the ship's master is unlikely to acquiesce easily. She muses, glancing below. It remains uncertain how formidable Saitama is. For now, she will observe to determine whether he or Boros is superior. Boom. On the other side, Saitama's terrifying impact shattered the energy shield of the spaceship, allowing him to board. This was a defense mechanism so formidable that even meteors could not breach it. This implied that Madara's heavenly obstruction star technique was ineffective against the Dominator's defenses. Lin Hao was taken aback. Surely, this was a semi-open space. A world that appeared by invitation. If it were an open world, how could one play casually? Each realm seemed to enhance its defenses, leaving those who wield ninjutsu, swing Zanpakuto, or utilize devil fruits at a loss. With the gaping hole created by Saitama, Lin Hao advanced. Ding. You are currently completing the main quest. Prevent Boros from destroying the One-Punch World. Assist Saitama in defeating the Cosmic Overlord. Reward, 1 Super King treasure chest. What does it mean to assist? Does Saitama even require assistance? Lin Hao was bewildered. He speculated that it was related to Saitama's combat style. If Saitama were to be sent into outer space by Boros, no matter how powerful he was, he could not withstand it for long. Boros resembled Frieza from Dragon Ball, conquering the universe and thriving in the void of space. This posed the greatest advantage for the enemy. Have they located Lin Hao? Where is he? The One-Punch World? Chu Tian utilized a special search tool and finally discovered his whereabouts. The wall-breaking crystal just acquired from Sword Art Online could not be wasted, could it? Jiang Yingning sighed. Chu Tian, even if you desperately want the Xinyuan sword, you cannot act recklessly. What I care about is not the sword but a certain item from the One-Punch World, Chu Tian replied, shaking his head. The One-Punch World is a realm I have longed to enter. I have devised a method to do so. I initially intended to use the wall-breaking crystal, but the only one was utilized by the Countermeasure Bureau, and it has delayed me until now. My strength was insufficient before, which is why I never ventured in. You desire a semi-open world? It is far too perilous. What item compels you to take such risks? Tong Yi and the other team members were astounded. Chu Tian, you must understand that you are the strongest in our dragon nation, the mightiest in Asia, the only one capable of restraining Adam. Losing you would equate to a significant loss of our nation's fighting power, Jiang Yingning emphasized. Wow, I'm that important? Chu Tian chuckled. Now that you have acquired the wall-breaking crystal, what exactly do you intend to obtain from the One-Punch World? A member of the exploration team inquired. A secret. Chu Tian replied, revealing the wall-breaking crystal in his hand. Yet, he hesitated, contemplating whether to use it. Hesitation leads to defeat. Lin Hao had already stood alongside Saitama, gazing at the terrifying figure seated upon the throne. Boros. Title: Supreme Ruler of the Universe. Combat Mode: Power Suppression State. Due to wearing armor that restrains his strength, all aspects of his physical capabilities are significantly diminished compared to his normal state. Combat power at its peak. Star rating: 100 stars. Combat techniques: regeneration, energy cannon, and others. I can't believe it. When Lin Hao saw the 100 stars rating, he felt a sudden chill run down his spine. Is this creature on par with the Demon King Lilith? Damn. I sensed an overwhelming force. The figure seated upon the throne, Boros, suddenly opened his singular, enormous eye, fixating intently on them. It is you. Yes, it is indeed you. Excellent. You have arrived. I, Boros, demand you to reveal your names. Boros spoke from his elevated position. Ahem. Excluding myself, I am merely here as an observer. Lin Hao believed that he could challenge foes beyond his level, yet this seemed insurmountable. In those fantastical tales of cultivation, it is common for those in the foundation establishment stage to defeat those in the golden core stage, and with a system. Even those in the nascent soul stage could be overcome, right? But for someone in the foundation establishment stage to defeat a being in the tribulation stage? Whoever pens such a narrative must either be a fool or have a fool as their muse. My name is Saitama. You, why do you wish to destroy the world? Saitama inquired, tilting his head in curiosity. Why? Because I am bored. My strength is sufficient to dominate the entire universe. Yet there exists a prophecy that foretells a being who can match me in power, and that being is you. Boros replied, his voice tinged with excitement. Consider the possibility of invading other realms, perhaps the Dragon Ball universe? Before Saitama could respond, Lin Hao smiled slightly. Dominate the universe? Science, we await your challenge. The end.